Junior brother, are you really going to do it? In the city of Chang'an, within the confines of Dragon Pool Prison, in the warden's office, Bai Sidon, clad in a seductive red dress, displayed her alluring curves, subtly accentuated. A faint blush graced her exquisite visage as she settled onto the sofa, slowly lifting her skirt. Wait, senior sister, what are you doing? Li Xiuqi felt heat rise to his nose, suppressing the urge to bleed, and hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Junior brother, did you not say you wanted to pierce me? I meant with a needle. Oh, it's all the same. Why not just commit fully? Bai Sidon's eyes sparkled, brimming with charm. Well then, I shall be unreserved. Li Xiuqi swiftly advanced, raising his arm with determination. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before him, a dozen silver needles hovered in the air. With a gentle shake, one needle transformed into a streak of light, piercing Bai Sidon's chest. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, the silver needles fell, trembling in unison. Streams of crimson-black toxin oozed from the needle tips. Once the last drop was drained, Li Xiuqi brushed his palm, retracting the needles. Ugh! Bai Sidon, drenched in fragrant sweat, seemed utterly spent, collapsing weakly into his embrace. Junior brother, when I undertook a mission, I inadvertently fell victim to the crimson-black poison. I thought it would take years to remedy, yet your needle technique has reached perfection, liberating me from this plight. What reward do you think I deserve, senior sister? Senior sister, there is no need for formality between us. Not at all. I wish to reward you. Bai Sidon slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes hazy. How about? Stop right there. Li Xiuqi suppressed the heat surging within him and quickly replied, Senior sister, now that your crimson-black poison is resolved and my sentence is complete, I must leave. You little rascal, do you truly find me less appealing than that wife of yours outside? Bai Sidon's expression shifted, a mixture of anger and sorrow crossing her face. Senior sister, there are countless beauties in this world, yet how many can rival your unparalleled beauty? Li Xiuqi replied with a resigned smile. However, my love for my wife has endured for 5 years. It is hard-earned. Enough, enough. I have no desire to hear this. Bai Sidon rolled her eyes dramatically, tossing a token toward him. Dragon Pool Prison has its own influence outside, known as the Dragon God Pavilion. With the Dragon God token, you shall become the master of the Dragon God Pavilion. Should you require anything after leaving, do not hesitate to summon me. Moreover, slap. She tossed a photograph to Li Xiuqi. This is my sister, Bai Shuxin. I have been unable to care for her, so please take responsibility and protect her. Li Xiuqi gazed at the girl in the photograph, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Sidon, but appeared innocent, like a pure rose. Senior sister, your sister is as good as my sister, rest assured. If Master has any news, do remember to inform me. 3 years ago, Li Xiuqi was the esteemed heir of the Li family in Chang'an. However, he was imprisoned in Dragon Pool Prison for taking the blame for his brother, enduring torment and narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, he encountered a master who took him as a disciple, imparting to him extraordinary skills. Once he had mastered these abilities, he entrusted the management of the prison to his senior sister and set off on his travels, leaving no word of his whereabouts to this day. Oh, I know. You're so tedious. Bai Sidong waved her hand in annoyance. Senior sister, am leaving. Let's keep in touch. Li Xiuqi turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Sidong felt a twinge of reluctance, sighing softly, You little rascal. I hope when we meet again, you won't forget your senior sister Clang. As the prison gates swung open, Li Xiuqi stepped out, inhaling the long-awaited freedom with a deep breath. How had his family fared? What his wife, Chi Yusu? He hoped they had fared well. After all, over the years, he had utilized the resources of Longtan Prison to support them considerably. Boom! A luxurious Bentley, followed by a business vehicle, pulled up before him. From the car emerged a pair of elegantly dressed middle-aged couples. Upon seeing Li Xiuqi, they hurried forward exclaiming, Xiuqi, you've finally come out. These years must have been so hard for you. It's all our fault for letting you languish in prison for so long. The newcomers were none other than Li Ziyuki's parents, Li Jiaqing and Hu Feilan. Brother, knowing you were released today, we came to pick you up. Quite impressive, isn't it? His younger brother, Li Buitao, clad in a suit, patted the Bentley with enthusiasm. Indeed, Li Xiuqi nodded, realizing that the family had prospered over the years. Moreover, Li Buotao grinned, producing a bottle of fine red wine and 2 glasses, his face tinged with guilt. To celebrate your release, I prepared this exquisite wine. I was foolish before, committing a grave mistake that made you suffer in my stead. This toast is my apology to you, brother. He tilted his head back, drinking deeply. It's all in the past, there's no need to dwell on it. Li Xiuqi downed his glass. But in the next moment, Li Buotao's demeanor shifted dramatically as he sneered. Brother, to speak plainly, I have poisoned your drink. In no more than 5 minutes, it will take your life. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Whatever I can do for you, I shall. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiuqi possessed formidable strength and discerned the truth as soon as he touched the glass. He let out a bitter laugh. Why? Ha! Because you hold 20% of the Li family shares, claiming what rightfully belongs to me. Li Buotao's expression turned vicious. Furthermore, you are not my true brother, you were adopted by my grandfather. Li Xiuqi's body trembled as he turned to Li Jiaqing and Hu Feilan, asking, is this true? Indeed, you are not our biological son. Li Jiaqing sighed. Li Xiuqi, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The Li family of today is vastly different as you are not one of us. You should not possess a share in our family. Hu Feilan's voice was sharp. Rest assured, once you are gone, we will see to your funeral arrangements. Li Xiuqi couldn't help but clench his fists. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions. Throughout his life, he had always yielded to Li Buotao in comparison. Li Buotao was the true master, while he found himself akin to a mere servant. Even when Li Buotao committed transgressions, it was he who was coerced into bearing the consequences of imprisonment. It was only when his master revealed to him that he was born with a celestial Dao physique, a rare talent for cultivation, and not of ordinary lineage, that he came to realize he was not a biological member of the Li family. In the past, the patriarch of the Li family had treated him with kindness, regarding him as one of their own. Even before his passing, he bequeathed him 20% of the family's shares. Thus, despite enduring 3 years of incarceration, he held no grievances and even willingly supported the Li family. As long as they refrained from mentioning his origins, he could continue to regard the Li family as his own. However, to his dismay, on the very first day of his release, he was met with a cup of lethal poison. Chapter 2. Severing ties and divorce. Father, mother, brother, even if I share no blood ties with you, I have nonetheless been raised in the Li family since childhood. If you truly desire the shares, you could have simply expressed it. Why resort to such theatrics? Do you genuinely believe that a mere cup of poison could extinguish my life? No, it has been over 5 minutes, and yet you remain unharmed. Li Buotao's expression shifted. Under these circumstances, I shall grant you mercy. Sign the share transfer agreement. What if I refuse to sign? Li Xiuqi's demeanor grew colder. Your words may sound pleasant. Yet in truth, you are reluctant to part with the wealth and grandeur. Hu Feilan scoffed. Li Xiuqi, do not be ungrateful. The Li family has nurtured you for over a decade. You ought to be content. Do not harbor delusions of truly belonging to the Li family. The only heir of the Li family is my son, Li Buotao. The so-called wealth you cherish holds no value in my eyes. If it were not for my discreet support over the years, you would have never qualified to see the Li family rise. Li Xiuqi spoke solemnly. What a joke. Li Buotao erupted in laughter. For the sake of shares, you concoct the most absurd tales. The ascent of the Li family is attributed to our own capabilities. We do not require the support of a convict like you. Enough of this nonsense. Sign the document swiftly. Do not provoke me. Li Xiuqi responded coldly. What a farce. Do you think I fear you? Li Buotao sneered. Come, seize him. In an instant, several bodyguards emerged from the business vehicle, charging towards Li Xiuqi with fierce intent. Begone. Li Xiuqi raised his arm with authority. A surge of energy erupted, transforming into a gale that swept across the space. Those seemingly formidable bodyguards were sent sprawling before they even reached him, rendered powerless. Li Buotao was left in shock. A group of professional bodyguards had been defeated in a single move by Li Xiuqi. With a swift motion, a powerful hand seized Li Buotao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. I warned you not to provoke me. Li Buotao's face flushed crimson, struggling like a helpless chick. Father, mother, save me. Scoundrel, release my son. Hu Feilan shrieked in fury. Li Xiuqi, when my father took you in, there was something that may pertain to your origins. Release him at once, or you shall never uncover the truth of your lineage. Li Jiaqing interjected hastily. Li Xiuqi's expression shifted, releasing Li Buotao. What is it? As Li Jiaqing was about to speak, he was interrupted by Hu Feilan. Li Xiuqi, if you wish to know, there must be a condition for exchange. Thus, you shall sign the share transfer agreement, and we will reveal the item to you. How does that sound? Agreed. Li Xiuqi did not hesitate, signing his name on the agreement and tossing it to Li Buotao. Father, mother, he has signed. Li Buotao confirmed, his face brightening with joy. What about the item? Li Xiuqi inquired. Rest assured, it shall not be lacking for you. Hu Feilan exhaled deeply, her excitement barely concealed. She turned and retrieved an ancient box from the car, presenting it to Li Xiuqi. Upon opening it, Li was astonished to discover an ancient jade pendant within. The jade's luster was dim, adorned with peculiar engravings that even as well-trained I could not immediately identify. Is there anything else apart from this jade pendant? He inquired. No, Hu Feilan replied. All we know is that this pendant belongs to you. Beyond that, we are utterly ignorant. Since we have laid everything bare today, from now on, you and the Li family shall have no further ties. Please possess the self-awareness not to entangle yourself with us. Otherwise, do not blame us for turning against you. Li Xiuqi chuckled. That is a sentiment I ought to express to you. For the sake of grandfather Li, I will overlook the past. But let this be the end of it. Should you ever regret this decision, do not come to disturb me. What a joke. Do you presume you hold any significance to us? We would not bother you. Li Buotao shot a glare. Mom and Dad, let us return. We still have a banquet to attend tonight, and do not wish to waste our words on such people. The vehicle roared to life, and in the blink of an eye, the Bentley and the business car sped away. Li Xiuqi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the jade pendant in his hand. He was determined to uncover the truth of his lineage. Suddenly, another Porsche came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a pair of black high heels and long, elegant legs. The newcomer, clad in a sharply tailored business suit, had her long hair neatly pinned up, showcasing her exquisite and striking features. Darling, Li Xiuqi smiled. Although he had severed ties with the Li family, he still had his wife, Qi Yusu. She returned his smile. Xiuqi, congratulations on your release. You've changed quite a bit over these 3 years. You too, you've become even more alluring and mature. Li Xiuqi grinned, poised to embrace her. However, Qi Yusu stepped back 2 paces. Biting her lip, her expression turned complex. Li Xiuqi, 3 years can bring about significant changes. I believe we are no longer from the same world. I have drafted the divorce agreement. I will offer you 5 million as compensation. Please sign. What? Li Xiuqi's expression darkened, suddenly feeling it was all quite absurd. On his first day out of prison, not only did the Li family seek to harm him, but now even his trusted wife wished to divorce him. No wonder Qi Yusu had scarcely visited him in the past 2 years. Because you have risen to prominence. While I am merely a convict, is that it? That is not my intent. Qi Yusu bit her lip again. I simply feel we are no longer suited for each other. Continuing together would only bring pain to both. The prison gates are right behind me. If you didn't continue with me, how could you know it would be painful? Li Xiuqi chuckled bitterly. To put it plainly, it is merely a matter of valuing wealth over poverty. But how could you know I have always been devoted to you? Qi Yusu, you are nothing more than this. Qi Yusu was momentarily speechless, her anger flaring. Indeed, I do favor wealth over poverty. Li Xiuqi, in your unwavering dedication to the Li family, you willingly faced imprisonment. Yet upon your release, the Li family hastily distanced themselves from you. If I am not mistaken, they have even seized that 20% of shares you once held. Indeed, you made sacrifices, but not for my sake. My accomplishments to this day are solely the result of my relentless efforts. You could never comprehend that. There is no point in further discourse. Just sign the document. Li Xiuqi, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, promptly affixed his signature. The 5 million compensation is unnecessary. Consider it a wedding gift for your second marriage. Li Xiuqi, you scoundrel. Qi Yusu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she furiously entered the car. President Qi, has he mistreated you? Assistant Zhao Yin inquired with concern. This Li Xiuqi, who had once taken the blame for others, had never considered your feelings, let alone the subsequent events of which he was utterly oblivious. Enough, do not speak further. He was coerced into imprisonment by the Li family, and he has always treated me well. It's just that time waits for no one. Qi Yusu wiped her tears away. President Qi, you still love him, don't you? Zhao Yin asked cautiously. I don't know. Drive to the mall. We must prepare for this evening's banquet. Qi Yusu felt a surge of frustration. She instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, watching as Li Xiuqi grew more distant, a sudden pang of sorrow striking her heart. Chapter 3. Investigating origins, Li Xiuqi stood in place, momentarily engulfed in despondency. He had thought that even after 3 years in prison, he would be welcomed back by family and a wife. Instead, what awaited him was severed ties and divorce. Boss. At that moment, a stout, burly man hurriedly approached. Fu Depeo? Li Xiuqi was taken aback. This man, Zhang Dafu, was a notable figure in Chang'an City. He had once been pursued by enemies and had taken refuge in Long'an prison, where he sustained grave injuries. Had it not been for Li Xiuqi's timely assistance in healing him and resolving his vendetta, he would have perished. In recent years, Li Xiuqi had entrusted him with the responsibility of looking after the Li family in Qi Yusu. I never expected you would come to fetch me. Boss, no. I am Zhang Dafu, the deputy leader of the Longshan sect in Chang'an City, paying my respects to the leader. Zhang Dafu knelt on one knee, his expression solemn. Li Xiuqi raised an eyebrow. You are a member of the Longshan sect, and a deputy leader at that? Heh, boss. Would I be the kind of person to forget my benefactor? After you saved me, I vowed to remain loyal to you, and upon my release, I joined the Longshan sect. I am but a humble man, yet I gained the leader's favor and was promoted to deputy leader. Zhang Dafu grinned, adding, in fact, I arrived some time ago, but seeing your wife here, I hesitated to intrude. However, why is she alone? What wife? I just divorced her. Li Xiuqi replied with irritation. What? Divorced? Zhang Dafu's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yusu must truly be out of her mind to divorce Li Xiuqi. With Li Xiuqi's formidable power as the leader of the Longshan sect, he possessed the wealth and influence capable of shaking the very foundations of the Dragon Nation. Such a man would surely command the devotion of any woman. Why would Qi Yusu refuse? Does she not realize that her flourishing career in recent years is largely due to Li Xiuqi's influence? Boss, I have a sister, fair-skinned and beautiful, just 18 years old. Get lost. Li Xiuqi snapped. Take care of a matter for me. Investigate the origin of this item. Zhang Dafu gazed curiously at the jade pendant that had been handed to him. Boss, this is related to my lineage. Li Xiuqi had nothing to conceal. Zhang Dafu shuddered in fright and quickly tucked the jade pendant away. Rest assured, boss, I will send someone to investigate and provide you with results as soon as possible. I have acquired a piece of land, named Shanshui Manor. Here is the key card. You may check in at your convenience, boss. Li Xiuqi nodded. He truly had nowhere to stay at the moment, so having a place to settle was quite beneficial. Additionally, boss, I have a humble request. Tonight is my daughter's 18th birthday, and I have organized a small birthday banquet for her. I hope you can consider attending. Not interested. Li Xiuqi shook his head. Take me to a certain location. His senior sister had advised him to look after his younger sister, Bai Shuxin, after he emerged from his previous circumstances. Naturally, he wished to pay her a visit. By the way, until my lineage is uncovered, I prefer not to draw attention to myself, lest I disturb the grass and alert the serpent. Understood. At Danshin Technology Company, Bai Shuxin, clad in a crisp white business suit, reclined in her office chair. Her skin was fair, her figure graceful, every feature perfectly proportioned, with curves reaching an exquisite ideal. Her long hair cascaded casually, exuding a sense of effortless elegance. Yet it could not obscure her blend of innocence and maturity. At that moment, she held an old, tattered photograph, gazing at the middle-aged couple against a dark background. Alongside 2 young sisters, lost in thought for a prolonged period. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open from the outside. Sun Huihuang, dressed in slacks and a floral shirt, strolled in with his hands in his pockets, a sly smile on his face. President Bai, given the current circumstances, you should consider merging Danshin Technology with my company. You could still fetch a handsome price. Sun Huihuang, even if I were to face utter ruin, I would never sell to you. Bai Shuxin gritted her teeth, her expression one of anger. Danshin Technology was the company she had painstakingly built from the ground up, transforming it from a small workshop into a rising star in the tech industry, pouring her heart and soul into its success. Because Sun Huihuang could not compete, he resorted to leveraging his influence to suppress her, resulting in Danshin Technology suffering consecutive losses in orders, with rampant rumors of plagiarism and theft. The company's reputation was severely tarnished, and its financial stability was precariously hanging by a thread. Ah, how fierce you are. Sun Huihuang unabashedly surveyed Bai Shuxin. Your little mouth resembles a thorny rose. It appears prickly, yet it must be quite sweet. Sun Huihuang, you are shameless. Bai Shuxin's complexion flickered between shades of anger and embarrassment. Sun Huihuang laughed maniacally. Bai Shuxin, Do you really believe I am targeting you due to our business rivalry? You are mistaken. My family's assets amount to billions. I am not concerned about a trivial matter like this. What I desire is your essence. Since you have shown such a lack of appreciation, I shall impose myself upon you right here in your office. With that, he raised his hand to seize Bai Shuxin by the chest. Get away. Bai Shuxin produced a dagger she had concealed in her drawer. Oh, so you wish to play this game? Sun Huihuang scoffed, seemingly dismissing her. Bai Shuxin, have you forgotten what I am capable of? If you have the audacity, stab me directly. If you dare, I shall consider myself defeated. Bai Shuxin took a deep breath, her eyes filled with resolute determination. Sun Huihuang, I may not have the courage to harm you, but I can take my own life. Nonsense. I haven't even begun. And you lack the right to end your own existence. Sun Huihuang stepped forward, poised to seize her. Mom, Dad, I have come to find you. Sister, I hope one day you will avenge me. Bai Shuxin bit her lip, a crimson line already drawn across her delicate neck by the sharp blade. Bang. Ah. At that critical moment, a scream erupted as Sun Huihuang was sent flying. Bai Shuxin stood in shock, frozen in place. Sun Huihuang, in pain, scrambled to his feet, shouting furiously, Who dares to ambush me from behind? The next moment, a striking figure appeared against the light. It is I. Chapter 4. A hand severed you? Sun Huihuang scrutinized him from head to toe. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? I am her brother. Li Xiuqi replied coolly. Her brother? Sun Huihuang paused, then laughed derisively. Oh, Bai Shuxin, I had thought you were a paragon of virtue, but it appears you have a secret lover. Very well. I shall let your dear brother witness how I deal with you. Men, seize him. Two burly giants lunged towards Li Xiuqi. Slap, slap. Li Xiuqi swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps. The 2 men flew back as if made of paper, unable to rise. Is that all you've got? Li Xiuqi remarked disdainfully. Sun Huihuang gasped, stammering in shock. Why your hands and feet are so filthy, they deserve to be removed. Li Xiuqi raised his hand, gripping Sun Huihuang's wrist. Oh, it hurts. Let go, you scoundrel. My father is the notorious underworld figure Sun Ludong. If you act recklessly, he will not spare you. Crack. Li Xiuqi ignored his pleas and severed one of his arms. Ah, a bandit. No wonder you are like a frog at the bottom of a well. Consider this a service to the public. No. Just as Li Xiuqi was about to incapacitate Sun Huihuang further, Bai Shuxin, having regained her senses, hurriedly intervened. Enough. Let him go? Very well. For my sister's sake, I shall spare you this time. With a flick of his hand, Sun Huihuang was discarded like refuse. You both. Just wait, you will pay for this. Sun Huihuang spat out a few harsh words and slinked away in defeat. Bai Shuxin gazed at Li Xiuqi, confirming once more that she did not recognize him. Who on earth are you? Li Xiuqi sat leisurely in the chair, introducing himself. I am Li Xiuqi, your sister Bai Sidangs Jr. I have just been released from prison today, and she entrusted me with your care. I am 2 years your senior, so I might as well be your brother. Bai Shuxin, suddenly enlightened, inquired, why hasn't my sister come out? What has she been doing in prison for so long? That is her business to disclose, Li Xiuqi shrugged. In any case, I share a close bond with my senior. With me around, no one shall bully you. Don't boast. Do you even realize the person you just fought is the son of the underground emperor of Chang'an? Bai Shuxin rolled her eyes. While she acknowledged Li Xiuqi's impressive skills, they paled in comparison to the power of the Sun family. She pulled out a bank card, saying, There are 200,000 in here. Take the money and leave quickly, or else when Sun Huihuang finds you, it will surely cost you your life. Where would I go? Li Xiuqi shook his head. Not even the underground emperor, nor the entirety of Chang'an, intimidates me. I will not leave. Bai Shuxin felt a surge of annoyance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since this guy had just been released from prison, he surely had nowhere to go. It would be better to keep him around as a bodyguard. Fine, if you want to leave, then follow me and be my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Li Xiuqi's lips twitched. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he had no attachments at present. Aside from protecting Bai Shuxin, he was solely focused on uncovering his origins. Thus, he nodded in agreement. I have an important banquet to attend tonight, and I need a male companion. Come with me. Bai Shuxin scrutinized Li Xiuqi from head to toe, expressing her disdain. Your clothes are far too shabby. Come on, I'll buy you a new outfit. Is that really necessary? Li Xiuqi was indifferent to such matters. What do you know? Tonight's banquet is hosted by a significant figure in Chang'an, extremely important. If I can establish a connection, not only could my company be revitalized, but Sun Huihuang would also think twice before causing trouble. Bai Shuxin, without further discussion, pulled him out of the company. Before long, they arrived at a large shopping mall. Bai Shuxin entered a luxury brand store and selected a suit for Li Shouqi. Here, try this on. Upon seeing the brand, Li Shouqi suddenly recalled that it was his ex-wife Qi Yusu's favorite. Quite the coincidence. When he emerged from the fitting room, Bai Shuxin was momentarily stunned. The deep blue suit fit him impeccably, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, as if he were a natural model. He seemed completely rejuvenated, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Truly, one's appearance can be significantly enhanced by attire. How do I look, handsome? Li Shouqi stepped forward to inquire. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from him, Bai Shuxin's heart raced, and she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Narcissistic. She turned to the sales assistant and asked, "Hello. We'll take this suit. How much is it?" "Miss, this suit is our store's latest arrival, priced at 198,800. The sales assistant replied with a slight smile. So expensive? Bai Shuxin silently reflected in her heart. She was aware that it was a luxury brand, but had not anticipated it to be a new release, priced at nearly 200,000. However, upon glancing at Li Shouqi and recalling the important banquet they were to attend that evening, she resolutely decided to swipe her card. "Let me handle it." Li Shouqi reached out to stop her and addressed the sales clerk. "May I pay with a Morgan dollar check?" "What? A Morgan check?" The clerk's expression turned peculiar, clearly unfamiliar with it. Bai Shuxin was taken aback. She had once overheard a client mention that Morgan Bank, while not widely known globally, was indeed the foremost bank in terms of strength, catering exclusively to high-end clients, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The thought of someone casually issuing a Morgan dollar check was unfathomable. This guy had just been released from prison and probably didn't even have $100 to his name. Yet here he was boasting about a Morgan dollar check. "Miss, I apologize, but please disregard his nonsense and let me use my card." Bai Shuxin quickly handed over her bank card. "Li Shouqi, I thought you had some integrity, but it seems you've quickly succumbed to relying on others." "Quite impressive." A voice laced with sarcasm interrupted. Li Shouqi looked up, his expression darkening instantly. It was her. Chapter 5. Enemies crossed paths. The newcomer was none other than his ex-wife, Qi Yusu. The speaker was someone he recognized as Zhao Yan, Qi Yusu's assistant. "Zhao Yan, be respectful," Qi Yusu admonished lightly. She had come to the store to purchase an outfit for the banquet and was taken aback to encounter Li Shouqi. Seeing him with a woman whose beauty and poise rivaled her own stirred a pang of jealousy within her. What a coincidence. "I had previously thought of buying you a suit, so let me cover the bill." The nearby sales clerk was momentarily stunned. Li Shouqi was indeed quite handsome, but he hardly resembled a wealthy young master. To have two stunning beauties vying to pay for him was astonishing. Li Shouqi frowned. After just being released from prison, this woman sought him out for a divorce, and now she wanted to buy him clothes. What pretense was this? What kind of relationship do we have for you to offer to pay? Qi Yusu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Li Shouqi, what are you pretending for? Our General Qi is kindly offering to pay for you, and you dismiss her generosity." Zhao Yan couldn't help but interject, relying on others and yet appearing so proud. Even boasting about a Morgan dollar check. How ludicrous. Who says he is relying on others? Bai Shuxin's face darkened. Li Shouqi was hers, and she would not allow outsiders to insult him. "He is my man, and I see no issue in buying him a suit. But what is your intention in targeting him?" Zhao Yan was about to respond when Qi Yusu interrupted. "It's nothing, just an old acquaintance. Let's go." As they reached the door, Qi Yusu paused and added, "Li Shouqi, I know these past years have been difficult for you, but I still hope you can conduct yourself honorably and avoid straying down the wrong path." Li Shouqi scoffed. Indeed, the prejudices harbored within the human heart are like a towering mountain. He could hardly be bothered to respond. After Bai Shuxin settled the bill, she departed the mall with Li Shouqi, preparing to head to the banquet. Curiously, she inquired, "Li Shouqi, who was that woman just now? She looked quite familiar." "Oh, I remember now. It's Qi Yusu, a prominent figure in Chang'an City in recent years. What is your relationship with her? You both seem rather extraordinary." "Ex-wife," Li Shouqi replied succinctly. "Ex-wife." Bai Shuxin gasped, utterly taken aback. She never expected that the former spouse of a convict would be such a legendary powerhouse. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "I ended up offending her." "Oh no, she must think you are on your second marriage now. If she holds a grudge against me and targets me at the banquet in front of Zhong Dafu, my company will be doomed." Li Shouqi, feeling frustrated, responded. "What does Zhong Dafu have to do with this? Are you foolish? The banquet tonight is actually in celebration of Zhong Dafu's daughter's 18th birthday. Bai Shuxin retorted. Qi Yusu and Zhang Dafu have a close partnership. Do you think I'm done for? Qi Yusu is my ex-wife. There is no longer any relationship between us. So how could there be a grudge? Li Xiaoji dismissed her concerns, adding, moreover, Zhang Dafu is my subordinate. He invited me to the banquet, but I had no interest. Who would have thought I would end up going? What? Bai Shuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Dafu is your subordinate? And he invited you to the banquet? What a joke. What kind of status does Zhang Dafu have? While he may not be the pinnacle of Chang'an City, he is certainly among the elite wealthy, rumored to have powerful forces backing him. He is the type of person whose mere stomp can shake Chang'an City. Ridiculous. Li Xiaoji, can you refrain from boasting? I understand men take pride in their image, but this is utterly detached from reality. I'm not boasting. It's the truth, Li Xiaoji asserted. If you need Zhang Dafu's assistance, I can simply mention it to him later. It's a trivial matter, and you must address me as brother. Bai Shuxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you can get Zhang Dafu to collaborate with me, I will call you brother. Deal. Li Xiaoji replied, non-committally. Bai Shuxin shook her head, clearly skeptical. They would have to attend the banquet first and see how things unfolded. The venue for the banquet was located in an upscale villa area. Outside, luxury cars were already plentiful, and elegantly dressed men and women arrived in succession. Bai Shuxin produced the invitation and led Li Xiaoji inside. What greeted them was a display of opulence. Li Xiaoji mused to himself that this wealthy fat cat claimed to be hosting a modest gathering. Yet it turned out to be so grand. With time to spare before the banquet commenced, he decided to sample some hors d'oeuvres, explore the surroundings, and perhaps greet a few acquaintances. Bai Shuxin held 2 glasses of champagne, extending one to Li Xiaoji. Remember, do not speak carelessly. If you offend someone, it would be difficult for me to manage the situation. Understood. Li Xiaoji nodded, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed from behind. Son, you must perform well tonight. If you can win Miss Zhong's favor, our Li family will soar to new heights. Indeed, Wu Tao, all the hopes of the Li family rest upon you. Parents, you need not worry. Mr. Zhong has always been kind to us. He values my youth and accomplishments. His daughter, Zhong Chuan, has met me a few times, and I can sense that she holds a favorable impression of me. I have prepared a grand gift for tonight. I am confident it will touch her heart. Li Xiaoji turned to see 3 individuals approaching with beaming smiles, his adoptive parents and nominal younger brother. Li Xiaoji, is that really you? Hu Feilan, with keen eyes, immediately recognized him. Li Xiaoji felt he had been nothing but loyal to the Li family, and having severed ties, he saw no reason to avoid them now. Li Xiaoji, is that truly you? Li Buotao was taken aback. What are you doing here? This is a banquet venue. Naturally, I am here to attend the banquet. Li Xiaoji replied calmly. With just you? Li Buotao scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. Ha! Li Xiaoji, don't think I am unaware. You are merely using our Li family's name to fish in muddy waters, hoping to compete with me for Miss Zhong. If I truly desired Miss Zhong, it would be a simple matter. Why make it so complicated? Li Xiaoji found their reactions laughable. Chapter 6, Classmates of Zhang Dafu. Miss Zhong, a simple matter? Ha. This fool has lost his mind. Li Buotao pointed at Li Xiaoji, laughing heartily. Tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Beside him, his parents, Li Jiaqing and Hu Feilan, exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of disbelief and resignation. Truly absurd. Do you think that just because you are handsome you can do as you please? Hu Xinlan scrutinized Li Xiaoji, shaking her head repeatedly. In today's society, looks mean little. What truly matters is social standing. Do you understand? Li Xiaoji raised an eyebrow. So, you believe that the Li family and the Zhong family are well matched in status? Li Jiaqing detected the sarcasm in his words, indicating his disdain for the current state of the Li family, which left him quite displeased. Although the Li family's assets amount to less than 1/10 of the Zhong family's, we have maintained a long-standing relationship. Mr. Zhong's willingness to collaborate with us on real estate projects is clear evidence of this. Furthermore, Wu Tao is quite the talented young man, perfectly matched with Miss Zhong. They have only met a few times, yet have already established a profound connection. Claiming they are well matched is not an exaggeration. You can only cling to your stubbornness and jealousy. Li Jiaqing cast a disappointed glance at his adoptive son, though he still held some affection for Li Xiaoji. The ties between them had been irrevocably severed. He did not believe that Li Xiaoji was qualified to attend such an occasion. It merely seemed a desperate attempt to salvage some dignity through stubbornness. Just as Li Xiaoji was about to speak in rebuttal, Hu Feilan suddenly became animated. Look, Mr. Zhong is here. she exclaimed, hastily signaling for Li Boitao to greet him. At that moment, Zhong Dafu, clad in a suit, was making his way over while exchanging pleasantries with others. Upon spotting Li Xiuqi, his round face broke into a beaming smile, radiating joy. He was pleasantly surprised that the boss had indeed come, a tremendous honor. He extended his hand from a distance, swiftly approaching Li Xiuqi. Li Boitao, standing beside Li Xiuqi, straightened his impeccably tailored suit and adjusted his hair, a smug smile playing on his lips. I told you our families have been friends for generations. You didn't believe me. Now Mr. Zhong is here to greet us, and you can only watch, Li Boitao taunted. He too put on a smile and moved forward. Mr. Zhong, he began, stepping forward and extending his hand. However, Zhang Dafu rushed past him like a gust of wind, leaving Li Boitao's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air, his smile transforming into a rigid mask. When he turned back, his expression was one of disbelief. Zhang Dafu had firmly grasped Li Xiuqi's hand. Boss, you truly came. What an honor. I'll call my daughter right away, he exclaimed, noticing Li Xiuqi's furrowed brow. He recalled the earlier instructions from Li Xiuqi regarding the investigation into the origin of the ancient jade, specifically, to remain discreet until everything was settled. Instantly, he reined in his obsequious smile. Li Xiao, long time no see. Li Xiuqi patted his hand and nodded slightly. Zhong Dafu released his grip, still exuberant but now tempering his overtly sycophantic demeanor. Meanwhile, the Li family watched in astonishment. Hu Feilan's expression was frozen as she leaned in to remind Zhong Dafu, Mr. Zhong, you must have mistaken someone. There is only one Li Xiao here, and that is our Boitao. Although this person is an adopted son of the Li family, he has severed ties, and he is also a former convict. Hu Feilan whispered urgently. Severed ties? A convict? Zhong Dafu's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. He glanced at Li Xiuqi and, noticing his gloomy expression, became enraged. What of being a former convict? I, Zhong Dafu, have also been incarcerated. Do you look down upon me? The Li family stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events. Zhong Dafu then snorted coldly, explaining that he had encountered business troubles 2 years prior, which had forced him into prison for refuge. Li Xiao looked after me during my time there. We share a bond of comradeship. If anyone dares to mention my past as a convict again, I shall not be polite. Comradeship? Wasn't he that a term reserved for classmates? What do you know? A barred window is still a window. With an air of arrogance, Zhong Dafu flaunted his connection to Li Xiuqi before the gathering. To others, it seemed a stroke of fortune that he could associate with Li Xiuqi. But only he understood that the presence of this esteemed figure today was an extraordinary blessing for the Zhong family. The 3 members of the Li family exchanged glances, finally realizing that the term reformed through labor convict struck a deep chord with Zhong Dafu. Moreover, it appeared that Li Xiuqi had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune by encountering the downcast Zhong Dafu in prison. Such luck for this toad was simply extraordinary, mused Li Boitao with envy. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing assumed an apologetic demeanor. Mr. Zhong, I apologize, my wife misspoke. Reformed through labor convicts are merely individuals with life experiences, and we certainly do not discriminate against those with such backgrounds. As he spoke, he deftly shifted the topic. However, tonight is Miss Zhong's birthday celebration. When can we expect her arrival? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu's expression turned anxious as he glanced at Li Xiuqi's face. Young Master Li, my daughter should be arriving shortly. I kindly ask for your patience. What am I waiting for her for? Li Xiuqi queried, perplexed. Just as he was about to clarify, commotion arose outside, and someone exclaimed that Miss Zhong had arrived. Outside the villa, a petite beauty strode in, clad in a denim jacket and an ultra-short fitted skirt, her tall and slender figure accentuated by long legs. With a cropped hairstyle and a choker adorning her neck, her delicate features and fair skin epitomized exquisite beauty. However, as she sauntered in with an air reminiscent of a rebellious youth, she seemed entirely out of place in this high society gathering, yet she paid no heed as she entered. Hu Feilan, disregarding the scene, hurriedly called for her youngest son. Son, is your gift ready? It's ready. I'll deliver it to Miss Zhong right away. Li Boitao. Upon catching sight of Zhang Churen's exquisite face and the fitted attire beneath her jacket, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He retrieved a finely crafted black box from his suit pocket. Upon opening it, a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg was revealed. Li Xiuqi, observing this, wore a bemused smile. It seemed the Li family had spared no expense. Yet why did this grand diamond appear to be a counterfeit? Chapter 7. Unmasking the fake diamond. This is not merely a fake diamond. It is the very prop I once used for a magic trick for my wife. Did he steal this diamond from my safe? Li Xiuqi was momentarily taken aback. Although the diamond was exquisitely packaged in a luxurious brand box, complete with a label proclaiming it as the heart of Asia, sourced from the finest diamond mines in Asia, its quality seemed commendable. Nevertheless, it was still just a piece of glass that he had ordered online for a few hundred before his imprisonment. In order to commemorate the sweet memories shared with Qi Yusu upon his release, he had meticulously placed the diamond, used for enchanting her with magic tricks, into a safe. Little did he anticipate that it would be mistaken for genuine and stolen to be presented as a gift. A sharp pang of disappointment coursed through Li Xiuqi. The actions of the Li family were utterly absurd. He stepped forward, raising his hand to intercept Li Buotao. Although he was no longer a member of the Li family, his disdain for Li Buotao outweighed any fraternal bond. The reputation of the Li family could not be tarnished in such a manner. Just as he attempted to intervene, Pu Filan restrained him. What do you intend to do? Miss Zhong will soon be Buotao's girlfriend. They are a perfect match, and you, a mere toad, stand no chance. All of Li Xiuqi's words were lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Li Buotao had already approached the brash young woman, Zhong Churen, shaking his hair with an air of self-importance and flashing a confident smile. Churen, we have known each other for quite some time. Yet I have never given you a gift. Since today is your birthday, I present to you this Heart of Asia, a top-tier diamond ranked among the world's top 3. Regardless of its carat weight or quality, it is exceptional, and I specially acquired it for you. Zhong Churen glanced at the diamond in the box, momentarily taken aback. Seemingly overwhelmed by surprise and rendered speechless, Zhang Dafu also expressed his astonishment. The Li family had always been frugal, meticulous in their dealings. It was unexpected for them to be so generous this time. Zhong Churen's mere presence had already captivated the attention of many. And with Li Buotao's bold gesture of offering a diamond, the legendary Heart of Asia, he became the center of attention. Though his appearance was rather unremarkable, the elegance of his attire, coupled with the grandeur of the exquisite diamond, rendered him somewhat charming, making him a tenuous match for Zhong Churen. Isn't that Li Buotao, the young master of the Li family? Their relationship with the Zhong family has always been amicable. It seems they have made a fortune in recent years. The Heart of Asia is said to be worth over 100 million. It appears a union between the two families is on the horizon. How enviable. The crowd on the villa's lawn gathered around, holding champagne flutes, their expressions awash with astonishment. Among the throng was a distinguished gentleman in a silver-gray suit, an expert in the jewelry industry. Upon seeing the diamond in the box, his eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, "Goodness, I have never encountered such a counterfeit diamond. How could he present it? Is this lad out of his mind?" Just as he was about to step forward to expose the truth, a finely dressed young man, the owner of a jewelry company, intervened. "Old man, let it go. Even if it is fake, what concern is it of ours? We shouldn't embarrass both families." Realizing his professional instincts had momentarily taken over, the old man acknowledged the wisdom in remaining silent, deciding to privately offer a discreet warning instead. Thus, under the watchful gaze of 100 envious eyes, the scene unfolded. Li Buotao seemed on the verge of presenting his gift. Li Xiuqi, equally intrigued, pondered whether he would truly succeed in this endeavor. He was still contemplating when to remind Zhong Dafu. Meanwhile, the young lady named Zhong Churen had been gazing at the diamond for a prolonged period, and then she looked up at Li Buotao with a sweet smile. "Brother Buotao, how much did you spend on this diamond?" Li Buotao felt a twinge of guilt. He turned to glance at Li Xiuqi. After all, he had found it in Li Xiuqi's room and had no idea of its price. This fellow had notoriously high standards. The diamond was securely kept in a safe, bearing the label Heart of Asia. Its value was undoubtedly substantial. Yet, he felt uncertain and dared not fabricate an answer. "My feelings for you are encapsulated within this diamond." Can emotions truly be quantified in monetary terms? Li Buotao concluded, patting himself on the back for his cleverness. Zhong Churen responded with another sweet smile. But she was genuinely curious about the price. "Well, it's 8 million. Though it may not be worth much, our Li family is willing to sacrifice everything for you." Both Li Xiuqi and the gem appraiser, from a distance, were taken aback. The crowd erupted in astonishment, not because 8 million was an exorbitant amount, but rather because it was far too low. Did he not think to check online beforehand? The authentic Heart of Asia was valued at a minimum of 800 million. The appraiser could not help but mutter in disbelief. The crowd began to murmur, despite many of them being unfamiliar with the Heart of Asia. They knew that a diamond of such caliber could not possibly be priced at 8 million. As the crowd remained perplexed, Zhong Churen retracted her sweet smile and clapped her hands, sending the box along with the diamond flying. What kind of joke is this? You dare give me glass masquerading as a diamond while professing your affections? Do you think this is a drama where fake props can deceive the audience? The crowd gasped in shock as Zhong Churen's loud reprimand revealed that the diamond was, in fact, a fake. Li Jiaqing and Hu Feilan exchanged incredulous glances. They found it hard to believe, for it had been stored securely in Li Xiuqi's safe alongside other valuable items. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Zhong Churen, addressing the now crimson-faced Li Buotao, scolded him further. And why do you even bother to confess to me? Are we that familiar? If not for my father's repeated attempts to arrange our meetings, using my allowance as leverage, do you think I would want to meet a toad like you? I have many friends in society, so remember to steer clear of me in the future. Otherwise, every encounter will end with a punch. With her pink fist raised, she nearly struck Li Buotao squarely in the face, revealing her feisty demeanor, which startled him into stumbling backward and landing on the ground. Li Jiaqing and Hu Feilan could no longer bear to watch. They hurried over to help him up, with Li Jiaqing sweating profusely from the urgency of the situation. Miss Zhong, this must be a misunderstanding. How could this diamond be fake? That was when Li Jiaqing spoke, glancing back at Li Xiuqi with a look of shame. All words were lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss for explanation. Meanwhile, Hu Feilan, consumed with thoughts of her son, suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, shouting at Zhong Churen, regardless of the diamond's authenticity, we have been set up. Zhong Churen cast a cold gaze upon the trio. Set up? Who would dare to harm your Li family? It was him, Li Xiuqi. Hu Feilan, with a face full of resentment, pointed accusingly at Li Xiuqi. He had kept this diamond in his safe, labeling it as the heart of Asia, making it seem extraordinarily valuable, clearly intending to mislead my son and frame our Li family. Chapter 8. Qi Yusu's emotional breakdown. The crowd shifted their attention to Li Xiuqi, still bewildered. After all, he was a member of the Li family. Why would he deliberately harm his own kin? Among the crowd, Bai Shuxin wore a perplexed expression. She had several young companions, both male and female, whispering among themselves. Shuxin, isn't that the bodyguard you brought? One of them remarked. Bai Shuxin instinctively nodded. She had introduced Li Xiuqi to her friends, but was unsure whether to refer to him as a bodyguard or an older brother, hence her friends jokingly called him the bodyguard brother. This was the first time Zhong Churen paid attention to Li Xiuqi. Tilting her head, she spoke with a teasing tone. So, you mean this diamond was intentionally given to you to embarrass you? Well, it was exactly given to us on purpose, Hu Feilan responded. As if realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Li Xiuqi, his face darkened, stepped forward, picking up the magic diamond that had been knocked away. He explained to the surrounding crowd, I was once an adopted son of the Li family, but I have severed ties with them. This diamond is merely a magic prop, associated with a cherished memory of mine, hence it was locked away in the safe. I never anticipated they would mistake it for a real diamond and present it as a gift. If there is someone to blame, it is the Li family for their greed, for they unlawfully opened my safe. As Li Xiuqi spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman at the edge of the crowd, clad in a sky-blue long gown. Her delicate, fair feet peeked from beneath the hem, adorned with silver-embedded pearl high heels. Her legs were elegantly shaped, and her graceful neck was pale and elongated, with her long hair elegantly swept up. This woman was Qi Yusu. With her captivating eyes blinking, her exquisitely petite face reflected a complex array of emotions. She vividly recalled the diamond. Memories flooding her mind, sweet moments shared in their cohabitation, laughter mingled with playful antics, and the clumsy magic trick that, despite her keen perception, she feigned surprise at. Playing along with Li Xiuqi's performance. As these recollections washed over her, a smile gradually graced her lips. However, a single statement from Li Xiuqi nearly shattered her composure. However, whether it be the bond forged as a foster child of the Li family or the memories entwined with this diamond, all has now dissipated into thin air. I am no longer connected to the Li family, and I hope there is no misunderstanding. As he spoke, he approached the trash bin with the diamond in hand. Especially this piece of glass. A counterfeit can never become genuine. Its rightful place is not in a safe, but rather in the garbage. Clang. Dressed in a sky-blue gown, Qi Yusu suddenly lost her grip on the wine glass, which shattered upon hitting the lawn, splattering wine onto the hem of her dress. Tears, large as peas, welled up in her beautiful eyes and cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Zhao Yin, startled, questioned what had transpired. Qi, are you all right? I am fine. His words cannot wound me, Qi Yusu insisted, stubbornly wiping away her tears, her voice quivering. Zhao Yin paused in disbelief and hurriedly inquired, "Qi, I meant the glass. Did it cut you?" "No, I told you I am fine." Qi Yusu's emotions began to spiral out of control. She pushed Zhao Yin aside and made her way to the restroom. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in a commotion. Li Xiuqi's explanation had illuminated their understanding, revealing the hypocrisy and greed of the Li family, and their gazes towards them were now filled with disdain. Even Li Xiuqi's parents felt utterly humiliated. As for Li Buotao, he stood rooted in place, fists clenched, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched Li Xiuqi's retreating figure. "Although opening your safe was indeed our fault, do you not share any blame?" Li Buotao's voice was a low growl, his eyes nearly dripping with blood. "Regardless of whether this diamond is real or fake, everything you possess was given by our Li family. What right do you have to act superior?" Li Buotao's emotions shattered completely as he hoarsely shouted at Li Xiuqi's back. Standing before the trash bin, Li Xiuqi's attention was actually on Qi Yusu's retreating silhouette. Observing her trembling form as she wiped her tears, he pondered whether his earlier words had been too harsh. Yet, what did it matter? She was no longer his wife. Her fate was of no concern to him. Li Xiuqi ultimately discarded the diamond into the trash. As for Li Buotao's furious outburst, he dismissed it as the buzzing of a fly, not worth his attention. This transformation of a delicate fairy, whoever encountered her would inevitably be left feeling sullied. He resolved to keep his distance from the Li family in the future. Suddenly, Zhang Dafu stepped forward, gesturing to the crowd that had gathered to watch. "I apologize, everyone. Forgive my daughter's lack of decorum. It is quite embarrassing. Perhaps it would be best if we all dispersed." "Father, is this also my fault?" Zhang Churen displayed a look of schadenfreude. Zhang Dafu's expression darkened. Regardless of the diamond's authenticity, to speak such words in public is undeniably inappropriate. It displays a complete lack of upbringing and is utterly disgraceful. Zhang Churen's face fell, retorting, "You, old man, lack any principles. I can't be bothered to argue with you." She tossed her small bag over her shoulder and strode towards Li Xiuqi. Zhang Dafu still firmly believed that his daughter was in the wrong, yet he showed no kindness toward the three members of the Li family. Confronting them, he admonished them, particularly targeting Li Buotao. "Opening someone else's safe is undeniably your mistake. Everything that Li Xiao possesses is earned through his own merit, and it has nothing to do with your family. Such words must not be uttered again." The three members of the Li family exchanged glances. Following this, Zhang Dafu delivered another round of reprimands. "Remember to apologize to Li Xiao. Otherwise, regarding this new project worth 50 billion, I may need to reconsider our previous collaborations." "All right, we will apologize immediately," Hu Feilan exclaimed in a fluster. She grasped her son's hand, intending to express their contrition. "Wait, who said you could apologize right now?" Zhang Dafu shot a glance at his daughter, who had moved closer to Li Xiuqi, her eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. He thought to himself that his daughter was rather superficial. Seeing how handsome the eldest son was, it was no surprise she approached him. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi was nursing a broken heart, presenting a favorable opportunity for her. "The apology can wait. I wish to discuss the new project with you. This investment of 50 billion in the Technological Medical Research Center is of utmost importance to me." On another note, Zhang Churen approached Li Xiuqi, bending down to retrieve the diamond from the trash can, carelessly wiping it on her coat. This scene left Li Xiuqi momentarily stunned. "What are you doing? Though this diamond may be somewhat fake, it would suffice to deceive my foolish wealthy friends. I wouldn't dare claim it would sell for 18 million. But earning 100 to 80,000 for pocket money is quite feasible," Zhang Churen replied with a triumphant expression. Li Xiuqi's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhang Dafu, thinking to himself, "Indeed, a cunning merchant has spawned an even craftier offspring." Chapter 9. The heir's exclusion and targeting. "What kind of look is that? Do you look down upon me?" Zhang Churen shot a disdainful glance at Li Xiuqi. "Don't blame me for saying this, but that diamond must have cost you at least 1,800 to customize. A normal person would never engage in such a trivial pursuit. Thus, you must be using it to deceive young ladies." Li Xiuqi stood there in a daze, astonished that she had hit the nail on the head. Zhang Churen, noticing his expression, chuckled, holding onto a memory of the past. "You are rather romantic." After saying this, she flicked her short hair and turned to walk away, muttering to herself, "He is quite handsome, but besides good looks, I require a martial arts master. Otherwise, how can he keep up with me in a world where I slay gods and Buddhas alike?" As she spoke, her hands sliced through the air like blades, strutting away with an amusing yet graceful demeanor. Li Xiuqi shook his head. Zhang Dafu has raised quite the peculiar child. With a sigh, he glanced in the direction Qi Yusu had departed before turning back to seek out Bai Shuxin. Just as he approached, a chorus of voices erupted among Bai Shuxin's group of friends, all curious about the recent melodrama and eager to learn more about his relationship with Bai Shuxin. Brother bodyguard, are you truly a foster son of the Li family? I heard you've even served time in prison. Could you possibly be a ruthless bandit? How much does President Bai pay you each month? Surely it isn't in kind. I must say, you two seem quite well matched. A group of 5 or 6 young heirs and startup CEOs surrounded Li Xiuqi, engaging in a cacophony of teasing banter. Bai Shuxin's delicate face flushed crimson as she shot a warning glance at Li Xiuqi, urging him to remain silent lest he embarrass himself before their friends. Li Xiuqi felt far from pleased as he observed her frivolous young companions, shaking his head in disapproval and choosing not to respond. Oh, still trying to play it cool, are we? Come on, give me a smile. The alluring Zhang Liangli raised her hand, attempting to playfully hook her finger under Li Xiuqi's chin, her fox-like eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Li Xiuqi, however, remained impassive and brushed her hand away, causing the atmosphere to freeze in an instant. Zhang Liangli was rendered incredulous. She glanced at her own fair arm, then back at Li Xiuqi's indifferent countenance. Meeting his gaze, she felt a chilling distance, coupled with an elusive air of authority that sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, anger surged within Zhang Liangli's fox-like eyes. How could a man, upon touching her, not feel privileged but rather express disdain? A nearby young heir chuckled helplessly, attempting to ease the tension. Liangli, don't take it to heart. He has severed ties with the Li family, after all. Given the recent disgrace of the Li family, it's understandable that he might be in a foul mood. Indeed, the Li family's lowly status has bred individuals devoid of manners. I can comprehend that, Zhang Liangli retorted, gritting her teeth as she regained her haughty demeanor. The others were taken aback. It was unusual for the typically vivacious Zhang Liangli to utter such harsh words. In truth, Zhang Liangli's ire stemmed not from her hand being brushed aside, but from the moment she locked eyes with Li Xiuqi. She had inexplicably felt a sense of trepidation, a sensation akin to being preyed upon by a predator. For someone of her privileged background, who prided herself on her exceptional abilities, she regarded herself as the predator. Li Xiuqi's gaze was unsettling to her. Bai Shuxin, incredulous, looked at Zhang Liangli. Sister Liangli, how can you speak like that? Xiuqi has only just met you, and didn't he know your personality? He meant no offense. Your words are too harsh. Zhang Liangli crossed her arms and exchanged glances with her companions, who all began to laugh. Shuxin, it's commendable that you built Danshin technology from the ground up. It speaks to your capabilities. However, you're still too naive. What is so remarkable about such a person that you would defend him? It's childish. Mr. Yang, how can you say such things as well? Bai Shuxin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked at her friends. Yang, who had just stepped in to smooth over the situation, smiled and adjusted his suit and tie. When her gaze returned to Li Xiuqi, he and the remaining few had already reached a tacit understanding with Zhang Liangli. In such a small circle, to ostracize someone requires no whispered words. A mere exchange of glances suffices. Shuxin, am I mistaken? In business, the most critical aspect is discerning a person's value. Is it the worth of us, your friends, or that of the newly acquainted bodyguard? The answer is quite apparent, is it not? Oh, but after tonight, he will no longer be just a bodyguard. He will revert to his original identity. Should we call him the labor reform brother or the adopted son brother? Upon the conclusion of her words, the other 4 erupted in laughter. Bai Shuxin's fair face flushed crimson. She was taken aback by her friend's unrestrained humiliation of Li Xiuqi. Naturally, she could not swallow this insult. Yet these were business partners, and the fate of Danshin Technology Company hung in the balance. She found herself at a loss, unsure how to respond. Should she confront them? What about the company's business? However, if she did not retaliate, wouldn't Li Xiuqi suffer unjustly? She felt a pang of guilt. This was exceedingly disloyal. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xiuqi turned to Zhang Liangli with a smile. His previously calm demeanor displayed a flicker of emotion, akin to something once perceived as mere transparent air suddenly acquiring substance, capturing his attention and igniting a desire to engage further. Miss Li and Mr. Yang, I see that all present are prominent figures in society. You must be here at the Zhong family birthday banquet for the 50 billion investment in the Technological Medical Research Center project, correct? Zhang Liangli raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Yang Yang. Yang Yang, brimming with pride, replied, though I am unsure why you shifted the topic abruptly. It serves to inform you that the technology medical company, in which Liangli and I are partners, has recently gone public. Our financial strength is formidable, and our research capabilities are unparalleled. The Zhong family's 50 billion investment into the medical technology sector makes our Tianli Pharmaceutical Group the prime choice in Chang'an. Bai Shuxin lowered her head, quietly sighing. The Danxin Technology Company she founded also focused on drug research, merging modern technology with classical Chinese medicine, adept at drawing inspiration from ancient formulas. In recent years, they had made significant breakthroughs and had even been on the verge of going public. Alas, they had recently suffered under the suppression of Sun Huihuang, with various false scandals circulating in the news and online, resulting in widespread uproar, canceled orders, and a severed financial chain, leaving them at their wits' end. Securing this 50 billion investment could revive them. While she possessed confidence that with such an investment, she could elevate Danxin Pharmaceutical Technology Company and its research center to a world-class status, why would Mr. Zhong invest in her, an almost bankrupt startup entangled in scandal? As Yang Yang and Zhang Liangli reveled in their triumph, Li Shouqi gently patted Bai Shuxin on the shoulder. Why are you looking down? You seem as though you're on the verge of tears. In just 3 minutes, Zhang Dafu will announce that he will entrust a 50 billion investment to your company for the establishment of a medical research and development center. What? Bai Shuxin raised her head in confusion to gaze at him. Chapter 10. The ownership of 50 billion and public humiliation of Zhang Liangli. Suddenly, Zhang Liangli burst into laughter. Clutching her stomach, Yang Yang and the others stood in stunned silence. Zhang Liangli's merciless mockery pierced through the air. How amusing. Truly delightful. Have you developed a penchant for theatrics? Are you auditioning for the role of a domineering CEO? Oh, bodyguard, I am utterly impressed. Genuinely impressed. Zhang Liangli's laughter was so infectious that it drew curious glances from many nearby, eager to uncover the source of such hilarity. Yang Yang and the others snapped back to reality, joining in with their own elegant yet sardonic laughter. It was indeed amusing. The individual had clearly lost their wits during their time in prison. Yang Yang shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Bai Shuxin, feeling flustered, seized Li Shouqi's arm and demanded, "Did I not instruct you to refrain from speaking recklessly? Your words could jeopardize our Danxin technology. If you wish to retaliate, a mere verbal retort would suffice. Even a discreet confrontation later in an alley would be more acceptable. How could you utter Zhang's intention to invest in me? Such matters are not to be carelessly disclosed." Zhang Liangli ceased her laughter, her lips twitching slightly. Yang Yang mused to himself. This young lady has truly revealed her innermost thoughts. Beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lies a rather cunning nature, perhaps intending to ensnare us in a trap. Zhang Liangli scoffed, her gaze towards Bai Shuxin transforming from one of affectionate indulgence, akin to that of a pet owner, to an icy disdain that kept others at arm's length. "Everyone, come over. I just heard the most ludicrous joke and cannot resist sharing it with you all." Zhang Liangli was genuinely in her element. With her extensive social circle and remarkable beauty, she soon captivated the attention of dozens who eagerly gathered around. Observing this scenario, Zhang Liangli felt a sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, this fool claimed that within 3 minutes, Mr. Zhong would announce a 50 billion investment in Danxin Technology, pretending to be a domineering CEO. What do you think? Is it not hilarious? The crowd was bewildered. It was hardly amusing. They merely found it somewhat absurd. They had indeed heard of Danxin Technology, a company on the brink of collapse. Such enterprises, whether in Chang'an or nationwide, were as plentiful as fish in a river, with little to no presence in the grand scheme of things. Unless a company achieved a valuation of at least 100 billion, it would not garner significant attention. Danxin Technology was simply too small, lacking the stature to be considered by the Zhong family. Although this joke lacked humor, due to Zhang Liangli's status as the daughter of a prestigious family in Chang'an and her impending role as a beautiful CEO poised to independently establish a publicly listed company, the crowd found themselves laughing along. Amusing, indeed. Was Danxin Technology truly so desperate for funds? 3 minutes? I would wager on 30 years before such a small company would garner investment from the Zhong family. Bai, you are being rather fanciful. Those present were astute individuals, aware that Zhang Liangli was seeking to provoke, and given her standing, the crowd began to voice their mockery. Bai Shuxin's complexion shifted from flush to ashen, her face reflecting the profound embarrassment she felt. It was as if she would never be able to hold her head high again. She longed to escape to another city. Meanwhile, Zhang Liangli and Yang Yang continued to regard Li Xiuqi from their elevated position, dismissing Bai Shuxin entirely. Their actions were solely aimed at reprimanding Li Xiuqi. At that moment, Zhong Dafu, having previously chastised the Li family, strode into the crowd with a glass in hand, accompanied by several assistants. "What joke is so amusing? Pray, enlighten me," he inquired, his gaze fixating on Zhang Liangli. She opened her mouth to recount the joke once more, though Zhong Dafu had already heard it. In a flurry, he instructed his subordinates to retrieve the contract within 3 minutes. His name had already been signed, and the official seal affixed. By the 3rd minute, he was at Li Xiuqi's side. "You might as well remain silent. Your joke is hardly amusing." Zhang Dafu raised his hand to silence her, then turned to Bai Shuxin with a congenial smile. "Apologies for the wait, Bai. I have prepared the contract. Once you sign, the 50 billion investment will be transferred to Danshin Technology's account without delay." As his words echoed, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Bai Shuxin stood frozen, and upon glancing at Li Xiuqi, she found him silent, merely gazing expressionlessly at Zhang Liangli. "Why have you ceased your laughter?" Li Xiuqi nonchalantly gestured with his chin towards her. Zhang Liangli snapped back to reality, her expression shifting dramatically. "This cannot be true, Mr. Zhang. You must be jesting. One cannot use contracts as fodder for jokes. Miss Zhang, you are rather naive. In the realm of business, there is no room for triviality. If you lack the wisdom to navigate this world, it may be best to return home and embrace your identity as a daughter of privilege," Zhong Dafu admonished sternly. "Lest you offend the wrong individuals, it may be your father who must bear the consequences. Consider his position. After all these years, he finally has a daughter, and now, in his twilight years, do not burden him further." Zhang Liangli's expression morphed again. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Zhong Dafu. This was no mere reprimand. It was a blatant humiliation, more cutting than any she had inflicted upon Li Xiuqi. She is not actually the legitimate daughter of the family, as the head of the Zhang family was diagnosed with infertility. It was not until he turned 50 that he fathered her with a much younger concubine. There have long been rumors that she was born from the union of the concubine and another man. However, the family had conducted a paternity test long ago, confirming her biological connection beyond doubt. Yet, she still bears the stigma of not being a legitimate daughter, a thorn in her heart. Being singled out by Zhong Dafu was akin to a slap in the face. At that moment, Yang Yang stepped forward. He frowned and said, "Mr. Zhong, have you heard about the scandals surrounding Danshin Technology Company? The medication they developed is lethal." The crowd fell silent, anxiously glancing at Zhong Dafu, who only scoffed in response. Firstly, those scandals are mere fabrications, the result of malicious intent. Secondly, why should the Zhong family care about the opinions of outsiders regarding our partnerships? Yang Yang's expression twitched. "A scandal is a scandal. The truth is irrelevant. What matters is that the public has already deemed Danshin Technology problematic, rendering the company devoid of investment value." Zhong Dafu, inwardly furious, thought to himself. Seeing that the crowd remained unconvinced, he proclaimed loudly, "I, on behalf of the Zhong family, guarantee that I will invest the full 50 billion into Danshin Technology, helping this enterprise become a hallmark of technological progress in Chang'an." Qi Yusu, just emerging from the restroom with reddened eyes, froze in place upon hearing Zhong Dafu's declaration, accompanied by her assistant Zhao Yan. Even Zhao Yan realized the gravity of the situation. "It's over. We didn't even have time to persuade Mr. Zhong, and he has already decided to entrust the project to Danshin Technology. Qi, our company is done for." Zhao Yan's voice trembled, laced with the onset of tears. Chapter 11. On the edge of crisis, Zhao Yan turned pale at Zhong Dafu's words, for their Tiansu Pharmaceutical Group was facing monumental difficulties, with cash flow being exceedingly tight. Securing Zhong Dafu's investment could help them navigate this dire situation. In Qi Yusu's initial plan, although they could not hope to claim the entire 50 billion, acquiring a portion would alleviate their immediate crisis, especially since Tiansu Group had always maintained a good relationship with the Zhong family. Their recent growth was partly due to the substantial funding provided by Zhong Dafu, fostering a mutually beneficial partnership that had deepened over the years. Thus, she believed there should be an opportunity to partake in this venture. However, reality proved her utterly mistaken. How could it be Danshin Technology? Qi Yusu stood in disbelief, murmuring to herself, her tall and slender figure swaying slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance. Zhao Yan, with a quivering voice tinged with tears, lamented, "Qi, There are only 30 million left in the company's account, and over 200 million in unpaid invoices. What should we do now? Chi Yusu lowered her head, her panic gradually subsiding. I will speak with Mr. Zhong. Perhaps there is still a chance. She inhaled deeply, and when she lifted her gaze again, she had attained a profound tranquility, entering a state of utter detachment. Just before she approached, the crowd had erupted in chaos. Zhong Dafu's demeanor was resolutely unwavering, indicating his firm support for Danshin Technology, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd's attention shifted to Bai Shuxin, pondering the nature of her connections. Could she possibly be a covert member of an illustrious aristocracy? It seemed that only the most esteemed families could warrant such unqualified backing from Zhong Dafu. Their perceptions of Bai Shuxin had undeniably shifted. Meanwhile, Zhang Liangli's complexion had paled, her breath quickening as she stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. Her companions displayed signs of agitation, their eyes darting toward Li Xiuqi. They noted that he remained unfazed, his expression a calm mask, gazing at them with an air of aloofness that suggested superiority. At that moment, Zhang Liangli realized that his apparent indifference was not a deliberate slight or provocation. It was simply his nature to regard them with such disregard. Their previous attempts to ostracize him had merely piqued his curiosity. The unfolding events resembled their own folly. They had extended their faces, and he had reluctantly delivered a light slap that left them disoriented. Who exactly was he? Zhang Liangli murmured to herself. Others present speculated that Bai Shuxin had successfully navigated her connections with Zhong Dafu to gain his assistance, while Zhang Liangli and her friends fixated on Li Xiuqi, attributing the entire situation to his influence. In the distance, the three members of the Li family wore equally ashen expressions. Hu Feilan was particularly distraught. Mr. Zhong was repaying a debt of gratitude. That young man had fortuitously assisted him while in prison, and thus he returned the favor by granting Bai Zong an extraordinary opportunity. Li Buotao was left dumbfounded. How could a mere act of assistance in prison translate to a staggering investment of 50 billion? Why should it all be awarded to Danshin Technology? Li Jiaqing shook his head, his gaze profound and meaningful as he remarked, a magnate like Mr. Zhong always has his reasons for any action. It cannot merely be due to a small favor rendered in prison. He appeared to have discerned a deeper truth, perceiving something beyond the surface. His attention flitted between Li Xiuqi and Zhang Dafu, yet he soon shook his head again. The bond forged in prison held little monetary value. At most, it warranted a minor recompense. 50 billion was implausible. I believe the fundamental reason lies in Danshin Technology itself. This company possesses a unique investment value that others fail to recognize. Li Jiaqing's observations captured the attention of the two others. Li Buotao nodded and gritted his teeth, stating, I have researched Danshin Technology. Their forte lies in merging ancient remedies with modern technology to develop innovative pharmaceuticals. Several of their products indeed exhibit remarkable health benefits. It is precisely due to their formidable product strength that various fabricated scandals have emerged in the market. It seems Mr. Zhong has taken a liking to their offerings. Upon finishing his words, Li Buotao felt an immense sense of envy. He then glanced at Li Xiuqi, who seemed to share a rather cordial relationship with Bai Shuxin. The esteemed Bai, discreetly pinching her own arm to confirm her reality, felt her spirits soar, her cheeks flushing with excitement. This is splendid. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Your trust in our Danshin medical technology is a tremendous honor for our company. I pledge to elevate this pharmaceutical research center to the pinnacle of global standards. After declaring this, she took the contract and skimmed through it. The details were few, and from her perspective, the 50 billion seemed almost as if it were being given away, leaving her in a daze as she reviewed the document. Once the contract was signed, they posed for a commemorative photo with Zhong Dafu. Bai Shuxin seemed to regain her composure and quietly inquired of Li Xiuqi, Mr. Zhong, couldn't he possibly be someone you persuaded? Could he? Who else could it be? Li Xiuqi shrugged casually. Bai Shuxin stood frozen, truly taken aback. So it was indeed him? Did this mean she would have to regard him as an elder brother? Regardless, the 50 billion was secured. Danshin Technology would surely rise from the ashes. Her face lit up with joy. In her excitement, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Li Xiuqi's neck, and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek, leaving 2 lip prints. Brother, you truly are my lucky star. We are on our way to prosperity. Bai Shuxin eagerly went to showcase the contract to Zhang Liangli. Li Xiuqi felt a touch of embarrassment, especially with the elegant woman in a sky blue gown standing merely 10 feet away. Chi Yusu. she had witnessed Bai Shuxin leap up to kiss Li Xiuqi. Realizing their bond was closer than she had anticipated, compounded by Donqing Technology securing a 50 billion investment, Qi Yusu felt a pang of discomfort, as if both love and career had been snatched away by Bai Shuxin. You've certainly made a name for yourself, managing to get along so well with Ms. Bai right after your release. Surely, you must have known her before going to prison? Of course not, Li Xiuqi replied. Qi, what is there to discuss with such a person? A grown man relying on a woman for his livelihood is hardly an accomplishment. I've always said individuals like him are unworthy. Zhao Yan pulled Qi Yusu along as they walked past, hastily heading to find Zhong Dafu to discuss subsequent collaboration opportunities. Perhaps Tiansu Medical Company might still have other chances for investment. As Zhao Yan passed by Li Xiuqi, her gaze was filled with the utmost disdain. Chapter 12. Severing Ties. The Li family crumbles. Li Xiuqi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Zhao Yan, that contemptible woman, initially obstructed his relationship with Qi Yusu, constantly brainwashing her with the notion that she deserved someone better, displaying a truly disdainful perspective. To put it bluntly, her attitude reflected the sour grapes syndrome. After all, at the beginning, Li Xiuqi was quite ordinary, and his match with Qi Yusu was rather fitting. It was ludicrous that someone like Zhao Yan, whose appearance, character, and background were utterly mediocre, believed she was worthy of such a pairing. She merely recognized her own lack of merit and sought to attach herself to Qi Yusu, hoping to gain some advantages through her role as an assistant and confidant. Watching the two depart, Li Xiuqi shook his head, realizing they were likely headed to seek out Zhong Dafu, only to return disappointed. At that moment, Bai Shuxin had returned to the side of Zhang Liangli and the others, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Congratulations, Shuxin. We didn't expect you to surprise us so greatly. We apologize for what happened earlier, Zhang Liangli said with a forced smile. Noticing the shift in their demeanor, Bai Shuxin turned and called out, Brother, come over here. Sister Li wants to apologize to you. Hearing Bai Shuxin's sweet, endearing voice, Li Xiuqi felt his mood lighten, and he approached with a faint smile. When he encountered Zhang Liangli and Yang Yang again, their gazes had transformed. All of them came from respectable backgrounds, and the 50 billion investment was not something they felt compelled to seize. However, their primary concern was the nature of the relationship between Zhong Dafu and Li Xiuqi. Young Master Li, you certainly know how to entertain us. Just a moment ago, we thought you were joking. We truly apologize. I hope you don't mind, Zhang Liangli said, forcing a smile. Didn't you call me labor reform brother? Li Xiuqi replied, a playful glint in his eyes. Yang Yang stood beside Zhang Liangli, his expression somber. That was all in jest. If young Master Li is displeased, I'm willing to drink 3 cups on behalf of Sister Li as an apology. As he spoke, he poured himself 3 generous cups of liquor and downed them, revealing a sheepish smile. Young Master Li, I have done my part. You may proceed as you wish. Li Xiuqi waved his hand dismissively, finding the situation somewhat tedious and lacking the desire to prolong their discomfort. After all, it was merely a matter of pride, not worth annihilating them entirely. He understood they were not genuinely remorseful. Rather, they were concerned about potential repercussions on their business. Bai Shuxin also intended to smooth things over, but at that moment, a mocking voice pierced through the air. Oh, Li Xiuqi, you certainly have quite the influence. You've even made Yang Zhong drink 3 cups as punishment. Was it merely because you assisted Mr. Zhong in prison, allowing him to grant you a bit of leniency? Li Buotao, clad in a suit and holding a wine glass, approached with an air of arrogance. The crowd gasped in surprise, and Zhang Liangli quickly inquired, Young Master Li, what transpired in prison? Well, a couple of years ago, Mr. Zhong voluntarily entered Longtan prison to avoid some troubles, and this lad helped him out a few times. Mr. Zhong, being a man of gratitude, afforded him a modicum of respect, Li Buotao remarked, as if he had seen through it all. Regarding the matter of Donqing Technology, it is indeed a testament to President Bai's remarkable capabilities. The amalgamation of ancient medicinal formulas with modern technology is an endeavor that has crossed the minds of many. However, only Donqing Technology has succeeded in actualizing this vision. Mr. Zhang recognizes this unique quality, which is why he has chosen to invest in Donqing Technology. After Li Buotao finished speaking, he smiled confidently and raised his glass in a toast to Bai Shuxin. Congratulations, President Bai. This is truly well-deserved. Bai Shuxin was momentarily taken aback by his words. Was this admiration due to her connection with Li Xiuqi, or was it a reflection of Donqing Technology's own exceptional merits? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiangli and Yang Yang, among others, exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor, particularly when directing their gaze at Li Xiuqi. Their expressions were tinged with disdain and barely concealed anger. So it was merely a fleeting affair with Mr. Zhong during his time in prison that led us to suspect you were a member of some hidden aristocracy. Zhang Jiangli let out a sigh of relief. Li Buotao suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, what hidden aristocrat could he possibly be? If my grandfather hadn't taken him in, he would be nothing more than a vagabond by the roadside. Li Buotao spoke scornfully of Li Xiuqi, who found the incessant taunts wearisome. If this continued, it would become intolerable. After all, Li Buotao buzzed around like a pesky fly. Even out of respect for Grandpa Li, he felt compelled to teach Li Buotao a lesson. At that moment, Hu Feilan suddenly shouted in front of Zhong Dafu, capturing everyone's attention. What about the real estate project in the south of the city? If we do not continue investing, what will happen to the Li family? Mr. Zhang, you cannot treat us this way. Hu Feilan's outburst left everyone astonished. Li Buotao's expression shifted, and he hurried over. In the public eye, Li Jiaxing's face flushed red with embarrassment as he quickly pulled his wife away. I apologize, Mr. Zhang. My wife has lost her composure again. Zhang Dafu, across from them, remained silent with a smile. However, Hu Feilan could not contain her indignation. We have already invested over $1 billion, and the Li family has expended considerable resources. If there is no further investment, the project will remain unfinished. You are deliberately sabotaging the Li family. Her voice was sharp, brimming with resentment. The onlookers were curious about Zhang Dafu's sudden withdrawal of investment. Surely it could not be related to the previous incident with the fake diamonds? Yet, Zhang Dafu maintained a calm demeanor, surveying the crowd as he explained. Investment inherently carries the potential for both profit and loss. The Li family has seen substantial gains over the years, and I do not feel indebted to you in any way. Our collaboration must reach its limits, not as a slight against the Li family, but rather as a response to the current circumstances. Investing in real estate has become a dead end. Only by investing in self-developed technology and pursuing industrial upgrades can we align ourselves with the trends of history. It is only innovative enterprises like Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology that hold true investment value and potential for the future. I hope everyone can understand my predicament. As the words fell, the surrounding crowd erupted into applause, all convinced of the profound wisdom in Zhang Dafu's remarks. Indeed, in this day and age, clinging to the real estate business seemed utterly archaic. The Li family appeared nothing short of provincial. Amid the crowd, mocking laughter echoed. Without the support of Zhang Dafu, what was the Li family worth? This was a classic case of the wall collapsing under the weight of those who pushed it. Hu Feilan, however, was utterly bewildered by the discourse. Whether macro or micro, she was only versed in trivial family matters, leaving business affairs to her husband and son. Stunned, she remained frozen in place. Li Jiaqing sighed, acknowledging the tides of change. Indeed, the Li family had accrued considerable wealth over the years, amassing significant capital. Thus, he offered his apologies to Zhang Dafu and departed with his wife and children. As they left, Li Buotao felt weak all over. Father, if Mr. Zhong no longer invests in our family, what shall we do? Where there's a will, there's a way. Our family has been in business for generations. Surely, we can thrive without Mr. Zhong's support? Li Jiaqing sought to uplift his son. As long as our hearts are steadfast, our dreams endure. At worst, we shall start anew. Meanwhile, two other despondent figures lingered, Qi Yusu and Zhao Yan. They had also approached Zhang Dafu earlier, only to receive a different response. Zhang had remarked that a company like Tinsu Group, with its innovative medical endeavors, entailed substantial investment with slow returns and a high failure rate. Thus, he opted for a conservative strategy and refrained from further investment. Yet, why does Danshin Medical Technology receive his backing? Qi Yusu's expression turned bitter as she glanced at the spirited Bai Shuxin in the distance, alongside Li Xiuqi, her emotions growing increasingly complex. Chapter 13, Bai Shuxin's Bath. Yin Ji seeks an audience. As the banquet concluded, Bai Shuxin donned Li Xiuqi's suit jacket, completely inebriated from the social engagements. Leaning against him as they exited the Zhong family villa, Zhang Dafu personally oversaw their departure. Boss, shall I send someone to escort President Bai home? No need. I know her address. Li Xiuqi waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Dafu's expression became suggestive. While he intended to facilitate a union between his daughter and Li Xiuqi, he understood that a man of such stature might naturally have multiple partners, and he dared not utter a word. He watched as Li Xiuqi drove away. Just then, Qi Yusu stumbled out of the villa, supported by Zhao Yan, and upon seeing Li Xiuqi escorting by Xu Xin home, her heart tightened, her eyes misting with emotion. At that moment, several vans suddenly surged towards the entrance. A group of youths armed with knives and clubs disembarked, led by none other than the bandaged Sun Huiwang. Upon spotting Li Xiuqi and by Xu Xin, his eyes gleamed with malice. "Finally, I found you. Kill that bastard." An unexpected turn of events ensued. The guests emerging from the Zhong family manor were taken aback, yet they swiftly discerned that this rowdy group was not targeting them, but rather, it was Li Xiuqi and Bai Xuxin. Meanwhile, Qi Yusu, at the back, was rendered pale with fright, abruptly shaken from her stupor. Her assistant, Zhao Yan, hurriedly interjected. "President Qi, that seems to be Sun Huiwang, the son of the notorious bandit Sun Ludong. It appears Li Xiuqi has offended someone. Thankfully, you divorced him beforehand." Qi Yusu's gaze fell upon Li Xiuqi, encircled by a throng of ruffians, her usually composed demeanor betraying a flicker of concern. Among the myriad guests, Zhang Liangli and Yang Yang exchanged glances, their own companion, Chen Xiao, standing behind them. "Sisterly, that's Sun Huiwang. He's the son of Sun Ludong," Chen Xiao remarked. "Are you familiar with him, Xiao? Growing up in a pair of split-crotch pants, it seems we are in for an entertaining evening." Zhang Liangli and her companions erupted in gleeful anticipation, reveling in the misfortune of others. Just then, Zhong Dafu, intending to leave, turned around and was equally astonished by the scene unfolding. "Stop. I command you to cease. Do you dare to cause a ruckus in my presence, courting disaster?" Zhang Dafu's fury was palpable. Sun Huiwang paused, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Naturally, he recognized this titan of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Sun Huiwang retorted, "Boss Zhong, this matter does not concern you. My target is these two." His cold gaze fixated on Li Xiuqi. Bai Xuxin remained in a daze, catching a glimpse of Sun Huiwang, her body quaking in fear. "Brother, is that really Sun Huiwang?" she stammered. "Fear not. He cannot harm you in the slightest," Li Xiuqi reassured her. However, Sun Huiwang erupted in laughter. "Do not be too arrogant, for I have brought ample assistance this time. Each one of them could reduce you to a mere pulp." With a grand gesture, he summoned his band of thugs, who closed in around them. Such audacity from Sun Huiwang was astonishing, to brazenly threaten violence in public. The guests murmured among themselves. Chen Xiao, familiar with the situation, explained resignedly, "Sisterly, you may not know, but Sun Ludong, having fathered a son late in life, has spoiled Sun Huiwang rotten. He has always been this brazen, relying on his father's notorious reputation." Yang Yang suddenly chuckled with glee. "This is fortuitous. We have never been fond of Li Xiuqi. If he is harmed, we can celebrate with fireworks." Zhang Liangli nodded, her gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced Zhong Dafu. "It seems our dear boss Zhang is in a predicament, a scholar encountering soldiers. Logic holds no sway here. Moreover, what reason does he have to defend Li Xiuqi? To offend someone like Sun Ludong for the sake of Li Xiuqi would be utterly futile." They all believed Li Xiuqi's fate was sealed. Little did they know, Zhong Dafu was experiencing a surge of anxiety, not due to the potential chaos instigated by Sun Huiwang, but from the fear that Li Xiuqi, when provoked, might reveal an astonishing capability. In a moment of carelessness, Sun Huiwang met his untimely demise, and the situation escalated dramatically. He hurriedly confronted Sun Huiwang, declaring, "I caution you to refrain from reckless actions. This is the Zhong family estate. I have made it abundantly clear that my quarrel is solely with him and does not involve you or anyone else." Sun Huiwang, raising his hand, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Dafu's nose. He fancied himself a figure of the underworld, holding these merchants in utter disdain, viewing them merely as his subjects for extortion. Zhang Dafu's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The crack echoed as Sun Huiwang, caught unawares, stumbled back. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Faced with the furious Sun Huiwang, Zhong Dafu sternly asserted, "Bring your father, Sun Ludong, to me. I demand an explanation for your actions. You are courting death. You're the one courting death, daring to strike me." Sun Huiwang seethed with rage. At that moment, Li Xiuqi had already moved to his side. "Sun Huiwang," he intoned, "I spared you once, yet you seem oblivious to the value of your life." "Sparing my life? What are you to dictate my fate? I shall make you pay dearly today." Sun Huiwang had never suffered such humiliation. Given his stature, no one had ever dared to employ violence against him. In a fit of fury, he disregarded Zhong Dafu's warning and resolved to act. Zhong Dafu, sensing the impending chaos, swiftly turned to Li Xiuqi. If this harbinger of death intervened, the situation would spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Qi Yusu instinctively took a step forward but was held back by Zhao Yan. Qi, what are you doing? Li Xiuqi might end up gravely injured or worse. Li Xiuqi was already prepared to retaliate. These despicable thugs might bully ordinary folks. But when it came to him, such notions were mere folly. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a figure emerged from a nearby Maybach. A man in a sharply tailored suit, tall and impeccably groomed, approached, exuding an air of authority. Hui Wang, this is not a place for your recklessness. Cease your actions at once. Zhao, Brother Zhao. Sun Huiwang was momentarily taken aback as the man he referred to as Brother Zhao approached, stepping towards Li Xiuqi. Xiuqi, it has been a while, he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Li Xiuqi regarded him with a stoic expression, his gaze shifting to Qi Yusu, who remained utterly unfazed, completely unaware of the unfolding tension. Zhao Tianming chuckled softly, leaning in to tease, rest assured, though I pursued Yusu for 5 years, during your absence. She maintained her distance from me, avoiding any contact. Do you need to state the obvious? Li Xiuqi grasped his hand with immense force, nearly crushing Zhao Tianming's bones. The once suave Zhao Tianming let out a pained cry, quickly retracting his hand, glaring at Li Xiuqi in frustration. In his heart, he cursed the ancestors of his adversary for generations, believing that he would make a grand entrance at this critical moment. However, to his dismay, Li Xiuqi, lacking any sense of chivalry, launched a surprise attack on him. Li Xiuqi stared at the man with an impassive expression. He had long harbored disdain for Zhao Tianming, who had been a persistent suitor of Qi Yusu when he and she had just become acquainted. Even after her marriage, Zhao Tianming had relentlessly sought to approach her, only retreating after being reprimanded multiple times. Yet, it was evident that his intentions this time were directed at Qi Yusu. Zhao Tianming took a deep breath and shook his hands. He approached Sun Huiwang and whispered, Huiwang, this Li Xiuqi is someone I know. Let this matter slide for now. Sun Huiwang's expression fluctuated as he prepared to speak. Zhao Tianming continued in a hushed tone, at least in front of the Zhong family's gates. Refrain from violence. Elsewhere, you may act as you wish. Sun Huiwang pressed his lips together, his impatience evident as he replied, Brother Zhao, I will grant you this favor. But I will take my leave now. Zhao Tianming smiled in satisfaction. He and Sun Huiwang were somewhat acquainted, having had business dealings with Sun Huiwang's father, Sun Ludong. It was effortless to manage a hot-headed youth. As Sun Huiwang departed, he pointed at Li Xiuqi and made a slashing motion across his throat. You'd better be ready. I will return tonight. With that, he intended to leave. Li Xiuqi shifted slightly, contemplating why he should wait until tonight. He could simply confront him now. However, Zhang Dafu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Boss, do not act rashly. If you strike, my multi-billion-dollar Zhang family estate will be stained with blood, turning it into a haunted place. And it is we, the Shenlong Pavilion, who will suffer the loss. Zhang Dafu nearly pleaded with tears. Li Xiuqi, feeling helpless, could only watch as Sun Huiwang got into his car. He hoped that Sun would keep his word and seek him out tonight. His patience was wearing thin. He had already extended an opportunity. If Sun Huiwang failed to appreciate it, he would have no choice but to incapacitate him. After seeing off Sun Huiwang, Zhao Tianming returned to the crowd, his gaze falling upon Qi Yusu. Yusu, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you were not frightened. Zhao Tianming felt quite pleased with his performance, having single-handedly persuaded a multitude of unruly ruffians. Many present regarded him with admiration, except for Zhang Liang and her group, who were disappointed, feeling that Zhao Tianming had spoiled a splendid spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhang Dafu felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhao Tianming, as a potential bloodbath had been averted right at their doorstep. If Li Xiuqi had attempted to strike Sun Huiwang again, bloodshed would have been inevitable. Qi Yusu's expression was filled with resistance as she ignored Zhao Tianming's goodwill, shaking her head in response. Mr. Zhao, I have no connection to you. And whether I was frightened or not is of no concern to you. Zhao Tianming had grown accustomed to her demeanor. Mr. Qi, I actually came to discuss business with you today. Your company still owes a considerable amount of payments, and I happen to be interested in investing in a new venture. Qi Yusu's expression softened. Is this regarding an investment in Tianming Pharmaceutical Group? If you are willing to accept the investment, I have reserved the finest private room at Tianfeng Club for tomorrow evening. Zhao Tianming quickly interjected. At that moment, Li Xiuqi, who was assisting by Xu Xin into the car, perked up at the mention of investment. Is Qi Yusu truly in such dire need of funds? He found it perplexing, yet having divorced Qi Yusu, He felt no obligation to assist her. Before Qi Yusu could respond, Zhao Yin could hardly contain her excitement. This is wonderful. With President Zhao's investment, our company can at least navigate through this immediate crisis. We should express our gratitude. Qi Zong. Faced with Zhao Yan's eagerness, Qi Yusu furrowed her brow. However, she found herself devoid of reasons to refuse this time. Glancing at the distance, she saw Li Xiuqi helping Bai Shuxin into the car, and a pang of bitterness surged within her. Resolutely, she nodded in agreement. Very well, but aside from the investor and the invested, I shall maintain no other relationship with President Zhao. I assure you that once our company overcomes this challenge, we will deliver substantial returns. Zhao Tianming's heart darkened at her words, yet he feigned composure with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin muttered under her breath, what does Li Xiuqi have that is so admirable? Compared to President Zhao, he is merely a toad, and a fickle one at that. Qi Yusu sighed deeply as she watched Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin depart. Her expression grew complex, and she chose to remain silent. She declined Zhao Tianming's offer to drive her home, instructing Zhao Yin to depart. As the crowd dispersed, Zhong Dafu observed Qi Yusu and Zhao Tianming's retreating figures, a contemplative expression crossing his face. How intriguing. This fellow dares to pursue the boss's woman. It seems a spectacle is in store. With the boss's capabilities, he strikes like a thunderbolt when provoked. He understood Li Xiuqi's temperament well. Zhao Tianming had previously engaged him in a subtle rivalry, and now their encounter bore a provocative undertone. Even without Qi Yusu in the picture, Li Xiuqi would crush him without hesitation. Tomorrow evening promises to be entertaining. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi did not return to Shanshui Manor, but instead escorted Bai Shuxin to her residence. A charming villa in the suburbs, exquisitely decorated and suitable for a family of 3. Inside the bedroom, Bai Shuxin, somewhat dazed, had forgotten that she was not alone today. As usual, she began to undress, wandering into the bathroom in the nude, intending to take a shower. Watching her move dreamily, her fair skin glowing in the air, her enticing figure elicited a sense of longing in Li Xiuqi. He felt a twinge of helplessness. He feared for her safety if he left, yet staying felt inappropriate. Just then, a voice came from outside the window. Master, the leader of the Shenlong Pavilion, Yin Ji, requests an audience. Li Xiuqi had long sensed the presence of others. Besides the woman named Yin Ji, there were over 10 individuals stationed outside the villa who had gradually followed him on his way back. He had never encountered anyone from the Divine Dragon Pavilion before, save for the deputy leader, Zhong Dafu. It seemed appropriate for him to meet them, as he would soon rely on their strength to unravel the mysteries of his own lineage. Stay here and watch her while she bathes. Ensure she does not fall. Understood. A figure in a flowing red dress stealthily entered. Yin Ji, with her cascading waves of crimson hair, possessed exquisite and commanding features, radiating a vibrant aura. Her sharp gaze was complemented by a red asymmetrical dress that subtly revealed the contours of her fair thighs, coupled with knee-high boots. She exuded a captivating blend of allure and assertiveness. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, where Bai Shuxin was bathing unperturbed. Yin Ji stood at the door, lowering her voice to report to Li Xiuqi. Leader, we have an unexpected discovery. Is there a lead regarding my lineage? Li Xiuqi looked at her in astonishment. Is the Divine Dragon Pavilion operating with such efficiency? Yin Ji awkwardly shook her head and clarified, it concerns Sun Hui Wang. In fact, immediately after the banquet concluded, our people discovered that he was approaching this villa with 20 to 30 subordinates. Is such trivial matter worthy of my attention? There is, in fact, a second matter. Yin Ji bowed her head with a hint of trepidation. In the Chang'an branch, there is 1 leader and 2 deputy leaders. Zhong Dafu is unwaveringly loyal to you. But the other deputy leader, Yu Shishan, is the director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Chang'an, a martial arts enthusiast who is affiliated with the Divine Dragon Pavilion solely to acquire resources for his own advancement. What about him? Stop being cryptic. Li Xiuqi's brow furrowed. Yin Ji's expression tightened as she spoke in a low voice. Deputy Leader Yu Shishan has never met you and is unfamiliar with your abilities. Thus, he wishes to engage in a sparring session. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqi chuckled. So he doubts my worthiness for the leader's position. How amusing. Is he also here tonight? Indeed, he is just outside this villa. So, he refrains from taking direct action against Sun Hui Huang because he deems me unworthy to command your efforts? He seeks to verify my identity and capabilities before deciding whether to assist me? That is essentially the case, Yin Ji quickly added. This is merely Deputy Leader Yu's perspective. I remain wholly devoted and sincere to you. Very well. Once the lady in the bathroom has settled, I shall step out to meet you, Shishan. It has been a while since I encountered a worthy adversary in prison. I hope this branch leader can provide some surprises. Li Xiuqi felt no anger. Rather, he was eager for the challenge. The divine dragon technique he practiced was a true transmission from his master, the heavenly dragon Taoist, which nurtured his true energy and consolidated dragon energy, aligning perfectly with his innate potential. His rapid advancement rendered him invincible within the confines of Longtan prison, leading to a period of tedium. Thus, the news of an impending challenge brought him joy. Outside the villa, within a small grove, the robust Yu Shishan, accompanied by a few elite members of the Shenlong Pavilion, was the center of concern for those around him. Vice Leader, are you truly going to challenge the Pavilion Master? One inquired apprehensively. What, is there a problem? Yu Shishan flexed his muscular frame, brimming with combat fervor. If he possesses the capability to defeat me, I shall accept my fate. However, if he lacks the prowess yet dares to claim the title of Pavilion Master, I will undoubtedly reduce him to a pulp. Chapter 14. Martial Arts Master, Crush Him Underfoot. Yu Shishan, a fervent martial artist, began his training at the tender age of 5, and now, over 30 years have elapsed. His initial motivation for joining the Martial Arts Bureau was to hone his skills, and later, he joined the Shenlong Pavilion for the same purpose. With the pavilion's support, he ascended to the position of director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Utilizing his authority, he accomplished numerous tasks for the pavilion. Nevertheless, his realm continued to ascend. Yet his potential remained unfulfilled, while his mental fortitude was formidable, dismissing the youthful pavilion master he had never encountered. Those around him gazed at Yu Shishan with resigned expressions, keeping their distance. No one who emerges from Longtan prison is to be trifled with. Perhaps the vice leader should exercise caution, one advised tentatively. Meanwhile, Sun Huiwang sat in a car, accompanied by an aide, his face twisted in resentment. Following this vehicle was a convoy. As the underground emperor of Chang'an City, Sun Liudong's indulgence of his son was well known. Having suffered a setback at the hands of Li Xiuqi during the day, this debt would surely be collected by others on his behalf. Third Master, Zhao Ge just intercepted me. Since you're free, I must rely on you this time, he said. Oh, a trivial matter. Young master need not worry, the elder replied nonchalantly, eyes closed. Sun Huihuang gritted his teeth, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Fortunately, Zhao Tianming did not attempt to assert his seniority. As long as I refrain from acting in his presence, I can manipulate Li Xiuqi at will. After dealing with that brat tonight, I shall capture Bai Shuxin, the woman I have long desired. Once I have had my fill, she will be at my mercy. Whether round or flat, muttering to himself, he glanced at Lin San. Once I have enjoyed her, if you find her intriguing, perhaps I shall present her to you? The elder coughed, initially intending to refuse, but pondered and probed. What is the appearance of this Bai Zong you mentioned? Haha, Third Master, do you doubt my judgment? Sun Huiwang replied. Very well, once I tire of her, I shall allow you a turn. After all, we are kindred spirits. Ha ha, Third Master. You are as predictable as ever. Sun Huiwang laughed heartily. As the group arrived at the villa, 30 burly men clad in black suits disembarked from the convoy, and Sun Huihuang along with Lin Sanni also exited the vehicle, swaggering boldly toward the villa. 2 security personnel at the entrance stood agape, staring at them. Wait, what are you here for? Damn it, how can someone like you, who is a complete stranger to me, work as a security guard? I am Sun Huiguang. My father is Sun Ludong. Do you understand? He shouted furiously, gripping one of the security guards by the ear. The guard's eardrum burst, blood trickling from his ear. I recognize you. I recognize you. Please spare me, young Master Sun. An older guard rushed forward, pleading for mercy. Sun Huiguang snorted coldly, kicking the man aside as he led his entourage of 30 or so individuals boldly into the villa area, heading straight for Bai Shuxin. At that moment, Bai Shuxin had already bathed and was lying in bed, fast asleep, a look of joy on her face as she dreamt of earning 50 billion. Li Xiuqi and Yin Ji exited the villa. In the courtyard below, they encountered Yu Shishan. The burly Yu Shishan stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. I have met the esteemed sect master. I am Yu Shishan, the deputy leader of Chang'an. Although his words were courteous, his eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Yin Ji sighed softly. She had already tried to advise him, but Yu Shishan was too stubborn, simply a martial artist obsessed with the path of combat, fixated on becoming invincible without understanding the profundity of martial arts. Li Xiuqi regarded the robust man expressionlessly. Martial arts are categorized into 3 levels: internal strength, transformative strength, and external masters. Then there are the three realms of the inner sect and the state of unity with the heavens. What is your current realm? I am 36 years old and have achieved the great perfection of the third realm of masters. Only the third realm of masters? I expected more from you. But it seems you are merely a novice. Li Shouqi felt a wave of disappointment. Yin Ji, possessing a deep and restrained martial arts realm, was already a practitioner of the innate stage. She had assumed that this deputy leader would at least be close in ability. If he were to challenge, he ought to showcase some genuine skill. Yet, it turned out he was just a mere third realm master. Yu Shishan's eye twitched. Only the third realm of masters? There are hardly a few martial artists of my caliber in all of Chang'an. What qualifies you to speak to me like that? Yu Shishan. Do not be disrespectful to the sect master. Yin Ji's expression darkened. She began to suspect that she had been too accommodating, overly indulgent towards Yu Shishan. While he could be given the chance to challenge, he must not genuinely provoke Li Shouqi. Otherwise, regardless of his realm, his lethal capabilities would be formidable. Having emerged from Longtan prison, Li Shouqi smiled as he passed by Yu Shishan. Your challenge is a separate matter. First, deal with the others. Yu Shishan was quite displeased, suspecting that Li Shouqi was looking for an excuse to evade the challenge. He hurriedly led a few subordinates to follow him. As they exited, they spotted over 30 armed men, lurking in the night under Sun Huiguang's command, advancing towards the villa. Upon seeing Li Shouqi, Sun Huiguang initially froze, then erupted in fury. Damn it, are you still here at this late hour? By Shushin, has tea already fallen into your hands, has she? Yes, Li Shouqi replied teasingly. Sun Huiguang felt a sense of discomfort within. He had always preferred tender offerings. Beside him, Lin Sanyi licked his lips and remarked, if you find it unpalatable, allow me the first taste, for I relish the succulent. Sun Huiguang felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately, all his emotions coalesced into a fiery wrath. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he bellowed, regardless of anything else, ensure that this scoundrel is slain. Yu Shishan cast a somber glance at Lin Sand. He was a martial arts patron under Sun Ludong, also a master of the third realm. Be cautious, master, he advised. Yet, he harbored no intention of intervening. Rather, he sought to observe Li Shouqi's prowess. At that moment, Lin Sanyi charged forward with his men. Master, if you cannot endure, I shall lend my assistance. There is no need for such trouble, Li Shouqi replied, shaking his head. He advanced and delivered a direct punch. An invisible surge of true energy, laced with a faint dragon-esque roar, transformed into a violent tempest, sweeping toward the 30 or so individuals before him, including Sun Huiguang, who stood 10 meters away. They were all lifted into the air, their bodies erupting with gashes as though struck by a hidden blade. When they descended, each one was left in a state of dismemberment. Some perished upon impact, while others lay twisted and battered, riddled with injuries, gasping for breath. At the forefront was Lin Sand, a master of the third realm, who, in his final moments, stared wide-eyed, continuously spitting blood. What is this realm of martial arts? Martial arts? Li Shouqi smiled knowingly as he approached Lin Sanyi, placing a foot upon his face. My apologies, but I practice immortality. With a sickening crunch, Lin Sanyi's head burst like a rotten watermelon, splattering into a gruesome mixture of red and white beneath Li Shouqi's foot. As he turned away from the obliterated Lin Sand, his gaze fell upon Yu Shishan, who was left in a state of shock and confusion, as if in a dream. The echo of Li Shouqi's voice pierced through. Deputy Master Yu, it is your turn now. Did you not wish to challenge me? It is my turn. Yu Shishan stood frozen, doubting his senses. His gaze trembled, and his voice quivered. I believe I shall refrain from fighting. The 30 or so individuals, along with the master, had been reduced to mere rubble by the master's single punch. Such a level of martial prowess surpassed his comprehension, leaving only terror in his eyes. Beside him, Yin Ji and the others trembled uncontrollably, even though they recognized that none who emerged from Longtan prison were ordinary. Li Shouqi's displayed abilities left them utterly astounded. You choose not to engage? Li Shouqi observed him with a playful expression. Without further ado, Yu Shishan's knees buckled, and he knelt before him. The director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Chang'an, renowned as a martial arts fanatic within the esteemed Dragon Pavilion, typically yields only to those stronger than himself, dismissing ordinary individuals with disdain. Yet, upon encountering Li Shouqi, he knelt without the slightest hesitation. My lord, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Yu Shishan sensed the chilling approach of death. In such a state, even a martial enthusiast possesses the instinct for self-preservation at this moment. His sole desire was to survive. The others, including Flame Princess, followed suit and knelt. "I beseech you, my lord, to forgive Deputy Pavilion Master you just this once." Flame Princess implored on Yu Shishan's behalf. Li Xiaozhi glanced up at the darkening sky and yawned. "Well, since you no longer wish to challenge me, let this matter rest. However, I trust you will fulfill the tasks I have assigned. I shall ensure it is done, even if it means risking my life." Yu Shishan vowed, cold sweat beading on his brow. Observing the scene, Li Xiaozhi smiled. As he returned to the villa, he passed by the still kneeling Flame Princess and remarked with a meaningful tone, "You are quite impressive. Your talent surpasses his, and you are more astute. However, to manage subordinates, one must not rely solely on emotion. At times, a balance of grace and authority is essential." "Yes, I will remember. Dispose of these individuals and ensure the area is thoroughly cleaned." "Understood." As Li Xiaozhi walked past Flame Princess, he patted her shoulder, causing her to shudder. A surge of pure vital energy flowed through her limbs, loosening the constraints on her martial arts realm. Upon returning to the villa, the others noticed Flame Princess remained rooted in place and hurried over to assess her condition. "Pavilion Master, are you all right?" Yu Shishan asked, his face filled with shame. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Flame Princess, nearly toppling those nearby, who staggered backward in shock. When they regained their composure, they beheld an astonishing sight. Flame Princess, who had been at the second level of the innate realm for years, had now reached the pinnacle of the third level, surpassing Yu Shishan by an entire realm. Joy radiated from Flame Princess's face. "I have broken through. I have truly broken through." Her companions stared at her in disbelief. What had just transpired? Li Xiaozhi had merely patted her shoulder, and she had shattered the shackles of her years of martial stagnation. What an extraordinary technique. Could it be that our Pavilion Master is indeed a true immortal? Yu Shishan was left in a state of shock and numbness. After her ecstatic moment, Flame Princess quickly composed herself. "We must act swiftly as per the Pavilion Master's orders. Dispose of these individuals and commence the investigation into the ancient jade immediately. We must find leads as soon as possible." "Yes." Yu Shishan and the others nodded vigorously. Shortly thereafter, over 30 individuals were expelled from the premises. Those who remained alive, upon seeing the corpses of their fallen comrades scattered along the roadside, were seized by sheer horror. Among them, a bloodied Sun Hui Huang struggled to rise. Even the third master has met his demise. What could possibly have transpired? Sun Hui Guang found it hard to believe. He swayed slightly, and those around him quickly supported him. "Young master, we must report to the master immediately. The assailant is no ordinary person. We have truly offended someone beyond our means." As he spoke, Sun Hui Guang collapsed, losing consciousness. When he awoke again, it was in the first hospital of Chang'an, within a special care unit. Sun Hui Guang had been bandaged like a mummy, and beside his bed stood an elderly man in a white suit vest, leaning on a cane, limping as he walked. This man was none other than Sun Ludong. His expression was grim as he gazed at the comatose Sun Hui Guang, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fury. "What on earth has happened?" Sun Ludong inquired. According to their accounts, it seems the young master has encountered individuals from the Shenlong Pavilion. Them? Sun Liudong's pupils constricted, yet he was filled with rage. "Even if it is the Shenlong Pavilion, we are all part of the same martial world. Why resort to such brutality, beating my son to the brink of death, and even killing the third master?" The young man beside him, exuding an aura of righteousness with prominent temples, evidently a formidable martial artist, responded with a sinister glint in his eyes. "In truth, this matter bears little relation to the Shenlong Pavilion. It primarily involves a woman named Bai Shuxin and a man named Li Xiaoqi. The main conflict lies between these two." "Bai Shuxin?" Sun Ludong mused, a sneer escaping his lips. "So they have summoned reinforcements. No wonder they are so audacious. However, that Danchin technology is still rather inexperienced when it comes to dealing with an old hand like me." Sun Ludong. "What does the master mean?" "Prepare yourself. I have my plans for tomorrow." "Understood." The young martial artist, known by his real name Chen Sheng, exited the hospital room. Within, the elderly man's piercing gaze remained fixed on the bandaged Sun Hui Guang. As a father who had only recently welcomed a son in his old age, he could not bear to see his child suffer so. "Hui Guang, rest assured, I shall avenge this grievance." On the hospital bed, the young man seemed to hear his father's vow even in his unconscious state, slowly nodding, tears escaping the corners of his eyes. The following day, at the Li family villa in Chang'an, Li Buitao was dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit, albeit slightly oversized, making him appear ill-fitting. He had applied an excessive amount of hair wax, rendering his hair slick and unappealing. As Hu Feilan prepared breakfast, she curiously inquired, "Wu Tao, what are you planning to do? Hasn't business at the company come to a standstill?" "Mother, I am going to pursue a girl." "Are you still after Zhong Churen?" Hu Feilan recalled yesterday's events, her frustration mounting. Although the Li family had indeed erred, Zhong Churen's complete lack of consideration was excessive. Yet, Li Buitao waved his hands dismissively. "Mother, I'm not suited for Zhong Churen. She is merely a rebellious girl. I have set my sights on someone more worthy, Bai Shuxin. Do you think this attire is appropriate?" Li Buitao spun around confidently. Li Jiaqing descended from the second floor, his expression one of astonishment. "Isn't that Bai Zong in a passionate relationship with Shochi?" "They seem quite close," he remarked. Li Buitao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Humph. It is precisely because of her closeness to Li Shochi that I intend to approach her." "Mom and Dad, do you think I am inferior to Li Shochi in any way? Whether it be appearance, physique, or talent, I am no less than he is. If he can win Bai Shuxin's affection, then I am determined to seize her away." Chapter 16. A crisis at the company, and unscrupulous reporters arrive. Li Jiaqing and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Judging by the criteria he mentioned, objectively speaking, there seemed to be a considerable gap when compared to Li Shochi. Nonetheless, he was still their son, and they were reluctant to dampen Li Buitao's confidence. "So, how do you plan to approach Bai Zong?" "Rest assured, I have contacted a friend from a renowned family of traditional Chinese medicine. He possesses several ancient prescriptions worth their weight in gold and can collaborate with Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. The Li family can also share in the benefits." Hu Feilan was instantly overjoyed. "That is wonderful. We can't allow that scoundrel Li Shochi to benefit from everything. This time, I will not only steal his girlfriend, but also his opportunity in business." "Mom, don't worry. The grievances we suffered last night will be repaid double today. He is destined to become my stepping stone." With renewed confidence, Li Buitao left home. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Bai Shuxin emerged from her bedroom clad in a snug, revealing bear-themed nightgown, yawning widely. To her surprise, she found someone seated on the sofa. "Shochi, what are you doing here? Did you forget what happened last night?" Li Shochi looked at her with curiosity. She paused, trying to recall the events after leaving the Zhang family manor, but nothing came to mind. Glancing down at her thin nightgown, she felt her face flush. "Did you change me into this?" Moreover, the nightgown was so sheer that her fair skin was almost visible, causing her to blush even deeper as she hurried back into her bedroom. From outside, Li Shochi's voice resonated. "Don't misunderstand. You changed into it yourself. You even took a shower while sleepwalking. I must say, I admire that unusual ability of yours." Inside the room, Bai Shuxin tapped her forehead. She recalled similar instances from past gatherings when she had drunk too much, returning home in a similar state. It seemed to have become muscle memory. Confirming that Li Shochi had not changed her clothes, she quickly donned her professional attire for work. After freshening up and grooming herself, she emerged as the pure and radiant young beauty that she was, the CEO. "Brother, why did you stay here all night?" Bai Shuxin asked. Her cheeks still slightly flushed as she discreetly observed Li Shochi's expression, suspecting he might have feelings for her. However, Li Shochi held a document in his hands. "Nothing much. I was just reviewing some materials, and before I knew it, dawn had arrived. Shall I drive you to work?" "Oh, thank you, brother." Bai Shuxin noticed that he indeed held a document in his hands, though its contents remained a mystery to her. Observing that he did not seem to be waiting for her specifically, she felt a fleeting sense of relief mingled with a tinge of disappointment. In reality, Li Shochi's document contained everything unearthed regarding ancient jade. However, after perusing it for an entire night, he had gleaned no valuable information. The patterns on the jade were remarkably unique, never before observed on any excavated jade ornaments, whether they be pendants or by discs. And yet the artifact's age was unmistakably ancient. As he stored away the materials, Li Shochi muttered to himself. Once Bai Shuxin finished her preparations, the two departed the community in their car. Just as they exited, she received a phone call that caused her expression to shift dramatically. "Bai Zong, our company is in big trouble. What could possibly be wrong now?" Bai Shuxin felt overwhelmed. The company had been facing numerous crises lately, nearly teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. However, after forging a partnership with Zhang Dafu, Danshin Technology had clearly experienced a revival. On the other end of the line, the voice lowered in urgency. "A reporter has arrived at the company, named Jia Yuya, a nationally renowned female journalist. She claims to be investigating our company's involvement in selling counterfeit medicine that has allegedly led to the deaths of hundreds." "What? These reporters lack any sense of ethics." Those are merely rumors. How did she even come by such information? On what grounds does she investigate our company? We're in a bind here, Bai Zong. You must return at once. This reporter Jia is not to be trifled with. It said that she has significant connections and is even funded by foreign agencies. If she reports on us, our scandal will be broadcasted worldwide, and even Mr. Zhong will not be able to protect us. All right, I will head over immediately. Bai Shuxin's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. She had indeed heard of Jia Yuya, a prominent journalist with millions of followers online. Li Xiuqi, curious, inquired about the unfolding events. Bai Shuxin explained that the situation likely stemmed from Sun Huihuang's slanderous claims regarding the company's medication causing fatalities, which had already stirred considerable gossip in Chang'an City. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the reporter to come seeking an interview. Rubbing her temples, Bai Shuxin displayed signs of a headache. Li Xiuqi nodded and sent a message to Yan Ji. To prevent Bai Shuxin from suffering irreparable damage to her reputation, he resolved to first tarnish Jia Yuya's credibility. He instructed Yan Ji to investigate Jia's background. If she were indeed a righteous journalist, she ought to report fairly on Danshin Medical Technology and restore their honor. Conversely, if she were not virtuous, they would surely uncover substantial incriminating evidence against her. In that case, any fallout would rest solely on her shoulders. Meanwhile, within the halls of Danshin Medical Technology, a uniformed journalist with short hair was sipping tea on the sofa, while her assistant, Jin Shiwei, stood at the door, sternly admonishing Bai Shuxin's aide. Yun Xiaoqiao, in a state of urgency and perspiration, glanced at the clock and exclaimed, "Our president Bai will arrive shortly. Please, both of you, bear with us for a moment. Once she arrives, she will certainly provide you with an explanation. Our medicine is absolutely without issue." Humph. I suspect she has heard of our unyielding journalist, Jia, and has fled in fear of her own guilt. Yun Xiaoqiao, flustered, repeatedly shook her head, insisting that the situation was not as she described. Meanwhile, Jia Yuya, seated in the reception room, quietly set down her teacup. "Secretary Yun, I can grant you an additional 15 minutes. If Bai Shuxin does not arrive, it will only suggest her cowardice to face us. Based on the information I have gathered, I can definitively characterize Danshin Medical Technology." As she spoke, a smug, sinister smile crept across her face. Ignoring the perspiring Yun Xiaoqiao, she sent a message to Sun Ludong. The situation was progressing smoothly. Bai Shuxin didn't even have the opportunity to come and explain herself. This time, she was finished. Yun Xiaoqiao urgently interjected. "Given the gravity of this matter, even if President Bai is 15 minutes late, shouldn't you, journalist Jia, afford her the chance to explain?" "Explain what?" "Her absence speaks volumes. It indicates guilt. My time is invaluable. Should I remain here indefinitely?" Jia Yuya retorted with a disdainful expression, adding with a false sense of righteousness. "Let us not forget that I represent millions of viewers. I am here to seek an explanation on their behalf. Are you truly willing to dismiss the concerns of my vast audience?" As she spoke, a glimmer from a hidden camera within her handbag flickered briefly, her fervent words causing a stir among the thousands of devoted fans in the exclusive live broadcast room. Truly, Jia Yuya was a paragon of justice. Danshin Technology must be held accountable. It was rumored that this fraudulent pharmaceutical company had caused the deaths of hundreds, although substantial evidence had long been elusive. This time, journalist Jia would undoubtedly seek justice for the deceased. Indeed, in this modern era, the ancient medicinal practices of Long Wo were utterly archaic. Nothing could be more reliable than Western medicine. Chapter 17. The momentum soars. Is Danshin Technology finished? The live stream was ablaze with fervor. Jia Yuya glanced at her phone, satisfaction radiating from her smile. Another 10 minutes passed, and just as she sensed the excitement in the live stream waning, intending to spur it on while crafting her persona, a cacophony erupted from outside the reception room. A cold smile curled at the corners of Jia Yuya's lips. So they have indeed arrived? Yet, if they come, they will only suffer greater defeat. She mused silently. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin found themselves obstructed at the company's front desk. An elderly man, appearing frail and disheveled, lay awkwardly on the floor, having suffered a severed arm, while a disheveled young man accompanied him, loudly proclaiming, "You have nearly killed me. Your Danshin Medical Company has brought me to this state. I took your medicine, and as a result, I am left like this. My arm has even been amputated. They say medicine is 3 parts poison, but your concoction is 10 parts toxic." The young man beside them began to shout as well. "My grandfather can hardly endure this. You must provide an explanation." The company's employees gathered, and along with Bai Shuxin and Li Xiuqi, Everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the reception room, the elegant Jia Yuya emerged, her handbag in hand. She exchanged a glance with her assistant, Jin Sherwei, both sharing a cold smirk. These individuals were undoubtedly arranged by Sun Ludong. Having accepted Sun Liudong's money, she had come to stage a performance. The intent was to orchestrate the collapse of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, thereby tarnishing Bai Shuxin's reputation. Only in this manner could she avenge Sun Huiwang. Through the most insidious of tactics, she sought to bring about their total downfall. A miniature camera within her handbag was broadcasting the entire scene nationwide. Thousands of viewers became fervent, incredulously witnessing the unfolding drama. What a coincidence that just as reporter Jiao arrived, there was a demand for accountability. And it was a gruesome sight indeed. It seemed that Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology truly harbored issues. Perhaps it would be best for this company to close its doors post-haste. Various discussions echoed within the live broadcast, effectively placing Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology on the blacklist. However, at that moment, Li Xiuqi stepped forward. Lowering his gaze upon the frail elderly man who was vociferously lamenting his plight, he suddenly scoffed, "Continue your performance. What role should I play? My hand has been severed. Is this also part of the act?" The old man raised his bandaged arm, wailing once more. Nearby, a young man shifted his gaze and stepped forward with a challenge. "My grandfather is gravely ill, and you still speak so callously. Do you have no conscience?" Li Xiuqi replied with a meaningful tone. "You are all affiliated with Sun Huiwang, aren't you? Is this confrontation merely a ruse? Could it be that this reporter Jia is also one of your hired actors?" Previously, Bai Shuxin had asserted that reporter Jia came seeking the truth, yet it now appeared that this was likely a coordinated scheme. To unravel this situation would indeed be challenging. Nevertheless, Li Xiuqi was no novice. In this world, strength reigns supreme. No cunning ploy could withstand absolute power. Jia Yuya stood at the periphery of the crowd, her tone calm yet tinged with subtle arrogance. "Young man, what position do you hold at Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology? You must understand that your earlier statements could serve as evidence in court. You are defaming me." Li Xiuqi momentarily disregarded the reporter. He cast a glance at the old man, seemingly on the verge of acting. Upon witnessing this, Jia Yuya's smile widened. If Li Xiuqi were to strike, it would play directly into her hands. Regardless of the circumstances, as a young man, should he dare to lay hands on an elderly individual, he would be morally indefensible. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxin sensed that something was amiss. She hastily grasped Li Xiuqi's arm, urgently imploring, "Brother, you must not act impulsively. If you lay a hand on that old man, there will be no way to cleanse your conscience, even if you were to plunge into the Yellow River." Li Xiuqi shook his head, addressing everyone present. "I am a physician. I can attest to his robust health. If you are staging a play, should you not ensure the performance is convincing?" Jia Yuya, unable to contain her impatience, inquired, "How do you intend to prove that? Moreover, at your tender age, what do you truly understand about medicine?" Li Xiuqi chuckled heartily, for his knowledge of medicine transcended mere understanding. Having learned from the old man in Longtan prison, he had reached a level of expertise that rendered him second to none in the field, and in acupuncture, he surpassed even the old master, claiming the title of the foremost expert of the age. Bending down, he seized the old man's severed arm and, without hesitation, tore away the bandage. What lay beneath was evidently a well-healed stump. "You claim the amputation resulted from our company's medication, yet this hand shows signs of long-healed wounds. The amputation occurred long before our president Bai was even born." This action caught everyone off guard. The bandage, still stained with blood, would have terrified an ordinary person, dissuading them from touching it. Yet Li Xiuqi saw through the ruse, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Those watching the live stream began to sense something amiss. Jia Yuya, who had been clandestinely filming, froze in her expression, contemplating that Sun Lu's experience was still lacking. The performance was not sufficiently convincing. She exchanged glances with her assistant, Jin Sherwei, and then stepped forward into the crowd. "Old sir, I am journalist Jia Yuya. Could you tell me when exactly your arm was injured?" The old man replied, "Yes, it was indeed an old injury, but it was precisely because of this arm that I purchased this company's blood tonic, hoping to improve my health. However, now I am suffering terribly in my internal organs." Jia Yuya pressed on. "Then why pretend to have undergone amputation?" Deliberately guiding the old man, she offered him an opportunity to fabricate a tale. The old man's gaze shifted, and he lamented, "I am a powerless old man. How can I contend with such unscrupulous capitalists? I felt compelled to escalate the situation, but now I am genuinely in great distress." As he spoke, He began to writhe on the ground in agony. Jia Yuya, with a knowing tone, remarked, "I see, you feared that if the matter did not escalate, Danshin Medical Technology would not acknowledge the issue, nor would any responsible organization intervene. It seems the old man's deceit is somewhat understandable. Under her guidance, the tide of public opinion began to shift. Li Xiuqi, uninterested in participating in her insincere theatrics, retorted, "What nonsense. I am a doctor, and I assure you he is entirely healthy." "Young man," Jia Yuya countered, "I have already cautioned you. At your young age, what do you know of medicine? How can you so confidently declare that the old man is free from pain? Can you not see him writhing on the ground in agony?" She wielded his youth against him. Li Xiuqi spread his hands and remarked, "If you doubt my medical expertise, perhaps it would be better to send him to the hospital for an examination." "No, I cannot enter a hospital. They are all deceivers. I would rather perish here in your company." The old man had prepared for this moment, intending to play tricks and evade proving whether he was truly ill. Only in this manner could he tarnish the reputation of Danshin Medical Technology. Moreover, with the guidance of journalist Jia, the public opinion would be swayed in his favor. This company could never hope to prevail against them. Just as Li Xiuqi was about to speak, he received a message. After reading it, his gaze instinctively fell upon Jia Yuya's handbag, and he suddenly realized that it contained a hidden camera. After a moment of contemplation, a confident smile appeared on his lips. "Journalist Jia, did you not claim that I, being young, lack understanding of medicine? If I can demonstrate my medical skills and substantiate the standards of Danshin Medical Technology, it would reveal that the one lying is this old man, not our company, correct? And how do you intend to prove your medical prowess?" "I happen to be proficient in acupuncture, a unique skill of Danshin Medical Technology, with astonishing results. Even if one were on the brink of death, I could bring them back. I am the chief pharmaceutical researcher of the company, and I shall represent us with my medical expertise." When Li Xiuqi received a message from Yan Ji indicating that Jia Yuya was secretly filming, an idea struck him. This could not only resolve the immediate predicament and expose the old man's deceit, but also restore the reputation of Danshin Medical Technology. It might even serve as an opportunity to promote the blood tonic, to cure the dead and restore flesh to bones. I have never heard anything so amusing. "If that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate." Jia Yuya eagerly agreed. The old man's antics could indeed garner sympathy from some. But as long as he refused to enter the hospital, there would always be doubts. Yet, Li Xiuqi boldly shifted the focus onto himself, boasting of his medical knowledge and even exaggerating his capabilities. Thus, should he fail to validate his claims, Danshin Medical Technology would be doomed. Consequently, Jia Yuya resolved to tighten the net. She awaited Li Xiuqi's imminent downfall. Bai Shuxin quickly grasped Li Xiuqi's arm, staring at him in shock. They retreated to a corner. "Have you lost your mind? When did you become the chief pharmaceutical researcher? Our company does not even have such a position. If they question you, and you slip up, it will all be over." "Actually, journalist Jia is secretly filming a live broadcast. I just happen to understand medicine. I can seize the opportunity to demonstrate to the audience. After witnessing my abilities, they will believe in the technological prowess of Danshin Medical Technology, and Jia Yuya will soon take the bait," Li Xiuqi explained to her. Chapter 18. The Unprecedented Acupuncture Technique. Journalist Jia panics. "What? She is secretly filming." Bai Shuxin was increasingly astonished. Meanwhile, Jia Yuya burst into laughter. "Indeed. You claim that this blood-fortifying ointment is your creation, which implies your profound mastery of the ancient medical arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, given your tender years, I am left to ponder from whom you have acquired such knowledge and the extent of your medical expertise," Jia Yuya remarked, her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Just as Li Xiuqi felt ensnared by her words, she too perceived him as caught in the self-made trap she had laid, destined to dance to her rhythm. "In my view, the ancient medical practices of the Dragon Kingdom are nothing but remnants of outdated customs, devoid of scholarly merit. Otherwise, one would not witness tragedies akin to your Danshin technology, which has led to the demise of countless individuals." In a bid to provoke an emotional reaction from Li Xiuqi, Jia Yuya delivered a sharp retort. "That is merely due to your lack of exposure," Li Xiuqi shot back. His defiant attitude darkened Jia Yuya's expression. Among the numerous individuals she had interviewed, Bai Shuxin had proven unremarkable, unable to offer any resistance against her. Yet here was Li Xiuqi, audaciously challenging her? "Very well. How do you intend to prove the efficacy of your blood-fortifying ointment?" "In truth, my forte lies not in product development, but in acupuncture and therapeutic care. capable of reviving the lifeless flesh and bone. Would you care for a demonstration? Li Xiuqi methodically lured her into his trap. He was confident that, given Jia Yuya's aptitude for seizing opportunities, she would not let slip the chance to discredit Danshin pharmaceutical technology. Should he proceed with a demonstration of acupuncture, she would undoubtedly continue to document it surreptitiously. Jia Yuya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She scrutinized Li Xiuqi from head to toe, her gaze still dripping with disdain. This young man, claiming to be adept at acupuncture and capable of resurrecting the dead, was utterly laughable. This was live broadcasting, and he was doomed. Subsequently, she readily agreed to allow Li Xiuqi to demonstrate. Utilizing the resources of the pharmaceutical company and her own reputation, she arranged for 3 terminal cancer patients who could only receive palliative care to be brought from the hospital. These patients had advanced stage tumors that even the most esteemed hospitals could not remedy. Since you assert you can heal the lifeless flesh and bone, let us witness your prowess, she challenged. Half an hour later, the 3 patients were wheeled in. Li Xiuqi smirked internally. During his time in Longtan prison, he had not only mastered martial arts, but had also acquired unparalleled ancient medical knowledge, a legacy of the legendary physician BNK, and now his medical skills had reached an extraordinary level. He approached the first patient, an elderly man in his 80s. Due to his age, his body could no longer endure chemotherapy, and he had been advised by the hospital to return home for palliative care. The old man appeared frail, his eyes clouded, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, as the acupuncture needle pierced his forehead, a warm current surged through his limbs, reviving his nearly exhausted vital energy, and his complexion began to improve. The accompanying physician's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young man, are you truly a doctor? Acupuncture must not be performed haphazardly. While the patients are volunteers, should anything happen, you will be held accountable. Fear not. At worst, a life for a life." The family members and accompanying medical staff were left in stunned silence. Who has ever encountered a physician and boldly declared that a life can be exchanged for another? Such confidence is astounding. Jia Yuya and Zhen Shiwei exchanged a glance. Initially, they had merely accepted a small fee from a man named Sun Ludong for a bit of supplementary income, but they had not anticipated stumbling upon such a fool, willing to risk his life for our entertainment. Jia Yuya and Zhen Shiwei silently chuckled at the absurdity. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos, with all of Jia Yuya's loyal followers vehemently denouncing and mocking the young man. Could he possibly be mad? He appeared to be in his 20s, audaciously claiming to be a master of acupuncture, even asserting he could cure the dead. It seemed that the elderly man suffering from cancer was on the verge of death. Everyone urged to call the police, as the situation escalated, pondering how many years this young man would be sentenced to imprisonment. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly agitated. What transpired next left everyone in stunned silence. Within 15 minutes, the elderly man, who had been unable to sustain life due to the spread of cancer and was only eligible for palliative care, astonishingly rose from his wheelchair. A miracle worker. The old man's gaze, once clouded, now radiated vitality. He hurriedly approached Li Xiuqi, grasping his hand with tears of joy in his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, miraculous doctor! Your acupuncture has truly given me a second chance at life. My entire body feels warm. How could this be possible?" Jia Yuya felt a flicker of panic. The situation was deviating from her expectations. Zhen Shiwei leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Should we end the live broadcast? Are you foolish? If we terminate the stream now, it would only confirm that he genuinely cured this man, and I would be utterly humiliated." Jia Yuya rolled her eyes, speaking urgently. "It must be sheer luck, or perhaps they have planted an accomplice. There are still 2 more patients. Dr. Li, please continue your treatment." These 2 patients were volunteers she had arranged to send from the hospital, equally gravely ill, with only days to live. Li Xiuqi smiled slightly, preparing to proceed with the acupuncture. Meanwhile, the medical staff and company employees, including Bai Shuxin, were utterly bewildered, their expressions reflecting profound confusion. Secretary Yun Xiaoqiao leaned closer to Bai Shuxin, asking, "President Bai, where did you find this miraculous doctor? His performance is so natural. And that seasoned actor portraying the cancer patient was truly outstanding. Who says they are actors?" Yun Xiaoqiao could hardly believe in Li Xiuqi's medical skills, not to mention the audience in the live stream, who were vociferously cursing. "Damn it, do they think we're fools? Acupuncture curing late-stage cancer in 15 minutes, are they about to start selling health products next?" However, this was a covert live stream, unless Jia Yuya had colluded with him. He wouldn't even be aware it was being broadcasted, and the patient did not appear to be acting. Someone finally began to ponder the situation. For them, Jia Yuya was still a figure of trust. They could hardly believe she would conspire with Danshin technology to deceive them. Just as doubts began to cloud the minds of all present, the divine needle of celestial combat, combined with the essence I have nurtured within me for 3 years, can surely revive you from the brink of death, even if you are in the final stages of cancer or standing at death's door. Over half an hour passed, and even beads of sweat adorned Li Xiuqi's forehead. Bai Shuxin approached him, gently wiping away the perspiration with a handkerchief. Astonishingly, the remaining 2 patients, arranged by Jia Yuya, stood up from their wheelchairs, discarding their hats and heavy garments, exuding an overwhelming vitality despite their heated demeanor. Quick, let us hasten to conduct full-body examinations on these patients. This is a medical miracle, an extraordinary miracle indeed. The medical staff at the first hospital of Chang'an were utterly astounded, gazing at Li Xiuqi as if he were a deity. In the live stream, apart from a few stubborn individuals who remained silent, the rest were filled with elation. Such remarkable medical prowess exists in the world. The innovations of Danshin medical technology can only be described as black technology. Li Xiuqi is undoubtedly a divine healer of our era. Could he possibly be an extraterrestrial? Jia Yuya, with a furrowed brow, pulled out her phone. Fully aware that she had completely miscalculated this time, she intended to close the live stream and later find a way to explain to her followers. However, just as she and Jin Shuwei were about to end the broadcast, Li Xiuqi appeared beside them. Seizing the lady's bag containing the concealed camera and repositioning it to a better angle, we have validated our company's medical capabilities. And I possess another document regarding the 2 of you. I intend to ascertain Jia's integrity as well. Chapter 19. The city lord is alarmed. Jia reporter is in despair. Li Xiuqi simultaneously cured 3 cancer patients using the divine needle of celestial combat, a masterful technique from the ancient medical arts. It is understandable that they were unfamiliar with it, yet the results were profoundly astonishing. The live stream erupted into a frenzy, with the crowd extolling Li Xiuqi's medical skills, thereby propelling Danshin medical technology into the spotlight. With Jia Yuya's considerable following, the number of viewers surged beyond 100,000. This news swiftly spread, even reaching the city lord's residence in Chang'an. Huang Limin, as the lord of the city, was situated in a specially designed medical room on the 2nd floor of a villa. On the hospital bed lay a girl in a pristine white nightgown. Her delicate features and pale complexion exuding fragility, her eyes perpetually closed in deep unconsciousness, with faint breaths barely perceptible. An assistant rushed into the room, bearing good news. City Lord, we have uncovered a renowned physician hidden within Chang'an, just as you instructed me to investigate the esteemed healers across Longhua. Huang Limin sighed deeply. But I have encountered all the renowned healers of Chang'an, including the patriarch of the traditional Chinese medicine Jin family, who was equally at a loss regarding Guangguan's illness. His wife had passed away years ago due to a peculiar illness that rendered her a mere shell of her former self. Her vitality slowly ebbing away in an irreversible manner, and despite all efforts, she remained unhealed. Tragically, this strange affliction had even been inherited by their daughter, Huang Guangguan, who had become his only remaining kin in this world. Huang Limin, unwilling to witness his daughter's suffering, devoted himself entirely to seeking various treatments for her malady ever since she fell ill at the age of 18. Unfortunately, all his endeavors proved futile. He could only maintain a fragile existence, and it appeared that time was not on their side. My lord, this time may be different. This person's acupuncture skills have reached an extraordinary level, capable of even healing patients in the late stages of cancer who teeter on the brink of death. Oh, is that so? Huang Limin responded with mild astonishment, taking his phone to review the circulated recording online. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed too authentic to be a mere act, yet the claims felt overly exaggerated. Xiao Lu, summon Dr. Yu for me. I have already informed him. He is on his way, replied Xiao Lu, the astute secretary to the lord. Before long, an elderly man appeared in the special care ward, his appearance ethereal. With white hair and beard, clad in a long robe. Having watched the recording, he entered with a series of derisive remarks. Lord Huang, I can understand your anxiety regarding Miss Guangguan's condition, but as the lord of a city, you should not be so easily deceived by such charlatans. It would bring disgrace upon all of Chang'an. Dr. Yu, are you suggesting that the video is fabricated? Absolutely. Those 3 patients were undoubtedly acting. There is no such miraculous acupuncture technique in existence. Otherwise, your daughter would indeed be cured by now. Upon hearing this, Huang Limin fell into a profound silence. He glanced at Secretary Xiao Lu, his tone steady and composed. Is this place Danshin Medical Technology? I would request that Dr. Yu accompany me. If it is indeed a fraud, I shall personally expose it, as this matter has escalated, with even a journalist named Jia involved. Huang Limin squinted. Recognizing Jia Yuya and harboring no fondness for her, curious to see what scheme she would concoct this time. Thus, the three of them immediately descended to head towards Danshin Technology. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi snatched the concealed camera connected to a power bank from Jia Yuya's hands and placed it high above. You enjoy live broadcasts, do you? There's no need for clandestine filming. I can openly allow you, dear journalist, to capture us. Our Danshin Medical Technology has nothing to fear from shadows. Li Xiuqi's actions left Jia Yuya's countenance ashen, while Zhen Shuwei suddenly realized their ruse had been uncovered, his expression growing awkward. He had long suspected they were being filmed. Yet he dared to practice medicine and even managed to heal the patient. This was a deliberate affront to their integrity, designed to bait them. Jia Yuya recognized that the situation was turning dire. At that moment, Bai Shuxin stepped in to obstruct Li Xiuqi. Brother, news outside has begun to spiral. Danshin Medical Technology is rising to fame, and this journalist can no longer undermine us. Let us leave it be. Let it be? That would be far too lenient. Li Xiuqi would not let this matter rest easily. He harbored no fondness for the unscrupulous journalist Jia Yuya, and he was determined to crush her at the first opportunity. As he spoke, the company employees were dispersed, and several individuals from the Shenlong Pavilion entered, among them the striking Yan Ji, whose appearance elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, for such a radiant beauty was indeed a rare sight, particularly in the live broadcast room. The older viewers were instantly captivated. Yan Ji approached Li Xiuqi, saluted, and handed over a stack of documents along with several color-printed screenshots from videos. Upon seeing those documents, Jia Yuya, though yet to peruse their contents, felt a cold sweat break out across her brow at the sight of the suggestive images. Sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond her control, "You, go turn off that camera," she urgently directed Zhen Shuwei. However, as the assistant rushed to disable the camera on the stand, he was forcefully pushed aside by several members of the Shenlong Pavilion, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Jia Yuya's fury erupted as she pointed an accusing finger at Li Xiuqi. "What do you intend to do? Is there no law left?" Li Xiuqi retrieved several color-printed screenshots, presenting them before the camera for the audience of hundreds of thousands to behold. This seemingly innocent reporter, Jia Yuya, turns out to have quite the penchant for scandalous affairs. Engaging in threesomes with two individuals of African descent, such a petite figure, yet she indulges so extravagantly, even going so far as to record it and store it on her computer, likely relishing the footage numerous times. The live audience exploded with reactions as the revelations unfolded. The devoted fans of Jia Yuya were left reeling. Where did these screenshots come from? It must be fabricated. How could this reporter, who appears so pure and advocates for the people, be so debauched? Is this truly the so-called contrast? The crowd was utterly in turmoil. Advocating for the people? Li Xiuqi scoffed, producing a meticulously detailed ledger that chronicled the substantial funding she had received from several major foreign institutions, with transactions amounting to hundreds of millions. He also revealed recorded phone calls and private chat logs, alluding to clandestine dealings, such as accepting funding from certain organizations to undermine a specific industry in Dragon Country, inciting public opinion, and facilitating foreign enterprises' smoother entry into the sector while suppressing competitors. When the ledger, recordings, and chat records were displayed in the live stream, a profound silence enveloped the audience, who had initially tuned in for mere entertainment. The truth was unveiled. Jia Yuya was not a journalist of integrity, but rather a mercenary one. In the background, Jia Yuya observed the entire ordeal unfold. It was not that she wished to intervene and stop Li Xiuqi. Rather, she was being restrained by Yan Ji, whose martial prowess was such that a mere glance could be lethal. "That's not me. It is absolutely fabricated evidence. I will sue you for defamation." Chapter 20. Evidence exposed. The sycophant Zhen Shuwei reveals all. Jia Yuya had reached the brink of complete collapse. She clutched her disheveled hair with both hands and shouted at Zhen Shuwei beside her. "You useless fool, what are you still doing? Shut down the live stream." Zhen Shuwei was blocked by several members of the Shenlong Pavilion and stood frozen in place upon seeing the screenshots of the videos. "Elegant, how could you be so reckless? When I pursued you, you insisted it was too early to discuss such matters. claiming you had no desire for marriage or to be involved with any man. Yet here you are, entangled with two black men. Zhen Shihui's composure shattered. His affection for Jia Yuya was genuine. Otherwise, having witnessed her true character behind the scenes, he would never have continued to follow such an exceedingly hypocritical person. However, he never anticipated that Jia Yuya would engage in far greater folly than he had imagined, leading to his complete emotional breakdown. Zhen Shihui even rushed to Li Xiuqi's side. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Xiuqi intercepted him, but Zhen Shihui had lost his sanity. "I will report her. I will expose her. All this evidence is authentic. Jia Yuya is nothing but a disgrace. Everything about her is an act. She smokes, drinks, and even accepts bribes behind the scenes. This wretched woman has been exploiting me. She has treated me like a spare tire." The frenzied sycophant broke down in tears. Li Xiuqi watched from the side, laughing heartily. "How does it feel to be bitten by your own loyal fool, reporter Jia?" Jia Yuya's face turned ashen. Even her most devoted admirer had betrayed her. How could she continue in this situation? It was over, completely over. The reputation she had built over more than a decade crumbled within a single day, all thanks to Li Xiuqi's machinations. She grasped her hair, veins bulging. "Who are you? Truly?" Her eyes radiated an insatiable bitterness. Li Xiuqi's expression returned to indifference, aware that he had triumphed decisively, utterly shattering Jia Yuya's spirit. He was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. He then gestured to Yanji, "See these two out." Yes. Yanji and her team dragged Jia Yuya away. In the live stream, everyone remained in shock, gazing at Li Xiuqi. The evidence he had just presented, along with Zhen Shihui's abrupt reversal, had stunned them all. This was no mere promiscuity. It felt more akin to treason, even bordering on crimes against humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, while reporter Jia has committed numerous misdeeds, she has inadvertently performed one good act, providing us at Danshin Medical Technology with an opportunity to clear our name. In truth, all the negative rumors surrounding our company have been fabricated by individuals like Jia Yuya. Now, let us welcome our president Bai to address everyone. Li Xiuqi willingly stepped aside to make room. Bai Shuxin was pulled over by him, along with a group of company employees who were holding their phones to watch the live broadcast. Standing before the camera in a live stream with hundreds of thousands of viewers, they caught sight of their own reflections and were instantly exhilarated. "President Bai, we are on television. Please say a few words." "What do you want me to say?" Bai Shuxin's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness as she lowered her head and fidgeted. Her pure and enchanting beauty captivated the audience, causing them to momentarily shift their affections from Jia Yuya to Bai Shuxin. Meanwhile, she could hear Li Xiuqi's voice beside her. "This is a live streaming event for product promotion. The viewership is about to hit 1 million. It's an excellent opportunity to showcase Danshin Medical Technology." Bai Shuxin finally grasped the situation. She realized that Li Xiuqi's heroic act of saving lives today, coupled with the presentation of evidence, had propelled Danshin Medical Technology to unprecedented heights, leveraging Jia Yuya's years of hard-earned reputation. This surge in viewership was crucial. If they could harness it, Danshin Technology would soar. But failing to do so could lead to a backlash. She immediately composed herself, adopting a serious yet approachable demeanor, as she began to introduce the various products of Danshin Technology, including the most misunderstood product, the blood enrichment ointment. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi approached the vicinity of the company entrance, where Yanji appeared before him alone. "Master," they were interrogated upon departure. It turns out Jia Yuya is indeed backed by Sun Ludong. She was merely passing through Chang'an City when Sun Ludong approached her, offering 2 million in illicit gains to deliberately tarnish the reputation of Danshin Medical Company. Li Xiuqi's expression revealed his realization. Sun Ludong is quite an intriguing character, a notorious underground leader who, instead of engaging in physical confrontations with our dragon sect, resorts to manipulating public opinion. Is this truly the behavior of a gangster? Yanji chuckled helplessly. "Master, should we not arrange for some personnel to retaliate against Sun Ludong? Although he has established roots in Chang'an City for decades, our dragon sect, despite its nascent foundation, possesses superior tactics. After all, even the head of the Martial Arts Bureau in Chang'an City is an elder of our dragon sect, adept in both the legal and illegal realms. How could an underground thug like Sun Ludong outmaneuver us?" Just as Li Xiuqi pondered over this matter, a car came to a halt at the company entrance. 3 individuals emerged, one of whom, a middle-aged man, hurriedly approached him, accompanied by an elder exuding an otherworldly presence, who regarded him with a cold smirk. "You, the swindler of the martial world, have even managed to deceive Lord Huang," creating such a commotion. It seems our reputation in the medical community of Chang'an City may well be tarnished on a national and global scale. And who might you be? Li Shouqi instructed Yin Ji to withdraw, as the dragon sect preferred to remain discreet and low profile. Huang Limin, accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Lu, stepped forward. I am Huang Limin, the Lord of Chang'an City. You must have seen me in the news. Are you the product researcher for this pharmaceutical technology company? Indeed, I am. The recent live broadcast was indeed orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Huang Limin inquired directly. Li Shouqi smirked, fully aware that his medical expertise, should he expose himself, would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, he was surprised by the swiftness of their arrival. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion of engaging in a debate with them. As he turned to leave, Bai Shuxin hurried out from behind. Brother, that Jia Yuya logged into the backstage and closed the live stream. But fortunately, I had already introduced our Danshin technology to the audience. The entire nation now recognizes our Danshin pharmaceutical technology. We are immensely popular. Bai Shuxin exclaimed joyfully. Upon encountering Huang Limin, she quickly suppressed her smile. Ah, it is you. Lord Huang, I apologize. You are here to inspect our company, I presume? It is indeed Bai. We met at the initial company development meeting in Chang'an, did we not? I am astonished that someone as young as you appears so simple and kind, yet has devised such a script. Huang Limin frowned, looking at Bai Shuxin with evident disappointment. Bai Shuxin stood frozen, perplexed by Huang Limin's remarks. Chapter 21. Is Li Shouqi the Grandmaster of Medicine? At this moment, the esteemed physician you stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at him. The young man beside you is a charlatan, while I am the genuine healer. I am a legitimate disciple of the ancient medical traditions of Longhua, a true member of the immortal physician sect. I stake my lifelong reputation on this. The acupuncture techniques exhibited by that lad were a mere sham. Thus, the previous live broadcast was orchestrated by you. Bai Shuxin snapped back to reality, glancing at Li Shouqi. Old man, have you lost your senses? That live broadcast was conducted by the prominent reporter Jia Yuya. Why would she risk her reputation to partake in this charade with us? Physician Yu was left speechless by her retort, while Huang Limin fell into deep contemplation. On my way here, I indeed watched the live stream, and the situation is quite perplexing. Might we request another demonstration? This time with our city lord's office directly contacting the patient? Why should I perform a demonstration for you? Li Shouqi retorted, his temper flaring. A mere lord of Chang'an lacked the authority to look down upon him. If you wish to verify my identity, there are far simpler methods. What methods? Huang Limin's interest was piqued. Disciple of the immortal physician sect, are you? Li Shouqi sneered. He produced a medallion and tossed it into Yu's hands. Old man, open your eyes and behold, this is the elder's token of the immortal physician sect. Count how many ranks separate us. Physician Yu instinctively accepted the medallion. Gazing at the exquisite gold token of the immortal physician sect, his expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, after departing from Danshin pharmaceutical technology, Jia Yuya was driving her car. A handprint visible on her face, a remnant of her parting with Zhen Shiwei, the outcome of a toxic relationship. However, this slap was trivial compared to the true anguish she felt over her tarnished reputation. Scoundrels! A pack of scoundrels have conspired against me. Jia Yuya cursed vehemently as she drove, hastily dialing a number. Sun Ludong, is this the so-called easy target, Danshin pharmaceutical technology? Do you have any idea what just transpired? Compensate me, at least 1 billion, to remedy my losses. Otherwise, I will expose you as the head of the underworld, revealing how you bribed me to sabotage Danshin Pharmaceutical. Since I have already lost my reputation, you shall not escape unscathed. Jia Yuya raged furiously into the phone. Sun Liudong's voice was calm and steady as he replied, Ms. Jia, why the fury? You are already aware of my connections to the underworld. Threatening me with such matters? I care not for the opinions of outsiders. But you seem to. Have you no shame? Shame, when weighed against money, the latter holds far more significance. Moreover, since you have failed to deliver results, I will not be disbursing the remaining 150,000. You would do well to refund the 50,000 deposit, lest you find yourself an ordinary person. I could have someone end your life, and no one would come to your aid. With a nonchalant gesture, Sun Ludong ended the call. Jia Yuya, having lost everything, clutched the buzzing phone in a state of utter numbness, aimlessly pressing the accelerator, oblivious to her destination. How could she confront such a harsh reality? Once revered as a goddess, she had become a figure of scorn, a wanton woman in the eyes of society. Yet, the truth was undeniable. She had indeed become that person, her facade of purity stripped away. Suddenly, Jia Yuya let out a shriek and jerked the steering wheel. Unbeknownst to her, she was driving against traffic, colliding head-on with a dump truck. It was too late. Both she and her vehicle were flung several meters away. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of Chang'an City First Hospital, Sun Ludong hung up the phone, far from the serene demeanor he had projected. In truth, he was utterly enraged. His fury palpable. Chen Sheng, gather your men and pay a visit to Danshin Technology. Boss, what is the plan? Chen Sheng asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he observed Sun Liudong's grim expression. Sun Liudong's gaze was fixed on the hospital bed, where his son, Sun Huiguang, still lay unconscious, his injuries unhealed. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. If diplomacy fails, we resort to force. That is our expertise. Crush Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. I will make sure all of Chang'an understands that provoking Sun Ludong comes with a price. Understood, boss. I have long said that spending 2 million to hire that wretched woman for a media smear campaign is a waste. Instead, we could spend that money as an entrance fee to bring in hundreds of brothers to demolish Danshin Technology. The remaining funds could go towards banquets and massages, stimulating consumption. Chen Sheng clenched his fists, speaking with confidence. As a subordinate of Sun Ludong, Chen Sheng excelled in violence rather than in the art of eloquence. Upon receiving orders, he immediately summoned the brothers of the hall and rushed to Danshin Medical Technology, determined to wreak havoc upon the establishment. Meanwhile, in the reception room of Danshin Medical Technology, Huang Limin wore a broad smile, holding a teacup in both hands as he served tea to Li Xiuqi, who sat opposite him with his legs crossed. Huang's smile bore an unmistakable hint of embarrassment. Forgive my ignorance. It turns out that Mr. Li is a senior elder of the legendary medical institution, the Immortal Physician Sect. Just one step away from becoming the Supreme Elder. A transcendent figure like you, yet so youthful. I, along with Medical Master Yu, momentarily faltered in recognizing you. And for that, I am truly sorry. Huang Limin apologized profusely. Standing in the corner, Yu Chang resembled a chastised schoolboy, too timid to take a seat. His head bowed in trepidation. Medical Master Yu? Huh. In this era, even the most dubious characters dare to claim the title of Divine Healer. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Chang? Li Xiuqi remarked, lifting his teacup and blowing on it lightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yu Chang's face flushed crimson as he dared not refute the elder's words. You are right, esteemed elder. I shall remember your words. Sit down at your age. You shouldn't make it seem as though I am mistreating the elderly, Li Xiuqi replied lightly. I would never presume to sit at the same level as elderly. Yu Chang insisted. Then kneel, if you must, Li Xiuqi quipped. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Chang actually rushed to Li Xiuqi's feet, lifting the front of his long robe as if he genuinely intended to kneel. Li Xiuqi, taken aback, waved his hand. It was merely a jest, a jest. Do not take it to heart. I am merely a nominal elder, a title bestowed upon me by my master before his passing, to ensure that I might have a connection with fellow practitioners in the medical field. Yu Chang stood before him, bowing deeply. May I inquire who your esteemed master might be? Ah, I believe my old mentor mentioned that he founded the Immortal Physician Sect, Li Xiuqi replied casually. With a sudden jolt, Yu Chang's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed low. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch? What you demonstrated earlier must surely be the divine needle of the immortal duel. It was my folly not to recognize my ancestral master. I am truly deserving of death. Huang Limin and Secretary Lu stood in stunned silence. Given their ages, Yu Chang could easily be considered a grandfather to Li Xiuqi, and yet Li Xiuqi's status was that of Yu Chang's ancestral master. Chapter 22. The City Lord of Sun Ludong. Things have escalated. Rise, the past is behind us, Li Xiuqi proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a sage, choosing to overlook their previous offenses. When Yu Chang stood again, he was now completely respectful. Initially believing Li Xiuqi to be merely an elder, it became evident that within the vast Immortal Physician Sect, which boasted thousands of renowned doctors, Li Xiuqi's standing could rank among the top 10, surpassed only by a few ancient recluses. Moreover, the remarkably young Li Xiuqi has already mastered the celestial combat needle. Should his future development proceed favorably, he may indeed have the opportunity to inherit the Celestial Physician Sect and ascend to the pinnacle of the medical realm. This is nothing short of a hidden dragon. Yu Chang even entertained thoughts of aligning himself with such a formidable figure. With an ingratiating demeanor, He presented himself even more sycophantically than Huang Limin before him. Master, the reason we have come to seek your assistance is that we hope you might, if you are willing, lend a hand to our Lord Huang. He is revered by the citizens of Chang'an as Huang Qitian, a breath of fresh air in the bureaucratic sphere of the Dragon Kingdom. What ailment afflicts him? It is my daughter, Huang Limin hastily explained. My daughter has succumbed to a peculiar illness, rendering her a vegetative state, endlessly lost in slumber. I have consulted numerous renowned physicians, including the esteemed Dr. Yu, but to no avail. Furthermore, my wife passed away over a decade ago, leaving me with but one daughter. My sole remaining kin. As he spoke, tears welled in Huang Limin's eyes. As the saying goes, a man does not shed tears lightly. Having lost his wife to illness and now facing the prospect of losing his daughter to the same fate, Huang Limin would surely crumble under the weight of such a tragedy. Li Xiuqi rose, gazing down upon him with an air of authority. Do not attempt to play the victim with me. What is this talk of purity and virtue? Are you aware of the tribulations that this Danshin medical technology has endured during this period? This promising startup has faced relentless oppression from the underworld leader Sun Ludong in Chang'an. Not only has he orchestrated slanderous rumors to tarnish our reputation, but just yesterday, my sister Bai Shuxin was threatened with harm. Where was your so-called Huang Qitian during such turmoil? Huang Limin felt utterly humiliated by this rebuke. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yu Chang quickly interjected to defend him. Master, Lord Huang is simply overwhelmed with his duties and the care of Miss Wanwan. Moreover, the scandals surrounding Danshin technology are numerous and convoluted, and he cannot be expected to navigate the underlying complexities alone. Li Xiuqi waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to assist Huang Limin. In truth, Bai Shuxin had been eavesdropping outside the door, and upon hearing Li Xiuqi reprimanding the Lord, her eyes widened with anxiety. However, Huang Limin soon began to profusely apologize. Rest assured, Mr. Li, with your esteemed presence at Danshin Medical Technology, I am convinced that all previous scandals are fabrications. I will, in the name of the Lord Mayor's office, extend every possible policy to support the development of Danshin Medical Technology. As for media relations, we will strive to mitigate any fallout. Regarding Sun Ludong, there may be some complications. Huang Limin seemed to harbor unspoken concerns regarding Sun Ludong. Li Xiuqi frowned, his dissatisfaction evident. In fact, his mention of Sun Ludong was a subtle plea for Huang Limin to eliminate this nuisance, thereby relieving him of the troubles associated with the Shenlong Pavilion. Just then, Bai Shuxin burst through the door, unable to contain her excitement. Brother, please agree to help Lord Huang. I beg you. I truly plead with you. Won't you treat his daughter? Bai Shuxin tugged at Li Xiuqi's hand, her voice dripping with charm. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard Li Xiuqi as an elder brother, providing her with an immense sense of security. He was indeed her steadfast pillar. Li Xiuqi tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating the prospect of bargaining, only to find her intruding upon his considerations. I was hoping to maximize my benefits, he thought to himself. Enough, enough, that is quite sufficient. Bai Shuxin continued her playful coaxing. Ultimately, Li Xiuqi, moved by her earnestness, acquiesced. Very well, if I have the time this evening, I shall visit your Huang family. However, I cannot guarantee that your daughter's peculiar ailment can be cured. The mere willingness of the esteemed Dr. Li to examine her filled Huang Limin with profound relief. After months of despair, he finally glimpsed a ray of hope. After all, Li Xiuqi was the most capable physician he had encountered. If even he could not succeed, it would be time to concede defeat. As Huang Limin and Yu Chang were escorted away from the Danshin company by Bai Shuxin and Li Xiuqi, a multitude of vehicles suddenly emerged from outside the main gate. Motorcycles, vans, and trucks clogged the street, and from them descended hundreds of burly men wielding knives and clubs, charging directly toward the entrance of Danshin Technology Company. Secretary Liu, fiercely loyal, positioned himself protectively in front of Huang Limin. My lord, I am here to protect you. You must flee. Flee. Huang Limin, spotting the raucous gang with hair that could form a rainbow, felt a surge of blood rush from his feet to his head. Were it not for his years as a city lord and his refined internal energy, he would have erupted in anger. Halt! All of you, stand down. What do you intend to do? Huang Limin's fury flared as he pushed past Secretary Liu, confronting the crowd. The sheer number of hostile figures suggested they intended to wreak havoc upon the technology company. What are you, old dang, to obstruct our path? Do you know who our boss is? One of the gang members sneered, twirling his baseball bat with an air of arrogance. Who is your boss? Huang Limin demanded through gritted teeth. The brash youth, shaking his bat, tilted his head and replied insolently, "Our boss is Chen Sheng, a dual-flower red stick under the command of the esteemed Sun Yi and Sun Lu. He is invincible among the underground factions of Chang'an City. What? Do you wish to ally with our boss and join us?" The youth erupted into laughter, convinced of his own wit, which prompted the others around him to share in his mirth. However, in the next moment, Chen Sheng emerged from the throng, brandishing a cleaver. Upon spotting Huang Limin on the steps before the door, he abruptly dropped his weapon with a clang. A quick-witted subordinate hurriedly retrieved the cleaver and handed it back to him. "Boss Chen, your knife has fallen." "That is not my knife," Chen Sheng said, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Limin as he shook his head repeatedly. "This is none other than the highest official of Chang'an City, the city lord himself." Yet, one of his subordinates, though somewhat astute, lacked sufficient acumen and still handed over the knife. "Boss, you jest too much. Everyone is watching." "And that knife fell from your hand." With a sharp slap, Chen Sheng retaliated. "I've already stated that it is not my knife. Are you deaf?" Unbothered by the astonished gazes of those around him, he hastily approached the steps, bowing deeply, his face drenched in cold sweat, and apologized to Huang Limin. "Lord Huang, I beg your pardon. This is truly a misunderstanding. We merely passed by and did not intend to offend you. Our boss is Sun Ludong, and he wishes to invite you for a meal at your convenience." Chen Sheng felt a chill run down his spine as he discreetly glanced at Huang Limin's expression, only to find no sign of softening. Instead, the lord appeared on the verge of an explosive fury. "Xiao Lu, make a call." "To whom?" "The secretary, Xiao Lu," inquired softly from behind. Huang Limin gritted his teeth, suppressing his wrath. "Contact the Public Security Bureau, the Martial Arts Bureau, and the City Defense Army. Instruct them to dispatch personnel, to send the military, and capture this group of rascals, along with their leader Sun Ludong." Chapter 23. The Martial Arts Bureau takes action, arresting Sun Ludong. Huang Limin was nearly apoplectic with rage. As the Lord of Chang'an, he found himself confronted by a throng of 200 to 300 ruffians brandishing knives and clubs. Behind him loomed the esteemed Danshin Medical Technology, accompanied by a miracle doctor who might save his daughter's life. His identities as a father, as Li Xiuqi, and as an entrepreneur by Shuxin held extraordinary significance for him. The actions of Chen Sheng and his companions were an affront to all these meanings, trampling upon the dignity he held as the city lord. After all, with the law and order in such disarray, he bore responsibility, and the desperate longing to save his daughter had been provoked. In a state of fury, he issued the most severe command. Even his secretary Xiao Lu faltered momentarily. It was one thing to involve the Public Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau, but to mobilize the military escalated the situation to a monumental scale. Xiao Lu instinctively reached for his phone, though his movements were not swift enough. Down the steps, Chen Sheng fell to his knees. "Please, Lord, it is truly a misunderstanding. We were wrong. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. This matter has nothing to do with Master Sunday. Moreover, Master Sun is the adopted son of Lu Wanshan, the head of the Lu family." Chen Sheng appeared to plead for mercy, but the last statement was crucial, invoking the name of a significant figure who also served as Sun Ludong's protector in Chang'an. Behind him, Li Xiuqi wore a look of mild confusion. Beside him, Bai Shuxin quietly elucidated, "The Lu family is one of the 4 prominent families in Chang'an. While Sun Ludong may be renowned as the underground emperor, he is, in truth, merely a dog doing Lu Wanshan's bidding." Li Xiuqi displayed a look of realization. No wonder Huang Limin had seemed so troubled when mentioning Sun Ludong. It turns out that the esteemed Sun has a formidable backer. The 4 prominent families of Chang'an possess a heritage surpassing even that of Zhongdafu, with an immense capital that renders them the unseen rulers of the city. Even the city lord is powerless to oppose them. However, this time, Huang Limin was genuinely incensed. Upon hearing the name Lu Wanshan, he took the initiative to step down from his high ground and approach the kneeling Chen Sheng. "Are you threatening me with the Lu family head? Sun Ludong's misdeeds warrant punishment. That is only just. If there are any objections, let the Lu family head come to discuss it with me personally." After declaring this, he waved his hand. "Xiao Lu, why are you not issuing the notice at once?" "Yes." Secretary Lu hurriedly dialed several numbers. The Public Security Bureau, the Martial Arts Bureau, and even the City Defense Corps were mobilized to apprehend the current group, which naturally included their superior, Sun Ludong. The thugs immediately fell into disarray. The once boisterous leader now felt utterly weak. Ge, what should we do? Should we run? No one is allowed to flee. Not a single one. Chen Sheng turned and rebuked them fiercely. His eyes flickered with a singular thought: to remain here and endure the repercussions from Huang Limin. Even if he were imprisoned for a decade or two, it would be acceptable. However, if they fled, it would be a slap in Huang Limin's face. The City Defense Corps might launch an all-out manhunt for them, escalating the situation further. Ultimately, Sun Ludong would be unable to protect them, and the embarrassment would be unbearable for all. Huang Limin took a deep breath and approached Li Xiuqi, forcing a smile, albeit awkwardly apologetic. I did not anticipate that Sun Ludong would act so recklessly and offend Dr. Li. I sincerely apologize. As the city lord, my management has been lacking, and I implore your forgiveness. Li Xiuqi waved his hand, urging prompt action to remove the individuals involved to prevent any scandal that could tarnish the reputation of their company. Very well. Huang Limin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of the first hospital of Chang'an, a few more individuals had gathered. In addition to Sun Ludong, who had been vigilantly keeping watch over his unconscious son, there were several others. Leading them were Yang Yang and Zhang Liangli, accompanied by a young assistant, Chen Xiao. Chen's father had once been involved in the underworld but later succeeded in real estate, thus establishing a respectable life and maintaining a favorable relationship with the Sun family. Ah Xiao, I didn't expect it had been years since you last saw Huiguang. This time, he was injured, and you were the first to come visit him. Sun Ludong remarked with a smile, expressing his sentiments to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao quickly looked embarrassed. Uncle Sun, I actually came with Li Jie and Yang Gu to seek Huiguang's assistance, but unexpectedly, he encountered trouble first, all thanks to that Li Xiuqi. That man is truly wicked. Beside Principal Chen, Zhang Liangli and Yang Yang wore gloomy expressions. After enduring that banquet, they felt they had lost face in front of Li Xiuqi and sought to regain their stature through other means. They decided to leverage Principal Chen's connections to approach Sun Huiguang. However, to their astonishment, Sun Huiguang had been incapacitated overnight. At that moment, Yang Yang stepped forward. Gesturing dismissively to Sun Ludong, he lamented, Uncle Sun, since Huiguang is injured, shall we take our leave? There is no need to rush. Sun Ludong settled onto the sofa in the hospital room, smiling as he replied, You both hail from the esteemed Yang and Zhang families, prominent lineages in Chang'an. Since you have sought my assistance, I shall certainly resolve this matter regarding Li Xiuqi for you. Now tell me, shall I break his limbs? Or shall it be his life? Sun Liudong's words dripped with menace. Principal Chen glanced at the two beside him, and it was Zhang Liangli who spoke first, wearing a smile as she said, It is merely a matter of pride. We only wish to teach him a lesson. There is no need for murder. Just break his 3 legs. Zhang Liangli added, with a final note. Both Yang Yang and Principal Chen felt a chill at her words. How ruthless she was. Breaking 2 legs would suffice, yet she demanded 3? Sun Ludong let out a hearty laugh and nodded, saying, Very well. I will make a call to inform my men to capture Li Xiuqi alive. His plan today is to wreak havoc at Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology and then bring Li Xiuqi to avenge his son, regardless of Li Xiuqi's background. With his son injured so grievously, he is bound to seek retribution. How much do you intend for us to spend, Uncle Sun? Spend? It is merely to cultivate a good relationship. Consider it a trifling matter. Sun Ludong displayed remarkable generosity. Zhang Liangli and Yang Yang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was indeed fortuitous. Li Xiuqi had sought trouble for himself, thus sparing them the expense of hiring someone to take action. For a formidable figure like Sun Ludong, dealing with a Li Xiuqi was indeed a simple task. Just as he was dialing Chen Sheng, a large group of elite martial law officers surged into the hospital corridor. Leading them was Yu Xishan, a towering figure accompanied by a dozen officers clad in Zhongshan suits, resembling a black-faced deity, exuding an aura of lethal intent as they stormed into the specialized ward. Sun Ludong, you are accused of leading a criminal organization and are implicated in multiple offenses. Come with us to the Martial Law Bureau. Impudent. Who dares to arrest me? Sun Ludong. Sun Ludong sprang from the sofa in furious indignation. What am I? I am the director of the Martial Law Bureau in Chang'an. Is it not my duty to apprehend you? Yu Xishan retorted with a mocking gaze directed at the elder across from him. Inside the ward, Zhang Liangli and the others wore tense expressions, hastily retreating to a corner, fearful of being implicated. Ashio, what on earth is happening? I do not know. The Martial Law Bureau has come to arrest old Sun. Could it be that his backing has fallen? Principal Chen was aware that Sun Ludong was backed by the Lu family. However, The Liu family has held dominion over the city of Chang'an for a century, undeniably ranking among the four most illustrious families. So how could they easily find themselves in trouble? The three young men trembled with trepidation, yet Sun Liudong's aura remained undiminished. Ha! How amusing. A mere director of the Martial Arts Bureau dares to apprehend me, Sun Liudong? Have you lost your mind? I come bearing an arrest warrant from the city lord's mansion, Yu Shishan declared, producing a warrant adorned with the official seal of the city lord's mansion. Sun Liudong's countenance shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Was it possible that he had offended city lord Huang in some manner? No longer could he maintain his previous bravado. He leaned closer to Yu Shishan, a fawning inquiry escaping his lips. Director Yu, might you enlighten me on the matter at hand? Your subordinate, Chun Sheng, along with several hundred men armed with weapons, intended to wreak havoc at Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Coincidentally, City Lord Huang was inspecting Danshin at that very moment. What do you make of this? Damn that Chun Sheng. Sun Liudong was rendered speechless. Ultimately, he relinquished his resistance, as Yu Shishan directly bound him with ropes designed for martial artists, a black cloth bag placed over his head. He was promptly escorted out of Chang'an's foremost hospital, causing quite a stir throughout the establishment. As the underground emperor, even with his face concealed, he was easily recognizable. And soon rumors spread like wildfire across the city. Zhang Jingli and her companions were not spared from this chaos either. Though they were unfamiliar with Yu Shishan, he recognized them, for they had incurred the wrath of Li Xiuqi and were noted by Zhong Dafu, leading to their surveillance by the Shenlong Pavilion. This time, they were inadvertently apprehended. Yu Shishan intended to teach these three a lesson, leaving Zhang Jingli in tears and Yang Yang in a panic. In this tumult, they found themselves irrevocably linked to Sun Liudong, fearing that even a plunge into the Yellow River would not absolve them. Meanwhile, within another pharmaceutical enterprise in Chang'an, in the president's office, Chi Yusu, donned in an elegant gray uniform, sat in her executive chair, having removed her high heels, rubbing her slender black-stockinged calves with a weary sigh. On her computer screen, a video was playing. Hello everyone. As you have seen, that journalist Jia has been blatantly slandering our Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Fortunately, our chief product developer, with exceptional medical prowess, saw through the deceitful journalist's scheme, preventing the public from being misled. Next, I must introduce our Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology's Vitality Bomb, a remarkable remedy that fuses ancient formulas with modern technology to invigorate the blood and replenish vital energy. The video was a recording of a live stream, with Bai Shuxin seizing the opportunity to promote Danshin Technology's products. Chi Yusu gazed at the screen with a look of bewilderment. Had Li Xiuqi, who had been incarcerated for the past 3 years, truly mastered such exquisite acupuncture skills that he could even treat late-stage cancer? It was simply unfathomable. She found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion. At this moment, the office door swung open. Assistant Zhao Yin hurriedly entered, her face radiating joy. Upon approaching her, she noticed the computer screen and frowned. President Qi, why are you still looking at this? It's clearly just a marketing ploy concocted by Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin. The notion of treating late-stage cancer is utterly absurd. Xiaoyan, do you have something to discuss? Chi Yusu, though somewhat skeptical, was not as certain as Zhao Yan. After all, a person of Jia Yi's caliber would never compromise their lifelong reputation to collaborate with Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology in a charade. Zhao Yan hastily replied, I have already contacted General Zhao from Tianming Pharmaceutical Group. We have arranged to meet for a casual dinner at Tianfeng Club tonight to discuss investment matters. Chi Yusu paused in surprise, gazing at Zhao Yan. But I didn't ask you to contact him. President Qi, you were quite intoxicated yesterday and clearly agreed. Zhao Yan looked at her with a pained expression. Noticing the frown on Chi Yusu's face, seemingly poised to decline, she quickly added, I understand, President Qi, that General Zhao has been pursuing you for years. But haven't you already divorced Li Xiuqi? Moreover, Tianming Pharmaceutical has substantial capital. If the two companies were to collaborate, it would be a match made in heaven, instantly replenishing our company's financial chain. Persuaded by her words, Chi Yusu sighed deeply. Dining is acceptable, and collaboration can be considered, but I will not entertain his romantic pursuits. I have no intention of engaging emotionally with any man for the rest of my life. Zhao Yan pursed her lips, shaking her head with a resigned smile. President Qi, General Zhao is exceptionally talented. If you interact with him a few more times, you will soon change your mind. Li Xiuqi is hardly worth your consideration. It's time to open your eyes to the world. You deserve someone far better. Meanwhile, within the walls of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology Company, in the research and development room, a prescription was presented before Li Xiuqi. Standing beside him were Bai Shuxin, Yun Xiaoqiao, and the actual staff of the RD Center, all watching him with tense expressions. Is it wise to show him something so confidential? Yun Xiaoqiao asked nervously. Bai Shuxin shook her head, reassuring her. He my brother. There's no need for concern. But that's the lifeblood of the company. I fear a breach of confidentiality. Yun Xiaoqiao still felt uneasy. At that moment, Li Xiuqi set the prescription down and scanned the room. With indifference, he addressed the assembly of RD staff. Who is the supervisor here? I am, came the reply from Lu Shang, the middle-aged director of the RD Center. Donned in a white lab coat and heavy black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor serious and evidently displeased with Li Xiuqi's earlier self-identification as the developer of the blood tonic. However, for the sake of the company, he refrained from voicing his discontent. This blood tonic is a replica of the Tianyang blood tonic, streamlined from traditional formulas and enhanced through innovative purification techniques to extract the essence of blood grass, achieving half the efficacy of the legendary Tianyang blood tonic. Furthermore, once mass-produced, the price will be significantly reduced, Lu Shang introduced to Li Xiuqi, a hint of pride in his voice. However, his hopes were quickly dashed as Li Xiuqi shook his head after setting down the prescription. Lacking any understanding, he remarked that while the purification method employed could extract the essence of the blood grass, without the assistance of the Tianyang herb, their product possessed only 1/10 the efficacy of the genuine Tianyang blood tonic. There remained considerable room for improvement. What? Lu Shang raised his voice. The others in the research laboratory wore expressions of disbelief, and Bai Shuxin subtly tugged at Li Xiuqi's sleeve. Brother, you must be joking. We have compared it with the authentic Tianyang blood tonic. Although the formulas are entirely different, it indeed achieved 50% of their effect. Which genuine blood tonic did you compare it to? Lu Shang's brows furrowed in a cold smile. Do you not know? All Tianyang blood tonics originate from a single family, the Jin clan of Chang'an's ancient medical lineage. They have amassed a fortune exceeding 300 billion solely from this formula, making them a legendary family within Chang'an. The others nodded in agreement, envious of the Jin family. A single formula passed down through generations had granted them wealth for several eras, an enviable feat indeed. Yet, Li Xiuqi found it all rather perplexing. Who told you that the Jin family's formula is the authentic one, rather than a simplified version like yours? Chapter 25, Li Buotao's Provocation, Acquiring Danshin Technology? Are you suggesting that the Jin family's formula is incomplete? Their formula must indeed have flaws, otherwise, it would yield not just double, but tenfold the efficacy. Li Xiuqi asserted with conviction. How can you prove that? Do you possess the complete formula? If so, I would gladly cede my position as the director of the research center to you and serve as your assistant. Lu Shang's interest was piqued immediately. If the Jin family's formula were indeed incomplete, presenting the complete one could potentially displace the Jin family from the market, seizing their share of the blood tonic, and thereby securing their fortune for Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Lu Shang, a pragmatic individual, refrained from acting impulsively against Li Xiuqi and quickly sought the genuine formula. The opportunity for soaring success seemed tantalizingly close. I actually possess the complete formula. Where is it? Inquiries grew urgent, with Bai Shuxin among those whose breaths quickened. Li Xiuqi raised a finger to his temple. Right here. Could you possibly write it down? Bai Shuxin was already in a state of ecstatic anticipation. Lu Shang and the others were equally impatient. At that moment, Secretary Yun Xiaoqiao received a phone call from the front desk, informing her of visitors, a pair of significant figures. President Bai, two individuals have come to discuss a collaboration, one of whom is from the Jin family, their young master Jin Tianshun. Jin Tianshun has come to discuss collaboration with us? Bai Shuxin was momentarily taken aback, exchanging stunned glances with Lu Shang as they engaged in hushed conversation. It is well known that the Jin family has long harbored dissatisfaction regarding our imitation of the Zhuang blood ointment, despite the fact that, aside from both utilizing blood herb for medicinal purposes, there are no other similarities. The recent turmoil has seen the Jin family subtly instigating matters from behind the scenes. How could they possibly approach us for a collaboration? Could it be that Mr. Zhong's investment of 5 billion has instilled a sense of urgency in them, fearing our product might achieve remarkable sales and encroach upon their market share? Lu Shang speculated. Bai Shuxin's expression grew solemn as she resolved to meet them. But before she departed, she insisted on bringing along Li Xiuqi. Brother, do you truly possess the complete formula for the Tianyang Zhuang blood herb? Bai Shuxin blinked her eyes, gazing at him with admiration. Upon receiving a nod from Li Xiuqi, her heart settled with assurance. Then it settled, regardless of what the Jin family wishes to discuss. I shall not fear them any longer. The two swiftly made their way to the reception room. Upon encountering Jin Tianshun, he was dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding a scholarly and amiable demeanor, with a keen glimmer in his eyes. His hands were adorned with a string of prayer beads, emitting a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of an exquisitely refined young gentleman from ancient times. In stark contrast stood the young man beside him, exuding the brashness of a nouveau riche, giving off an oily and unappealing aura, none other than Li Buotao. As they stood in the reception room, Li Buotao's eyes sparkled with provocation upon seeing Li Xiuqi. It appeared their relationship was indeed quite amicable, as Jin Dasha had brought Li Xiuqi along for such a significant occasion. Surely, they could not have become romantically involved. Could they? Li Buotao pondered to himself. It was unlikely, considering Li Xiuqi had only just been released from prison the previous night. Li Buotao? What brings you here? Li Xiuqi halted momentarily, his tone tinged with resignation upon seeing his former brother. Li Buotao smirked, retorting, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You, a convict. Why persistently cling to President Bai? Surely you have some ulterior motive? Bai Shuxin's brow furrowed at this exchange. She glanced at Li Buotao before turning her attention to Jin Tianshun. Jin Xiao, let us be forthright. You are not here again to discuss issues of infringement, are you? Please understand that a verdict has already been rendered. The name Zhuang blood ointment derives from an ancient formula and is not exclusive to your Jin family. Our formula differs entirely from yours. Jin Tianshun chuckled lightly, hastily waving his hand. Oh, President Bai, you misjudge my intentions. I have come today to discuss collaboration with you. The Jin family actually wishes to partner with your Danshin Medical Technology to transfer the formula for Tianyang Zhuang blood ointment to you, allowing you to produce it on our behalf. The profit sharing can be negotiated gradually. Li Buotao quickly interjected, President Bai, I am Li Buotao, a young master of the Li family. We, too, are planning to transition into the pharmaceutical sector, and Jin Xiao was the partner I sought out. The Li family will also be involved in this matter. I have reserved the finest private room at Tianfeng Club. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Let us first discuss the collaboration. Dining can wait. Bai Shuxin harbored no fondness for Li Buotao. After all, she was no novice in the business realm. She found no value in collaborating with someone she deemed a fool. She pondered whether Jin Xiao's approach to them for the production of Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment came with any stipulations. For years, the formula had remained a closely guarded secret within their family, never once outsourced for production. Upon hearing this, Jin Tianshun merely smiled, reclining on the sofa with his arms crossed, radiating confidence. In truth, our family did not refrain from outsourcing due to fear of the secret recipe being divulged. The complexity of the Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment formula meant that without guidance from the Jin family, outsiders would be unable to produce a satisfactory product even if they acquired the recipe. The reason for seeking cooperation with General Bai was not only out of respect for Li Xiao, but also to advance our family's interests. We aspire to acquire Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. His final statement struck at the heart of the matter. Bai Shuxin exchanged glances with Li Xiuqi, a flicker of indignation crossing her face. After expending so much dialogue, they finally revealed their true intention, to acquire their company, all while feigning a genuine desire for collaboration. Bai Shuxin muttered under her breath, growing impatient. Li Buotao quickly interjected, General Bai, it may not necessarily be an acquisition. Jin Xiao actually wishes to invest in your Danshin technology. The extent of the shares depends on how the negotiations unfold. Therefore, we sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence at tonight's dinner. Suddenly, Bai Shuxin stood up. You seek to acquire our Danshin technology and have us produce Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment, ostensibly to obstruct our path to independent research and development. Am I correct? Jin Tianshun feigned ignorance, regarding her with a puzzled expression. Bai Shuxin scoffed, her internal fury surging. Once you invest and acquire shares, we would be stripped of any autonomy. Our company's future direction would hinge solely on the whims of the Jin family. It is worth noting that even when Zhong Dafu invested in Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, it was not through acquiring shares in the parent company, but rather by establishing a joint venture for a pharmaceutical research center, with Zhong providing financial support while Danshin contributed labor and expertise. The parent company remained independently operational. who knew that the Jin family would arrive with intentions of acquiring the entire company. Seeing her firm stance, Jin Tianxuan's expression darkened, and his tone grew somber. If you refuse our investment in Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, you will find it immensely challenging to navigate the pharmaceutical landscape in Chang'an. Chapter 26. Brewing medicine with one's own hands. Not for profit, but for pride. Your Danshin Zhuangshua ointment sells for 1,200 per box, correct? Well then, starting tomorrow, our Tianyang Zhuangshua ointment, which boasts double the efficacy and greater brand appeal, will also drop to 1,200 from 3,000. Let us see how long your company can endure. You're being excessively unreasonable. Bai Shuxin was momentarily taken aback. Such ruthless tactics were employed, with the limited foundation of their fledgling company. If the Jin family engaged in a price war without regard for costs, it would not take a month for them to declare bankruptcy. At that moment, Li Shouqi rapped the table. If we were to present the Tianyang blood-fortifying ointment, with 5-fold efficacy, priced at 3,000 per box, I wonder how long the Jin family could sustain itself? Li Shouqi, what do you think you are? Do you have any place to speak here? Li Buotao erupted in anger, asserting that in the realm of commerce, there was no room for a reformed criminal like him to interject. He bellowed at Li Shouqi. At that moment, Jin Tianxuan suddenly rose and laughed heartily. 5-fold efficacy of the Tianyang blood-fortifying ointment, how audacious of you to boast. After his laughter subsided, he adopted a serious demeanor and turned his gaze toward Bai Shuxin. Before you lies but two paths. 1. To engage in a price war with our Jin family, a venture you have no chance of winning. 2. To accept our investment, allowing you to retain a portion of equity, whereby you would follow our directives in the future. Posturing to intimidate us brings you no advantage. Bai Shuxin also stood, casting a glance at Li Shouqi, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. However, upon meeting Li Shouqi's resolute gaze, she clenched her teeth. My brother is not exaggerating. He possesses a complete formula for the Tianyang blood-fortifying ointment, whose effects far exceed those of your Jin family's. You have no right to monopolize the title of Tianyang blood-fortifying ointment. How intriguing. If that is the case, then present the formula for us to examine. I am curious to know by what means you intend to create a blood-fortifying ointment with 5-fold efficacy. Jin Tianxuan's temper flared. In truth, he did not expect to conclude a business deal with Bai Shuxin today, for she was a tough opponent, one who had never bowed to the Jin family, even in tumultuous times. Thus, when Li Buotao approached him, they quickly aligned, intending for the Li family to serve as a lubricant, avoiding direct conflict between the Jin family and Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. The Jin family sought to acquire Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology precisely because, having secured investment from Zhong Dafu, they felt a genuine sense of trepidation. They feared that through modern technology, new and superior products might emerge, potentially relegating their ancient medical lineage to the annals of history. Jin Tianxuan had even prepared to make multiple visits to court Bai Shuxin. But this first encounter ignited his inner fury, as her words threatened the century-old foundation of their family. Ahem, the formula resides in my mind, naturally. I cannot disclose it to you. It will only be publicly available once a patent is applied for and a trademark registered, to prevent you from stealing it. Seeing the escalating tension, Li Shouqi interjected to cool the atmosphere. He believed this meeting could come to a close. Yet, Jin Tianxuan persisted, shaking his head vehemently. What about the sample? If you can produce a sample, not only will we agree to the acquisition of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, but if you truly possess a 5-fold effective sample, we would even consider acquiring the Jin family in return. Very well, we will present the sample to you. Just wait here. It will take no more than 2 hours. Bai Shuxin had endured oppression from the Jin family for an extended period, and she harbored a burning desire to seize this opportunity to retaliate against them. After speaking, she took Li Shouqi back to the laboratory. Brother, is 2 hours sufficient? 2 hours? That's far too much. With the right materials, 20 minutes will suffice. Bai Shuxin's heart soared with joy. Brother, you are incredible. This time, I am entirely relying on you. Li Shouqi gazed at Bai Shuxin with a fond expression. Initially, he had approached her merely to fulfill a task assigned by his senior sister, but as he spent time with Bai Shuxin, he discovered her beauty and melodious voice, affectionately addressing him as brother, which greatly enhanced his emotional experience. It even reminded him of the sweet memories he once shared with Qi Yusu. Lost in thought, Li Shouqi's smile suddenly faltered. He shook his head and entered the laboratory in silence. Bai Shuxin conveyed Jin Tianxuan's intentions to them, provoking the ire of Lu Shang. the head of the Research and Development Center, who clenched his teeth in fury. Over the past few years, they have engaged us in several lawsuits, merely seeking to drain our energy. If we have the genuine Tianyang Zhuangxu ointment, we must crush their arrogance. Lu Shang approached Li Xiuqi. Li, brotherly, do you truly possess the formula? Lu Shang was willing to sacrifice his dignity for this confrontation. Li Xiuqi instructed them to fetch paper and pen, and he penned a prescription comprising 18 types of herbs, with the primary ingredients being Shuetzao and Tianyanko, along with 16 supplementary components. Our company's products contain only 9 ingredients, while according to the publicly available patent information from the Gene family, they utilize 14. This formula exceeds by 4. How can we possibly blend so many ingredients together, achieving a balance of medicinal potency to unleash its maximum efficacy? Lu Shang was astonished, feeling the task was overwhelmingly daunting. Once the materials were prepared, Li Xiuqi began to concoct a sample of the Zhuangxu ointment in a small pot. The order, technique, and heat were all crucial. You may observe closely. But without my guidance, mastering this in a short time is utterly impossible. Li Xiuqi spoke with calm assurance, bordering on arrogance. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, in the third-floor reception room, Li Buotao paced back and forth. Jin Xiao, do not take offense, but you have been excessively aggressive, provoking by Zhong Zier. Next time, we should adopt a more conciliatory approach. Setting that aside, I am curious to see if that young man's mind truly holds a formula for the 5-fold efficacy Zhuangxu ointment. I find it hard to believe. Jin Tianshun remained engulfed in the emotions from their earlier confrontation. Li Buotao paused momentarily before chuckling. Jin Xiao, you truly do not know who he is? That young man is actually an adopted son of the Li family. My grandfather rescued and raised him. He is no different from a stray dog on the roadside. The skills Li Xiuqi possesses, I, Li Buotao, also possess, yet his overall capabilities pale in comparison to mine. Thus, I am the rightful heir, while he is merely a discarded child of the Li family. Jin Tianshun was slightly taken aback. It turned out to be the discarded scion of the Li family. He murmured to himself, if what Li Buotao said were true, then he could rest easy. After all, in his eyes, Li Buotao was merely a mindless fool. If such a person was outdone, then Li Xiuqi was undoubtedly a complete waste. Chapter 27. Astonishing Efficacy. Jin Tianshun in shock. Inside the laboratory, including by Shuxin and Lu Shang, everyone was anxiously awaiting the outcome, regardless of their inner thoughts. The current situation presented a remarkable opportunity for Danshin Pharmaceuticals to reverse their fate. If Zhong Dafu's 50 billion investment could help them stabilize their position and publicly confront Jia Yuya, thereby clearing their scandal, then the prescription for Tianyang Zhuangxu Agao was the chance for Danshin Pharmaceuticals to undergo a complete transformation. It had to succeed. Bai Shuxin's palms were slick with sweat. Meanwhile, the other researchers were wide-eyed, meticulously documenting the entire process of Li Xiuqi's alchemy using video and notes, leaving no detail overlooked. They even recorded the process from 3 different angles. As the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly tense, Li Xiuqi, who was stirring the concoction in a small pot, suddenly pushed his palm toward the flame beneath it during the final crucial step, and a surge of violet-blue flames erupted. This intense blaze caused the temperature in the laboratory to rise several degrees in an instant, prompting beads of sweat to form on many faces. Lu Shang, in particular, stood with his mouth agape. What on earth is this alchemical technique? How could I possibly learn such a thing? Lu Shang was momentarily stunned. As a pharmaceutical researcher who by Danshin had once invested heavily in recruiting, he possessed profound knowledge of both modern technology and ancient pharmacopoeia. Yet he was not an adept alchemist, preferring simplified approaches to research. However, witnessing Li Xiuqi's display left him frozen in awe. Gazing at Li Xiuqi as if he were a celestial being, he approached Bai Shuxin, a wry smile on his face. Bai, such an alchemical method is beyond the grasp of ordinary people. This Mr. Li must be a martial artist, right? That palm push just now contained an incredibly potent energy, something we cannot emulate. Bai Shuxin nodded, a hint of headache apparent. So, does this mean Tianyang Zhuangxu Agao cannot be mass-produced? At that moment, Li Xiuqi's voice reached their ears. Do not worry. This is merely to save time and take a shortcut. The actual refining process, I will record and teach you later. You need not film or take notes, for even if you study it 100 or 1,000 times, without my personal instruction, you will not be able to learn it. Lu Shang and the others exchanged awkward glances, retracting their cameras. Li Xiuqi maintained an air of tranquility. a serene expression gracing his face as he gently stirred the pot containing 18 varieties of herbs, all impurities meticulously eliminated, leaving only the essential potency. These essences were artfully blended in delicate proportions, culminating in the creation of the authentic Tianyang blood-enhancing ointment. This superior formulation boasted an efficacy quintupled compared to the finest Jinjia Tianyang blood-enhancing ointment available on the market. The true Tianyang blood-enhancing ointment had been lost to time, leaving only a simplified version, and this was not without reason. Without the guidance of a master, even those in possession of the formula would find it utterly meaningless. Li Xiuqi placed a dollop of the ointment into a box and handed it to Bai Shuxin and the others. As the primary product of the company, they were already well acquainted with the blood-enhancing ointment, so Lu Shang merely held it to his nose for a sniff. His expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. Indeed, it was a potent version of the blood-enhancing ointment. Although he had been awestruck by Li Xiuqi's alchemical techniques previously, it was only upon witnessing the actual sample that he was entirely convinced. Such skill transcended the realm of human imagination. Clearly, Mr. Li must have been trained under a prestigious master, inheriting the essence of ancient medicinal wisdom, a level far beyond their own. Lu Shang cast a look of reverence towards Li Xiuqi. Bai Shuxin was equally elated. This was excellent news. With the genuine Tianyang blood-enhancing ointment, the Jinjia family would no longer pose a threat to their company. However, this was merely a commercial perspective. The existence of this formula could undermine the very foundation the Jinjia family had established over a century. Do you think they would let this go easily? Li Xiuqi cautioned Bai Shuxin, for she remained too naive. Severing a person's financial lifeline is akin to slaying their kin. The Jin Tianshun family would undoubtedly reject reality. Bai Shuxin paused, her expression growing serious as she nodded thoughtfully. Brother, you make a valid point. Once they see the sample, they will surely think twice about pursuing the acquisition of Danshin medical technology. There's even a possibility they may resort to extreme measures against us. Nevertheless, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. If necessary, we can hire some warriors to ensure we can defend ourselves when they are cornered. Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang, along with the others, departed the laboratory with the sample, mentally preparing themselves for the impending tumult. As they made their way back to the reception room, she appeared somewhat flustered. Brother, although my sister is your senior, family ties must be clear-cut. This formula is invaluable. How do you intend to divide the profits? Her initiative caught Li Xiuqi off guard. He had not considered profiting from the Tianyang blood-enhancing ointment, so he merely waved his hand dismissively. My sister possesses this formula as well, and she can also refine medicine. Consider this a gift from me to you on her behalf. Bai Shuxin opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that such a gesture was hardly comparable. After all, Li Xiuqi's personal guidance would still be essential. She felt it necessary to allocate a portion of the profits to him, perhaps even the majority. Once the group entered the reception room, Li Buotao yawned, displaying impatience as he addressed Bai Shuxin and Li Xiuqi. So, where are your samples? I have waited here with Jin Xiao for so long. Please do not let me down. Li Buotao, riding on Jin Tianshuan's momentum, pretended to be sophisticated. Meanwhile, Jin Tianshun, after regaining his composure, resumed his aloof and proud demeanor. Firmly believing that Danshin medical technology could not possibly present the most complete prescription for the Tianyang Guangxi plaster, otherwise, the Jin family's century-old legacy would be jeopardized. However, as Bai Shuxin placed the box on the table and slid it towards Jin Tianshun with a gentle smile, she said, Jin Xiao, it seems you are destined for disappointment this time. Surely they failed to concoct the medicine? Li Buotao muttered from the side. Jin Tianshun gazed at the box containing the samples. His nose twitched, and as he leaned in to sniff, his expression changed dramatically. He then picked up the box containing the Tianyang Guangxi plaster, opened it, and merely touched his finger to the contents. After tasting a minuscule amount, he opened his mouth wide, his demeanor becoming oddly grotesque, as if he had bitten into the world's hottest chili pepper. Water. Quickly, bring me water. Jin Tianshuan's face flushed crimson, his skin taking on a rosy hue, steam even rising from his head. Witnessing this scene, Li Buotao hurriedly poured water, cursing vehemently, Li Xiuqi. What kind of alchemy is this? Clearly, it is poison. Are you trying to kill Jin Xiao? Chapter 28, Li Buotao's trump card, threat. Li Xiuqi, along with several others, stood opposite the sofa, watching Jin Tianshuan's uncontrolled blood flow as he transformed into a red-skinned duck, revealing a helpless smile. It was stated that it was a Tianyang Zhuangxue plaster with 5-fold potency, and it hadn't even been diluted. No wonder he ended up in such a state after tasting it directly. After a full 5 minutes, Jin Tianxun finally regained his composure. His skin returned to its original state, though his clothes were drenched in sweat. Li Buotao, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "What nonsense! You clearly concocted poison, nearly killing Jin Xiao. Prepare to pay for medical expenses." He mocked Li Xiuqi. However, Jin Tianxun spoke in a hoarse voice. "No, this medicine is genuine. Even our Jin family could not produce a Tianyang Zhuangxue plaster of this caliber. I wish to know the cost of this box of medicine." He was already flustered, his gaze trembling as it met Li Xiuqi's teasing eyes. Lu Shang stepped forward, looking triumphant. "The estimated cost is approximately double that of our Danxin Zhuangxue plaster, slightly higher than your Jin family's product. However, if produced on a large scale, the cost could actually be lower than yours. And how much do you intend to sell it for?" Jin Tianxun swallowed hard, trembling. Bai Shuxin looked at him expressionlessly. 3,000. The same as the Jin family's Zhuangxue plaster. Jin Tianxun suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, gritting his teeth. 5-fold potency? Sold at the same price as the Jin family? That would surely drive us to ruin. Beside them, Li Buotao stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Li Xiuqi could concoct the genuine Zhuangxue ointment, especially considering he had been imprisoned for the past 3 years. Jin Tianxun, in a fit of agitation, began to pace furiously. You are engaging in malicious competition. You are disrupting the market order. You are driving the Jin family to the brink of ruin. Haha, Mr. Jin, were you not the one who proposed a price war just 20 minutes ago? Bai Shuxin had never felt so elated. Tit for tat. Jin Tianxun froze, ignoring Bai Shuxin and directing his gaze towards Li Xiuqi. This medicine, did you truly create it? Of course. Do you see anyone else here capable of brewing medicine? Li Xiuqi replied confidently, shrugging his shoulders. Jin Tianxun scoffed internally, yet he could not help but notice that Li Xiuqi hardly resembled a skilled alchemist. The Li family had one adopted son and one biological son, yet they were as different as day and night. One a soaring dragon, the other a mere field mouse. Li Buotao opened his mouth, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. He was at a loss for words. "Bring the formula, join our Jin Pharmaceutical Group, and we will offer you a position on the board. How much equity do you desire?" In a time of turmoil for his family's century-old enterprise, Jin Tianxun made a most prudent decision to buy off Li Xiuqi. Equity? The entirety of the Jin family's worth might not even equate to the value of this genuine Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment formula. After all, a mere simplified counterfeit had allowed the Jin family to reap a century's worth of profits, amassing hundreds of billions in wealth. If they could secure the complete formula, how many more generations could the Jin family thrive? They might even ascend to the echelon of the most prestigious families. Jin Tianxun furrowed his brow as he regarded Li Xiuqi, then pointed to Bai Shuxin. And what about her? The current market valuation of her Danxin medical technology is barely 100 billion, and that is only due to the favor of Zhong Dafu. They are worth less than even 1/10 of the Jin family. "She is my sister," Li Xiuqi replied candidly. Jin Tianxun gaped, momentarily rendered speechless. Bai Shuxin rose, a triumphant smile gracing her features as she addressed Jin Tianxun. "Mr. Jin, this matter can conclude here. I now await the Jin family's stance." After all, the pricing of 3,000 was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, a counterstrike against your family. Perhaps there will be opportunities for mutual benefit in the future? Mutual benefit? Is that even possible? Jin Tianxuan's expression turned grim. The Jin family had already suffered a devastating defeat. In the face of absolute product quality and significantly lower costs, they had no chance of competition. Whether they could continue their business now hinged solely on the whims of Bai Shuxin and Li Xiuqi. He slumped back onto the sofa, despair engulfing him. "It's over. Everything is over." "Not yet." Li Buotao suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiuqi, his tone icy. "I never anticipated you had such a hidden card. Speak, is this prescription from grandfather, or did you steal it from somewhere?" "Hand over the prescription. It belongs to the Li family." Jin Tianxun, Bai Shuxin, and Lu Shang fixed their gazes upon the two former brothers of the Li family, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. What did Li Buotao mean by that? Jin Tianxun, however, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Li Xiuqi was also a member of the Li family. Through this connection, could they potentially seize the prescription for the Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment? "This prescription was passed down to me by my master and has nothing to do with grandfather Li. So you, Li Buotao, can abandon your foolish hopes. Li Shouqi retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at his former brother. You ought to remember that I took your place in prison. I learned martial arts and medicine during my time there. This opportunity was originally yours, but you squandered it. What can be done about that? Li Shouqi was deliberately provoking Li Buotao, recalling how this brat had always competed with him since childhood, whether it was over toys or women, losing every time and relying on Li Shouqi's benevolence to endure his presence. With this remark, he anticipated that Li Buotao would be haunted by regret, a burden he would struggle to forget in his next life. Indeed, the truth struck Li Buotao like a thunderclap. It was true. He had lost the chance that was rightfully his. Li Shouqi inwardly scoffed, for he was a natural-born talent, while Li Buotao was merely an ordinary individual. Even if he ended up in prison, he would become a waste within 3 days. So, the prescription truly has no ties to the Li family? Jin Tianxuan's hope was swiftly dashed. He sank back into the sofa, enveloped in despair. Suddenly, Li Buotao regained his composure. He scrutinized Li Shouqi intently. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of your lineage? That ancient jade, did you not already hand it over to me? Li Shouqi narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Li family had concealed more from him than he realized. Li Buotao erupted into laughter. I forgot to mention, before grandfather passed away, he left behind a letter specifically instructing us to give it to you. Then why did you not present it earlier? Li Shouqi retorted. I forgot. What of it? Li Buotao challenged, tilting his head provocatively. Li Shouqi's internal energy surged, and a palpable killing intent flickered in his eyes. His patience with the 3 members of the Li family was nearing its breaking point. Were it not for grandfather Li's nurturing kindness and his previous words to assist the Li family whenever possible, he would have eliminated these 3 wretches without hesitation. Fine. Since there is a letter, hand it over. I demand the prescription for the Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment. Li Buotao finally revealed his true intentions. Chapter 29. Selling the prescription for 5 billion. The Hidden Truth. Bai Shuxin and others gazed in astonishment at the pair of brothers. Although they could not comprehend the dialogue exchanged between them, it appeared to be intimately connected to Li Shouqi's lineage. Understanding one's origins is of paramount importance to an individual. Without it, one may inevitably feel lost. Parents and family constitute the very roots of a person. Lu Shang, feeling somewhat exasperated, was about to step forward to argue, deeming Li Buotao's use of such leverage to be utterly excessive. However, Bai Shuxin intervened. If Brother Shouqi is willing to provide us with the prescription, it is a gesture of his affection for me as his sister. His assistance is a matter of goodwill, but his refusal is within his rights. Lu Shang, with a crestfallen expression, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Jin Tianxuan found renewed vigor. He gazed intently at Li Shouqi. Could this man truly be willing to part with the prescription for the sake of a letter? His eyes widened, and his breathing became slightly hurried. Li Buotao's palms were equally slick with sweat. He acknowledged that there was an element of risk involved. Yet he was aware of Li Shouqi's concern for the truth of his origins. Perhaps this time he could indeed emerge victorious. This time, I shall concede to you once more. Li Shouqi instructed Lu Shang to hand over the prescription, which he carelessly tossed onto the coffee table. A look of relief spread across his face. This was only the second instance. It was hardly significant. Although the Li family may lack understanding, they had bestowed upon him 20 years of nurturing, a debt he had always remembered, considering it a form of repayment to old Master Li. Upon the transfer of the prescription, Li Buotao was instantly elated. He reached out to seize the prescription, but Li Shouqi pressed down with his palm. You must first hand over that letter to me. However, this prescription will not be given without compensation. How much do you want? Li Buotao furrowed his brow. Jin Tianxuan leaned closer. 500 million? Li Buotao observed as Li Shouqi extended a hand. Hearing this, Li Shouqi cast a disdainful glance at him. I said 5 billion. But our Li family does not possess such wealth. Even if he sold the entire Li family estate, he could not amass 5 billion. Jin Tianxuan was already elated, pushing Li Buotao aside, eagerly exclaiming, 5 billion. The Jin family is willing to offer 5 billion. Do you truly have that much liquid capital? Li Shouqi inquired skeptically. Jin Tianxuan hesitated momentarily. Indeed, their family did not have that much cash on hand. Who would be foolish enough to store 5 billion in cash? However, this prescription was worth its weight in gold. It could enrich the Jin family for generations to come. Not to mention, 5 billion. It could easily be worth 500 billion. We have a pharmaceutical research and development center under our name. Considering the land, various equipment, and fixed assets, along with our elite research personnel. Estimating it at 30 billion is not unreasonable. Jin Tianshun fervently gazed at the prescription in Li Xiuqi's hand, adding, "We can gather the remaining 20 billion. Li Xiuqi nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us arrange a time tonight to transfer 20 billion in cash, along with the ownership of the Pharmaceutical Research and Development Center, to Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology." Upon hearing this, Jin Tianshun immediately nodded in agreement. As Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang exchanged glances, a shared expression of regret emerged. 50 billion in assets, while an astronomical figure for Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, was indeed a loss without that precious prescription. "President Bai, do you not intend to persuade Mr. Li?" one suggested, echoing the sentiment that helping us is a courtesy, while not helping is a mere obligation. Hence, no further words were necessary. Bai Shuxin maintained a rational perspective on the matter. After all, the prescription belonged to Li Xiuqi, not to her. The price at which it was sold was entirely at his discretion, and he had even secured a pharmaceutical research center along with 20 billion in cash, which was already an unexpected windfall. "Then tonight, we shall exchange money for goods." "Agreed," Li Buotao chimed in, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. He addressed Jin Tianshun. "Young Master Jin, our Li family can also contribute a portion of cash. Given that I facilitated this transaction, might there be an opportunity for the Li family to become a member of the Jin family's board? How much can you offer?" Jin Tianshun inquired, his brow furrowing. 5 billion. "We can assemble 5 billion, Li Buotao replied. "Very well, we shall discuss it further tonight." Jin Tianshun did not oppose the Li family's involvement. After all, raising 20 billion in half a day was no easy feat, and with their offer of 5 billion, along with some funds available in the Jin family's accounts, it was sufficient. They agreed to meet at the Tianfeng Club for a tripartite discussion that evening. Both Jin Tianshun and Li Buotao left, exhilarated by the prospect. After their departure, Lu Shang approached Li Xiuqi, gazing mournfully at the prescription. "Had I not glimpsed the light, I would not resist the darkness so vehemently," Lu Shang lamented. In response, Li Xiuqi merely smiled. "What is there to fret about? I am merely toying with them." "What? Do you not intend to sell the prescription to them?" Bai Shuxin exclaimed in surprise, with all eyes turning to him in suspicion. Li Xiuqi dismissed everyone except Lu Shang, his trusted confidant, as he revealed his plans. Within the meeting room, he clarified that he indeed planned to sell the prescription to them. However, the first point was that even if they obtained the formula, they would be incapable of producing the Tianyang Zhuangxue ointment for at least 3 to 5 years, given their current capabilities. If it takes them 3 to 5 years to research it, it would certainly be worthwhile, Lu Shang murmured. Furthermore, Li Xiuqi continued, "I possess another prescription, a genuine one, which will yield a finished medicinal pill rather than the Zhuangxue ointment." This revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang sprang to their feet, exchanging astonished glances. Li Xiuqi then retrieved a blank sheet of paper and, with fervent strokes, penned a list of 36 herbs, similarly based on blood herb and Tianyang herb, but with an exponentially increased complexity. The Tianyang Zhuangxue pill would have an efficacy 5 times that of the Zhuangxue ointment, equating to 25 times that of the Jin family's Zhuangxue ointment and 50 times that of the Danshin Zhuangxue ointment. At long last, the long-lost Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan prescription has resurfaced, the genuine formula, the legendary elixir. Lu Shang suddenly descended into a frenzy, clutching his hair as if his very eyes might pop from their sockets. Bai Shuxin also displayed an expression of unrestrained ecstasy. Indeed, the true formula has been found, yet the mass production of Zhuangxue Dan presents a formidable challenge for you. The question remains, are you willing to embrace this risk? We shall proceed, we shall strive. Bai Shuxin nodded eagerly. Li Xiuqi smiled at her, remarking, however, the potency of Zhuangxue Dan is exceedingly fierce. Even when diluted, it cannot be sold to the common folk, but rather exclusively to warriors. Based on the market trends for similar medicinal pills, I propose a price of 50,000 for each Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan once mass production is achieved. After all, the impoverished pursue knowledge while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. Without funds, what use is there in practicing martial arts? Li Xiuqi had even devised the pricing for them. Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang nodded in agreement. After all, the Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan is a long-lost top-tier medicinal pill, incomparable to Zhuangxue ointment, with efficacy 50 times greater. The price increase is not even 50-fold, which is quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Li Buotao and Jin Tianshun had left Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, and evening had already descended. "Jin, I will return to gather funds from my parents. Once the transaction is successful, I wonder how much equity in the Jin family we can acquire with this 500 million? Before parting, Li Buotao sought a clear answer. Jin Tianshun cast a languid glance at the greedy Li Buotao, repeating, "You must bring that letter and the 500 million to the Tianfeng Club. Your Li family is indispensable for this transaction, and I assure you, you will not be shortchanged." Chapter 30. Tianfeng Club. Is Chairman Zhao using drugs? Before darkness fell, Li Buotao hurried home, where only his mother, Hu Feilan, awaited him, as his father, Li Jiaqing, had gone to finalize a real estate project. Due to Zhong Dafu's withdrawal of funds, this project was destined to be left unfinished. After Li Buotao recounted the events to Hu Feilan, she furrowed her brow, displaying a look of disdain. That Li Xiuqi is truly fortunate. He has even learned the art of medicine and acquired such a priceless formula. One wonders from whence his good fortune springs. Moreover, he has mastered acupuncture. As reported in the news. He made the news? Have you not been keeping up with current events? Hu Feilan shot her son an incredulous look, producing a video for him to view. Take a look for yourself. This fellow can even treat late-stage cancer. It appears he has indeed become adept in the medical arts. Li Buotao watched the live stream, which had captivated hundreds of thousands. Li Xiuqi, brimming with confidence, had helped by Shuxin bring the beautiful reporter, Jia Yuya, to ruin, while Danshin pharmaceutical technology soared to new heights. It was no wonder he had genuinely mastered the art of healing, possessing the ability to reverse late-stage cancer, truly a master of the medical realm. Li Buotao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, he soon became invigorated. "Mother, give that letter left by Grandpa to Li Xiuqi. It seems to mention some martial arts techniques, but since we do not practice martial arts, it is of no use to us. Taking the letter to exchange for the elixir recipe would grant us membership in the Jin family's board of directors. Once we obtain the shares, we could simply relish the dividends each year." Hu Feilan hesitated slightly, while the words were easily spoken. "What about the 500 million in cash? Wasn't that precisely the amount remaining in our family's accounts?" Li Buotao, filled with urgency, tugged at his mother's arm. Hu Feilan nodded, but still insisted on waiting for Li Jiaqing to return, urging Li Buotao to initiate contact promptly. Eager to invest in the Jin family, Li Buotao hurriedly reached out to his father, requesting him to prepare the funds for negotiations at Tianfeng Club by 8 o'clock. As time progressed, Tianfeng Club, one of the most prestigious venues in Chang'an City, began to buzz with activity as night fell. The grand hall saw frequent passes by influential figures. Zhao Yan, having adorned herself in heavy makeup, led Qi Yusu, who had donned a simple yet elegant black dress, into the club, complaining along the way. "General Qi, tonight is not a work occasion. Look at me. I've dressed in formal attire, yet you still appear so casually." Zhao Yan felt exasperated by her friend's lack of seriousness. Zhao Tianming placed great importance on this meeting, or rather, this date. Zhao Yan also hoped Qi Yusu would end up with Zhao Tianming. In doing so, with the investment from Tianming Pharmaceuticals, their Tiansu Pharmaceuticals would surely experience a revival. Qi Yusu sighed, choosing not to explain herself. She was aware of Zhao Tianming's interest in her, yet her heart had no room for others. Her sole focus was securing the investment from Tianming Pharmaceuticals. She could not afford to compromise on any other front, even if she were to grant additional shares as a form of gratitude. She could not allow herself to develop feelings for another man. As she traversed the hall, she suddenly spotted two familiar figures. Bai Shuxin, dressed in a professional suit, appeared out of place amidst the extravagant decor of Tianfeng Club, seemingly there for business. However, she was linked arm in arm with Li Xiuqi, wearing a confident smile that radiated assurance, completely unconcerned about her attire. When Li Xiuqi met Qi Yusu's gaze, his previously faint smile faded, leaving him in a somber mood. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Bai Shuxin followed his line of sight and suddenly chuckled awkwardly, discreetly releasing his arm. "Oh, it's my ex-sister-in-law. I didn't expect to run into you today. Do you wish to talk? What is there to discuss with her?" Li Xiuqi replied flatly, leading Bai Shuxin past Qi Yusu. It was rumored that Li Buotao had already prepared the contract and cash, awaiting them in the private room. All he needed to do was hand over the elixir recipe to the Jin family, and in return, he would acquire 50 billion in assets along with that letter from his grandfather. Once this matter was settled, it would be behind them. As for how long the Jin family would take to conduct their research and how the Li family would distribute the benefits, that was their concern. As Bai Shuxin met her gaze, a hint of guilt flickered across her smile. "Hello, Mr. Qi. I hope we can discuss further opportunities in the future. I have great faith in Tiansu Pharmaceuticals. The female wellness pill you developed possesses significant potential. Faced with by Shuxin's overtures, Qi Yusu's expression remained stiff, and she uttered not a word, merely nodding silently before turning to leave with Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan cast a sidelong glance at her countenance, muttering under her breath. What did that girl mean by her earlier remarks? She merely secured a 50 billion investment from Zhong Dafu and now feels entitled to critique our company's products. Danshin Medical Technology is hardly worthy of collaborating with our group. At least Mr. Zhao is sincere in his desire to engage in a partnership, Zhao Yan added. Upon entering the reserved private room, Zhao Tianming had been waiting for some time. Dressed in an exquisite white suit, his hair meticulously styled and adorned with elegant, thin-framed gold-rimmed glasses, one might mistake him for a scion of wealth if unaware of his humble beginnings. This attire caused Zhao Yan's eyes to brighten. She hurriedly pulled Qi Yusu over to greet him. Mr. Zhao, my apologies for our tardiness. Zhao Tianming offered a slight smile, embodying the calm demeanor typical of a mature man as he approached to welcome her, shaking hands with Qi Yusu. It is wonderful that you could join us, Qi. Convincing you to grace us with your presence required considerable effort. Please, have a seat. Zhao Tianming personally pulled out a chair for her, then inquired with curiosity. However, I noticed that Mr. Qi does not seem to be in good spirits. Is she unwell? Zhao Yan shook her head and began to complain. Oh, don't even mention it. We encountered that Li Shouqi again. I can't fathom what is so remarkable about that fellow. He pales in comparison to Mr. Zhao. Yet, upon seeing him, our Qi's mood inevitably sours. One can understand, given the years of sentiment involved, Zhao Tianming replied with a smile. Pouring wine for Qi Yusu from a bottle of red that had been aerated beforehand, which exuded a unique medicinal aroma. Qi Yusu sniffed the air, somewhat surprised. Mr. Zhao, what have you added to the wine? Nothing much, merely a new product developed by our company called Happy Powder. While the name may seem rather mundane, it is designed to uplift one's spirits, excelling in its simplicity and straightforwardness. I invite you to sample it. Happy Powder? Qi Yusu hesitated. With its ambiguous origins, she was wary of consuming it. Yet, Zhao Yan nudged her arm. Qi, Mr. Zhao has agreed to invest in our Tiansu Pharmaceuticals. You cannot refuse him this courtesy. Very well, but I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I can only manage this one drink. One is more than sufficient, Zhao Tianming chuckled, a sharp glint passing through his gold-rimmed glasses. Chapter 31. The True Use of the Ancient Jade. At the same time, as Qi Yusu was coaxed by Zhao Yan into discussing investment with Zhao Tianming and consumed the Happy Powder, Li Shouqi, accompanied by Shuxin, was also making his way toward the private room reserved by Li Buitao. As they traversed the corridor, a middle-aged man in a suit, the hotel manager, passed by and, upon catching sight of Li Shouqi's figure, was instantly struck with astonishment. Is it truly the esteemed leader who has arrived? A curious attendant, clad in a white suit, inquired of the general manager. What esteemed leader? Is he a significant figure? At this moment, Wang Zhenou's refined visage radiated sheer ecstasy. He disregarded his subordinate's query. In truth, the Tian Feng Club had been a property of the Shenlong Pavilion for several years, with the pavilion discreetly resolving numerous troubles for their proprietor. This time, upon the leader's return to Chang'an, the owner, Wang Meisheng, had issued a special notice. Should they encounter the esteemed leader, they must provide an exemplary service, ensuring he feels utterly at home. Wang Zhenou's gaze shifted as he commanded his attendant. To whom is this bottle of wine being delivered? To Mr. Li Buitao of Tian No. 1, the attendant replied. Oh, so it is him? Wang Zhenou scoffed. Once you have delivered the wine, inform them that our establishment has automatically upgraded their private room to the Emperor No. 1 suite. It is imperative that our guests experience the utmost quality of service. Mr. Wang, the Emperor No. 1 suite is singular, reserved for the 4 prominent families of Chang'an. On what grounds does Li Buitao deserve such treatment? The attendant appeared somewhat dazed, questioning the lavishness of the arrangement. Smack. Wang Zhenou delivered a swift reprimand to the attendant's head, glaring as he scolded, Go, and do as I instructed. Cease your prattling. Yes. The attendant promptly hurried away. Wang Zhenou then turned his attention to retrieving a selection of top-tier wines from the Tianfeng Club, pondering which would please the esteemed leader. Most importantly, he had to notify the club's owner, Wang Meisheng. She was renowned as the most beautiful proprietress of Chang'an, a cherished dream for many influential figures. Yet none had ever claimed her heart, except for the esteemed leader of the Shenlong Pavilion, to whom she held a particular fondness. He dashed out with purpose. Meanwhile, Within the private suite, Li Buotao and Jin Tianxun had dressed to impress in exquisite suits, exuding an aura of youthful affluence. Each was accompanied by an assistant, including a pharmacist who had come specifically to examine the prescription. As Li Xiuqi strolled in, both men greeted him with cheerful smiles. While Bai Shuxin's laughter was even more exuberant, she could already foresee that after spending 50 billion on the recipe for the Tianyang Zhuanshu ointment, the Jin family would return to find, upon further research, that their capabilities would render mass production a distant reality, requiring years of effort. Mr. Li and Ms. Bai, my apologies for making you wait. This is a 5 billion deal. Are you not at all anxious? Jin Tianxun welcomed them with a smile. Li Buotao rolled his eyes at Li Xiuqi. What are you staring at? I have prepared what you requested. Have you brought what I need? His tone was curt. Yet he felt assured he could leverage Li Xiuqi's compliance, unafraid that he would withhold the Zhuanshu ointment recipe. As Li Xiuqi was about to speak, a servant clad in a white suit squeezed in from behind. He respectfully addressed Li Buotao, who had reserved the private room. Young Master Li, our establishment has specially upgraded your room to the Imperial Room No. 1. Please follow me. What? The Imperial Room No. 1? Jin Tianxun was instantly taken aback. He turned to Li Buotao, incredulously questioning, did you not say that the 500 million was all the liquid capital your family possessed? Have you truly spent such a substantial sum on the Imperial Room? Furthermore, this room is exclusively allocated for business dealings among the 4 prominent families. Through whose connections have you secured this reservation? Li Buotao, equally astonished, gazed at the white-clad servant. Did I reserve this room? How much does the Imperial Room know? 1 cost. He touched his bank card in his pocket, sensing it might exceed his budget. This is complimentary, arranged specifically by our General Manager Wang. Understanding now, Li Buotao's confidence surged, realizing how significant his family's standing was. Noticing the astonished Jin Tianxun beside him, he remarked meaningfully, Young Master Jin, there's no need for such astonishment. Our Li family has conducted business with Mr. Zhong for many years. Although the Zhong family is not one of the 4 great clans, they have always maintained a cooperative relationship with the Tianfeng Club. It is quite normal for me, Li Buotao, to benefit from that association, wouldn't you agree? He had already woven his own logic in his mind. Jin Tianxun felt a twinge of envy. While the Jin family held considerable weight in the pharmaceutical industry, they still paled in comparison to the 4 great clans and the Zhong consortium across all sectors in Chang'an. His assessment of Li Buotao rose significantly in his mind. This time, we are indeed benefiting from young Master Li's connections. The group then proceeded to the nearby Imperial Room No. 1. Aside from being slightly larger, more opulently decorated, and boasting better soundproofing with more attentive service, it did not differ much from the previous room. Yet, within Chang'an, the Imperial Room No. 1 symbolized status and power, prompting even someone like Jin Tianxun to walk in with his chest out and head held high. Bai Shuxin was also somewhat surprised. She quietly inquired of Li Xiuqi, brother, hasn't the Li family been cut off from investments by the Zhong consortium? How could the Tianfeng Club still afford them such deference? Who says they are showing them deference? Li Xiuqi chuckled softly. He had already perused the accounts of the Shunlong Pavilion. The Tianfeng Club was evidently his own enterprise. So how could it possibly extend favors to Li Buotao? He shook his head, aware that further preparations were likely ahead. However, he was not concerned with the Tianfeng Club's trivial gestures. His sole interest lay in obtaining that letter. The ownership rights for this pharmaceutical research center under the Jin family have been drafted into a contract, awaiting your signatures. As for the funds, they will be promptly transferred to your accounts. Once Jin Tianxun took his seat at the long table, the servant immediately approached to pour wine for them. Bai Shuxi nodded. While Li Xiuqi remained silent, Li Buotao smiled, retrieving a crumpled letter from his pocket and handing it to the servant to deliver to Li Xiuqi. I have perused the contents in advance. They pertain to certain martial arts techniques and are connected to your lineage, albeit lacking in substantial value. If you wish to take it, feel free. The envelope was placed in Li Xiuqi's hands. He tossed the prescription aside, which Jin Tianxun and Li Buotao eagerly caught, quickly examining it. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxin scrutinized the contract, preparing to sign. Upon opening the envelope, Li Xiuqi recognized the handwriting as indeed belonging to Grandpa Li. The contents evoked a contemplative expression on his face. So it was, the ancient jade not only served as a clue to his identity but also concealed vital information, necessitating the activation through martial energy. Chapter 32. The deal is sealed. Qi Yusu encounters trouble. Li Xiuqi, filled with curiosity, pondered the significant information inscribed within the ancient jade and promptly notified Yin Ji, requesting her presence at the Tianfeng Club with the jade. After perusing the letter and reflecting for a moment, he dispatched the notification while the other two parties finished their examinations. Beside Jin Tianshun stood an apothecary, his expression grave. "Young master, this prescription is more intricate than I anticipated, yet the proportions of the medicinal ingredients and the methods of preparation have been meticulously documented, ensuring that mass production will be entirely feasible." Upon hearing this, Jin Tianshun wore a satisfied smile. The elder apothecary at his side was the most seasoned in the Jin family. If he claimed there were no issues, there would assuredly be none. Li Buotao's gaze flickered as he addressed Jin Tianshun. "Mr. Jin, can we truly trust the apothecary you hired? What if this fellow presents us with a counterfeit prescription?" "Huh. If this prescription were false, do you believe our Jin family would allow Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology or Li Shouqi to escape unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Li Buotao found himself somewhat anticipating the prescription's falsity, eagerly awaiting the Jin family's wrath to descend upon Li Shouqi, considering the astronomical transaction at stake, worth 50 billion. However, based on his understanding of Li Shouqi, the latter would never deceive in matters of this nature. He was inherently forthright, and when he lied, it was never in such a manner. Li Buotao begrudgingly acknowledged that over the course of 3 years, Li Shouqi had become even more nonchalant. This prescription, priced at 50 billion, yet potentially valued at 1,000 billion, seemed as inconsequential to him as air. He could hardly care less. "TSK, I detest this fellow's indifferent demeanor. He has always been so pretentious since childhood," Li Buotao muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxin had also scrutinized the contract. Since both parties had conducted their examinations, was it not time to finalize the agreement? She had already picked up the pen. Jin Tianshun smiled lightly. "Ms. Bai, I must caution you. Although we acted swiftly, concluding this 50 billion deal in mere moments, should there be any issues with this prescription, our Jin family will not spare either of you. Do you grasp my meaning?" Bai Shuxin's hand paused mid-signature as she glanced at Li Shouqi. He, however, merely yawned, appearing utterly disinterested. "Hasn't your team already examined it? Regardless of the proportions or the operational techniques, all have been imparted to you. If you still cannot concoct the medicine, then it is a matter pertaining to your esteemed Jin family, not mine. Do you grasp my meaning? Hiki, since the formula is sound, our Jin family will undoubtedly be able to produce the medicine. Let us not forget that we are a century-old lineage in the field of medicine. Throughout the entirety of Chang'an, who else possesses a deeper foundation in alchemy, particularly in the crafting of this blood-fortifying ointment?" Jin Tianshun stated with unwavering confidence. Li Shouqi shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, your Jin family is truly remarkable. I await the good news of your mass production success." After both parties signed the contract and the transfer of 2 billion was completed, the group departed from the Imperial Emperor's suite. As they exited, Li Buotao's eyes brightened upon noticing a multitude of club staff, already standing in the corridor, silently awaiting them under the accompaniment of their general manager, Wang Junle. Even the legendary beautiful proprietress made an appearance, appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a flowing red gown, her hair dyed golden and cascading in waves behind her. Her enchanting visage radiated femininity, accentuated by a curvaceous figure that drew attention. Particularly striking were her fox-like eyes, capable of ensnaring the souls of onlookers. Wang Meishing approached them with grace. "Esteemed guests, I am Wang Meishing, the head of Tianfeng Club, here to extend my hospitality. The beverages have been prepared. May I inquire which ones you prefer?" "Ah, Boss Wang is exceedingly gracious. How could I, Li Buotao, deserve such attention from you? This is truly an extravagant gesture." Li Buotao mused, mistakenly believing her interest was directed towards him, or perhaps towards his benefactor, Zhong Dafu. However, Wang Meishing showed little interest in him. Her shimmering gaze fixed intently on Li Shouqi. "There is no need for drinks. We have concluded our business dealings. If you wish to host us, let it be on another occasion." Li Shouqi waved dismissively. His demeanor caused Wang Meishing's expression to change dramatically. "Young Master Li, are you perhaps dissatisfied with our arrangements at Tianfeng Club? Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them." Her tone was tinged with apprehension. Li Buotao exchanged glances with Jin Tianshun, both comprehending the situation. It was not Li Buotao who drew her attention, but rather Li Shouqi. How could this dog have such influence? Could it be that Zhong Dafu orchestrated this? Was he possibly selling favors to Zhong Dafu? Li Buotao cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Jin Tianshun regarded him with disdain. "Damn it, this fellow truly dares to take credit. It turns out the interest was directed at Li Xiuqi. This fool nearly led me astray. On the other hand, Li Xiuqi shook his head, indicating there was no issue with the club service, only that he had no desire for alcohol that day. Wang Meisheng, though momentarily disappointed, maintained a gentle demeanor as she respectfully escorted him out. Young Master Li, should you visit again, please do give prior notice. I will personally attend to your needs. Any service you desire, I shall provide. She breathed softly into Li Xiuqi's ear, akin to the fragrance of orchids. Just the tone of her voice made by Xu Xin's cheeks flush, laden with implications that were undeniably overt. She glanced at Li Xiuqi, pondering the source of his remarkable allure. Though undeniably handsome, could he truly inspire such bold advances from someone like Wang Meisheng? Behind them, the overlooked Jin Tianshun and Li Buitao gazed enviously at Li Xiuqi, their eyes nearly brimming with envy and resentment. Accompanied by dozens of employees at the club, the group arrived at the entrance, and Jin Tianshun and Li Buitao hastily entered their vehicle, eager to rush to the Jin family's pharmaceutical laboratory to examine the prescription overnight. They fortuitously encountered a few others, Qi Yusu, somewhat dazed and supported by Zhao Yan, while Zhao Tianming also lent her his delicate arm, their relationship appearing remarkably intimate. Li Xiuqi paused momentarily, astonished at how inebriated Qi Yusu seemed. After Zhao Yan exited, a look of disdain crossed her face. It was truly unfortunate to run into them again. The coincidence of their encounters, once on arrival and now as they departed, left Zhao Yan feeling quite dissatisfied. However, Zhao Tianming seemed intrigued. With a confident and open smile, he approached Li Xiuqi, extending his hand from a distance. Xiuqi, what a coincidence to meet again. Given the special circumstances last night, we are practically friends. We should have a conversation when time permits. Chapter 33. A violent outburst, lawless and unrestrained. Are we that familiar? Li Xiuqi replied, his expression impassive as he regarded Zhao Tianming. When Qi Yusu first established Tiansu Pharmaceuticals, Zhao Tianming, as a senior in the industry, had repeatedly sought to connect with her, not out of genuine interest in her company, but rather due to his fascination with her as an individual. 5 years had passed, and he still lingered on those sentiments. Li Xiuqi ignored Zhao Tianming's gesture and proceeded toward the parking area, harboring no desire to delve into the nature of Qi Yusu and Zhao Tianming's relationship. He silently mused that, after all, they were divorced, weren't they? Brother, wait for me. By Xu Xin hurriedly chased after him. Zhao Tianming watched Li Xiuqi's retreating figure, awkwardly retracting his outstretched hand, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye revealing his displeasure. Humph. This reaction indicates he still harbors feelings for Yusu, Zhao Tianming thought to himself, his mood suddenly brightening as he relished the notion of savoring a victory over another. How he wished to observe the scene unfold from the sidelines. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, Li Xiuqi, passing by Qi Yusu and Zhao Yan, abruptly halted. The scent of hallucinogenic substances? Li Xiuqi stopped in his tracks, turning back in astonishment to gaze at the disoriented Qi Yusu, realizing her condition surpassed mere intoxication. Her complexion bore an unusual rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with an alluring daze. Suddenly, Zhao Yan's eyes widened. What are you staring at? Stay away from our President Qi, or I will accuse you of sexual harassment. Li Xiuqi frowned at her. Are you truly unaware that she has been drugged? Zhao Yan was momentarily taken aback. She found it rather peculiar, for Qi Yusu had become intoxicated far too quickly this evening, which was unlike her usual drinking capacity. However, just moments ago, she had successfully negotiated a 300 million investment with Zhao Tianming, sufficient to alleviate the company's pressing issues. Perhaps, she mused, President Qi was simply in high spirits, leading to her rapid inebriation. Drugged? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Tianming approached with a grim countenance, finding it difficult to believe. How could Li Xiuqi have discerned this? At that moment, Wang Meisheng arrived with a group. Young Master Li, do you require my assistance in resolving this matter? Bring me the remaining wine from their private room, or even the glasses they have used. Li Xiuqi gestured towards Qi Yusu, issuing a command to Wang Meisheng. She immediately brightened, unafraid of trouble from Li Xiuqi. Her greatest fear was his indifference, which would render her without value. Quickly, as per young Master Li's instructions, fetch the wine and glasses. Yes, I shall retrieve them at once. General Manager Wang Junle sprinted towards the private room with utmost speed. Zhao Tianming's lips twitched as he scrutinized Li Xiuqi, then glanced at Wang Meisheng and her entourage. This young man certainly held considerable influence. It seemed his years in prison had not been entirely fruitless. Though he remained merely a reformed convict in essence, he harbored a bitter, mocking disdain within. As for his company's new product, the Happy Powder, it posed no issues, merely possessing a calming effect. However, it harbored a remarkable trait. It could gradually combine with hallucinogens, forming a new substance that bore no effects and did not linger long in the human body. Yet, prior to its transformation into this new entity, the hallucinogenic effects would be retained. Therefore, if consumed within half an hour, the Happy Powder imbued with hallucinogenic properties would take effect. Yet, as time passed, no trace of the hallucinogen would remain, neither in the drink nor within the body, leaving no evidence to be detected upon testing. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianming felt a pang of concern. Could it be that Li Xiuqi possessed an uncanny sense? How had he perceived this? Reluctantly wishing to avoid escalating the situation, he darkly stated, Li Xiuqi, Yusu has had too much to drink. I am taking her home now, and you would do well not to stir up trouble. Zhao Yan quickly nodded in agreement. She dismissed all of Li Xiuqi's claims. Hallucinogens? It was merely the Happy Powder newly developed by President Zhao's company, with no issues whatsoever. Whenever President Qi encountered you, her mood soured, and her excessive drinking could only be attributed to you, Li Xiuqi. Zhao Yan grumbled a few more words as she prepared to leave. Wait, who permitted your departure? What do you think you are doing? Still intent on a failed abduction. You have already become a convicted felon, a labor reform inmate. You have burdened Yusu for years. Why must you obstruct her path? Zhao Tianming regarded Li Xiuqi with a mocking expression. Do you still wish to return to prison? You are not worthy of sending me there. Without my permission tonight, none of you three shall leave. Li Xiuqi raised his voice. Though he had divorced Qi Yusu, it was unacceptable to witness her being drugged and taken away. Zhao Tianming's countenance darkened gradually. At that moment, Wang Junle rushed back, breathless, holding a decanter and the cup Qi Yusu had used. Li Xiao, should I call the police to have someone tested? No need. I do not intend to discuss legal matters with him today. Initially, Li Xiuqi had merely harbored doubts, but upon examining the cup, his medical expertise allowed him to instantly identify the hallucinogenic substance. This drug can interact with your Happy Powder to create a new compound, effectively erasing traces of the hallucinogen. You, Zhao Tianming, are indeed skilled. Li Xiuqi stepped toward him. Zhao Tianming wore a sinister smile, scoffing, nonsense. The products sold by Tianming Pharmaceuticals are all legitimate. Over the past decade, I have built a billion-dollar enterprise from scratch. Is it something you can defame with a mere statement? We operate based on evidence. Zhao Tianming was confident that Li Xiuqi possessed no evidence. If he forcibly took Qi Yusu away, he would simply call the police, leverage connections to have Li Xiuqi arrested, whether for sexual harassment or outright kidnapping. It would be enough to ruin him completely. Bang! While Zhao Tianming was still contemplating how to deal with Li Xiuqi, he did not expect that the latter's declaration of not discussing the law would be taken literally. The wine glass suddenly shattered above his head, shards embedding into his scalp, causing a torrent of blood to flow, staining half his face. Are you insane? Zhao Tianming staggered back, clutching his head, and shouted at Li Xiuqi in a fury. I will call the police. You're finished. Await your imprisonment. Behind him, Bai Shuxin was alarmed, fearing Li Xiuqi would act impulsively and harm someone for the sake of his ex-wife. What would happen if he were arrested? Wang Shimei squinted at the scene, finding it amusing that they had provoked the master. Are you seeking death, Li Xiuqi? I warn you not to go too far. Zhao Tianming raised a hand, pointing at Li Xiuqi, reprimanding loudly. Crack! One of his fingers was seized by Li Xiuqi, who then forcefully pressed down, the sound of crushed knuckles echoing, causing Zhao Tianming to howl in agony as he knelt before him. Li Xiuqi wore a playful smile, shaking Zhao Tianming's finger side to side, tormenting him both physically and mentally, his tone leisurely. 10 years of building from scratch, amassing a fortune of billions, and yet you dare to report me to the authorities? Do you truly believe that with a mere phone call, I could shatter your empire into mere dust? Dream on. If you have the guts, end my life. Zhao Tianming, with bloodshot eyes, let out a painful roar. Chapter 34. A hand over the heavens. Zhao Tianming in despair. Zhao Yan cradled Qi Yusu in her arms, gazing at the enraged Li Xiuqi, her eyes wide with terror, as if confronted by a monster. How could you have beaten Zhao Zong to such a state? He promised to invest 3 billion in our Tiansu Pharmaceuticals. This is a criminal act. Would you not cease at once? Li Xiuqi furrowed his brows, glaring at her. He had long harbored disdain for Zhao Yan. This woman seemed oblivious, yet she was foolishly exploited by Zhao Tianming. Even if Qi Yusu emerged unscathed tonight, She would not escape culpability. Just as he intended to continue tormenting Zhao Tianming, three figures, Zhao Tianming's driver and bodyguards, rushed over from the parking lot, each seemingly possessing formidable martial prowess. "Release our president, Zhao. You're courting death," the lead driver bellowed as he charged forward. In an instant, a crimson figure appeared before the trio. Yanji had arrived. Her expression was impassive as she regarded the three men, brandishing a dagger that glimmered ominously. She deftly severed their tendons as she swept past them. "I understand you are merely mercenaries and ignorant of the Lord's identity, and thus I can forgive your naivety. However, if you do not leave now, prepare to meet your demise." Yanji, accompanied by Gu Yu, reached the scene just in time to witness the spectacle. In less than a second, she incapacitated the three men, a sight that shocked Bai Shuxin from a distance and plunged Zhao Tianming, who had begun to harbor hope, back into despair. Wang Shengmei trembled in fear. She had never truly feared anyone in her life, but Yanji, as the master of the Chang'an Shenlong Pavilion, was one of the few she deeply revered. Li Shouqi released Zhao Tianming's contorted fingers. "Yanji, take Qi Yusu away and have Wang Shengmei arrange a private room. I must administer the antidote." "Yes." Yanji approached Zhao Yan, signaling her to surrender Qi Yusu. Zhao Yan's expression tightened, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Zhao Tianming promised us a 3 billion investment. If we fail to secure that sum, we won't be able to pay our employees next month. Whether Qi Yusu has been drugged or not is irrelevant. 3 billion is the crux of the matter. I cannot hand over Qi Zong. I must protect her." Slap. Yanji retaliated with a swift slap across her right cheek. "Will you surrender her?" I slap. Her left cheek met another blow. Zhao Yan's already unremarkable face swelled grotesquely. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her expression one of horror. Ultimately, she relented and surrendered Qi Yusu. Yanji supported Qi Yusu, instructing Wang Shengmei to prepare a room. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming, kneeling on the ground, harbored an intense resentment in his gaze. "Do you realize you have committed a crime?" Zhao Tianming muttered to himself. At that moment, a car bearing the insignia of the city lord's mansion pulled to a stop in the parking lot. Secretary Liu, a young man, alighted from the vehicle, having come specifically to escort Li Shouqi to treat Huang Guangguan. As he disembarked with his assistant, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Isn't that General Zhao from the Tianming group? How did he end up in such a state?" Li Shini. What transpired here? Upon seeing Secretary Liu, Zhao Tianming's hope rekindled. "Secretary Liu, save me. This man has gone mad. I merely shared a few drinks with his ex-wife, and he has reduced me to this. He even accused me of drugging her. Do I look like that kind of person?" Zhao Tianming clung desperately to Liu's leg, portraying his plight. Upon hearing this, Liu's gaze shifted to Li Shouqi, who was observing him with a faint smile. A chill ran down Liu's spine as he recalled that Huang Limin had implored Li Shouqi for treatment. It was no wonder Li had beaten Zhao Tianming to a pulp. "Get lost." Secretary Liu kicked Zhao Tianming in the face, sending him sprawling on the ground, then looked down reproachfully. "General Zhao, you have no one to blame but yourself. Why are you fixated on another man's wife? The very crux of the matter lies in your guilt. They are divorced now, but an ex-wife is still a wife. You deserve this." Zhao Tianming felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. He turned to Li Shouqi, unable to contain his fury. "Is there no law left in Chang'an? Can you, Li Shouqi, truly wield such unchecked power in this city? I demand to see the city lord. Huang Chengzhu must provide me with an explanation." Secretary Liu ignored him and approached Li Shouqi with utmost respect. "Li Shini, when would you be available to visit the city lord's mansion?" "Once I have neutralized the hallucinogenic drug within Qi Yusu," Li Shouqi replied. "Has she truly been drugged?" Secretary Liu asked, astonished. He glanced back at Zhao Tianming, whose facade belied his true nature. Li Shouqi offered no further explanations, instructing Wang Junel to arrange for someone to take Bai Shuxin home, as the events of the evening no longer concerned her. As they were departing, Bai Shuxin handed him a card. "Brother, the Jin family has transferred the funds into this card. 20 billion? Is this really for me?" "What do you mean?" "It was always yours," Bai Shuxin said playfully, fully aware that the most valuable assets of Danshin medical technology were all provided by Li Shouqi. 20 billion was a mere trifle to him. Even equity could be his with just a word. Li Shouqi pocketed the bank card and returned his attention to Zhao Tianming, his expression inscrutable as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Commence shorting the stock price of Tianming Pharmaceutical Group starting tomorrow. Within 3 days. I want to hear news of Zhao Tianming's bankruptcy." Zhang Dafu did not question the reasoning behind this command. He simply responded with a single word. "Understood." The call ended. and Li Xiuqi walked past Zhao Tianming. A decade's time, 100 billion fortune. How amusing. He shook his head and returned to the Tianfeng Club. Zhao Tianming, of course, had overheard the phone call. He knelt on the ground, turning his head with a gaze filled with resentment, glaring at Li Xiuqi's retreating figure. Who do you think you are, declaring that I will go bankrupt? Dream on. You are merely lost in a daydream. Just wait. I will have my injuries examined immediately. And you will find yourself in prison once more, this time, for an eternity. He had no faith that Li Xiuqi could bring about his ruin. A man who had spent 3 years in prison for reform and was dismissed by Qi Yusu with a mere kick was nothing but a worthless individual, devoid of any societal value, capable only of inflicting harm. Li Xiuqi entered the lounge arranged by Wang Shengmei, while others awaited outside. Inside the room, Qi Yusu lay on the large bed, her complexion flushed, hair disheveled, and attire askew. Her fair skin was tantalizingly visible, and at this moment, the effects of the hallucinogenic drug were reaching their peak, igniting an insatiable desire within her. Li Xiuqi approached her, contemplating fetching some cold water to help revive her senses. Yet, his hand was suddenly grasped by Qi Yusu. Xiuqi, you finally returned? Her whispered voice caressed his ear. Chapter 35. The Mysterious Technique, Supporting Qi Yusu? Li Xiuqi turned to find Qi Yusu, still in an unconscious state, holding onto his hand seemingly out of instinct, staring at her charmingly flushed face. He stood frozen for a moment. Ultimately, he fetched cold water to cool her down and utilized the celestial needle technique to perform acupuncture on her delicate, fair skin, gradually dissolving the remnants of the drug within her. Before long, Qi Yusu regained her calm and fell into a deep slumber. Prior to her awakening, Li Xiuqi settled on the lounge sofa, retrieving an ancient jade piece and, in conjunction with the letter left by Grandpa Li, infused it with his vital energy. Soon, a transformation occurred. Within the dimly lit lounge, the ancient jade in his hand burst forth with a mysterious light, enveloping the entire room and illuminating Li Xiuqi's obscure countenance. Meanwhile, the disheveled Qi Yusu remained in her slumber. Li Xiuqi's consciousness, however, delved deep into the jade's interior. It resembled a space shrouded in mist, where he effortlessly discerned floating characters, akin to a multitude of suns, at least thousands of them, scattered throughout the misty expanse, each radiating a blinding aura. Could it be the celestial script? Li Xiuqi murmured. In prison, he had encountered this ancient script, reminiscent of oracle bone inscriptions, yet it was the writing of ancient cultivators. The myriad profound Tao scripture? Upon glimpsing these initial 4 characters, Li Xiuqi's mind jolted. An expression of disbelief crossed his features. Could it truly be this technique? Even he could not suppress his exhilaration. The last time I encountered Sun Huihuang, he had remarked to a martial artist beside him that I, Li Xiuqi, was not merely a fighter, but rather a cultivator. This was not a jest. I have genuinely embarked on this path. However, in this era, the road to immortality has long since been severed, and even my master is but a wanderer in confusion. He once mentioned a particular technique, rumored to encapsulate the essence of ancient immortal practices. This is none other than the 10,000 ways of the mysterious classic. Within me, a thread of spiritual energy has already been nurtured. Upon mastering any martial arts technique, I could replicate the corresponding martial true energy. With the enhancement of this spiritual energy, my martial realm could ascend significantly. Yet, after 3 years, this thread of spiritual energy has remained stagnant, hindered by the absence of a true method to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and earth to nourish my spirit. The 10,000 ways of the mysterious classic could indeed bridge that final gap. A look of relief spread across Li Xiuqi's face, yet confusion lingered. After all, this ancient jade, which had accompanied the orphaned him, contained such formidable immortal techniques. From whence did his lineage originate? In his bewilderment, he began to decipher the celestial writings within. As time passed, Li Yusu awoke in a state of confusion, discovering herself disheveled in an unfamiliar room. Panic washed over her when she noticed her attire. However, upon turning to see a familiar figure seated on a distant sofa, seemingly in meditation, her anxiety subsided. But why was Li Xiuqi here? Qi Yusu murmured, her eyes flickering with memories. What had transpired just moments ago? She stared, recalling fragmented images. It seemed Li Xiuqi had injured Zhao Tianming. That was the only thing she remembered. Li Xiuqi, what have you done to me? Qi Yusu questioned. Sitting up on the edge of the bed, adjusting her clothes, and pressing her forehead with an urgent tone, Li Xiuqi, still pondering the classic, opened his eyes. Zhao Tianming drugged you. If it weren't for me, you would have been in dire straits tonight. You should not question me, but rather your assistant Zhao Yan. And that scoundrel Zhao Tianming. Questioned Zhao Yan? Questioned Zhao Tianming? Qi Yusu's thoughts began to coalesce. Suddenly, her expression stiffened, and through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "You injured Zhao Tianming?" It appeared she remembered some details. "You scoundrel." With confirmation of her suspicions, she rose to her feet, glaring at Li Shouqi, her eyes aflame. Unable to articulate her fury as she pointed an accusing finger, Li Shouqi felt a surge of anger as well. After 3 years of cultivation, few things could provoke him. Yet for some reason, every encounter with Qi Yusu stirred strange emotions within him. "Why do you glare at me? I saved you tonight. Are you truly concerned for Zhao Tianming, who I injured? He should be in the hospital. You can hurry to find him." "I feel a pang of sympathy for Zhao Tianming." Qi Yusu swayed slightly, her face reflecting her anger towards Li Shouqi. "You are indeed still so immature. After finally being released from prison, you injure Zhao Tianming. Do you wish to return to incarceration?" Li Shouqi was momentarily taken aback. Was Qi Yusu actually concerned for him? Yet, in the next moment, she continued to explain to herself. "Moreover, Zhao Tianming has promised to invest 300 million in the Tiansu Group to bridge our funding gap. With tonight's incident, he will surely retract his support for the Tiansu company. Is money truly that significant to you?" A cold smirk involuntarily graced Li Shouqi's lips. He detested Qi Yusu's avaricious demeanor. For the sake of money, Zhao Tianming had drugged her, and she seemed indifferent? Qi Yusu regarded him with an impassive expression. "Without money, the company faces collapse. It embodies years of my hard work and our Qi family's legacy. This card holds 2 billion. I intend to support you." Li Shouqi rose and tossed the bank card towards her. Qi Yusu stared at him in disbelief. "What do you mean? 2 billion? Do you not comprehend? It's enough to purchase your Tiansu pharmaceutical company. I want to support you," Li Shouqi declared with a nonchalant tone. "Do you not desire money? I possess ample wealth." "You are shameless. You are inhuman." Qi Yusu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The remaining fondness she held for Li Shouqi shattered in an instant, reminiscent of what Li Shouqi had once experienced. She composed herself and stormed out of the room, leaving Lu's secretary and Wang Shimei, who were waiting in the corridor, bewildered. What has happened to President Qi? As they pondered in confusion, Li Shouqi emerged from the room. He pocketed the card and observed Qi Yusu's tear-streaked departure, rubbing his nose. Isn't she fond of money? Why the sudden change? Truly, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. He glanced at the astonished secretary Lu nearby and frowned. What are you staring at? Hurry, drive me to your city lord's mansion. Yes. Secretary Lu's face brightened immediately, casting aside the memory of Qi Yusu's tearful exit. The paramount concern now was to ascertain whether the elder of the Xianyi sect could indeed rescue the precious Huang Guangguan. Chapter 36. The Rescue of Huang Guangguan, Hidden Truths. Within the city lord's mansion, City Lord Huang Limin hung up the phone and turned to the divine physician Yu Chang. Old Yu, it appears that the Sun family possesses some capabilities. Even Lu Wanshan has reached out to me. Lu Wanshan was the head of the Lu family, the adoptive father of Sun Ludong, and one of the 4 prominent families in Chang'an City, wielding more power than the city lord himself. However, the mess created by the father and son of the Sun family had greatly displeased Li Shouqi. Thus, if Huang Limin wished to heal Huang Guangguan, he would need to demonstrate sincerity. Thus, the phone call from Lu Wanshan could not save Sun Ludong. That old wretch, along with his subordinates, remains confined in the detention center of the Martial Arts Bureau, having been thoroughly beaten by the rather enthusiastic director Yu Shishan. Even Huang Limin found himself perplexed, typically aloof. How could Yu Shishan choose to involve himself in the power struggle of Chang'an City this time? Yu Chang, with a demeanor as light as the clouds, reassured the city lord, "Rest easy. Your efforts against Sun Ludong will surely yield rewards, and Miss Wanwan will undoubtedly recover." Is that renowned physician Li truly that formidable? Huang Limin expressed his skepticism. "If you doubt me, I can return now. It is quite late, and I ought to rest." Outside the room, the voice of Li Shouqi could be heard. Accompanied by Secretary Lu, he entered the special care ward, eager to return to his meditation on celestial texts and delve into the profound Tao of the myriad mysteries, nurturing the faint aura within him. He had little interest in treating Huang Wanwan. Had it not been for Bai Shuxin's fervent pleas, he would not have bothered to come. Huang Limin wore an awkward smile as he hurried over to greet him. "Physician Li, I am merely worried. Please understand my anxieties as a father." Li Shouqi nodded and approached the bedside, glancing down at the unconscious young woman, momentarily taken aback. So this is Huang Wanwan, he murmured. Yu Chang leaned in, astonished. Master, do you know Miss Wanwan? We crossed paths a few years ago. I never imagined she was the daughter of the city lord, afflicted by such a peculiar illness. Standing by the bed, Li Shouqi stroked his chin in contemplation. Before his imprisonment, he had encountered Huang Wanwan in an alley, where she had rescued a few children being bullied, only to find herself ensnared by the thugs. At that time, he was with Qi Yusu, and together they had driven the ruffians away. Huang Wanwan had been immensely grateful, inviting them both to visit, a proposal they had declined. Reflecting now, had they accepted her invitation and arrived at the city lord's residence, many subsequent events might have unfolded differently. His heart felt a twinge of regret as he retrieved the celestial needle, intending to begin her treatment immediately. Huang Limin's expression stiffened, and he anxiously inquired, physicianly, "What ailment afflicts my daughter?" Without uttering a word, Li Shouqi commenced the treatment, causing Huang Limin's scalp to tingle with unease. Surely, a preliminary explanation was warranted? He feared that his fragile daughter might suffer irreparable harm if treated dismissively. She was not afflicted by a bizarre illness. Rather, she had been cursed, with a parasite within her releasing toxins that stifled her vitality. As long as the curse was broken, she would awaken. The revelation of a curse left Huang Limin shaken. Could it be that my wife also perished from a curse? He pondered, reeling from the profound shock. It appears that Lord Huang has indeed offended someone, a person who, rather than seeking to end his life, desires to witness the gradual decline of his loved one's vitality, forcing him to helplessly observe their demise at an alarming rate over the years. This individual's intentions are exceedingly malicious. Yu Chang's gaze sharpened, and he murmured from the sidelines. Such ruthless tactics resemble those employed by individuals from the Miao region. Has Lord Huang incurred enmity with someone of that background? I know nothing. Huang Limin suddenly clenched his teeth, bowing his head in silence. Li Shouqi smiled knowingly and remarked, "It seems that Lord Huang is indeed aware of something. However, since you are unwilling to speak, we shall not press further. Yet, I do hope that once Miss Huang has recovered, you will address this trouble swiftly. Otherwise, those who have acted will not relent." "I understand. Thank you, Divine Dr. Li." Huang Limin deeply bowed to Li Shouqi's retreating figure. Initially skeptical, he now felt that offending Lu Wanshan was a grave misstep, yet he was now wholly convinced. Li Shouqi was indeed a miraculous healer. As night fell, Li Shouqi employed the celestial needle to aid in Huang Guangguan's recovery. The life force that had been sealed within her erupted at that moment. A hint of color returned to her youthful, serene face, and she even slowly opened her eyes. Her memories were frozen from the day she fell into a coma. And upon seeing Li Shouqi beside her, a look of surprise washed over her features. "Brother Shouqi, why are you in my room? But why can't I move? Am I ill?" Huang Guangguan's voice was hoarse, her tone imbued with innocence and whimsy. Having been in a state of unconsciousness for nearly 3 years, she was entirely unaware of her circumstances. Seeing his daughter awaken, Huang Limin suddenly burst into quiet sobs, afraid to cry out loud for fear of startling Huang Guangguan. His expression contorted and strange. "Guangguan, you're awake. You've finally awakened," he exclaimed, crouching beside her bed, tears streaming down his face. "Father, what on earth happened?" Huang Guangguan asked, bewildered. Huang Limin then explained the truth of her 3-year slumber, omitting any mention of the poisonous curse, merely stating that she had been wronged by a treacherous individual and that he would seek vengeance for her. "But father, I still cannot move. Am I paralyzed?" she inquired. "You are not paralyzed. It is merely the residual effects of the curse combined with the 3 years of immobility that prevent your immediate recovery. There will be a second treatment," Li Shouqi clarified. "This second treatment requires a potion capable of eliminating the curse, known as the Huagu San. Additionally, 100 live qi pills are necessary. Only through prolonged use can her full recovery be achieved." "Live qi pills?" Yu Chang paused, a hint of worry crossing his face. If it were just 1 or 2, it would be manageable, but 100 is quite problematic. The qi herb is scarce and expensive, rarely utilized by martial artists. So there are likely very few in the entire city of Chang'an. It is not a problem. Please, Divine Dr. Li, provide me with a list of the required materials. Even if it means depleting the entirety of the Huang family savings, I will ensure Guangguan's rescue, Huang Limin declared, his emotions running high. That night, an announcement from the Lord's residence sent ripples through the entirety of Chang'an. Huang Limin expressed his willingness to offer a lofty price to acquire 100 stalks of vitality grass along with finished vitality pills. the price surpassing market value by several folds. Astonishingly, the price set for each herb reached 5 million. Upon returning home and refreshing herself, Chiyusu, who should have felt utterly exhausted, inexplicably felt invigorated and brimming with energy, seemingly owing to the influence of Li Xiuqi. She opened her phone to find a sudden message. The Lord's residence was purchasing Vitality Grass at an astounding price of 5 million per stock, seeking 100 in total. A look of delight instantly graced Chiyusu's face. Vitality Grass was an essential ingredient for health-enhancing elixirs, and their company's warehouse still held over 100 stocks. If sold to the Lord's residence, they would garner an influx of 500 million, thus replenishing their financial chain. Overjoyed, Chiyusu hurriedly informed her assistant Zhao Yan to promptly contact the Lord's residence and dispatch the 100 stocks from the warehouse without delay. After issuing her commands, Chiyusu reclined back onto her bed, her eyes radiating an ineffable joy. Li Xiuqi, do not be too arrogant. Do not think that without you, I cannot revitalize this Tiansu Pharmaceutical Company. Chapter 37. Revenge on Zhao Tianming. On the brink of collapse that deep night. Within the pharmaceutical research laboratory of the Jin family, Jin Tianshun and Li Buotao stood together, accompanied by the heavily made-up Hu Feilan and the head of the Li family. Li Jiaqing. The three members of the Li family awaited outside the laboratory. Li Buotao, dressed in a suit, wore a confident smile. Mom, Dad, worry not. Young Master Jin has assured me that if the samples can be successfully mass-produced, a joint venture between our two families will be established right away, granting us a 30% stake. But our Li family has invested 500 million. How can that yield only a 30% stake? Hu Feilan's greed was insatiable, and even the Li family found it hard to overlook. Feilan, are you foolish? The Jin family has invested 45 billion. They can grant us 30% only due to my father's letter and the pressure on Li Xiuqi to sell the prescription, Li Jiaqing interjected. Indeed, mother. Let us not forget the true value of this authentic Tianyang blood essence ointment. The Jin family has thrived in Chang'an for a century, amassing a fortune in the billions. Precisely because of that incomplete prescription for the blood essence ointment. Acquiring 30% is quite commendable for our Li family, Li Buotao reassured his mother. Reluctantly, Hu Feilan accepted the reality. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, clad in a white coat, Jin Tianshun, along with the family's alchemist, had spent 2 to 3 hours attempting to refine the medicine according to protocol. Having failed 3 times already, he murmured to himself, this time, we cannot afford to err again. It was worth noting that during the day, Li Xiuqi had completed his alchemical process in merely 20 minutes, while they required an hour each time, and every attempt had ended in failure. At that moment, the small cauldron ahead suddenly boiled over, the Tianyang grass, blood grass, and various substances within had transformed into an ointment. It erupted once more, emitting an overwhelmingly foul stench that raised the temperature of the entire laboratory by several degrees. Another failure. Apothecary Wan Fong was suddenly exasperated. He bellowed at Jin Tianshun beside him. Young master, we have been deceived. What do you mean? Is the prescription fake? No. The prescription is genuine, but that scoundrel Li Xiuqi has concealed a crucial detail. The process, no matter how meticulous, must be replicated with absolute precision. Even the slightest deviation will render the potion ineffective or significantly diminish its potency. The key to mass production lies with Li Xiuqi. Jin Tianshun stood frozen in place, his complexion darkening. What shall we do? We must refine our alchemical skills. To achieve mass production, we need to cultivate a cadre of the most elite alchemists to ensure a flawless replication, but that will require at least several years. Jin Tianshun was instantly furious. Damn it! Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin are indeed playing us for fools, costing us 50 billion. Apothecary Wan Fong could only offer a wry smile and consolation. Young Master Jin, it is merely a matter of a few years. We can afford to wait. The Jin family has been established in Chang'an for a century. But I cannot afford to wait. After spending so much of the family's wealth, I cannot see immediate results. How am I to survive in the family during these years? Jin Tianshun's gaze shifted, and he stormed out of the laboratory. He seized Li Buotao by the collar, roaring, within 3 days, you must bring Li Xiuqi to this laboratory and have him personally teach our Jin family apothecaries how to concoct the potion. Otherwise, you will not receive that 30% equity, and you will owe us an additional 45 billion. Is the prescription truly fake? Li Buotao gazed at him incredulously. Jin Tianshun sneered, gritting his teeth. The prescription is genuine, But our people cannot concoct the potion accurately. Only Li Shouqi possesses the necessary skill. He must come to teach us all the techniques. The members of the Li family were left dumbfounded, ultimately having no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, they would lose the 30% equity and incur a hefty financial penalty, a blow they could not withstand from the Jin family. They had no recourse but to seek out Li Shouqi. Li Butao, feeling awkward, recalled that on the day Li Shouqi was released from prison, he had proclaimed they should sever ties and not seek anything from him. Little did he expect that they would arrive at this day. The following day, at the headquarters of Tianming Pharmaceutical Group, a throng of media reporters gathered in the lobby, exceeding 100 in number. Zhao Tianming, accompanied by several assistants, entered the hall with plastered hands and a grim expression as questions from the reporters filled the air. Mr. Zhao, it is said that the new product you developed, Happy Powder, contains hallucinogenic substances and has been classified as a prohibited item. Is this true or false? Of course, that is false. Our product contains absolutely no prohibited ingredients. However, the City Lord's office issued a notification today, indicating that the Happy Powder possesses significant side effects and potential for addiction, urging citizens to exercise caution in their purchases. Zhao Tianming's heart burned with anger. He could not comprehend why the City Lord's office would issue such an ambiguous statement, failing to mention whether the Happy Powder contained any prohibited ingredients, merely advising the public to be cautious. Nonetheless, this news would undoubtedly impact the operations of Tianming Pharmaceutical Group, which already operated in a gray area. Ignoring the probing journalists, Zhao entered the elevator, his assistant's face pale with worry. President Zhao, our company's stock has plummeted to its limit, with over 100 billion in capital aggressively shorting our shares. We are being targeted by a powerful force. Zhao Tianming staggered slightly. He recalled the words of Li Shouqi from the previous night. Having built a fortune from scratch over 10 years, was it truly possible for Li Shouqi to obliterate everything he had worked for with a single phone call in just 10 seconds? That scoundrel was serious. Where did he acquire such power? In disbelief, Zhao glanced at his injured hand and bellowed, "Find out who is attacking our stock price." Yes, his subordinate, drenched in sweat, nodded vigorously. Upon returning to his office, Zhao promptly made a call to his backers. After all, for Tianming Pharmaceutical Group to rise rapidly within a decade and develop a product like Happy Powder, which teetered on the edge of legality, they must have substantial support. Master Lu, this is Tianming. It has been a while since I visited your residence. May I come by today? Ah, so it is Tianming. I heard you have offended someone. It's that scoundrel Li Shouqi. Enough talk, come to my residence as soon as possible. The calm and indifferent voice of Lu Wanshan resonated. Zhao Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wanshan's willingness to meet indicated he had not yet become a pawn discarded by the game, thus ensuring stability in the matter. Meanwhile, during the same morning, accompanied by Bai Shuxin, Li Shouqi traversed the bustling black market streets of Chang'an, a place abundant with various peculiar items, including some exceedingly rare materials. For instance, while the City Lord's office had reached out to various factions to confirm that the living qi grass could be procured at a high price, the acquisition of the transformation powder was far more challenging, requiring exploration through obscure channels. Upholding the principle of delivering a Buddha to the West, Li Shouqi, along with the enthusiastic Bai Shuxin, made their way to the black market street. Brother, look at that stone. Is it the transformation stone? Along a lively street, a small stall displayed a pitch-black stone, roughly the size of a fist, appearing unremarkable, yet bearing a striking resemblance to the described transformation stone. Chapter 38. The Prince Party of Chang'an, acting with impunity. Upon seeing it, Li Shouqi stepped forward. Fortune favored him, as he had found it so easily. The transformation of the goo stone into powder can effectively counteract 99% of goo in the world. The mysterious goo insect that seals Huang Guangguan's vitality, causing it to wane slowly, can likewise be eradicated through the goo transformation powder. As he approached the stall with the intention of making a purchase, a voice emerged nearby. Why is he here again? This is truly unfortunate. It was Zhao Yan's coldly sarcastic tone, accompanied by Qi Yusu, who appeared revitalized after a night's rest, in stark contrast to her previous despondency, as if she had been reborn, besides receiving acupuncture from Li Shouqi, which aided her recovery. The demand for vitalizing herbs by the City Lord's mansion could potentially rejuvenate the Tiansu Pharmaceutical Company, preventing its impending bankruptcy. Qi, let us ignore this individual to avoid further distress. It won't be long before he is apprehended. He is far too barbaric. Zhao Yan quipped from behind Qi Yusu. her voice dripping with sarcasm. Having suffered 2 slaps from Yanji the previous night, her face remained swollen, yet the prospect of acquiring 100 vitalizing herbs, amounting to 500 million in liquid capital, invigorated her spirit. Chiyusa nodded, recalling Li Shochi's words from the previous evening, which had implied that he intended to support her as if she were merely a woman driven by monetary desires. Such words, spoken by anyone else, would merely signify ignorance of her true character, but from Li Shochi, they felt like the utmost affront to her dignity and a disgrace to their shared past. Her heart had grown cold as she approached him with a stoic expression. Along the way, Zhao Yin cast a challenging glance at Li Shochi. This time we are set to do business with the City Lord's mansion, and it will yield far greater profits than the deal between Danshin Technology and Mr. Zhong. Just wait and see, she boasted, her demeanor exuding an air of triumph. Bai Shuxin tilted her head, glancing at the silent Li Shochi. Brother. They mentioned doing business with the City Lord's mansion. Could they be selling vitalizing herbs? Their women's health elixirs indeed list vitalizing herbs among the ingredients. Li Shochi nodded in acknowledgement. The Tiansu pharmaceutical warehouse was nearby. The two must be going to retrieve the herbs and would likely cross paths again soon. A sardonic smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Bai Shuxin raised an eyebrow, clutching Li Shochi's arm. Brother, that is your ex-wife. You wouldn't deliberately target her, would you? Vitalizing herbs were not as scarce as Yu Chang had claimed, although they were not commonly utilized within the circles he frequented. Several companies like Tiansu Pharmaceutical existed in Chang'an, making it feasible to procure a substantial quantity through various channels. Thus, Huang Limin's search for a supplier of vitalizing herbs hinged solely on Li Shochi's word. Zhao Yin had certainly crossed the wrong person this time, deliberately targeting her. We shall see how she performs. Li Shochi cackled with a villainous glee. Bai Shuxin, feeling exasperated, turned her attention back to negotiating the price of the Gu transformation stone with the stall owner, who quoted a price of 100,000, a figure significantly below market value, indicating his ignorance of the stone's true worth. Please proceed with the payment. This transformative stone shall be delivered in the name of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, and Huang Limin will be eternally grateful. Since Bai Shuxin holds Huang Limin in such high regard, this presents a splendid opportunity to deepen the bond between the two parties. In the future, Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology will undoubtedly navigate policies with ease. You are truly magnificent, exclaimed Bai Shuxin, her face alight with excitement. Just as she was about to retrieve her bank card to complete the transaction, another individual approached. 100,000? I shall take that black stone. The speaker was a young man adorned in opulent attire, accompanied by an elderly gentleman in a long robe, who gazed greedily at the transformative stone in Li Shochi's possession. The vendor immediately displayed a look of helplessness. However, I have already sold the stone to them. 300,000. The young man in black replied, his expression impassive. The vendor swallowed hard, glancing at the black stone in Li Shochi's hand, then raised his hand, attempting to reclaim it. My dear sir, I was merely jesting. I shall not sell the stone after all. Are you jesting? I was already in the process of making the payment, just because he offered a higher price. You intend to go back on your word? Bai Shuxin was immediately incensed. She had commenced the transfer. How could he claim he wouldn't sell it? The young man in black approached, scrutinizing Bai Shuxin from head to toe, and exclaimed with feigned realization, Ah, you are the esteemed Bai from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. And you are the miraculous healer who performed acupuncture in journalist Jia's livestream yesterday, correct? And who might you be? Li Shochi inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. The young man in black let out a cold laugh, gesturing to the elderly man beside him. Lao, please enlighten him about my identity. Allow me to be candid with you both. This gentleman beside me is none other than Lu Qingqi, the so-called Prince of Chang'an. He hails from the illustrious Lu family of Chang'an. Do you truly intend to compete with him for this transformative stone? The Lu family? Li Shochi pondered thoughtfully, while Bai Shuxin's expression shifted to one of alarm. She grasped Li Shochi's arm and whispered urgently, Brother, do not engage in conflict with such a person. He is the grandson of Lu Wanshan, known as the Prince of Chang'an, and is accompanied by a cadre of ruthless allies. Seeing Bai Shuxin recognize him and exhibit fear, Lu Qingqi felt not a shred of concern. Rather, he was filled with arrogance. Understanding your predicament is wise. Hand over the transformative stone, and I shall remember Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me, Lu Qingqi. And what if we refuse to surrender the transformative stone? If you refuse, Do you believe I won't reduce you to utter humiliation? Lu Qingqi's countenance darkened as he advanced, pointing a finger threateningly at Li Xiuqi. Li Xiuqi smirked slightly, lowering his gaze to the transformative stone in his hand. So, you intend to use the transformative stone to approach City Lord Huang Limin? The elderly man in the long robe hastily interjected, isn't that obvious? Our Lu family has always maintained a cordial relationship with City Lord Huang. Since he has a need this time, we shall certainly provide our assistance. Thus, Lu Xiao arrived early to acquire the transformative stone. I can inform you both that even if you were to present the transformative stone to Huang Limin, should Lu Xiao claim to have seen this stone as well, the city lord would not express gratitude towards you. Rather, he would be appreciative of Lu Xiao for his significant assistance. You have expended money only to incur enmity, which is a profound loss. Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin exchanged glances. She felt a twinge of fear towards Lu Qingqi and expressed her desire to forfeit this opportunity, wishing to pass it on to him. Brother, perhaps it's best to let this go. Let us not provoke him. Although she was aware that Li Xiuqi was the miraculous doctor treating Huang Guangguan, who could guarantee that Huang Limin would side with him and thus offend the Lu family, Li Xiuqi narrowed his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile appeared on his face. Very well, you may purchase this stone, but I am curious to see whether Huang Limin dares to accept your gift. Chapter 39. Strength in Confrontation. Lu Qingqi is alarmed. How amusing, are you threatening me? Lu Qingqi chuckled immediately. However, despite his self-proclaimed status as the crown prince, he was not truly oblivious. He scrutinized Li Xiuqi's visage, attempting to discern if he recognized him as a scion of some affluent family, yet he was certain he had not encountered him before. A face as handsome as this would surely be memorable, and since he held no recollection, it was evident that he was not from a wealthy lineage. Thus, Lu Qingqi felt reassured. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, transfer 30,000. This stone shall belong to us. The vendor's face instantly lit up with joy. He had managed to sell it for an additional 200,000. Though unaware of the stone's provenance, he cared little, as he had acquired it for a mere 500 from the countryside, thus making a considerable profit. Who said I wanted to sell it to you for 30,000? Li Xiuqi replied, perplexed. He instructed Bai Shuxin to pay the vendor 100,000 and began to toy with the transformative stone in his hand. 3 million. Not a penny less. Young Master Lu is affluent. Surely he can afford it? Lu Qingqi paused, glancing around, and then burst into laughter, mockingly addressing his subordinates. Did you all hear that? This fellow dares to ask for 3 million. The elderly man in the long robe shook his head in amusement, and the few guards accompanying Lu Qingqi snorted disdainfully, subtly encircling Li Xiuqi. Bai Shuxin's expression tightened, fearing that matters would escalate. Brother, it seems they are about to strike. She no longer wished to use the transformative stone, being wary of offending the prince of Chang'an City. Danxi medical technology would surely suffer as a result. Yet, Li Xiuqi remained unfazed. In the vast city of Chang'an, few could command his respect, and Lu Qingqi was certainly not among them. You can either pay 3 million, or I shall take this stone with me. The decision lies in your hands. Li Xiuqi continued to toy with the stone, remaining nonchalant. Lu Qingqi, naturally, was not a reasonable individual. He shook his head and silently waved his hand, his eyes radiating hostility. Having offended me, Lu Qingqi, you shall not receive a single cent. Attack. As the words fell, several guards rushed forward. The surrounding crowd gasped, and the vendor, terrified, hastily sought refuge aside. Their gazes toward Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin bore a hint of sympathy. To them, it was apparent that these two young individuals were about to face dire consequences. After all, how could one offend someone like Lu Qingqi, a figure of such prominence? Bang, bang, bang. An invisible force erupted before the guards, causing them to stumble backward, blood erupting from their nostrils as they tumbled to the ground. The crowd gasped once more, only to fall silent almost immediately. They realized that it was not the two young people who were in peril, but rather Lu Qingqi, the wealthy heir. Formidable martial artists were indeed a rare sight to behold. They had barely registered how Li Xiuqi had made his move, leaving them utterly astonished. Lu Qingqi's expression froze as he heard the trembling reminder from the long-haired appraiser beside him. Young master, this individual is at least a beta-level expert. Lu Qingqi's complexion turned increasingly ashen. He cast a deep glance at Li Xiuqi, suddenly forcing a sycophantic smile as he approached, rubbing his hands in apology. It turns out you are a martial arts master. I sincerely apologize for my offense. I no longer wish to acquire this transformation stone. With that, He disregarded his injured subordinate sprawled on the ground and attempted to depart. But Li Xiuqi's hand had already settled firmly on his shoulder. Ah, since you desire it so much, I must reluctantly part with it. 6 million. This transformation stone is yours. Are you extorting me? Lu Qingqi stammered. Do you seek money or my life? Li Xiuqi whispered in his ear. His voice akin to a devil's whisper, sending a shiver down Lu Qingqi's spine. His expression turned awkward as he quickly nodded in acquiescence. 6 million, I shall pay. He turned, wearing a servile expression as he looked at Li Xiuqi, gritting his teeth and instructing his subordinates to transfer the funds. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Li Xiuqi tossed the transformation stone over. As he departed, Lu Qingqi's gaze was dark and brooding, though well concealed. He cautiously probed Li Xiuqi. May I inquire your name? I had no idea such an impressive martial artist emerged from Chang'an City. Do visit our Lu family sometime. He suppressed the resentment in his tone as he tested the waters. I am Li Xiuqi. If the Lu family extends an invitation, I would indeed be inclined to visit. However, aren't we on our way to see Lord Huang Limin? To meet Lord Huang? Excellent. Let us proceed at once. Lu Qingqi thought fiercely, grasping the transformation stone. He mused that once they met Huang Limin, the Lord would surely side with the Lu family. This transformation stone held significant importance to Huang Limin. He silently resolved that he would have Huang Limin notify the Martial Arts Bureau to apprehend this scoundrel named Li Xiuqi. If they did not strip him of his skin, he would not bear the Lu surname. As Bai Shuxin traversed the dimly lit streets of the black market, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. She murmured, Brother, are you truly intent on accompanying him to meet Lord Huang? Fear not. Huang Limin currently has a need for me. When the time comes, I shall assert that this transformation stone was procured by you and that Lu Qingqi forcibly seized it, thereby ensuring that the Lu shall pay dearly for his misdeeds. But if we ensnare Lu Qingqi this way, what if he harbors a grudge against us? Bai Shuxin's concern lingered on this matter. Li Xiuqi replied with an even tone, his animosity towards us is his own affair. I will make it abundantly clear that within the city of Chang'an, no one shall dare tread upon the head of Li Xiuqi. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the Lord's residence. Lu Qingqi alighted from his carriage and glanced back, astonished to find that Li Xiuqi and his companion had indeed followed him. How audacious! Do they not realize that this Lord's estate is practically my second home? I played here as a child. Upon entering the grand courtyard, he encountered Secretary Lu. Lu Qingqi hurried towards him, brandishing the transformation stone. Xiao Lu, where is Uncle Huang? I have brought the transformation stone for him. He has been waiting in the bedroom on the second floor. With that, Lu Qingqi dashed up the stairs. Secretary Lu, puzzled, wondered at Lu Qingqi's unusual enthusiasm. Did he really have such a close relationship with the Huang family? He took out his phone, intending to inform Li Xiuqi. No need to search. I am here as well. Dr. Li, you two have arrived. Please, come in. Secretary Lu greeted him with a smile. Although Lu Qingqi held a prestigious status, it paled in comparison to the significance of Li Xiuqi in the eyes of Huang Limin. Especially after Li Xiuqi had saved Huang Guangguan, Limin's only beloved kin. The group ascended to the second floor, where praises from Huang Limin resonated within the bedroom. Qingqi, your assistance has been invaluable this time. Uncle Huang, you exaggerate. It was merely a stroke of luck that led me to the black market early this morning. Lu Qingqi feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xiuqi's discontented voice pierced through. Lord Huang, the situation is not as you perceive. This transformation stone was purchased by us, only to be unlawfully seized by Lu Qingqi in the streets. I have heard he is the one who brought it to the Lord's estate, so why relinquish it so easily? Lu Qingqi's expression froze. What nonsense are you spouting? The audacity of Li Xiuqi to enter the Lord's estate left him bewildered. What was the nature of their connection? Huang Limin's previously approving demeanor now faltered. He turned to Lu Qingqi, too disinterested in the details to inquire further, rebuking him directly. It appears I misjudged you. You have always been a tyrant. And in Chang'an, no one dares to provoke the Lu family. But to have dared to steal from Dr. Li? Get out, this instant. What? Lu Qingqi stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The Gu transformation stone cost him 6 million. Moreover, he was tasked by his grandfather, Lu Wanshan, to procure this stone specifically to mend ties with Huang Limin. The ultimate aim, of course, was to extricate Sun Huiguang and Zhao Tianming, who were currently in dire straits. With the Lu family concluding that their predicament stemmed from offending Huang Limin. Uncle Huang, the situation is not as you perceive. How many times must I reiterate during work? We refer to titles. Are we so familiar? Lu Qingxi was left speechless. Li Shouqi chuckled, stepping forward to take the Gu transformation stone from Huang Limin's hands. Casting a mocking glance at Lu Qingxi, you may not be aware, but even if you purchase the stone, it will ultimately end up in my possession. On what grounds? Lu Qingxi retorted. Simply because I am the esteemed Dr. Li, while you are but an uneducated wastrel, resorting to robbery in broad daylight to claim credit. Do you think such actions will earn my gratitude? Huang Limin continued to berate Lu Qingxi with a darkened expression. As the two exchanged barbs, Lu Qingxi felt a surge of anger, suddenly grasping the implication of Li Shouqi's earlier words. Money spent, connections severed, and instead, he found himself in a predicament. This scoundrel was not jesting. He truly had the ability to manipulate the situation to such an extent. Observing Huang Limin's countenance and considering Li Shouqi's status as a physician, Lu Qingxi reached a conclusion. This was not a place to linger. Damn it. You have the upper hand this time, but I will settle the score with you eventually. He spat through gritted teeth at Li Shouqi as he departed. He bore no concern that Li Shouqi would take action against him at the city lord's residence. After all, Huang Limin would inevitably intervene, given that he was the heir of the Lu family. Fuming, Lu Qingxi left with a scowling visage. Huang Limin observed his retreating figure, shaking his head. Indeed, he remained so oblivious. He pondered how the Lu family would fare in the future. Their lineage had stood in Chang'an for over 3 centuries, amassing immense wealth. The fear was that his reckless behavior could lead to the downfall of the Lu family, which would, in turn, implicate the entire city of Chang'an. After reflecting somberly, he turned to Li Shouqi with respect. Dr. Li, now that the Gu transformation stone has been located, and the 100 live chi herbs are en route, may I hope that my daughter, Huang Guangguan, will be able to walk today? Yes, once the chi herbs arrive, I shall concoct the elixir. Given my past acquaintance with Huang Guangguan and Huang Limin's earnest intentions, I have decided to see this through to completion. Just then, a commotion erupted from the first floor, accompanied by the sound of a woman's sobs. Huang Limin glanced toward the adjacent room, his brow furrowing. His daughter Huang Guangguan was still resting inside. Who could be causing such a ruckus? He, along with Li Shouqi and Bai Shuxin, descended the stairs. Upon reaching the main hall, they beheld a disheveled woman, seemingly on the brink of despair, with tear-filled eyes shouting at Secretary Lu. I have told you countless times, the vitality grass has been stolen, our belongings have been taken. Why has the lord of the city not dispatched anyone to assist us? And what is this lunatic, Qi Zong, doing here? Silence yourself. Huang Limin admonished loudly as he descended the stairs. This madwoman was none other than Zhao Yan. She was no longer the spirited individual she once was. Instead, she appeared utterly disheveled, bordering on madness. The imposing presence of Lord Huang left her rooted to the spot. When she noticed Li Shouqi and Bai Shuxin accompanying Huang Limin, her confusion deepened. Zhao Yan stood frozen for several moments before a sudden realization struck her. She sprang up from the ground, resembling a zombie, and rushed towards Li Shouqi in a fit of rage. I understand now. I see it all clearly. It must be you. You sent people to steal our vitality grass from Tiansu Medical, didn't you? You envy us, so you took the vitality grass, aiming to ruin Tiansu Company. She forcefully shoved aside Xiao Lu and dashed into the hall, lunging directly at Li Shouqi. The other 3 remained in a state of shock. Bang! Zhao Yan was met with a kick to the face from Li Shouqi, sending her sprawling back to the entrance. Li Shouqi brushed off his trousers. Stop your madness here. Clarify what exactly is going on. Has Qi Yusu encountered trouble? His emotions were somewhat conflicted. Zhao Yan's transformation from spirited to this state suggested something significant had occurred. From her words, it seemed Qi Yusu might also be in peril. Zhao Yan, now with a bruised face, sat on the ground, gradually regaining her composure. Lord Huang, you have seen it too. Not only did he steal our vitality grass, but he also laid hands on people. You must hold him accountable for Tiansu Medical, she exclaimed, rolling on the ground in distress. This is utterly lawless. The heavens have turned dark over Chang'an. Huang Limin took a deep breath. Fortunately, his years of experience as lord had honed his composure. He managed to muster a warm smile and approached Zhao Yan, kneeling down to grasp her hand. You are Zhao Yan, the assistant to Qi Zong of Tiansu Medical, correct? Please calm yourself and explain what has transpired. Weeping, Zhao Yan finally recounted the situation. It turned out that their storage facility for vitality grass was located near Black Market Street. However, when they went to retrieve the boxes containing the grass today, They encountered misfortune on their way to the Lord's residence. Over 100 stalks of vitality grass had been stolen, and our Qi Zong had been kidnapped. Her fate is unknown. This must all be Li Xiuqi's doing. Zhao Yin sat on the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Xiuqi. Bai Shuxin could no longer tolerate this. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Mad woman, if you continue to speak recklessly, I will shatter your mouth. My brother has no need to steal your vitality grass. For these herbs are intended for his alchemical practices. He is Miss Huang Guangguan's attending physician. He is her savior." Zhao Yin stared in astonishment at Bai Shuxin. Is there really such a thing? Li Xiuqi approached her, demanding, "Tell me the location of the incident and describe the robbers who took the vitality grass, along with their attire and appearance. The more detailed, the better. Also, in which direction did they ultimately flee?" Huang Limin paused for a moment before turning to him and whispering, "Dr. Li, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have instructed the Public Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau to investigate. Besides, there are still 3 other herbal suppliers who have stocked vitality grass, and they can deliver it directly by morning." Suddenly, several people burst in through the door, drenched in sweat and looking urgently at Huang Limin. "Lord of the city, we have grave news. The other 3 suppliers willing to trade vitality grass with the city lord's residents have all been robbed." Chapter 41. The city lord's gossip and the sequence of events. Yanji, pursue that group. Master, it isn't just one group. Did they first seek the vitality grass or target Qi Yusu? Yanji posed a crucial question. Li Xiuqi, exasperated, scolded, "Fool. They certainly want both." Understood. Yanji concluded the call. The Dragon Gate has a multitude of members, with only the tip of the iceberg visible to the public. Whether it is Qi Yusu or the vitality grass, both should be found promptly, provided the individuals are still alive. In the lobby on the first floor, Huang Limin was frantic. Initially, when Zhao Yin mentioned the robbery, he thought it was merely 2 women who had carelessly leaked information and attracted unwanted attention, with someone seeking to profit from the vitality grass. However, the fact that all 4 suppliers had encountered trouble could only indicate one thing. There is a traitor within the city lord's residence who leaked the names of the 4 suppliers, monitoring them overnight and striking as they transported the vitality grass. This was no ordinary force. It was aimed directly at me, Huang Limin. The city lord was in a state of utter disarray. After all, his daughter's illness depended on these vitality grass supplies. Although 3 years had passed, and a few more days would not make a difference, it would merely mean procuring the vitality grass from elsewhere at a higher cost. The Huang family had established a stronghold in Chang'an City over the years and accumulated considerable wealth. Yet, the conspiracy behind this, coupled with the leak within the city lord's residence, filled Huang Limin with an ominous premonition. It must be her. It must be that despicable wretch. A fierce rage ignited in Huang Limin's eyes. The dignified city lord had been driven to such a state, and he could no longer contain his fury. "Xiao Lu, I need you to accomplish 2 tasks for me. First, thoroughly investigate anyone who has had contact with the list of the 4 suppliers. There can be no more than a dozen individuals who interacted with them overnight. Compile their identities and names. I want to expose the traitor. Second, summon the head of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Tianquan, and the head of the Martial Arts Bureau, Yu Xishan, to me." Understood. Secretary Xiaolu hurriedly dashed out to carry out the orders. Li Xiuqi gleaned some information from Huang Limin's mutterings and recalled that the person who had placed a curse on Huang Guangguan was not an ordinary individual. Could it be that the mastermind had sensed her impending recovery and intervened to thwart it? If that were the case, he, as the esteemed healer, would likely be on their target list, for he was the only one capable of saving Huang Guangguan in these 3 years. Shifting his gaze, Li Xiuqi stepped before Huang Limin. "Mayor Huang, at this juncture, if you wish to rescue your daughter, it is imperative that you share any information regarding the hidden adversary with me." "I know nothing of any hidden adversary," Huang Limin replied, shaking his head resolutely. Li Xiuqi's brows furrowed, and a wave of suppressed fury enveloped the room. Huang Limin faltered, meeting his gaze with a hint of guilt. Even as the mayor, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in the presence of the barely contained wrath emanating from Li Xiuqi. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Zhao Yin continued to sob inconsolably. "What does it matter if you uncover the mastermind? Those individuals are formidable warriors. In order to preserve the life of Qi Huokiko and safeguard the hope of Tinsu medicine, General Qi would risk everything yet still be unable to contend with them. How do you speak?" Li Xiuqi turned to glare at Zhao Yin. "She is your employer, and she has exerted herself to the utmost. You draw sustenance from her efforts. yet you do not strive as fiercely? Zhao Yin was rendered speechless. At that moment, an elderly man in a white robe entered the room. Yu Chong, drenched in sweat, hurried towards Li Xiuqi. Master, I know who is responsible. Who? The Tiangu sect's branch, one of the few Miaojiang forces in Chang'an. They are adept in the use of poison, and their branch leader, Chen Fanghua, has a history with Mayor Huang. Huang Limin's expression stiffened. He cast a wary glance at Yu Chong, signaling him to remain silent. However, Yu Chong approached with a bitter smile. Mayor Huang, you merely committed a transgression common among men. But the past is behind us. What matters now is saving Miss Guangguan's life. I never did. Do not speak such nonsense. Huang Limin's face was a mask of guilt. Observing his countenance, Li Xiuqi began to piece together the truth. So, it was the case that you had an affair with Chen Fanghua, and later sought a new wife. Giving birth to Huang Guangguan. Fueled by resentment, she resorted to poison to eliminate your wife. Wishing for you to witness the demise of both mother and daughter before your very eyes? Upon hearing this, Huang Limin staggered back, his face ashen. Things are not as you presume. While I did have a relationship with Chen Fanghua, I ended it, and she has been relentlessly pursuing me. I thought the matter resolved. Yet she resorted to such cruelty. Li Xiuqi shook his head, disinterested in the melodrama unfolding within the mayor's residence. His sole focus was on rescuing Qi Huokiko. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiuqi made a decision. Shu Xian, remain in the mayor's residence. This place should offer relative safety. Do not venture outside until my return. Brother, please be cautious, Bai Shuxin said, her eyes filled with concern as she watched him. Li Xiuqi nodded. Planning to summon the members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion to besiege the despicable Tiangu men. If they refused to surrender the Vitality Herb, he would annihilate them. Zhao Yin watched Li Xiuqi's departing figure, her mouth agape in astonishment. Surely, he did not intend to rush to Tiangu men to rescue someone, did he? Was he not courting death? Those were ruthless brigands of the Jianghu, who killed without a second thought. Huang Limin beside her furrowed his brow. Old you. Dr. Li possesses a benevolent heart, willing to risk his life to reclaim the Vitality Herb. Yet Chen Fanghua is merciless. I fear he may not return, and there will be no one to save my daughter. Rest assured, my lord. Last night, I not only inquired about your gossip, but also gathered information concerning my esteemed ancestor. What did you uncover? Huang Limin's interest was piqued. Yu Chong feigned profundity, his tone playful. This is a closely guarded secret, but you can be assured, the Grand Master of Tianlong excels in both medicine and martial arts. As his direct disciple, my ancestor surely possesses not only medical skills, but formidable martial prowess as well. Is that so? Huang Limin remained somewhat skeptical. He feared that if Li Xiuqi ventured forth, he might never return. He hastily ordered the Public Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau to locate Tiangu men without needing to report back to him in advance. Meanwhile, after Li Xiuqi departed from the Lord's residence, Yan Ji arrived to greet him, and he unexpectedly received a message from Tiangu men. Are you Li Xiuqi? Indeed. It is I. A middle-aged woman's voice crackled through the phone, laced with a mocking laughter. I know you are very curious about my identity. You are Chen Fanghua of Tiangu men. How do you know? Chen Fanghua inquired, surprised. Cut the nonsense. What do you want? Humph. Let me be frank with you. You serve Huang Limin and have thwarted my plans. Originally, you were on my must-kill list, but that girl named Qi begged me desperately, and so I decided to gamble. Chen Fanghua's tone became increasingly playful. I bet you wouldn't dare to come to Tiangu men alone to rescue her. However, should you be audacious enough to come alone? Even if she wins the bet, I might show mercy and release both of you. So, do you dare to come to Tiangu men? Chapter 42. The Hero Saves the Beauty. Li Xiuqi was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that Chen Fanghua had indulged in far too many romantic tales and sought to use this opportunity to test his feelings for Qi Yusu. Presumably. According to Chen Fanghua's script, if he ran to Tiangu men alone, risking life and limb to rescue Qi Yusu, and they both wept profusely, it would likely move the long-suffering woman to tears, and she might indeed set Qi Yusu free. But why should he act according to her script? With a bemused expression, Li Xiuqi hung up the phone. Yan Ji, standing beside him, respectfully inquired, Master, I have gathered 500 elite members of the Divine Maiden Pavilion, and our people are also present in the Martial Arts Bureau and the Public Security Department. The Heaven Gu sect has been surrounded. With just a word from you, I could annihilate their branch entirely. However, let us refrain from violence, for the martial world is not merely about bloodshed. It is a realm of human sentiments and affairs. We should first converse with her. Is it because Miss Qi is still in her grasp? Yanji blinked her large eyes, curiously observing his expression. Li Xiuqi tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. As he made his way to the Heaven Goose sect, within a spacious garden venue in Chang'an City, Qi Yusu was bound to a chair with hemp ropes. She wore a white blouse and a fitted skirt, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous figure, complemented by black stockings. Her perfect physique was outlined by the ropes, and a look of panic graced her stunning face, with tears welling in her eyes. Before her stood a middle-aged woman clad in black, her face marked by the ravages of time, now adorned with a triumphant smile filled with resentment. He abruptly ended the call. It was evident that he dared not approach the Heaven Goose sect, having succumbed to fear. It seems our wager favors me. Miss Qi, how do you feel now? Are you not as disheartened and desperate as I am? Chen Fanghua tore away the strip of cloth. Qi Yusu hastily interjected. I never wagered with you. I do not wish for him to come here. Do not speak nonsense. Spare him. I will no longer sell the living spirit grass. He has no connection to this matter. Chen Fang was scoffed. Spare him? He is the primary physician treating Huang Guangguan. Without him, that ungrateful Huang Limin can only watch helplessly as he and that wretched woman bear a child, while hope dwindles, leading to a tragic end before his eyes. Qi Yusu's complexion turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. So it was Li Xiuqi who was treating Huang Guangguan. His medical skills are indeed remarkable. I will advise him not to assist Huang Limin any longer. Please let him go, will you? Qi Yusu, fearing for Li Xiuqi's safety at the hands of the Heaven Goose sect, continued to plead with Chen Fanghua. Her demeanor caused Chen Fanghua's brows to furrow deeply. What is wrong with you? You incessantly speak of Li Xiuqi. Have you ever considered your own worth? What is so commendable about that scoundrel? Who does not even dare to come to your rescue? I am myself, and he is he. His choice to save me is his own affair. But I do not wish to see him come to harm. Slap. Chen Fanghua erupted in fury, delivering a resounding blow to Qi Yusu's face. Dare you speak in defense of that vile man? Qi Yusu staggered from the heavy slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her expression gradually turning despondent. Indeed, even if she worried for Li Xiuqi, what could she do? Once targeted by the Heaven Goose sect, regardless of his medical prowess, he would likely be powerless to confront them. She herself could not ensure her own safety, let alone assist Li Xiuqi. She could only hope he would grow wiser. Reveal the truth to Huang Limin, and the Lord's Manor will undoubtedly take action. However, by that time, it remains uncertain whether she and Li Xiuqi will manage to escape this place alive. After all, Chen Fanghua's mindset has become thoroughly distorted. She has transformed into a lunatic. At that moment, the mocking voice of Chen Fanghua echoed in Qi Yusu's ears. It was regarding their previous wager. If he dared to come alone and cared for her as much as she cared for him, she would let the two unfortunate lovers go free. But if he did not have the courage to approach, they would perish together. I despise women like you, who lack discernment. What is so admirable about that wretched man? Chen Fanghua prattled on alone. A clear handprint, left by Chen Fanghua, appeared on one side of Qi Yusu's fair face. She opened her mouth, attempting to persuade her with a strained tone. Sister Chen, you should give up. Xiuqi will not come. He has always been wise. Since you have voluntarily revealed your identity, he will surely ally with the Lord's Manor to find you. At that time, your Heavenly Goose sect may not withstand the onslaught. Why drag everyone down to destruction? Qi Yusu endeavored to restore Chen Fanghua's sanity. Yet, she abruptly burst into laughter, emitting a shrill and hoarse sound. The Lord's Manor? They are nothing. Here, I have 300 elite members of the Heavenly Goose sect, each a martial arts prodigy, well-versed in the arts of goo and poison. And Huang Limin is merely a puppet lord, devoid of real power. This city of Chang'an is not governed by him. He severed ties with my underworld for the sake of becoming lord, sealing his own fate of ruin. You audacious old hag. Just then, amidst the courtyard walls, Li Xiuqi's figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, gazing down at Chen Fanghua, who was clad in black. His gaze shifted to Qi Yusu's face. Upon seeing the clear emotional imprint on her exquisite, fair countenance, his pupils dilated slightly, and he could not help but take a deep breath. What a reckless hand. Which hand struck you? Oh, you truly came. Chen Fanghua was suddenly taken aback. It had only been a short while, and Li Xiuqi had indeed arrived. What astonished her further was the presence of 300 martial elites lurking within the headquarters of the Heavenly Goose sect. How had this young man slipped in alone? Qi Yusu met Li Xiuqi's gaze, her expression shifting dramatically. Run. There is an ambush here. Silence. Chen Fanghua scolded her with a darkened expression. Turning back to Li Shouqi, her demeanor became somewhat complex. Since you have arrived, I shall honor our agreement. If you can prove your love for her is profound enough, I will allow you both to leave together, and that batch of valuable living spirit herbs shall also be entrusted to you. Qi Yusu's expression turned exceedingly intricate. She cast a glance towards Li Shouqi, her heart tinged with a flicker of anticipation, yet also rife with resistance. She yearned for Li Shouqi to declare his love for her, but the dread loomed that should he utter those words, the defenses she had painstakingly erected over the past 3 years might crumble in an instant. However, the words that escaped Li Shouqi's lips left both of them astonished. Prove it? What nonsense! It is you, an old meddler, who needs to substantiate your strength. After today, do you believe you will retain your standing in the city of Chang'an? In Chapter 43, as the winds swept away the remnants, the Tiangu sect faced obliteration. Prove the strength of the Tiangu sect? Chen Fanghua suddenly erupted in laughter, her expression dripping with sarcasm. How do you expect me to prove it? Shall I simply be intimidated by your mere words? With that, she burst into laughter. Turning, she gazed at Qi Yusu with pity. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. You have fallen for a fool. Do you realize your husband lacks common sense? Qi Yusu gritted her teeth and nodded silently. She too felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Li Shouqi had come all this way, yet in front of Chen Fanghua, he couldn't even utter a single declaration of love. Even if it was just for show, was he unwilling to engage in pretense? If he merely said, I still love you, perhaps Chen Fanghua would be inclined to release both of them. Yet he stubbornly refrained and insisted on the Tiangu sect proving their might. Was this not madness? Qi Yusu also perceived that Li Shouqi lacked intelligence. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside, the wails of numerous Tiangu sect members ringing in their ears. In mere moments, a blood-soaked figure burst forth from the garden, scrambling to Chen Fanghua's side. Captain, something terrible has occurred. Outside, a multitude of martial artists have arrived. They are ruthless, and we stand no chance. What? Chen Fanghua's complexion darkened, and she turned to look at Li Shouqi, standing atop the courtyard wall. He bore a playful smirk, hands clasped behind his back, and casually remarked, I have already stated, I require you to demonstrate your strength. If you lack the power, the Tiangu sect shall face annihilation today. Of course, even if you possess the strength, obliteration still awaits. What utter nonsense! Chen Fanghua could no longer contain herself. She realized that Li Shouqi was not adhering to her script. He had summoned reinforcements. Undoubtedly the personnel from the Public Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau had infiltrated. But how could these two organizations dare confront the Tiangu sect head-on? When the battle commenced, Huang Limin would have no authority over them. They would surely evade responsibility. What on earth was transpiring? In Chen Fanghua's eyes, although these two institutions were nominally official enforcement agencies, Huang Limin's influence was limited to dealing with societal ruffians. But to pit them against the Tiangu sect in a brutal confrontation was utterly unrealistic. Yet, the unfolding events were undeniably authentic. The clamor of battle drew ever closer. This time, it seemed the Tiangu sect truly faced annihilation. Chen Fanghua cast a glance at Qi Yusu beside her and coldly remarked, Do you see it now? This man does not love you at all. The only reason he dares to show up here is that he has brought accomplices, proving he is nothing but a vile man. You have already lost your bet. Qi Yusu remained silent, yet a sense of relief washed over her. At least Li Shouqi was not without wits. He had not come alone, but had brought help. Please, release me. Since the Public Security Bureau and the Martial Arts Bureau have arrived, you surely cannot contend with them. Sister Chen, you must flee, Qi Yusu implored earnestly. Chen Fanghua nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Of course I shall escape, but before that, I must eliminate this despicable man. With that, she vanished from sight, launching herself at Li Shouqi. Li Shouqi, perched atop the wall, had been awaiting an opportunity, anticipating her to reveal a flaw so he could rescue Qi Yusu. Yet, she had chosen to forego Qi Yusu and instead attacked him directly. A wave of relief washed over him. He swiftly leaped down from the wall, evading her lethal assault. Upon landing, Chen Fanghua, now elevated, released a plume of black smoke that enveloped Li Shouqi. Once on solid ground, Chen Fanghua placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. This is my heart-snatching goo. Once the poison enters your body, your meridians will become utterly rigid. Your blood will congeal, and your heart will explode. You are finished. In the courtyard, Qi Yusu's expression stiffened, a profound horror gripping her. The wall obstructed her view of the unfolding events, yet she could distinctly hear Chun Fenghua's triumphant voice. It was over. It seemed that Xiuqi was doomed. Tears welled up in Qi Yusu's eyes once more. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside. It appeared that the city lord's men were charging in. A flicker of hope ignited within Qi Yusu. Soon, a figure strode through the main entrance. Li Xiuqi, expressionless, clapped his hands as he approached her from behind and untied her bindings. A multitude of martial artists emerged outside. From Qi Yusu's perspective, it was these timely warriors who had saved Li Xiuqi at a critical moment. You are alive? Were you hoping for my demise? As Li Xiuqi released her from her restraints, he caught the familiar fragrance of her hair, flooding his mind with memories he found unpleasant, hence his tone was rather brusque. Qi Yusu bit her lip, rising to stretch her limbs. What about Sister Chen? Did she manage to escape? At that moment, noise erupted at the courtyard entrance. Chun Fenghua lay on the ground, her arms twisted like pretzels, surrounded by numerous martial artists. She struggled to crawl, blood oozing from her mouth as she pointed incredulously at Li Xiuqi. Why didn't the heart-snatching goo take effect? Who exactly are you? Li Xiuqi grasped Qi Yusu's arm and walked towards her, disregarding Chun Fenghua blocking the doorway, stepping on her back with little care for her inquiries. Qi Yusu staggered as she evaded Chun Fenghua. Seeing her arms twisted grotesquely, a look of horror crossed her face. The brutality of the assailant was astonishing. At that moment, a contingent of elite personnel from the Martial Arts Bureau, intermingled with members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, had successfully eliminated all threats from the Heavenly Goo sect and surrounded the fallen Chun Fenghua at the entrance. Leading them was Yu Shishan, his countenance fierce and intimidating. It was undoubtedly this man who had perpetrated such cruelty. Yet, upon witnessing his menacing demeanor, Qi Yusu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thinking it was these individuals from the Martial Arts Bureau who had come to her and Li Xiuqi's rescue. Yu Shishan, despite his fearsome facade, was inwardly trembling at the prospect of facing Li Xiuqi, secretly relieved that Miss Qi had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire. A member of the bureau beside him inquired curiously, "Director, shouldn't it be a calamity if Divine Dr. Li were to encounter misfortune? Considering he is the savior of the city lord's daughter?" "You know nothing," Yu Shishan retorted, refraining from elaborating further as he approached Li Xiuqi, ingratiatingly addressing him. "Mr. Li, we have retrieved the vital Qi herb, and I shall send it to the city lord's residence. Would Miss Qi prefer to rest first? Or shall we proceed to the city lord's estate together?" "I wish to go to the city lord's residence," Qi Yusu interjected hastily, her eyes sparkling with joy. The vital Qi herb represented the last opportunity to save Tiansu medicine. She was resolute in her desire to go without delay. Li Xiuqi nodded, instructing Yu Shishan to escort her. The personnel from the Martial Arts Bureau temporarily withdrew, having captured 100 to 200 wounded members of the Heavenly Goo sect. The entire operation had lasted no more than 5 minutes, akin to a whirlwind. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Chun Fenghua lay prostrate at the entrance. Li Xiuqi turned and approached her, looking down from his elevated position. "The heart-snatching goo, quite impressive, though it cannot harm me." Coughing up a mouthful of black blood, Chun Fenghua suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "I concede defeat. Your strength far surpasses mine. Kill me." Chapter 44. Interrogating Chun Fenghua, rooting out evil. "Oh, do you wish for death so eagerly?" Li Xiuqi crouched before her, regarding her with disdainful mockery. Chun Fenghua opened her mouth. Who would wish for death if life could be preserved? Her gaze grew increasingly ferocious, realizing that claiming to desire death was merely a ploy to intimidate Li Xiuqi. She understood this young man possessed formidable power and an enigmatic background, far beyond what Qi Yusu had indicated. Thus, it was imperative to instill fear in him to secure her own survival. "You cannot heal Huang Guangguan. That wild child has been afflicted by the heart-devouring goo for 3 years and is utterly ruined. Spare yourself the effort. I am well aware of my own medical capabilities." Chun Fenghua found herself at a loss for words. Was this young man not excessively arrogant? At that moment, Li Xiuqi's voice pierced through her thoughts. "Speak. What cards does your Heavenly Goo sect still hold? I remain here solely to inquire about that. Why should I divulge anything to you?" Chun Fenghua scoffed coldly. She undoubtedly had other cards up her sleeve, yet there was no necessity to disclose this to Li Xiuqi. Even if she were to perish today, others would surely avenge her. The inquiry posed was merely a means to eliminate the roots of the problem. What if you conniving rats from the gutter dared to play tricks with me? Li Xiuqi's thoughts were rather straightforward. The Tian Goo sect dabbled in underhanded tactics. Even if he were to guard himself day and night, he might still fail to protect those around him, including Bai Shuxin, who could easily become a target. Others connected to him would also find themselves ensnared in peril due to the Tiangu sect's retaliation. Therefore, he must eradicate the threat entirely. Eradicate the threat? How arrogant. What are you, that you think you can probe into the depths of our Tiangu sect's power? You merely flaunt your bravado because of your connection to the city lord's manor. Huh. Let us see how long you can maintain that facade. Li Xiuqi produced a silver needle and aimed it at Chen Fanghua's brow, infusing a strand of true dragon spirit energy into her limbs and bones. Ah! A piercing wail echoed through the garden. Even those who had already departed and were preparing to leave in their car heard it. It was unmistakably Chen Fanghua's voice. Qi Yusu felt a sense of confusion and turned back towards the entrance. Director Yu, did you hear anything? No, nothing at all, Yu Shishan responded. His face stiff with a cold sweat. He had indeed heard it. It must have been Li Xiuqi tormenting Chen Fanghua. After witnessing his methods previously, this esteemed master loomed over him like a demonic figure. To fall into his hands was to wish for death itself. Qi Yusu did not consider this perspective. She believed that Yu Shishan had just rescued the two of them and thus expressed her gratitude. Director Yu, we owe you a great debt this time. If you hadn't arrived in time, I fear Chen Duju would have done away with Li Xiuqi. She sighed internally, feeling sympathy for Chen Fanghua, who had fallen so low. However, having reached such a state, one could only blame oneself. Yu Shishan observed her expression of gratitude, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had merely led a team to sweep away those minor soldiers of the Tiangu sect. He had no confidence in dealing with the most formidable Chen Fanghua. Yet Qi Yusu was exceedingly polite. No need for such courtesy. Qizong is far too gracious. Yu Shishan replied, here is my business card. We also have products tailored for martial artists. Should you or the members of the Martial Arts Bureau require anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me for discounts. Yu Shishan twitched his lips slightly as he accepted her card, realizing she intended to solicit clients. Nodding in acknowledgement, he remained silent throughout their journey. Soon, the group returned to the city lord's manor, where Huang Limin had received news in advance and rushed out to greet them. Alongside Zhao Yan, whose face bore bruises and a shoe print, they rushed to Qi Yusu, and upon seeing her safe and sound, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Thank goodness the long-term sponsorship has been preserved. Qizong, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Wait, why hasn't Dr. Li returned yet? Huang Limin's expression was taut as he questioned Yu Shishan. Yu Shishan scratched his head, preparing to concoct an excuse when several vehicles approached from outside. A portly middle-aged man disembarked, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Lord Huang, I have heard that you are seeking to refine the vitality pill. I have brought a master of alchemy for you, so you need not trouble anyone else. This esteemed individual hails from the alchemy sect of Chang'an. An ethereal elder alighted from the vehicle. Qi Yusu and Zhao Yan exchanged astonished glances upon seeing the alchemist brought by the man. This was a truly accomplished figure, Taoist Wankong from the Xianyan Temple, reputed to possess the ability to concoct genuine spiritual pills of the highest grade, and he was the most renowned alchemist in Chang'an. With this development, the return of Li Xiuqi seemed inconsequential, didn't it? Zhao Yan whispered to Qi Yusu. Qi Yusu frowned, puzzled by Li Xiuqi's whereabouts. Could this celebrated divine doctor of Chang'an truly afford to miss the opportunity to concoct pills for Huang Limin? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fanghua, a mere shadow of her former self, battered and bruised, coughed up blood while pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, grant me a swift end. Initially reluctant to die, she now sincerely wished for it. That strange vital energy felt like a dagger, slicing through her very being. Not merely scraping her bones, but reaching her soul. Now, tell me, how do you intend to avenge yourself? I am the only daughter of the third elder of the Tiangu sect. If anything happens to me, my father will undoubtedly come to my rescue. Is that all? Li Xiuqi's disappointment was palpable. So it was merely a matter of family background. I have an elder brother whose strength surpasses mine. He has attained the pinnacle of the innate third stage and excels in the arts of witchcraft. If I were to meet with misfortune, he would seek vengeance. Now that sounds more like a trump card, Li Xiuqi sneered, beckoning someone from the shadows. Yinjie appeared silently. Master, what are your orders? Arrange for some personnel to spread the word throughout the martial world that Chen Fanghua is to be executed at the city lord's estate. Ensuring her elder brother hears the news, compelling him to come to the city lord's estate to rescue her. Understood. Yinjie cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Fanghua. An elder brother at the innate third stage? She too had attained the same level, a state elevated by Li Xiuqi's mere gesture, as if a celestial being had graced her. Such an opponent was no match for Li Xiuqi. Chen Fanghua stared at him, incredulity etched on her face. You lunatic. You truly intend to eradicate the roots? My brother's strength could annihilate the entire city lord's estate. Li Xiuqi chuckled, shaking his head. Strength is not proclaimed through words, but demonstrated through action. If the Tiangu sect dares to come, the eradication of roots is not mere rhetoric. He crouched down to treat Chen Fanghua, ensuring that the fellow would not succumb on the journey back. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiuqi returned to the city lord's mansion with his entourage. Huang Limin was engaged in conversation with an elder exuding an air of transcendence, his face adorned with obsequiousness, while Yu Chang, standing beside him, approached Li Xiuqi with a dark expression. Master, a pill master has arrived. That old tortoise has overstepped his bounds, and our Immortal Physicians Guild cannot let this affront go unchallenged. Chapter 45, Competing for Credit, a Public Humiliation. What old tortoise? Li Xiuqi inquired with astonishment, his voice resonating audibly and momentarily halting the discourse among Huang Limin and the others, who instinctively turned their gazes toward Taoist Wanha. Zhao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and she stepped forward to unleash a tirade. Li Xiuqi, do you possess no decorum? How dare you refer to Taoist Wanha as an old tortoise? He is undeniably a revered master from the Xianyan Temple, and what are you in comparison? The onlooker's attention shifted to Zhao Yan's face, thickening the already tense atmosphere. Had she not uttered those words, the others might not have interpreted Li Xiuqi's old tortoise remark as a reference to Taoist Wanha. Her revelation had rendered the situation irreparable. Huang Limin cleared his throat, poised to clarify the circumstances, while the corpulent man beside Wanha had already turned around, displaying a smug smile towards Li Xiuqi. Divine Physician Li, I sincerely apologize. When it comes to medical expertise, our Tianhua Hall cannot possibly rival your esteemed skills. However, in matters of alchemy, we have long collaborated with the Chang'an Pill sect, which is why we have invited the second-tier alchemist Taoist Wanha to treat Miss Guangguan. The portly man, who self-identified as from Tianhua Hall, seemed courteous yet was undoubtedly mocking, clearly aiming to usurp credit. Yu Chang, unable to tolerate the situation, whispered in explanation, Master, this rotund man is one Tianqing, who collaborates with the Chang'an Pill sect. Tianhua Hall is a well-known medical establishment in Chang'an, frequented by the elite and powerful. Additionally, they have provided a batch of vitality grass. Suddenly, Wan Tianqing seemed to remember something. He addressed Li Xiuqi with feigned politeness. The recovery of the vitality grass is largely thanks to Divine Physician Li's personal intervention. We are immensely grateful. We have reached an agreement with Lord Huang to sell 100 stalks of vitality grass at 5 million each, and this business owes its success to your facilitation. Li Xiuqi grasped the situation, his gaze sweeping over the smug Wan Tianqing and the condescending Taoist Wanha. So, after I painstakingly cured Huang Guangguan, you intend to reap both fame and fortune, leaving me with nothing? As he spoke, Qi Yusu let out a sigh. With only 100 stalks of vitality grass available in the market, the Tianhua Hall had secured an agreement with the city lord's mansion, claiming all shares for themselves. However, Huang Limin had assured them that despite Tian Su Medicine's lack of intent to purchase this batch, they would offer some supportive policies in the future to help stabilize Tian Su Medicine's footing. She could only reluctantly accept the circumstances as she turned her gaze back towards Li Xiuqi. She felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, it was Li Xiuqi who had cured Huang Guangguan, while the Tian Shantang's emergence had overshadowed his brilliance. This seemed rather unfair to Li Xiuqi. However, one cannot dismiss the prowess of the Divine Physician. After all, Miss Guangguan had indeed recovered, with the toxin-expelling powder and vitality pills prepared for her subsequent treatment, which could be managed by us. Given Tian Shantang's extensive experience in medicine, it would be a more reliable and secure option. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Huang? Huang Limin appeared somewhat apprehensive. He approached Li Xiuqi, grasping his arm, and whispered soothingly, Divine Physician Li, let us consider this as my debt to you. After all, we are speaking of a second-tier alchemist. If you could refine a second-tier vitality pill, my daughter's illness would surely improve more swiftly. Rest assured, the benefits will not elude you. Whether it be gold or something else, I shall provide what I can. Huang Limin felt a pang of guilt. Yet his intentions were solely for his daughter's swift recovery. Li Xiuqi looked at him, bewildered, with a disdainful gaze that shifted to Wan Tianqing and the others. Who informed you that my treatment plan involves using a second-tier vitality pill to heal Huang Guangguan? If I were to employ second-tier elixirs, do you comprehend how many vitality herbs would be required to concoct even a single pill? Do you intend to overwhelm her? Upon hearing this, Wan Tianqing exchanged glances with Wan He. Suddenly, Wan He stepped forward, adopting a condescending stance, and remarked, 100 vitality herbs could yield 10 second-tier spirit pills. Who claimed we needed to concoct just one? Li Xiuqi burst into laughter. Foolish creature. Yu Chang was indeed correct in calling you an old tortoise. My treatment plan involves the potent efficacy of a third-tier vitality pill, which would forcefully unseal Huang Guangguan's limbs and meridians that have been dormant for 3 years. Utilizing 10 second-tier spirit pills would only produce a counterproductive effect. Her body cannot endure 10 separate shocks. Only a single, concentrated effort can truly restore her health. Upon hearing this, Huang Limin was left dumbfounded as he realized that Li Xiuqi's current treatment plan differed significantly from what he had initially proposed. Yu Chang's expression also turned peculiar. Master, did you not initially state that you would refine 100 vitality pills for her to take over an extended period? Huang Limin nodded vigorously. He harbored doubts, suspecting that Li Xiuqi was acting out of spite by insisting on refining a third-tier spirit pill, a risk deemed excessive. What if Huang Guangguan could not withstand it and suffer backlash from the potent medicine? Furthermore, not everyone possesses the skill to craft a third-tier spirit pill. Even a master alchemist like Wan He would struggle. What was to be done? Yet, Li Xiuqi spoke with complete assurance. That was the old plan. I am now proposing a new one. I am the attending physician, and you must adhere to my directives. While there was indeed an element of defiance in his tone, the two treatment plans he presented held no fundamental differences. One involved having Huang Guangguan consume 100 vitality pills over approximately 3 months, an approach with weaker efficacy, but one that would gradually yield results and ultimately cure her. Another method involves consolidating the potency of 100 vitality pills into a single one, aided by Li Xiuqi's expertise, to fully activate her entire meridian system, which has been sealed for 3 years and rendered lifeless. For Huang Guangguan, this latter option is indeed more favorable, as it spares her the 3 months of bed rest that would follow. However, for Li Xiuqi, this presents a conundrum. He must concoct a third-grade elixir with utmost caution during the treatment process. Yet, with individuals from Tianhua Hall attempting to claim credit and flaunting their superiority, how could Li Xiuqi simply swallow his indignation? 100 pills would suffice, 1 would do, but 10 is out of the question. I state this clearly. If Lord Huang doubts my abilities, then should anything go awry, let it be known that I have not treated Huang Guangguan, and do not tarnish my reputation as a physician. Li Xiuqi's resolute declaration incited fury in the two from Tianhua Hall, their faces turning ashen, yearning to retaliate. Qi Yusa halted Zhao Yan, who was poised to ridicule Li Xiuqi, and addressed Huang Limin, stating, Lord Huang, I believe since Dr. Li is the primary physician, his treatment plan is indeed more reasonable. Tianhua Hall is evidently misleading with their inferior medical practices. Their vitality herbs are of mediocre quality, merely bundled with second-grade elixirs for sales. However, since we cannot utilize their second-grade elixirs now, what does the Lord think of the vitality herbs provided by Tiansu Medicine? Wan Tianqing and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they glared at Qi Yusu. Realizing for the first time that this seemingly gentle and virtuous woman could be so cunning, Huang Limin found himself in a quandary, unsure of whom to trust. Chapter 46, Alchemical Mastery. Shocking the audience, Father, I only want Brother Xiuqi to treat me and concoct the elixir, and I only want Sister Yusu's vitality herbs. I do not want anything from others. A clear voice suddenly echoed in the ward. The awakened Huang Guangguan had been listening intently to the discourse outside, and when the two from Tianhua Hall attempted to seize credit, she had longed to speak out. With Li Xiuqi's rebuke of them, Huang Guangguan seized her opportunity. With the three of them united, Huang Limin made a decision. Very well, we shall proceed according to Dr. Li's recommendations, as per your words. My daughter should be able to get out of bed today, correct? Transitioning from a long-term medication regimen to a decisive effort in one fell swoop. He was uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. Ha ha ha. Wan Tianqing suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, clutching his belly in a comical manner. How amusing. Truly, what a time it is when anyone dares to claim they can concoct elixirs. Young man, how old are you? Can you truly produce a third-grade elixir? Wan Tianqing questioned repeatedly. Beside him, Wan He let out a cold snort. Lord Huang, do not blame me for not warning you. If you truly choose this person to concoct the elixir, should he fail, I shall not extend my assistance further. For no particular reason. It is simply because this old man only refines elixirs for those with discerning eyes. Competing alongside such a charlatan would be a disgrace. Wan He, with arms crossed and an air of arrogance, declared. Huang Limin glanced at Li Xiuqi's confident demeanor, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand dismissively. Then you may as well leave. How dare you threaten this city lord? You are nothing but an old turtle. Having already chosen Li Xiuqi and facing the threat of not having his elixirs refined, he saw no reason to maintain a cordial demeanor. Huang Limin's furious reprimand turned Wan He's face ashen. Since we are both alchemists, it would be no issue for me to observe and learn a thing or two here, Wan He thought, reluctant to depart without having his say. Li Xiuqi immediately nodded and instructed by Shu Xin. Has the alchemy furnace been prepared? It was moved here in advance, by Shu Xin affirmed. Good. Then let this Tianhua Hall see what true medical prowess and alchemy entail. From now on, when you encounter me, Li Xiuqi, remember to bow your head and be humble. Arrogant, Wan He muttered darkly to himself. Before Li Xiuqi commenced his alchemical work, Qi Yusu discreetly intercepted him in a secluded corner. She regarded him with a face full of doubt. You spent 3 years in prison and have mastered medical skills, which is understandable. However, alchemy requires time and experience. Are you truly capable of refining a third-grade spirit elixir? What does that have to do with you, Qi? Li Xiuqi replied with a knowing smile. She spoke earnestly. Can't you see? I have entrusted the future of Tiansu Pharmaceuticals to you. I have just offended Tianhua Hall. If you fail, Huang Limin will turn back to them. And Tianhua Hall will not only trample you, but will also crush our Tiansu Pharmaceuticals. I wish to advise you, if you are merely boasting, it would be better to apologize and concede rather than let matters spiral beyond control. Qi Yusu scrutinized him with skepticism. Behind her, Zhao Yin chimed in sarcastically. This guy only knows a bit about medicine. How could he possibly understand alchemy? Qi, you have truly made a grave mistake in crossing Tianhua Hall. Feeling increasingly impatient surrounded by the two women, Li Xiuqi disregarded Qi Yusu's anxious gaze. Your conflict with Tianhua Hall is your concern, not mine. Do not act as though you are trying to help me. I know you are merely after this lucrative 500 million deal. With that, he coldly entered the intensive care unit, whereby Shu Xin and several individuals from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology Company had already prepared the materials and the alchemy furnace. Watching his retreating figure, Qi Yusu found herself at a loss for words. She admitted that her actions were indeed motivated by self-interest rather than genuine support for Li Xiuqi. Yet his attitude still pierced her heart. It is futile. We have no right to demand anything from him. Today, he was the one who stormed into the Tian Gumin branch to rescue me, and it was he who treated Huang Guangguan, allowing me the chance to sell the living energy herb. After a brief moment of heartache, Qi Yusu reconciled herself with reality. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin continued to murmur discontentedly. Mr. Qi, this man is utterly despicable. Just look at how heartless he is, laughing and chatting with Bai Shuxin right before your eyes. It is evident that he has already shifted his affections. Zhao Yin, there is no need to discuss such matters again. I have no connection with Li Xiuqi. Qi Yusu, with a cold expression, entered the intensive care unit. Huang Guangguan was elated to see her. Sister Yusu, do you still remember me? Of course I remember. I never expected that the brave young girl from that day would turn out to be the daughter of the city lord's mansion. Qi Yusu greeted her with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Wang Limin, Yu Chang, and Wan He were fixated on Li Xiuqi. Elder Wan He, do you think he can truly refine elixirs? Wan Tianqing stared intently at Li Xiuqi's back, incredulous, filled with resentment and curses in his heart. Wan He scoffed, impossible. If he can refine a third-grade spirit pill, I will jump headfirst from this building and never refine elixirs again. On the other side, Li Xiuqi's ears perked up. He was surprised that Wan He was so resolute, immediately swearing an oath. Surely you don't think I can't hear you? Li Xiuqi took a seat before the alchemical cauldron, his tone laden with significance. That was your statement. If you don't jump off later, I shall not acquiesce. Wan He's face turned crimson. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual flames erupted within the room, enveloped by a scorching aura, igniting in an instant without any visible flames. Merely true energy transforming into fire. The emergence of this turquoise flame was breathtaking. Everyone inside and outside the room stared in astonishment. Is this real? This fire is emanating from his palm. Could it be that he harbors natural gas within? Zhao Yin regarded Li Xiuqi with an expression of disbelief. Huang Chaomin exchanged glances with Yu Chang. Elder Yu, what technique is Dr. Li employing? Yu Chang was initially taken aback, then erupted into triumphant laughter. He approached Wan He and the others. Are you too dumbfounded? This is true energy transforming into fire, and my master's true energy is not ordinary. It is far beyond what common martial artists can compare to. Old turtle, can you perform such a feat? Yu Chang boasted arrogantly towards Wan He. Wan He twitched his lips. After all, he was a renowned second-grade alchemist in Chang'an City. How could he not understand the transformation of true energy into fire? However, he did not possess this special ability due to his lack of martial talent, rendering him incapable of harnessing such powerful true energy. It was merely a technique applicable in the refinement of mid to high-grade spirit pills. Yet that did not guarantee he could refine a third-grade spirit pill. Wan He retorted defiantly to Yu Chang. Chapter 47. Guan Guan Guan. I wish to join this family. Still being stubborn? Yu Chang murmured as he retreated, yet what the other party said was not without merit. Although this technique of transforming true energy into fire is astonishing, it carries the sense of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It is inherently a display of skill, demonstrating Li Xiuqi's exceptional artistry. Yet it seems to signify little more than that. After all, who can guarantee 100% success in alchemy? The room was still suffused with an ethereal green flame and a faint aroma of medicinal herbs, as everyone present held their breath in anticipation, unknowingly drenched in perspiration. Sitting beside Huang Guangguan, Qi Yusa gazed at Li Xiuqi with astonishment, her emotions becoming increasingly intricate. It was not so much regret as it was shock and numbness, with a myriad of feelings intertwining within her heart. Regardless, the events of the past couple of days had unequivocally demonstrated that Li Xiuqi's capabilities far exceeded her imagination, and his worth was immeasurable. If he were to remain at Tiansu Pharmaceuticals, he would undoubtedly bring in wealth on a scale of hundreds of billions. Not to mention the deep bond cultivated over the years. That was not something easily relinquished. Qi Yusu's expression had become completely frozen until Zhao Yan, standing nearby, spoke softly. Qi, the remarks from Tian Huading hold merit. It merely appears formidable, yet whether this pill can be successfully refined remains an enigma. Silence. What right do you have to speak? Huang Limin suddenly erupted in anger, addressing the secretary Lu, who stood by the door. Who permitted you to let her in? Remove her at once. Yes. Secretary Lu hurriedly stepped forward, signaling Zhao Yan to either leave on her own or face forceful ejection. Zhao Yan, instantly filled with trepidation, repeatedly apologized as she exited the bedroom. Some time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Meanwhile, as Li Xiuqi engaged in alchemical practice, in the basement of the city lord's mansion, Chen Fanghua was under the watchful eye of Yu Shishan, surrounded by dozens of elite members from the Martial Arts Bureau, interspersed with individuals from the Divine Dragon Pavilion. One of Yu Shishan's subordinates whispered a report. Deputy Leader, we have received word from the main hall. Someone is nearby, loitering, and our men are keeping tabs on them. We need to enhance our vigilance. Understood. Yu Shishan's gaze shifted, fixing on the corner where Chen Fanghua was bound. When Li Xiuqi had returned to the city lord's mansion earlier, he had entrusted her to Yu Shishan for monitoring, with the perimeter being patrolled by Yan Ji and others, ensuring tight surveillance both inside and out. Chen Fanghua, the daughter of the third elder of the Tiangu sect, was in peril should anything happen to her. The Tiangu sect would undoubtedly send reinforcements for her rescue. Thus, using her as bait to eradicate them was the most fitting strategy. Chen Fanghua was well aware of their scheme, yet felt powerless to resist, fearing Li Xiuqi's methods. Just wait. Huang Guangguan's illness is incurable. She is doomed. My family will avenge me, and you all shall accompany her to the grave. Chen Fenghua's voice dripped with venom. Yu Shishan sneered, advancing to deliver a kick to her face. In this line of work, losing equates to standing at attention for punishment. What use is it to be defiant? If you understood the virtue of submission, perhaps our leader would spare you. But you chose your own demise, and your family shall suffer for your folly. Suddenly, Chen Fenghua's expression sharpened. What leader? What is Li Xiuqi to you? In the Dragon Pavilion, have you not heard of it? It turns out to be you. Chen Fenghua's expression transformed in shock. The entity confronting her was not the city lord's mansion, but rather the Dragon Pavilion. Unlike the ruffians born of the likes of Sun Ludong, who would dismiss the discreet presence of the Dragon Pavilion, those who are aware of its existence only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. The Tiangu sect, however, is different. They are considered an ancient martial sect of the rivers and lakes, with thousands of members scattered across various regions, having had more profound interactions with the Dragon Pavilion. Everyone understands it to be a formidable mountain, enveloped in clouds and mist, yet unmoved by the 8 winds. A look of worry surged in Shen Fanghua's eyes. If her senior brother were to come, would he not fall into the Dragon Pavilion's ambush? That Li Xiuqi is actually the pavilion master of the Dragon Pavilion. How uncanny. Fear and unease finally appeared in her gaze. Qi Yusu, how foolish of me to regard you as a sister. You have truly caused great harm. Your ex-husband is the pavilion master of the Dragon Pavilion, and you dare to label him a worthless scoundrel? She mentally cursed Qi Yusu's ancestors through generations. Meanwhile, in the transformed special care ward, flames surged once more, and an intensely rich fragrance of elixir suddenly permeated the air, nearly overwhelming everyone present. Under the validation of this exquisite aroma, the third-grade elixir was completed. Even the obstinate Wanhe duo had to concede that this was no ordinary third-grade elixir. It was a third-grade pinnacle elixir, with its potency maximized, indicating that Li Xiuqi's alchemical mastery far exceeded the third grade. Having reached the level of an intermediate grandmaster of alchemy, the two exchanged glances, each enveloped in silence, trembling and hesitant to speak. Huang Limin discerned the significance and hurried over, gazing at the unique elixir radiating mysterious light, his excitement evident. Dr. Li, is this elixir suitable for my daughter to consume and heal her injuries? Of course, Li Xiuqi responded, moving to Huang Guangguan's side. The transforming goo powder was also ready. The pure and charming Huang Guangguan, clad in a bare onesie, with long black hair cascading down her sides, lay on the bed, her large eyes fixed on Li Xiuqi. Having been in a coma for 3 years, her memories remained anchored in the past, and her impression of Li Xiuqi and Qi Yusu was still vividly clear. Xiuqi brother, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, I am able to awaken. I genuinely envy Sister Yusu. Envy me for what? Qi Yusu asked, somewhat perplexed. Huang Guangguan continued. I envy you for having found such a husband. If I could find a husband like that or join your family as your sister, how wonderful it would be. The girl's innocent demeanor was accompanied by a blush on her cheeks. Qi Yusu felt embarrassed and silently retreated to the side. Huang Limin's gaze shifted. They have divorced. A fact unbeknownst to my daughter. Although Dr. Li has been married before and is several years her senior, I would find solace in the thought that if you were to marry Wan, I could depart this world without regret. He considers this notion quite appealing and is inclined to facilitate such a union. Li Xiuqi is indifferent to their sentiments. He administers a potion to Huang Wanwan, combining it with a transformative elixir and, most crucially, channels the true dragon's spiritual energy into her using the immortal dual divine needle. In an instant, she lets out a blood-curdling scream. The overwhelming spiritual power intertwines with the medicinal effects, coursing through every meridian of her body, and the once withered form begins to gradually awaken with vibrant vitality. Chapter 48. The Heavenly Goose Sect's Ambush on the City Lord's Manor. Under the cover of night. The vicinity of the City Lord's Manor is enveloped in tranquility. A shadowy figure stands on the rooftop of a nearby building. This is a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, gazing intently at the City Lord's Manor in the distance, his eyes cold and profound. A respectful young man in black robes appears beside him. Esteemed elder, we have confirmed that Master Chun is imprisoned in a basement located in the southwest corner of the City Lord's Manor. How did you ascertain this? Miao Kuan, a composed individual, muses that if the City Lord's Manor intends to detain Shen Fanghua, they would not divulge such information easily, raising suspicions about the circumstances. The young man in black appears somewhat awkward. He whispers, the Martial Arts Bureau's Yu Shishan has deliberately leaked this information, brazenly unafraid of our discovery. Clearly intending to bait us. Elder, this venture may bring more peril than fortune. Upon hearing this, Miao Kuan is initially filled with rage, his blood surging. However, he soon bursts into laughter, his voice echoing in the night. Yu Shishan, you have quite the audacity. Not only have you captured my junior sister, but you also dare to openly bait me. Who do you think you are? Just a mere director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Chang'an. How dare you provoke our Heavenly Goose Sect? His fury escalates. The very act of releasing information is designed to lure him into a trap to rescue her, ensnaring him along with his allies. Such behavior does not instill fear, but rather incites his wrath. The young man in black shakes his head in resignation. There is no need to elaborate on Elder Miao Kuan's temperament. If he had not been provoked, negotiations would have been simpler. However, having incited his anger, the goal now is to eradicate Yu Shishan entirely, and the other inhabitants of the City Lord's Manor are likely to meet a similar fate. At that moment, Miao Kuan snorts coldly. When my junior sister was romantically involved with Huang Limin, I opposed it vehemently. They belong to entirely different realms, one ambitious and seeking ascendance, the other a natural wanderer of the martial world. How could they possibly find common ground? Indeed, when Huang Limin seized the opportunity to become the city lord of Chang'an, he severed ties with her, leaving no identity entanglements. Yet, she has harbored resentment for over 20 years, and now, she has embroiled herself in this turmoil. While Huang Limin proves to be merciless, determined to eradicate us completely, Miao Kuan's inner fury was beyond verbal expression. With a sweeping gesture, over 20 elite members of the Tiangu sect materialized behind him, their voices low as they received his grim orders. Activate the lethal blood poison and infect the entire city lord's manor, leaving no one alive. Would that Shen captain be unharmed? There is no need for concern. With her tempered physique, such poisons are inconsequential. However, for the others, they are indeed deadly toxins. Miao Kuan's expression was exceedingly sinister. The city lord's manor had acted with excessive cruelty, utterly inciting his wrath, and he resolved to retaliate with utmost brutality. After all, the Tiangu sect's branch in Chang'an had already been obliterated. If necessary, he would withdraw to Miaojiang and never return to Chang'an again. A total of 25 individuals. They set forth in unison. After their departure, the figure of Flame Princess appeared atop the terrace, where she idly cleaned her ears. The audacity of the captors was astonishing. Far too brazen. Inform the troops to have Yu Shishan confront the enemy. We shall encircle them from behind. Yes, her elite members of the Shenlong Pavilion were all mobilized. In truth, hundreds lay in ambush nearby. The Tiangu sect would find it impossible to escape. Even if they succeeded in poisoning, they would face total annihilation. As for the so-called lethal blood poison, effective against others, it would merely be a jest in the face of Li Xiuqi and the Shenlong Pavilion. Within the chamber, Huang Guangguan, after receiving treatment, stepped down from her bed for the first time in 3 years. Her physical condition belied the lengthy period of confinement. She moved with the grace of a light-footed warrior. Having trained in dance, she twirled several times in place. My body is already responsive, and I feel considerably lighter. With my vital energy invigorated, I can perform any dance movement. Though slender, Huang Guangguan's form exuded exquisite elegance, resembling an unremarkable yet graceful swan. The others in the room were left speechless, not due to her dance, but because Li Xiuqi's medical skills, combined with alchemical artistry, had astounded many. Suddenly, Wan He swallowed hard and shifted his feet, intending to take Wan Tianqing and escape this place. However, Yu Chang hastily approached, whispering in his ear, "Old tortoise, do not forget your promise. Once the third great elixir is complete, you must leap from here. Remember, head first, limbs severed. You are overly oppressive, Yu Chang." Wan Tianqing glared at him in fury. Yu Chang chuckled coldly. "Since we are colleagues, you must understand how vile it is to treat only part of an ailment, allowing other doctors to steal credit. You have committed wrongs, and thus must bear the consequences. You are merely bullying us with your authority. My apologies. But this is how we of the Immortal Physician sect conduct our affairs. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to discuss it with my master," Yu Chang replied, spreading his hands in a display of arrogance, blocking the doorway with no intention of allowing their escape. Huang Limin wept bitterly as he embraced his daughter, while Qi Yusu's expression grew increasingly complex. Bai Shuxin and the others, however, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted Li Xiuqi's support and protection, they could ascend to great heights, but the burden of consideration weighed heavily on Li Xiuqi. "Why aren't you jumping yet? I can hardly wait." Li Xiuqi rushed towards Wan He, seizing him by the collar with the intent of hurling him out the window. "Divine Physician, Divine Physician, I realize my mistakes. Spare me, I beg you. I am skilled in alchemy, not martial arts, and at my age, a leap like this could leave me crippled." Wan He cried out as he was dragged to the window, tears streaming down his face. Wan Tianqing, standing nearby, dared not utter a word. Though he was Wan He's ally, he feared being ensnared in this turmoil, opting instead to grit his teeth and close his eyes, pretending not to witness the scene. Before Li Xiuqi could discard him, his gaze fell upon the street outside the city lord's mansion, where several figures approached, launching arrows that aimed directly for the second-floor window. Thud! Wan He suddenly spat blood as an arrow struck his shoulder, his complexion swiftly turning a ghastly shade. "Enemy attack!" Yu Shishan shouted, prompting all the elite members of the Martial Arts Bureau to rush out. Li Xiuqi also noticed that Yin Ji and her companions had begun to encircle them from various directions. At that moment, the arrow lodged in Wan He's shoulder erupted, releasing a thick cloud of toxic smoke. The blood fiend Heavenly Goo had detonated in the room. This fusion of arcane techniques, and poison was lethal to warriors. Far more terrifying than the previous heart-snatching goo. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in the room stunned. Huang Limin released his daughter, his eyes suddenly brimming with rage as he gritted his teeth. It's that heavenly goo sect again. That wretched Qin Fanghua is like a parasite. Her malevolent spirit lingers. Chapter 49. Has Li Shouqi practiced martial arts? Dad, who is Qin Fanghua? Huang Guangguan, clearly unaware of her parents' past grievances, looked at her father in confusion. Huang Limin's expression faltered as he hesitated to reveal the truth. He hurriedly approached Li Shouqi. Divine Physician Li, I implore you to protect my daughter. I will confront that Qin Fanghua. What are you going to confront her with? She is now our hostage. Li Shouqi explained the plan regarding Qin Fanghua and the subsequent baiting strategy. Everyone in the room, including Huang Limin, stared at Li Shouqi in disbelief, their expressions reflecting that of madness. Qi Yusu found it utterly inconceivable. Li Shouqi, your actions are a jest with our lives. Now that the Heavenly Goo sect seeks revenge, the poison has spread, we will all perish. Have no fear, I shall capture them. Li Shouqi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Suddenly, Wan Tianqing lunged forward, grasping Li Shouqi's arm, his eyes reddening. You will capture them? With what will you capture them? You are merely a physician. Look at our master Wanha. What have you done to him? The fallen Wanha was struck by an arrow, which concealed within it the deadly blood fiend goo, causing the poison to erupt within his body. He lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, in a far worse condition than if he had plummeted headfirst from the first floor. It seemed he was on the brink of death. Li Shouqi glanced at the old man with pity. Although as a fellow practitioner he should not have stolen his business, it was certainly not warranted to jeopardize his life. He crouched down and used silver needles to seal several acupoints, preventing the spread of the toxin, then stood up and addressed the others. You shall wait here. I will deal with the enemies outside. As long as you do not run about, you will remain safe. Should any misfortune befall you through recklessness, do not blame me. With that, Li Shouqi departed the room with determination. Huang Limin stared at his retreating figure, astounded, and quickly pulled aside Yu Chang to inquire. Elder Yu, do you think he truly possesses martial prowess? The calmest person on site, aside from Bai Shuxin, was Yu Chang, who appeared unfazed. City Lord, since my master has drawn the formidable adversary here, he shall naturally be responsible for resolving it. Are you perhaps underestimating my master's capabilities? Huang Limin was left speechless. He then turned his gaze to Bai Shuxin, who also wore a composed expression. Bai, you are quite familiar with Dr. Li. Surely you know whether he is adept in martial arts? I cannot say. All I know is that my brother does not lie. And if we are to consider who is closest to him, it is likely that Qi Zong is more acquainted, Bai Shuxin replied candidly. The attention of the group shifted to Qi Yusu, who sighed. She had intended to say that Li Shouqi knew nothing of martial arts, that he was merely a delicate dog, but upon recalling the significant changes in him over the past 3 years, both in his medical skills and alchemy, which had reached an extraordinary level, she pondered whether he might indeed possess martial prowess. Qi Yusu found herself uncertain. Meanwhile, as Li Shouqi stepped out of the city lord's mansion to apprehend the culprits, he heard Qin Fanghua's venomous roar nearby. Li Shouqi, if anything happens to my senior brother, I will skin you alive, you scoundrel. Qin Fanghua, having been used as bait by Li Shouqi, raged in the basement. Li Shouqi smirked with satisfaction and strode out the door. The assailants who had unleashed arrows were subdued by Yu Shishan, with several apprehended. However, the leader of the Tiangu sect seemed to remain hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the basement, Qin Fanghua caught a whiff of the scent of the blood fiend goo. Senior Miao has truly acted with resolve this time. It appears he intends to slaughter everyone within the city lord's mansion, she muttered, her eyes filled with malice. Indeed, it should be done. All here must perish. Anyone associated with Huang Limin deserves death. The pent-up resentment that had accumulated over the years had finally erupted. Suddenly, she began to froth at the mouth, her body stiffening, and collapsed against the wall, bound by ropes, as she convulsed violently. My body has yet to fully recover. My meridians are incomplete, and I am on the verge of being poisoned to death by the malevolent blood heavenly goo. Qin Fanghua's vision began to darken, her life hanging by a thread. At this moment, Miao Kuan remained oblivious. The little junior sister he wished to rescue was about to be poisoned by his own hand, concealed in the shadows. He furrowed his brow at the hundreds of martial artists who had suddenly appeared from all directions. Damn it, it was one thing to set an ambush, but to bring forth hundreds of people. Had they moved the entire martial arts bureau of Chang'an City here? Miao Kun cursed under his breath, feeling that Yu Shishan had gone mad. What merit do I possess to warrant such ruthless treatment? Standing in an alley, he watched as his subordinates were captured one by one. Although the malevolent blood goo had already been released, if it weren't for the antidote he carried, others in the Lord's Manor would soon meet untimely deaths. Yet, he dreaded the thought of those individuals harming Qin Fanghua in her final moments. He still hoped to break in and rescue his junior sister. No matter the cost, he would carve a bloody path and save her. Miao Kun resolved to charge in recklessly. His subordinates had nearly all perished. If I were you, I would not be so hasty. It would be wiser to wait until the malevolent blood goo had taken effect, leaving the Martial Arts Bureau weakened before making a move. Miao Kun frowned at the voice that came from behind him. Are you instructing me on how to act? He assumed the speaker was one of his subordinates. But when he turned around, his pupils dilated in shock. A fist loomed larger before his eyes. Bang! Miao Kun's vision went black, and stars exploded before him. Despicable. They dared to ambush me. With blood spewing from his mouth and nose, Miao Kun burst out of the alley, almost instinctively crossing the street towards the Lord's Manor. He realized that there was more than just an ambush here. There were martial arts masters. Having suffered a heavy blow, his strength was nearly halved. To save his junior sister, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Watching him rush out, Li Xiuqi was momentarily taken aback. He reacted so swiftly? Unfortunately, you cannot escape. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Li Xiuqi appeared behind him, delivering a series of punches that sent Miao Kun flying like a sandbag, reaching heights of 5 or 6 meters at times. Miao Kun soared over the crowd from the Martial Arts Bureau, crashing into the courtyard of the Lord's Manor. Rolling on the ground before struggling to his feet, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Li Xiuqi. This is too much. I shall fight you to the death. Boom. He realized he could not flee, so he resolved to confront Li Xiuqi directly, channeling all of his qi and blood, abandoning any use of poison, and instead choosing to battle as a pure martial artist. From the second floor of the villa in the courtyard, Huang Limin, Qi Yusu, and others looked down with wide eyes. That is Qin Fanghua's senior brother, a renowned master of martial arts and poison in the world, an expert of the innate realm. And yet he was being sent flying by the divine Dr. Li. Chapter 50, The Life-Saving Chip, Ancient Jade. I shall fight you to the death. The enraged Miao Kun was determined to risk it all. The results surged forward, and with a single punch, even the protective dragon energy surrounding Li Xiuqi failed to withstand the blow. Instead, his arm was utterly shattered, the bone fragments piercing through his skin. Stepping back a few paces, Miao Kun was filled with fury and disbelief. What level of martial artist are you? Any warrior who had engaged with Li Xiuqi would often pose such a question, yet they could never comprehend that Li Xiuqi could not be measured by mere martial realms. Within him resided a strand of spiritual energy capable of transforming into any form of foundational martial true qi. The strength of this true qi and the height of its realm were entirely contingent upon the compatibility between that strand of spiritual energy and the martial arts technique. The technique he was currently cultivating was known as the Dragon God technique, and the refined true qi derived from it was referred to as dragon energy. Thus, by simulating dragon energy with spiritual energy, even a single strand could transcend the limits of a martial artist, achieving an extraordinary level that was utterly incomprehensible to others. Li Xiuqi remained silent. Before the eyes of all, he unleashed another punch. Miao Kun was propelled into the air, akin to a cannonball, soaring several meters before crashing down beneath the villa. By the time Li Xiuqi appeared before him, Miao Kun had already lost consciousness. He crouched down, rummaging through Miao Kun's belongings, and retrieved a vial of medicine, carelessly tossing it to the approaching Yu Shishan. This is the antidote for the blood poisoning goo. Administer it to the afflicted. Yes. Yu Shishan nodded with utmost respect. On the second floor, those who had initially been engulfed in despair exchanged astonished glances, unable to believe how effortlessly the situation had been resolved. Mayor Huang, could it be that you mistook him? Is he truly a warrior of the innate realm? Wan Tianqing gazed at Huang Limin with skepticism. Huang Limin scoffed dismissively. If you doubt my word, challenge Dr. Li yourself, and let us see how many punches you can withstand. Wan Tianqing fell silent. Even a single punch from an ordinary person would be unbearable for him. Meanwhile, Qi Yusu wore an expression of profound complexity, having never anticipated Li Xiuqi's formidable martial prowess. She realized that she had gravely misjudged him. It seemed that it was not Yu Shishan who had come to rescue them, but rather Li Xiuqi who had saved her. He was not in the slightest threatened by Chen Fanghua. Qi Yusu's emotions grew increasingly intricate. Before long, Yu Shishan delivered the antidote, also managing to revive Wan He. Li Xiuqi, however, dragged the severely injured Miao Kuan into the basement, where they encountered Chen Fanghua, who was frothing at the mouth and nearly unconscious. Even he was momentarily taken aback by the sight. "Wake up. Your junior sister has been poisoned to death by you." "Huh." Miao Kuan, similarly injured but in a slightly better condition than Chen Fanghua, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon seeing her in such a state, he was immediately struck with horror. "You poisoned my junior sister? How ruthless. Open your eyes and see clearly. She has been afflicted by the blood-poisoning goo. She is dead because of you." "What?" Miao Kuan observed the aura emanating from her, unmistakably infused with the potent scent of the blood-poisoning heavenly goo. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Although Chen Fanghua's body had been honed since childhood, rendering her nearly impervious to toxins, a severe injury could diminish her resistance. His expression shifted dramatically as he began to search frantically through his belongings. "Where is my antidote for the blood-poisoning heavenly goo? I used it to save others. It is likely depleted. What do I do now?" Miao Kuan's urgency brought tears to his eyes as he rushed to Chen Fanghua's side, desperate to alleviate her suffering. "Junior sister, please don't die." Li Xiuqi watched the desolate figures of the two, a cold smirk playing at his lips. He shook his head and remarked, "You might as well focus on your own well-being first, for it seems neither of you holds much value anymore. I lured you here to eradicate the roots." Miao Kuan, who was preoccupied with Chen Fanghua, suddenly froze. He turned stiffly to face the young man. "So, it was not Yu Shishan who sought to kill me, but rather you who orchestrated this ambush?" "That is a fair assessment," Li Xiuqi replied. "But who exactly are you?" Miao Kuan gazed at Li Xiuqi in astonishment. In her dazed state, Chen Fanghua caught sight of her senior brother's anxious countenance, summoning a sliver of energy. "The Dragon God Pavilion." "They belong to the Dragon God Pavilion." "The Dragon God Pavilion?" Miao Kuan finally reacted. He turned and knelt before Li Xiuqi, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Honorable one from the Dragon God Pavilion, you may kill me, but please spare my junior sister. She cannot die. She is the daughter of our third elder of the Heavenly Goose sect and my only junior sister." Miao Kuan appeared to be a man of deep emotions, as well as one who understood the currents of the moment. Compared to the twisted nature of Chen Fanghua, he demonstrated a far greater sense of propriety. Li Xiuqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he regarded the pair. "The third elder of the Heavenly Goose sect does not intimidate me. That is not a reason for sparing her life. What leverage do you possess for negotiation? The Dragon God Pavilion is in pursuit of an ancient jade. Is that so?" Li Xiuqi's gaze sharpened, his interest piqued. He had already discerned the secret within that jade, which housed the 10,000 profound Tao scripture, a supreme celestial technique capable of amplifying the spiritual energy within him. Moreover, he had successfully initiated his practice just last night. The 10,000 profound Tao scripture was actively circulating within him, tirelessly gathering spiritual essence to enhance the thread of energy within his being, albeit with less efficiency than desired. Still, it was an improvement compared to the stagnation of the past 3 years. However, another issue loomed. He remained oblivious to the additional secret that the ancient jade concealed, his own lineage. From whence did this ancient jade originate? Do you possess any information regarding that ancient jade? I have encountered similar artifacts and once possessed a comparable ancient jade, though it is no longer in my possession. If you are willing to spare our Heavenly Goose sect, I can divulge all the information I possess." Li Xiuqi fell into silence, his gaze fixed intently on Miao Kuan for a moment longer. He stepped forward, towering over him, and spoke with a chilling calmness. "I hope you speak the truth. Your junior sister has already experienced my methods. The taste of a fate worse than death will haunt you for eternity." At his words, Chen Fanghua, even in her unconscious state, shuddered at the memory of the torment that would be forever etched in her mind. Miao Kuan trembled as well. "I assure you, I do not lie. We are willing to surrender to the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Please spare my junior sister. Reveal the information regarding the ancient jade you mentioned." "Yes." Miao Kuan immediately began to recount everything he knew about the ancient jade. Soon, a thoughtful expression crossed Li Xiuqi's face as he realized that Miao Kuan was not fabricating his story in a desperate bid for survival. He indeed possessed a similar piece of jade, at least in form, though its patterns differed somewhat. Just as he was interrogating Miao Kuan, A cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the basement, with Huang Limin, Qi Yusu, and others hastening toward them. Chapter 51. Entering the Heavenly Garden, Taking Action. Your jade bears common bird patterns, while mine is entirely unique, featuring an unprecedented abstract design, Li Xiuji murmured to himself, then posed a pivotal question. You mentioned once possessing the jade. Where is yours now? In the Black Market Street, Heavenly Garden. Give my name to Master Huer. Miao Kuan hurriedly replied, speaking at a pace that reflected his urgency, fearful that any delay might provoke Li Xiuji's wrath. Fortunately, after obtaining the desired information, this demonic young man did not strike him down, though he exhibited no intention to tend to either of them. Instead, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Miao Kuan broke down in tears, pleading desperately, I beg you, save my junior sister. She is on the brink of death. Li Xiuji furrowed his brow just as the basement door swung open, revealing Yu Shishan and Huang Limin entering. Witnessing Miao Kuan weeping in despair, while Chen Fenghua lay curled up in a corner, barely clinging to life, Li Xiuji's demeanor was icy, casting him in the role of a villain, while the other two in the basement appeared as pitiable souls oppressed by his tyranny. Huang Limin glanced at Chen Fenghua's condition, his mouth opening as if to unleash a torrent of curses, but he found himself rendered speechless, his emotions in turmoil. Is there an antidote? Yes. Yu Shishan stepped forward to administer treatment to Chen Fenghua. As they prepared to leave the basement, Li Xiuji instructed Yin Ji outside to arrange for Yu Shishan to imprison the individuals in the Martial Arts Bureau's dungeon, as they might require further interrogation in a couple of days. Yin Ji nodded repeatedly, receiving additional orders to escort by Shuxin and the others from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology back. Meanwhile, Li Xiuji was determined to head to the Black Market Street. Heavenly Garden, Master Huer, remember Miao Kuan's name. Li Xiuji committed the vital information to memory. In the rear, Huang Limin revealed a sense of joy, having survived a harrowing ordeal, as he explained something to his daughter, Huang Guangguan. Meanwhile, Qi Yusu observed the well-protected by Shuxin and others being escorted away, feeling a pang of unease in her heart. Zhao Yan approached, her face still marked with the imprints of shoes, appearing utterly perplexed. Qi, I fell asleep during the alchemy session. Has Miss Huang truly been healed? Qi Yusu gazed at her in silence. Earlier, Zhao Yan had been expelled from the room, and she had found a place to sleep, completely unaware of the terrifying events that had unfolded thereafter. Reluctantly, she explained to Zhao Yan, does he still practice martial arts? Surely, that must be an exaggeration. Zhao Yan's expression was one of sharp disdain, unwilling to confront reality. On another front, Li Xiuji made his way alone to the Black Market Street, a place more vibrant at night than during the day, bustling with a throng of people. Upon entering the Tianyuan Garden Club, he immediately sensed several pairs of eyes fixated on him, a chilling aura emanating from them, their intentions glaringly apparent. Is this a warning to me? Li Xiuji murmured to himself, yet he continued to walk inward with an impassive demeanor. The artificial hills, flowing water, and the carefully crafted landscape created an enchanting atmosphere. But the latent menace became increasingly palpable. As he traversed through the outer courtyard, preparing to delve deeper into the garden, several figures could no longer contain themselves. 3 men in black suddenly appeared before Li Xiuji. Kid, do you understand the rules? You can't just waltz into Tianyuan. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sharp, monkey-like face, possessing innate martial prowess, accompanied by 2 master-level aides. What rules? Li Xiuji queried in confusion. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. He furrowed his brow at Li Xiuji, realizing he was indeed a clueless greenhorn. I am here to see Master Huer. If there are rules, please state them clearly. I was introduced by Miao Kuan. The trio paused momentarily upon hearing Miao Kuan's name. The monkey-faced man then smirked. Ah, so you do understand the rules. To enter Tianyuan, one must be invited by an acquaintance. Master Huer is not someone just anyone can meet. So, with Miao Kuan's invitation, I can enter? Li Xiuji rubbed his hands together, eager to proceed. The secret of the ancient jade had been partially unveiled. If he could uncover the remaining secrets tonight, it would be splendid. However, the sharp-faced middle-aged man suddenly shouted, now that you mention Miao Kuan, you cannot enter at all. Are you unaware that Miao Kuan owes us a debt to Tianyuan and has not dared to show his face for over a year and 3 months? Li Xiuji was left dumbfounded, instinctively suspecting that Miao Kuan had used him, deliberately luring him here to implicate him. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Miao Kuan had no reason to act in such a manner. After all, he was still under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Bureau. If anything were to happen to Li Xiuqi, how could Miao Kuan possibly survive? Unless he desires mutual destruction. Yet how could he be certain that this group before him could indeed pose a threat to him? Therefore, Miao Kuan refrained from divulging the hidden truth, fearing that the value of his intelligence would plummet and that I might be reluctant to spare him. Li Xiuqi found this conjecture more logical. Just as he was lost in thought, the sharp-featured middle-aged man raised his hand and lunged towards his shoulder. Miao Kuan's escape would render you liable for the debt. Bang! Li Xiuqi did not employ any martial techniques. Almost instinctively, he kicked out. The emaciated middle-aged man, along with the two formidable martial artists behind him, was sent flying like bowling pins, tumbling several meters away. Confounded, Li Xiuqi approached them. What does Miao Kuan's debt to you have to do with me? According to your Tianyuan rules, I arrived here through a mutual acquaintance. Miao Kuan is indeed a familiar face to you, correct? Therefore, I demand to see Master Hu'er. He raised his voice, ensuring that not only the few individuals in the outer courtyard, but also those hidden in the shadows and within the rooms of the inner courtyard could hear him clearly. The sharp-featured middle-aged man, rising from the ground, was furious. You ambushed me? You are indeed in league with Miao Kuan. Bang! He attempted to charge again, but was met with another kick from Li Xiuqi, propelling him 4 or 5 meters away into the pond. The remaining two martial masters exchanged glances, their faces paling. Boss Chi, are you all right? I'm fine. The sharp-featured man emerged from the pond, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion as he regarded Li Xiuqi. It was no longer a mere ambush. He could not discern the depth of this person's strength. The first attack caught him off guard, but during the second, he was fully alert, yet still could not perceive how the strike was executed. What kind of martial art is this? Could he be the heir of a leg technique lineage? Now drenched, he was filled with uncertainty. At that moment, a door in the inner courtyard swung open. An elderly man in plain clothes, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Li Xiuqi with a stoic expression, brow furrowed in skepticism. Young man, let us set aside Miao Kuan's debt for now. I wish to know the purpose of your visit here. Miao Kuan once gifted you an ancient jade. May I borrow it for a moment? Moreover, do you know the origin of this particular form of ancient jade? Ah, so you have come seeking the Tongxian jade. How intriguing. Chapter 52. The Mystery of the Ancient Jade, Clues to its Origin. Tongxian jade? Li Xiuqi voiced his confusion. The elder beckoned him forward into the inner courtyard. Qi Chong, who had just emerged from the pond, was about to speak when the elder waved him off, instructing, return to your post and see if any other visitors arrive today. Understood. Qi Chong silently retreated with his companions. Once Li Xiuqi entered, the elder produced a piece of jade. Is this the object you wish for me to examine? Li Xiuqi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ancient jade. The jade bore an irregular gourd shape, appearing quite discordant and utterly asymmetrical, yet it mirrored the shape of the piece in his hand perfectly. The only distinction lay in the differing patterns adorning their surfaces. He glanced up at the elder across from him, who, despite his simple garb, exhibited an energetic demeanor. His gray-white hair was meticulously arranged, and his eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. Judging by your expression, you indeed possess a similar jade. Quickly, show me yours. If you are in need of funds, I am willing to purchase it for 10 million. 10 million? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqi chuckled and shook his head. Old man, if I am not mistaken, that piece of jade you have should contain a martial art manual, correct? Are you planning to buy it based on the jade's value or the manual's worth? If it is the former, it is hardly worth 10 million. If it is the latter, you could not afford it even with your life. Noticing the old fox's attempt to feign ignorance, Li Xiuqi could not help but smirk. Huiri's countenance shifted drastically at his words. He raised his hand, and the wooden door closed with a snap. I have studied ancient jades for 40 years and only confirmed 3 years ago that this jade contains a manual. How did you come to know this? His tone was laced with incredulity. Li Xiuqi furrowed his brow and replied, it took me over 30 years to discover the method to unlock the ancient jade. That seems rather sluggish. Although my approach was suggested by Grandfather Li, based on the contents of that letter, it merely involves infusing true energy for activation. With a few more attempts, success is assured. Yet, this old man took 30 years to unravel the secret. Is he truly that dull? Or is there something more to it? At that moment, Huiri suddenly snapped, visibly irked. What do you mean by unlocking the ancient jade? While I can ascertain that it contains a manual, I cannot decipher it. I merely activated the jade. Li Xiuqi curled his lips. After spending 30 years to discover how to activate the jade, yet failing to comprehend its contents, what was this old man striving for? However, that was of little importance. What truly mattered was that the elder seemed quite knowledgeable about the jade's origins, having previously referred to it as the Tongxian jade. Clearly, this item was not unique and bore a mysterious lineage. Wasn't it about deciphering the contents within the jade? If you can provide me with information regarding the jade, I could translate its contents for you. As long as it is not the Wanchuando Jing, I could impart the jade's knowledge to Hu Iri, thereby acquiring a new martial art for myself. If it is of the same caliber as the Wanchuando Jing, then I would have struck gold. However, should it be the Wanchuando Jing, I would have to remain silent, for that is my foundation. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Iri could no longer contain himself. First, he mocked Li Shouqi for taking 30 years to unlock the jade, which was a considerable affront. Now, he was brazenly claiming he could decipher its contents. Even the masters from Kyoto could not decipher the inscriptions on the ancient jade, so how dare you claim it to be celestial script? Do you even comprehend what celestial script entails? Li Shouqi abruptly interrupted him, his impatience palpable. Hu Iri was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard that the contents of the ancient jade were inscribed in celestial script, yet such ancient characters used by immortal cultivators had long been lost to time. You actually recognize it as celestial script? I can decipher celestial script as well. Hand over the ancient jade, and allow me to examine the cultivation methods contained within. Without further ado, Li Shouqi snatched the jade from him with astonishing swiftness, akin to a masterful magician. Hu Iri, a martial artist of the celestial being realm and a top-tier expert concealed from the world in Chang'an, was taken aback as the ancient jade was seized from his grasp. His expression shifting drastically, he glanced down at his empty hand, bewildered by the events that had transpired. What had just occurred? A tempest of astonishment surged within him as he regarded Li Shouqi, feeling an unnerving chill. This individual's realm and power far surpassed his own. Yet he himself was indeed a formidable being of the unity of heaven and man realm. It appears to be a mind-nurturing technique known as the Tiandi Incense Sutra, which involves offering incense to oneself, harnessing its power to strengthen the divine soul. Quite commendable. Li Shouqi set the ancient jade down, a faint smile gracing his lips. At least it was not the Wanyuan Dao Sutra, and this particular technique was practically unpracticed in this era of martial artists. Even if one were to offer incense to the heavens or utilize talismans to draw upon heavenly forces, such endeavors rarely succeeded. It was already a rare skill possessed by a select few. Thus, practicing this technique would be in vain. Can you truly comprehend the contents within? I can transcribe them for you right now, but during my translation, you must disclose the origin of this ancient jade. And you must also assist me in appraising the piece I possess. Very well, proceed with your writing, and I shall recount the origins of the Tongxian jade. Hu Iri no longer dared to be presumptuous. A sense of trepidation towards Li Shouqi had taken root, and he began to recount. The reason this jade is termed Tongxian is due to the cultivation methods contained within, which are derived from ancient immortal cultivators, classified as celestial techniques that transcend ordinary martial skills, hence the name. However, to unlock this jade, one must employ special methods. No. Isn't it simply a matter of infusing martial true energy? Li Shouqi interrupted him once more, his curiosity piqued. The old man stared in disbelief, still struggling to comprehend. You are mistaken. If ordinary martial true energy could activate the Tongxian jade, why would I have spent over 30 years in research? Unlocking the ancient jade necessitates the infusion of spiritual energy. It took me many years to fortuitously discover a thumb-sized spirit stone, and with that minuscule amount of spiritual energy, I was able to open this ancient jade. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon Li Shouqi. The letter left by Grandpa Li contained discrepancies. It was not merely the infusion of true energy that sufficed. Yet, by a twist of fate, he possessed a thread of spiritual energy within him that flowed ceaselessly, making the activation of the ancient jade a trivial endeavor. Moreover, this celestial jade comes in various types, reportedly classified into 9 distinct categories based on their intricate patterns, namely heaven and earth, wind and cloud, dragon and tiger, bird and serpent. And what of the 9th type? It manifests as an apparently irregular abstract design. However, during my inquiries into ancient jade in Kyoto, some claimed that the 9th was referred to as divine pattern. Upon mentioning this, Master Hu displayed a somewhat melancholic demeanor. Yet, I have never laid eyes upon it, for these 9 varieties of ancient jade stem from 9 enigmatic forces, each serving as a symbol of their respective powers. Among them, the divine pattern jade is the most mysterious and formidable. It is said that possessing such a divine pattern jade and uncovering its secrets will inevitably lead one to become the supreme sovereign of the world. Are you referring to this piece in my possession? Li Xiuqi placed the ancient jade upon the table. Chapter 53. The Divine Pattern Celestial Jade. Suddenly, Master Hu clutched his chest, convulsing violently, seemingly overwhelmed by a tremendous shock, on the verge of fainting. While Li Xiuqi continued to inscribe the teachings of the Tianyi Incense Fire Sutra, he gently tapped Hu's brow, allowing a stream of pure spiritual energy to soothe his frayed nerves, alleviating the spasms that coursed through his body. Master Hu collapsed onto the table. Grasping the divine pattern jade, his expression one of profound astonishment, his hands trembling. My piece is a bird pattern jade, yet yours is the legendary supreme divine pattern jade. Where did you procure it, and what teachings does it contain? Li Xiuqi shook his head, recounting his own origins and the jade's provenance. However, he refrained from revealing the secrets of the Wanxian Dao Sutra. Even he felt a sense of awe regarding this scripture. After all, the ability to refine the spiritual energy within him stemmed not only from his innate Dao physique, but also from his master, the heavenly dragon Daoist, who had devoted at least a century to forging a pathway to immortality. In contrast, the Wanxian Dao Sutra effortlessly condenses spiritual energy and continuously nourishes and strengthens it. The creator of this scripture seems to surpass even his master. Yet, this is only to be expected, for it is an ancient method passed down from primordial times, far beyond the capabilities of those nurtured in the martial era of later generations. After hearing Li Xiuqi's account of his heritage, Master Hu expressed his astonishment, casting a glance at the industrious Li Xiuqi with a look of deep reflection. Who would have thought that I had been so close to the divine pattern jade for so many years in Chang'an, yet had never encountered it? The actions of the Li family were indeed justified. Once this celestial jade is exposed, it could spell disaster. I even suspect that your parents abandoned you due to an insurmountable predicament, perhaps related to this ancient jade. Li Xiuqi nodded slightly. Another layer of the onion regarding his lineage's secrets peeled away. Yet, the true core of the matter remains elusive. This volume of the Heavenly Essence Sutra is now entrusted to you, yet I fear it pales in comparison to the recompense for your assistance in translating the celestial texts. Li Xiuqi remarked with profound significance. Huiri took the 2 sheets of paper, casting but a fleeting glance, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. His cultivation level was insufficiently advanced, rendering even the simplified techniques challenging to practice, causing such disorientation from a mere glance. Ultimately, he could only offer a wry smile. Li Xiao, you are a transcendent being. Do not hesitate to voice your demands, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Huiri conceded completely. Recognizing that Li Xiuqi was no ordinary individual, the weight of those 2 sheets was immense. Having studied the celestial essence jade for decades, he could discern that Li Xiuqi's translation would undoubtedly be impeccable. Not to mention, given Li Xiuqi's formidable prowess, even rendering him assistance without compensation would be entirely justified. Very well, esteemed elder, your discernment is commendable. Since you have delved into the celestial essence jade for several decades, I require you to uncover every clue related to the divine patterns and the celestial essence jade from the past 30 years. Upon hearing this, Huiri nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend your intent. You wish to trace the origins of your lineage through the faint traces left by the ancient divine pattern jade? Indeed, that is the sole method available, Li Xiuqi affirmed, believing the task to be manageable. After all, the celestial essence jade was exceedingly rare, and its appearances invariably stirred ripples. Even if concealed by those with ulterior motives, it would still incite fervor within certain circles, though they would refrain from discussing it openly, whether in Chang'an or elsewhere. Any leads must be promptly reported to the Dragon Pavilion. My subordinates will liaise with you. The Dragon Pavilion? Huiri couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment, realizing that aside from his strength, Li Xiuqi's background was equally formidable. What position do you hold in the Dragon Pavilion, Li Xiao? Me? I was just appointed as the master of the Dragon Pavilion a few days ago. Thud. Huiri's legs faltered, nearly causing him to collapse. He gazed at Li Xiuqi in disbelief, soon breaking into a rueful smile. Indeed, considering Li Xiuqi's might, it was hardly surprising that he could ascend to the position of master within the Dragon Pavilion, even one as influential as it was, encompassing countless heroes. Today has been an eye-opening experience for me, first encountering the legendary Celestial Essence Jade, and now meeting the master of the Dragon Pavilion. What immense fortune! My life thus far has not been in vain. Hu Eri adeptly showered compliments. Individuals like him differed somewhat from Miao Kuan. If Sun Huiwang had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding the Dragon Pavilion, Miao Kuan's understanding could only be deemed superficial. Hu Eri possessed a deeper comprehension of the Dragon Pavilion. Yet, the more he understood, the greater his reverence grew. Afterward, Li Xiuqi engaged in a conversation with him, inadvertently gleaning insights into Hu Er and the secrets of Tianyuan. It turned out that they were a clandestine force in Chang'an, having established themselves for over a century. On the surface, they merely operated an antique business. Yet behind the scenes, they controlled over 100 enterprises, with total assets exceeding trillions. Their influence in Chang'an was more profound than that of the Shunlong Pavilion, all under the singular command of Hu Er. When Li Xiuqi inquired about Hu Er's connections with the four great families, Hu Er merely scoffed, arrogantly proclaiming, "What do the four great families matter? If I, Hu Er, desire it, they shall thrive or perish at my whim." Indeed, it was evident that he was the true puppet master behind the scenes in Chang'an. Li Xiuqi praised Hu Er, for he had unraveled the mystery surrounding the ancient jade and provided him with a more precise direction for his investigation. Hu Er even offered to personally assist him in pursuing this matter, which greatly impressed Li Xiuqi, who regarded him as a noble and righteous man. However, when Li Xiuqi casually mentioned that Miao Kuan owed him a debt, and he could simply compel him to return what he had taken, Hu Er appeared somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and replied, "Miao Kuan led me to meet young Master Li. He owes me nothing now." "Really?" Li Xiuqi furrowed his brow. Reluctantly, Hu Er explained that Miao Kuan indeed owed him a sum of money, having used a piece of bird-patterned ancient jade as collateral. Yet, he had deceived Miao Kuan, claiming the jade was worth only 2 million, and insisted that Miao Kuan find 10 more such pieces to clear his debt. Eventually, it seemed Miao Kuan had been cornered and had gone into hiding. Li Xiuqi left with a dark expression, feeling deceived. He had intended to collect a debt for Hu Er, but discovered that the old man was nothing more than a cunning merchant, explaining his accumulation of immense wealth. As he exited the gates of Tianyuan, a car suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance. A young man and several martial artists emerged from the vehicle. "Li Xiuqi, you possess quite the prowess. Huang Guangguan has indeed been cured by you. However, you mentioned wanting to visit my Lu family, so I have come to formally invite you. Surely, you wouldn't dare refuse?" Blocking his path with an air of arrogance was none other than Lu Qingqi. Chapter 54. The Lu family stance, pressuring Li Xiuqi. "You wish for me to accompany you to the Lu family?" Li Xiuqi mused, observing Lu Qingqi with amusement. In a good mood, he inquired, "Are you here on your own accord, or as a representative of your grandfather, Lu Wanshan?" He had heard Lu Wanshan's name several times over the past few days. According to Huang Limin, Lu Wanshan, as the head of one of the four great families, was the greatest ally of Sun Ludong. In Chang'an, few dared to provoke him. Additionally, Zhong Dafu had informed him that Zhao Tianming had ties to the Lu family within 3 days. He could orchestrate the downfall of Tianming Pharmaceutical Group, but if Lu Wanshan intervened, even should Zhao Tianming face bankruptcy, he would remain unscathed. This was not the outcome Li Xiuqi desired. In response to his inquiry, Lu Qingqi merely smiled coldly. "Does it make a difference whether it is I who invites you or my grandfather? The distinction is significant. You do not represent the Lu family. If you were to invite me, I would have no need to attend." Li Xiuqi indeed wishes to converse with Lu Wanshan. He seeks to discern the head of the Lu family's stance regarding Zhao Tianming and Sun Ludong, in order to determine how he should approach the Lu family. Lu Qingqi let out a cold snort and proactively opened the car door. "Then you shall get in the car. This time, it is my grandfather who has invited you, as he has several matters to discuss with you. Coincidentally, I too wish to have a word with him." Li Xiuqi willingly entered the vehicle. A conspiratorial expression emerged on Lu Qingqi's face as he muttered under his breath, "He truly dares to come to our Lu family. Do not think that possessing a modicum of martial prowess makes one exceptional. This time, our Lu family is prepared with innate realm warriors to deal with you." As one of the four prominent families, the Lu family lacks for wealth and wields immense power in Chang'an. They would not let slip the opportunity to confront someone audacious enough to challenge their authority. Lu Qingqi returned to the car, wearing a smirk. Envisioning the moment this oblivious Li Xiuqi would arrive at their Lu family estate and be subdued by his grandfather, contemplating the means by which to deal with him. After Li Xiuqi and Lu Qingqi departed, a middle-aged man named Qi Chong changed into clean attire and, accompanied by several subordinates, gazed at the receding vehicle with a puzzled expression. He hurried back to the inner courtyard to meet with Master Hu. Master Hu, that Lu family member has taken the young man. What young man? Li Xiao. Yes, the Lu family has indeed taken Li Xiao. Qi Chong hurriedly recounted what he had observed. Master Hu chuckled lightly, casually suggesting, investigate the connection between Li Xiao and the Lu family. Although with his capabilities, dealing with the insignificant Lu family would be effortless, we at Tianyuan must also contribute our share. Qi Chang stared in disbelief. He had just gone to change clothes and was unaware of the conversation between the elder and the youth, but Master Hu's demeanor left him utterly astonished. Are we to assist Li Xiao against the Lu family? Of course, we must ensure that Li Xiao sees our loyalty. Understood. Qi Chang left, still bewildered. He began an investigation into the grievances between the Lu family and Li Xiuqi, after which he would decide how to proceed. With Tianyuan's influence in Chang'an, there were countless ways to make the Lu family rue their misjudgment. Meanwhile, within the opulent ancestral home of the Lu family, in a courtyard, Lu Wanshan, clad in black martial attire, was leisurely practicing Tai Chi before several young individuals. Despite his advanced age, he exuded vitality and agility, performing his martial art with an air of antiquity. Beside him, Zhao Tianming, Zhang Liang, and others erupted into enthusiastic applause after the old master completed a set of movements. Indeed, as the head of the Lu family, his technique had reached a level of refinement. Even martial masters might find themselves outshone in the realm of Tai Chi. Zhao Tianming approached and presented a cup of hot tea. The elder accepted the tea with a mere smile. Fortunately, Sun Ludong remains confined within the Martial Arts Bureau. Otherwise, you two would surely engage in a contest of flattery. Zhao Tianming merely chuckled at the remark, continuing his ingratiating demeanor. The elder's gaze then fell upon Zhang Jingli and her companions, with Zhang Jingli being the most noteworthy. Hailing from a prominent family, she may not be the legitimate heir. Yet she is the sole successor, a talent worthy of cultivation and alliance. In contrast, Yang Yang and Chen Xiao, both from second-tier families, possess commendable abilities, albeit their lineage is somewhat inferior. Lu Wanshan initially intended to seek the Martial Arts Bureau's assistance in rescuing Sun Ludong, but regrettably, they were uncooperative, only releasing Zhang Jingli and her companions, who had no connections to the assault on Danshin pharmaceutical technology. Nonetheless, the three of them emerged battered and bruised. Jingli, how is your father's health? Lu Wanshan inquired. In response to the Lu family head, my father is quite well, Zhang Jingli replied with a faint smile and respectful tone. Lu Wanshan nodded, sipping his tea leisurely, and remarked, it seems that the city of Chang'an will inevitably become the domain of you young people. Li Xiuqi, though not much older than you, dares to disregard my Lu family's authority. He chuckled darkly, setting his teacup down with a somber expression. Zhao Tianming leaned closer, ingratiatingly chuckling. Old master, with your intervention, should Li Xiuqi fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he may not leave the Lu residence alive tonight. Ah, we are all businessmen. Why resort to violence? I have other methods to teach him a lesson. It is commendable for the youth to possess pride, but arrogance is intolerable, the elder admonished. To which Zhao Tianming bowed his head in agreement. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, as Lu Qingqi strode in with a few subordinates. Grandfather, I have brought the person you requested. Is he already here? Lu Wanshan's gaze shifted to the figure behind Lu Qingqi. There stood Li Xiuqi, casually entering the courtyard with one hand in his pocket, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding martial artists. Lu Wanshan scrutinized the young man closely. The more nonchalantly Xiuqi appeared, the deeper Lu Wanshan's dissatisfaction grew. He had hoped for a semblance of respect from Li Xiuqi towards the Lu residents, which regrettably was evidently lacking. Li Xiuqi, upon meeting the head of the Lu family, should you not promptly bow and pay your respects? Zhao Tianming interjected, fulfilling his role as a sycophant as Li Xiuqi approached. Lu Qingqi stood by, reveling in the unfolding drama. Indeed, did you not wish to meet my grandfather? Hurry and pay your respects, he taunted. Bow. There is no one in this world, save for my master, who could compel me to bow, Li Xiuqi retorted, shaking his head. And who might your master be? Lu Wanshan inquired, intrigued. The Heavenly Dragon Taoist, have you heard of him, old sir? I have not, Lu Wanshan replied, dismissing the name as inconsequential. While the title Heavenly Dragon Taoist may sound impressive, The Lu family maintains extensive channels of information throughout Chang'an and the entirety of Long Nation. The fact that he had not heard of this individual indicated that he was of little significance. However, I am acquainted with your grandfather, Li Tiangui. We had some business dealings in the past, Lu Wanshan remarked casually. Before Li Xiuqi could respond, Zhao Tianming hurriedly interjected, as the head of the Lu family. I presume Li Tiangui was merely seeking alms under your auspices? A figure of his modest stature could hardly be deemed worthy of engaging in collaboration with someone of your prominence. Chapter 55. Has Zhong Dafu succumbed to fear? A slap in the face. Lu Wanshan chuckled self-importantly, offering no explanation. Yet those present grasped the implication of his words. The situation likely unfolded as Zhao Tianming described. Li Xiuqi, maintaining his composure, gestured dismissively. Since you are aware of my lineage, Lu family head, you must also understand that I bear no relation to them. There is no need for pleasantries. Let us address the matter at hand. His forthrightness elicited a derisive snort from Lu Wanshan. Very well, I shall be direct. I have summoned you today to request a favor. Refrain from further troubling Sun Ludong and Zhao Tianming. Lu Wanshan gestured toward Zhang Liangli and her companions. Your dispute with them was merely verbal, yet you have leveraged your association with Lord Huang to have them apprehended. Young man, how can you act so excessively? Li Xiuqi regarded him with amusement. Observing Zhang Liangli and her companions, he noted their bruised faces and expressions of resentment directed at him. But it was evident that this was a misunderstanding. I do not recall targeting you. Were you not apprehended by the Martial Arts Bureau? Needless to say, had we not been captured, we would not bear such injuries, Zhang Liangli retorted, her eyes resembling those of a raccoon. Upon witnessing her disheveled state, Li Xiuqi could not help but chuckle. Under what circumstances were you apprehended, then? He understood that while Yu Shishan might harbor fear of him, he would not recklessly arrest individuals, even if they had offended him. Yang, with an expression of innocence, replied, we merely went to the hospital to visit Sun Huiwang. How could we have known that the Martial Arts Bureau would take us in as well? You cannot claim that this was your doing. So it was a visit to Sun Huiwang. You brought this upon yourselves, Li Xiuqi shrugged, a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor. The Martial Arts Bureau must have suspected you all as accomplices. Now that you have been released, it indicates that your suspicions have been cleared. If you believe they apprehended the wrong individuals, you should consider filing a complaint against the Martial Arts Bureau. You think we should sue the Martial Arts Bureau? Zhang Liangli seethed. Are they not too powerful for us to confront? Only Lu Wanshan has the influence to rein them in. The group cast pleading glances toward Lu Wanshan. Recognizing that Li Xiuqi's arrogance was intolerable, and in this predicament, only Lu Wanshan could possibly subdue him. Humph! How dare you speak so boldly in my presence? It is utterly outrageous. Lu Wanshan's face was momentarily illuminated by a flicker of anger as he furrowed his brows at Li Xiuqi, darkly declaring, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Instruct Zhang Dafu and Huang Limin to cease their hostilities against Sun Huiwang and Zhao Tianming, and we shall consider this matter resolved. He deftly shifted the conversation away from Zhang Liangli and her companions, recognizing that they had already endured their share of hardships. It would be unwise to provoke Yu Shishan further. Li Xiuqi's gaze fell upon Zhao Tianming. I recall that at this very hour last night, you were quite arrogant, asserting that I could do nothing to you. Li Xiuqi, it is you who is truly arrogant. Zhao Tianming shot back, his face twisted with resentment. Today has been a relentless nightmare. The company's stock price has plummeted, and several representatives from the City Lord's mansion are investigating our products. Dozens of media reporters are mercilessly covering this debacle. It feels as though you were intent on driving Tianming Pharmaceuticals to ruin. This is clearly your handiwork, Zhao Tianming continued, his tone rife with grievance and confusion. I merely shared a drink with Qi Yusu. Nothing untoward occurred. Why go to such lengths to obliterate my company? Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter. You misunderstand. Dealing with you is but a simple phone call for me. Everything your company is facing is orchestrated by Zhong Dafu. Why would I exert myself so laboriously? Zhong Dafu is so idle that he would act on your behalf to this extent? Zhao Tianming was incredulous. At that moment, Zhang Liangli stepped forward. Master Lu and Mr. Zhao, I believe I comprehend the situation. A few years ago, Zhang Dafu encountered difficulties in his business and found himself imprisoned. He received assistance from this individual during his time behind bars, thus incurring a significant debt of gratitude. I surmise that Mr. Zhong's actions against Tianming Pharmaceuticals are merely an attempt to repay this debt. Once this matter is resolved, they shall be even. Upon concluding her explanation, Zhang Liangli regarded Li Xiuqi with a sardonic tone. Had it not been for the warning from the young master of the Li family last time, we might have been completely deceived. The Zhong family has recently risen to prominence in Chang'an. While they are indeed grateful, they cannot simply be exploited at will. Your continued drain on their goodwill is nothing short of foolish. Lu Wanshan then interjected, very well. Although son Ludong is my adopted son, he has always lacked discretion. It is only fitting he endure some hardship for a few days. I shall speak with Huang Limin in due course. As for Zhong Dafu and the situation with Tianming Pharmaceuticals, I hope to resolve it by tonight. After Lu Wanshan finished speaking, he instructed Lu Qingqi. Contact the Zhong family and inform them that they must choose between our Lu family and Li Xiuqi. Should he refuse to relent, we will obliterate the Zhong conglomerate, ensuring they will never succeed in business again. Lu Qingqi took out his phone, momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, do you truly wish to convey that last part? I suspect Zhong Dafu is no fool. Upon hearing the first half, he will likely grasp the implications. Lu Wanshan chuckled and waved his hand. Then proceed as you see fit. Understood, grandfather. Lu Qingqi swiftly dialed Zhong Dafu's number. On the other end, Li Xiuqi observed the scene with an amused expression. Tonight, it seemed the Lu family would face disappointment. All of Zhong Dafu's wealth had now become a part of the Shenlong Pavilion, and for someone like him, money was merely a figure. If it could not be translated into tangible power, he would inevitably find himself cornered into imprisonment one day. Consequently, the title of deputy leader of the Shenlong Pavilion held far greater significance to him than a fortune in the billions. He was acutely aware that the strength of the Shenlong Pavilion overshadowed the Lu family. If the Lu family were akin to a grain of sand, then the Shenlong Pavilion was a towering mountain. However, the others present remained oblivious to the true relationship between Li Xiuqi and Zhong Dafu, even reveling in the misfortune they believed was about to befall him. The head of the Lu family was beginning to exert his influence. With the Lu family standing in Chang'an, was it not a trivial matter to sever Zhong Dafu's ties with Li Xiuqi? Did Li Xiuqi truly believe that his connections forged within the prison walls could compel Zhong Dafu to serve him? This individual had clearly never encountered the broader world. He was nothing but a country bumpkin. Zhang Liangli, Zhao Tianming, and others whispered among themselves. Yet, the moment Lu Qingqi connected the call and conveyed the Lu family's stance, Zhong Dafu's reaction left him astounded. What? You took the liberty of inviting young Master Li to the Lu family and dare to call me to sever ties with him? Are you tired of living? Chapter 56. Ruthless Tactics. A Celestial Realm Martial Artist? Zhong Dafu, what did you say? Lu Qingqi was rendered speechless, subjected to a barrage of insults over the phone. Zhong Dafu's voice was booming, and those nearby could hear every word. My grandfather stated that if you do not cut off your relationship with Li Xiuqi, the Lu family will ensure you are unable to conduct any business henceforth, obliterating your Zhong Corporation. Haha, what does your grandfather amount to? Have that old man call me and witness how I berate him. Zhong Dafu continued his tirade. Lu Qingqi was once again left in a daze, instinctively passing the phone to his grandfather, Lu Wanshan, who wore a grim expression, rendering Lu Qingqi exceedingly uncomfortable. Lu Wanshan glared at him, his gaze dark and brooding. The invisible slap from Zhong Dafu had already struck his face, particularly as the young men around Zhao Tianming looked on with incredulous expressions. Lu Wanshan furrowed his brow at his grandson. What are you still doing? Hang up the phone. Do you truly want me to answer and endure such insults? Yes, grandfather, I was wrong. Lu Qingqi quickly ended the call. Just before doing so, Zhong Dafu's voice rang out once more. Lu Wanshan, you dare not answer my call, do you? I am coming over right now. And if you so much as touch a hair on young Master Li, I will desecrate your Lu family's ancestral grave. Arrogance, it was simply too unbridled. Lu Wanshan was incensed, his chest heaving violently. His eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. On the opposite end, Li Xiuqi remained unfazed, continuing to watch them with amusement, as if observing a troupe of clowns. Li Xiuqi, what exactly is your relationship with Zhong Dafu? Do not think us fools. If your only connection was saving him in prison, he would never dare to confront the Lu family so openly. Lu Wanshan grasped the essence of the matter. However, Li Xiuqi paid him no heed, choosing instead to sit at a nearby stone table and pour himself a cup of tea. Did he not say he would come? When he arrives, you shall know the nature of our relationship. You remain as arrogant as ever. Confidence stems from strength, not arrogance. Li Xiuqi replied nonchalantly while sipping his hot tea. His demeanor caused Zhang Jingli and the others to turn pale, especially Zhao Tianming, whose palms were slick with sweat. He shot a venomous glare at Zhang Jingli, grinding his teeth in frustration. It seems your information was flawed. We have all been misled. The relationship between Zhong Dafu and him is far more intricate. I am unaware. It was Li Buotao who informed me. Is he not Li Xiuqi's brother? Zhang Jingli's face drained of color, rendered astonished and speechless. At that moment, Zhong Dafu burst forth from a nearby mansion's bedroom, frantically calling his subordinates. Excitement etched across his face. The Lu family has provoked the master. This is my opportunity to demonstrate my loyalty. I must express my gratitude to them for presenting this chance. Zhong Dafu laughed boisterously as he strode out. In less than 5 minutes, Zhong Dafu charged in with a dozen subordinates, disregarding the Lu family's attempts to obstruct him as he entered the courtyard. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those present, he hastened to Li Xiuqi, bowing deeply in reverence. Young Master Li, I apologize for my tardiness. They have not harmed you, have they? Just give the word, and I shall flatten the Lu family for you. The onlookers were increasingly astounded. Observing Zhong Dafu's retreating figure sparked a realization in Zhao Tianming. He turned to Lu Wanshan. Master Lu, could it be that Zhong Dafu has been enchanted or brainwashed by Li Xiuqi? Lu Wanshan's eyelids twitched, clenching his fists. He felt an uncontrollable fury rise within him. Zhong Dafu, wake up. What is Li Xiuqi to you? Even if he were a bastard son, it wouldn't warrant such deference. Ha ha ha, Lu Wanshan, what are you to speculate on my relationship with young Master Li? I shall be candid. My life is owed to young Master Li. With his prowess, annihilating your Lu family is but a mere utterance. I advise you to refrain from straying further down this misguided path, lest you bring ruin upon yourself. Zhong Dafu issued a cryptic warning to Lu Wanshan. He believed he had been sufficiently accommodating, with his insinuations clear enough. If Lu Wanshan possessed any wisdom, he would realize the need for restraint. Unfortunately, Lu Wanshan was blinded by rage. He waved his hand, and the Lu family's guards emerged from their concealed positions in an instant. How dare you act so recklessly in my Lu family? Tonight, whether it be you, Zhong Dafu, or that illegitimate child with the surname Li, I have no intention of sparing either of you. The atmosphere was electrified, and Zhao Tianming and the others felt their spirits soar. With Lu Wanshan's declaration, it was as if Zhong Dafu had willingly walked into a trap. Li Xiuqi set down his teacup and strode forward. Lu Wanshan narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back, as a large contingent of martial artists surged forward. Totaling more than 30, all elite warriors honed through years of Lu family training. You've angered my grandfather. You're as good as dead, Lu Qingqi shouted angrily, pointing at Li Xiuqi. The latter merely smiled. Is that so? Li Xiuqi raised his hand, and an invisible force crossed nearly 2 yards, locking onto Lu Qingqi's throat, lifting him off the ground. Instantly, Lu Qingqi's face turned an ominous shade of purple, his legs flailing helplessly in midair. The sensation of suffocation was swiftly extinguishing his life. The surrounding martial artists stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a supernatural event. Even those like Zhao Tianming, lacking martial prowess, were taken aback. This was their first encounter with Li Xiuqi's true strength. The scene before them was nothing short of cataclysmic. What level of martial arts was this? Even Lu Wanshan appeared momentarily dazed. An elder beside him trembled and exclaimed, Master, this person is at least at the celestial realm. Otherwise, he couldn't project his energy to such an extent. A celestial realm warrior? Lu Wanshan finally snapped back to reality, his expression darkening as he growled, Zhong Dafu, is this the reason for your deference? Because he is a celestial realm warrior? Zhong Dafu paused for a moment and shook his head. My loyalty to young Master Li is unwavering. Serving him is my honor, and it is certainly not due to his martial prowess. In truth, Zhong Dafu was unaware of Li Xiuqi's true level, but he knew that in Longtan Prison, formidable experts were abundant, and celestial realm warriors were as common as fish crossing a river. Yet Li Xiuqi had already proven himself invincible within Longtan. His words were too fulsome for Lu Wanshan to believe. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, What are you all standing there for? After investing so much in training you, now is the time to prove your worth. Bring my grandson back. Yes, several elder guardians, all at the innate realm, exchanged glances and rushed toward Li Xiuqi. Rebel, release young Master Lu at once. Chapter 57, Li Xiuqi. I've already said I am not a villain. 4 innate realm guardians, the culmination of Lu family's years of heritage, despite their age, were still formidable. As they closed in, Zhong Dafu and his followers wore tense expressions. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming and the others on the periphery ignited with hope. With the full force of the Lu family's foundation unleashed, the impending battle promised to be brutally fierce. After this confrontation, Li Xiuqi was certain to meet his demise. He and Zhang Li were both filled with resentment in their hearts. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds suddenly erupted from several innate guardians, as if they had been struck by invisible bullets. The 4 innate guardians were sent flying simultaneously, and while in midair, they were already spewing blood. By the time they struggled to rise, their chests were caved in, with dozens of broken bones and internal injuries. Standing still, Li Xiuqi remained as calm as ever. He held Lu Qingqi aloft, meeting the shocked and terrified gaze of Lu Wanshan with a faint smile. Patriarch Lu, I now offer you a chance to save your grandson. What opportunity? Kneel and bow to me, and I will spare your Lu family. Lu Wanshan's face turned crimson with suppressed fury. In the air, Lu Qingqi's desperate cries resonated. Grandfather, save me. I'm going to die. I'm still young. I don't want to die. I wish to inherit the Lu family's legacy, to expand and bring glory once again. Trapped in the air by a force, Lu Qingqi struggled helplessly, and to his utter humiliation, he lost control of his bladder, droplets cascading down his pant leg. Lu Wanshan's face turned a deep shade of purple. I concede. Is kneeling unnecessary? The Lu family will no longer trouble you. Zhao Tianming and Sun Ludong. You may deal with them as you wish. Li Xiuqi shook his head expressionlessly. I want you to kneel and bow. Do you not comprehend? Grandfather, save me. Lu Qingqi's voice grew hoarse, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Outside the crowd, Zhao Tianming's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at the upright figure of Li Xiuqi in the distance, his scalp tingling with fear. Zhang Li and the others were equally stunned. The demeanor of Zhong Dafu had already been shocking enough, but they had not anticipated that Li Xiuqi would display the prowess of a transcendent warrior. This was beyond anything they could contend with. This man could walk through Chang'an with impunity. The remaining guards of the Lu family, with their lower cultivation levels, had their strongest member merely at the master stage, lacking even the courage to intervene. Then, a scene that left them astounded unfolded. In a desperate bid to save his grandson, Lu Wanshan, with a pained expression, knelt straight to the ground. Li Xiao, this is my fault. I beg you. Spare my grandson. We will never dare to offend you again. Lu Wanshan prostrated himself, his gaze cast downward, filled with humiliation and resentment. He longed to rush forward and confront Li Xiuqi, but he knew all too well that he was no match. Observing this scene, Li Xiuqi chuckled softly. So you kneel so readily. I thought your family might possess some hidden experts or noble heritage, but it seems it is all but a fade. He believed that the Lu family, being one of the 4 prominent clans, might have a celestial being in their employ, which would have warranted his respect. However, it turned out that their strongest assets were merely 4 innate-level practitioners. Otherwise, Lu Wanshan would not have resorted to kneeling and begging for mercy. Nonetheless, Lu Qingqi had not truly offended me. It was merely a clash of egos. I am not a remorseless brigand, and I certainly would not take his life. It was merely a trivial jest. Li Xiuqi returned him to Lu Wanshan's side. The pitiful Lu Qingqi lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Grandfather, I nearly died. Silence. You worthless fool. Lu Wanshan glared at him through gritted teeth. Just as he was about to rise, Li Xiuqi directed his gaze towards Zhang Jingli and her companions. A mere glance was all it took. Zhang Jingli's legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground. Li Xiao, there has been a misunderstanding. We had no idea you were a martial arts master. In truth, we have a good relationship with Bai Shuxin. We have been friends for many years. Is there any chance you could let us go? Li Xiuqi regarded them coldly. You sought out Sun Huihuang, intending to use him to cause me trouble, did you not? We wouldn't dare, absolutely not. It was truly just a misunderstanding. Zhang Jingli trembled on the ground. Nearby, Yang Yang, Chen Xiao, and others displayed signs of fear, having already leaked a few drops. Li Xiuqi waved his hand. Enough. Considering your past friendship with my sister, I shall spare you this time. However, when you encounter her in the future, remember to be polite, understood? Understood. Thank you, Li Xiao, for sparing our lives. Zhang Jingli exhaled deeply in relief. At that moment, they heard Li Xiuqi's nonchalant voice. I've already said that I am not a remorseless brigand. Look at you all, cowering as if I were some villain. I assure you, I am not a bad person. He then stepped towards Zhao Tianming. Facing the prostrate Zhao Tianming, he kicked him over and stepped on his chest. Though I am not a bad person, your attempt to seek revenge after being punished yesterday was your folly. Li Xiuqi looked down upon Zhao Tianming. The self-made billionaire and one of the top 10 young talents in Chang'an, now so terrified that he was foaming at the mouth. The Lu family members and Zhang Jingli dared not utter a word. With a crack, Li Shouqi crushed Zhao Tianming's ribcage, the shattered bones piercing his lungs, causing him to expel pink bubbles from his mouth. He then suddenly kicked towards Zhao Tianming's groin. You have certainly engaged in your fair share of drugging and harming others. Haven to you, Mr. Zhao. After tonight, if you manage to survive, you shall live the rest of your life as a eunuch. With consecutive kicks, Zhao Tianming was left with barely a breath, and even if he were to survive, he would be rendered a cripple. The onlookers, witnessing his brutal methods, were paralyzed with fear as he crushed a man underfoot as casually as one would squash an ant. Was this not a villain? He was utterly inhuman. Lu Wanshan remained on his knees, his gaze filled with shock, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, terrified that Li Shouqi might overhear and bring ruin upon his family. After concluding his grim task, Li Shouqi approached the door, his final words echoing in the ears of the crowd. I have stated that I am not a bad person. Even if you have committed misdeeds, I will still grant you a chance. However, just like Zhao Tianming, should there be a second offense, extinguishing the entire Lu family would be no more difficult than eliminating Zhao Tianming. Once Li Shouqi had departed, Zhong Dafu, beaming with delight, passed by Lu Wanshan, casting a glance filled with pity and sympathy. As Li Shouqi and his entourage finally left, Lu Wanshan, trembling, was assisted to his feet and surveyed the devastation around him. His four innate realm subordinates had been rendered incapacitated, and Zhao Tianming lay in a half-dead state. Meanwhile, Zhang Liangli and the others hastily took their leave, unwilling to linger in such a dire situation, likely severing ties with the Lu family indefinitely. This time, the Lu family had suffered a grave loss. Lu Wanshan's eyes blazed with fury. He ground his teeth, muttering to himself, "This is intolerable, a humiliation my family has never endured. I must seek retribution. Little Lu, who do you intend to exact vengeance upon?" Just as Li Shouqi departed and Lu Wanshan vowed revenge, a group unexpectedly burst in from outside, led by an elderly man clad in simple attire, who strolled in with an air of disdainful arrogance. "Master Hu, what brings you here?" Lu Wanshan immediately bent low, hastening to greet him. Chapter 58, A Background of Great Influence, the Li family returns. Slap. Before he could reach him, Lu Wanshan felt dizzy as a resounding slap landed on his face, spinning him around in place. Master Hu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly untouched. Lu Wanshan looked at him, bewildered. "Master, what is the meaning of this? Your incompetent grandson was at the entrance of Tianguan, escorting young Master Li away. Prior to that, I had struck a deal with young Master Li and owe him a significant favor. Do you understand?" Master Hu would not divulge the matter of the divine pattern and the transcendent jade, but the tome of celestial incense he held contained invaluable information. Regardless of whether it could be used for cultivation, it at least proved that Li Shouqi was no ordinary individual. There are few in this world who possess such celestial script, and Li Shouqi is one of them. Coupled with his martial prowess and the terrifying dragon pavilion, Master Hu's reverence for him was ingrained deep within. After being enlightened by Master Hu, Lu Wanshan trembled in trepidation. So it is. It seems that Li Shao and our Lu family are indeed from two entirely different worlds. I had previously misjudged the situation. I truly had no knowledge of his collaboration with Second Master Heir. Lu Wanshan's expression was one of bitterness. Upon discerning the attitude of Hu Eryi, a hidden magnate of Chang'an, he finally comprehended why Zhang Dafu held Li Shouqi in such high esteem. It was certainly not solely due to his extraordinary realm of harmony with the universe. It is more likely that Li Shouqi possesses other formidable talents and a significant background, of which Lu Wanshan is simply unqualified to be aware. Hu Eryi departed in haste, leaving him with a cautionary remark. "If your Lu family intends to trouble Li Shao, I shall ensure that the four great families of Chang'an are restructured. At that time, your Lu family will undoubtedly be absent. Do you understand?" Lu Wanshan trembled all over. "I understand. I truly understand." Not long after, as Li Shouqi made his way to Shanshui Manor, he had already moved in the previous day and settled down. However, the vast estate felt rather empty, with only a few servants accompanying him. Just as he began to feel a sense of loneliness, Bai Shuxin unexpectedly called, "Brother, could you come over?" "What for?" Li Shouqi inquired, puzzled. "Is she also feeling lonely? Li Buotao and his parents came to see you, and it left me utterly bewildered. They even said that if they do not see you tonight, they will refuse to leave." Bai Shuxin expressed her grievances over the phone. Li Shouqi found the situation equally perplexing. Just ask the security at the villa to escort them out. I have no desire to meet them. Li Shouqi. It seemed Bai Shuxin's phone had been seized. A voice came from the other end. Hu Feilan. You ungrateful wretch, our Li family has truly raised you for nothing. Not only did you deceive us of 500 million, but you even dared to swindle the Jin family. Now, our Li family is on the brink of collapse because of you. Upon hearing this, Li Shouqi erupted into laughter. Ha! So you have discovered that without my guidance, it will take at least a few years to achieve mass production of that Danfeng? Just know that and come over immediately. Hu Feilan shouted at him in exasperation. Li Shouqi's mirth faded, and his tone grew increasingly serious. Out of respect for Grandpa Li, I have tolerated your antics many times. But if you do not learn to be restrained, I am not without my own temper. I don't care whether you have a temper or not. You better come over right now. Don't forget that you've called me mother for over 20 years. Do you even regard me as your mother anymore? Hu Feilan wailed. Throwing a tantrum. Taking a deep breath, Li Shouqi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration compared to the pressure exerted by the four innate guardians of the Lu family. The strain brought upon him by someone like Hu Feilan was far greater. Knowing that I have called you mother for over 20 years, and having resided with the Li family for 2 decades, one would expect that even a mere dog would have formed some attachment after such a long time. Yet, you now label me as an ungrateful wretch. In your eyes, I am worth even less than a dog. There was a hint of anger in Li Shouqi's words. The emotional ties with Qi Yusu and the grievances with the Li family are 2 wounds in his heart that can never heal. He had begun to gradually forget them. But the attitude of the Li family rekindled the pain. At that moment, his adoptive father, Li Jiaqing, seized the phone again and said in a solemn tone, Shouqi, regardless of the circumstances, we are still family. How could 20 years of affection simply be severed? We are waiting for you at President Bai's place. It is imperative that you come. The Li family needs you now more than ever. Li Jiaqing implored Li Shouqi earnestly. Ultimately, he agreed to come, but not because he believed in Li Jiaqing's sincerity. Although this adoptive father had treated him decently in the past, which showed a semblance of conscience, what truly mattered to him was still his biological son, Li Buotao, and their family's modest wealth. Li Shouqi was not one to shed tears and throw himself into a melodramatic reunion simply because of a change in attitude. He was merely concerned that this emotionally unstable family might harm Bai Shuxin. Hence, he instructed the driver, Zhong Dafu, to turn around and head to Bai Shuxin's residence. Before he arrived, Li Buotao answered the phone, and upon realizing the call had ended, he displayed a look of helplessness. Was he not even going to say a word to me? I had intended to apologize, yet he remained so indifferent. Truly a heartless ingrate, wasting the chance given to him. He tossed the phone back to Bai Shuxin. On the sofa, Hu Feilan crossed her arms, radiating anger, and remarked sharply, You want to apologize to him? What has the Li family ever owed him? If it weren't for your grandfather rescuing him, he would have frozen to death on the roadside long ago. We saved his life. After all these years of raising him, he shows not a shred of gratitude. He is clearly a heartless ingrate. He owes the Li family. Li Jiaqing sighed deeply. Although she said this, my father had already transferred back the 20% equity he left to Li Shouqi without compensation. By rights, he owed us nothing. You speak nonsense. That equity is worthless. Li Shouqi has already made 5 billion, of which 500 million belongs to the Li family. By all accounts, he must repay us and then go apologize to the Jin family, Hu Feilan said stubbornly. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxin rolled her eyes to the heavens. Just wait. My brother has a bad temper. When he arrives, you will surely be in for a rude awakening. Upon hearing this, Hu Feilan laughed mockingly. Little girl, I perceive that you are quite young and seem to lack an understanding of manners. Must I mar your beautiful visage before you learn how to address your elders appropriately? Bai Shuxin, frightened, retreated to the side. Indeed, Hu Feilan, with her assertive demeanor typical of a middle-aged woman, exuded a formidable presence that rendered her speechless. With unwavering confidence, Hu Feilan proclaimed, Dare you suggest we will meet misfortune? Just wait and see. I am well acquainted with Li Shouqi's character. He is nothing but a coward. When he arrives, he will undoubtedly comply. After all, over the years, Li Shouqi has consistently obeyed, never daring to defy the Li family. Chapter 59. A violent confrontation with Li Buotao. As Li Shouqi was about to arrive at the villa, in the living room, Li Buotao answered another call. On the other end, Jin Tianshun inquired vehemently, A full day has passed, and your Li family has yet to deal with Li Shouqi? If you fail to manage him, the 500 million will be for naught, and you will owe us, the Jin family, the remaining 4 billion. Upon hearing this, Li Buotao became anxious. Jin Xiao, are you jesting? You cannot truly expect us to compensate. Is there an issue? After all, this transaction was facilitated by your family, and Li Shouqi is one of your own. I suspect foul play on your part, a scheme to ensnare me. Cursing silently, Li Buotao could only muster a forced smile. Jin Xiao, rest assured, we are already negotiating with Li Shouqi. It should not pose a problem. However, he himself harbored doubts about the smoothness of their dealings. After hanging up, he looked at his parents with a plea in his eyes. Mom, Dad, we must rely on you this time. Li Shouqi has always disdained me. He surely will not assist. But you, at least, are his adoptive parents. I believe he will heed your words. Absolutely, do not worry. Hu Feilan, having successfully managed Li Shouqi over the years, was confident she could do so again. Shortly thereafter, Li Shouqi finally arrived. Upon seeing the three members of the Li family sprawled across the sofa, while Bai Shuxin stood forlornly in the corner, he wore an expression of resignation. As he stepped inside, Hu Feilan's complaints reached his ears. Aren't you already wealthy? Do you not know to reside in a decent place? Why are you so tardy? Did you settle in the countryside? I reside in the Shanshui Manor, just outside the city, Li Shouqi replied. Moving to Bai Shuxin's side and guiding her to stand before Li Buotao, who seemed momentarily taken aback, prompting Li Shouqi to gesture for him to step aside. With clenched teeth, Li Buotao could only rise silently, standing to the side. Li Shouqi seated himself alongside Bai Shuxin, casting a cold smile at his adoptive parents, who were still mulling over what Li Shouqi had just said. Li Jia murmured, Shanshui Manor, that is the most opulent residence in Chang'an. This brat has indeed moved there. Who can discern the veracity of his words? Perhaps he is merely boasting. Could it be that he has squandered that 50 billion on real estate? Hu Feilan harbored no belief in Li Shouqi's statements. She shook her head, her expression darkening as she remarked, let us discuss serious matters. We have no interest in your residence. When will you accompany us to the Jin family? What business do we have with the Jin family? Li Shouqi replied with a hint of amusement. Hu Feilan's anger erupted suddenly. She sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, are you feigning ignorance? Li Shouqi, our family, the Li family, has toiled to support you for so many years, yet you betray us. Do you not realize the Jin family is demanding a compensation of 45 billion? What do you mean by having raised me with such toil? If it weren't for my grandfather's protection, I would have likely perished under your mistreatment long ago. Li Shouqi retorted, his expression one of disdain. Bai Shuxin, nearby, regarded him with sympathy. To emerge from such a dysfunctional family and remain mentally sound is indeed remarkable, especially given that individuals like Hu Feilan often appear capable of independent living while grappling with significant intellectual and emotional deficiencies, possibly even psychological disorders. Hu Feilan was rendered speechless by his demeanor, while Li Jiaqing interjected with a furrowed brow, Shouqi, considering we are family, you must assist us this time. Since you have sold the prescription, why not guide them to fruition? You could offer the Jin family your expertise, aiding them in achieving mass production. With your capabilities, I believe you could accomplish this within a few months. Without Li Shouqi's guidance, they would require several years to realize mass production of the Tiannong Zhuangque ointment. With his assistance, the timeline could be reduced tenfold. Although investing 50 billion and years of research for a prescription worth over $1 trillion that would secure generations of prosperity for the Jin family seems advantageous. The Jin family can afford to wait. However, Jin Tianshun cannot, as he is not the sole heir in his family. Having expended such a considerable sum without immediate returns, he would inevitably face criticism from rivals in the coming years, making his situation dire. Thus, he was compelled to seek rapid results. Li Shouqi also made his stance clear. I have stated before, since the ties have been severed, we shall have no further dealings. This is a commercial relationship. Do not invoke notions of family. Am I so familiar with you? Li Shouqi, do not overstep your bounds. Li Jiaqing, incensed, stood up, his face flushed as he admonished him. Yet, unlike before, when Li Shouqi would lower his head in silence after such reprimands, he now bore a calm smile. Gentlemen, do you intend to resort to violence? He inquired, casually flexing his knuckles, as if eager to confront them. However, despite their foolishness, the Li family possessed enough sense to recognize that engaging in a direct confrontation with Li Shouqi would be unwise. They have engaged in physical confrontations before, yet they are hardly a match. In a state of helplessness, Li Jiaqing returned to his seat. There is no law left. How can you, devoid of conscience, resort to violence against us? We are your adoptive parents. Hu Feilan muttered angrily nearby. At this moment, Li Buitao, who had remained silent, tentatively spoke up. Is it not true that you believe the Li family owes you? Is it not money you seek? Name your price, if it is reasonable. We shall accept the loss and allow you to take advantage once more. However, do not be overly greedy. Li Buitao's demeanor exuded confidence. He believed that no one in this world could resist the allure of wealth. After all, was it not merely a matter of sending Li Xiuqi to provide guidance for a few months? Surely, a financial exchange could be arranged. I will not go to the Jin family. I have other matters to attend to, Li Xiuqi resolutely declined. 100 million. I offer 100 million for your half a year. Li Buitao rose, hands clasped behind his back, speaking with assuredness. 100 million was an exorbitant sum. Enough to buy a life. If Li Xiuqi refused, it would be a slight not only against the Li family, but also against the Jin family. I warn you, do not be ungrateful. Li Buitao feigned maturity as he threatened and coaxed Li Xiuqi. Suddenly, an invisible force struck Li Buitao's face, sending him flying like a rag doll. Crashing into the corner, Li Xiuqi had long harbored the desire to teach him a lesson. Unable to contain himself any longer upon witnessing Buitao's arrogance, he stood and approached, delivering several fierce kicks to the cornered Li Buitao. I said I won't go to the Jin family. Do you not understand human speech? In Chapter 60, Brother Zhao Tianming. A conspiracy of revenge. Bang, bang, bang. Li Buitao, curled up in the corner, was kicked mercilessly, spewing blood and feeling as though his insides were shattered. His anguished cries echoing. Mom, Dad, help me. Li Xiuqi is going to kill me. This ungrateful wretch sought to devour his master. As he endured the beating, Li Buitao called out for help and hurled insults. Li Xiuqi showed him no mercy, delivering nearly a dozen kicks to the corner, almost bringing Li Buitao to the brink of death. It was only due to the intervention of Li Jiaqing and his wife, along with Bai Shuxin, that they managed to rescue Buitao from the clutches of death. Jiaqing, hurry and call the police. This Li Xiuqi has no regard for law. He is about to kill my brother. Hu Feilan shouted in fury. Li Jiaqing, equally enraged, felt a surge of electricity run through him when he met Li Xiuqi's gaze, which exuded a palpable sense of danger. Let us leave. We must take Buitao to the hospital. Your son has been beaten to this extent by this ungrateful wretch. And you do not seek vengeance? Hu Feilan exclaimed in distress. Li Jiaqing's expression was tense. Upon locking eyes with Li Xiuqi, he distinctly sensed an aura of murderous intent. Even if revenge was to be sought, it would not be this evening. Without a word, he seized his wife and dragged their severely injured son, Li Buitao, out of the villa, tumbling and scrambling as they fled. It was only after they exited that Li Xiuqi managed to regain his composure. A complex expression flickered in his gaze. Surely Grandpa Li cannot witness what transpired here, he mused. Yet, even if he did, he would understand that I was not at fault. It was the Li family that overstepped their bounds. Whether it was the Li family's concealment of Li Tianguo's relics, including the jade pendant inscribed with divine patterns and letters, or their threats and temptations throughout this ordeal, these actions were fundamentally wrong. He reluctantly felt justified in administering a lesson to Li Buitao. As long as he was alive, they should be grateful. Bai Shuxin grasped his hand, speaking softly, Brother, please take a seat and calm down. I will fetch you some water. She guided Li Xiuqi to the sofa. Yet, his mood remained dark. A surge of resentment lodged in his chest, yearning for release, though he felt unable to vent it, especially not towards the Li family. He could not disregard Grandpa Li's kindness in raising him, and the 3 members of the Li family were the only remaining relatives of Grandpa Li in this world. Could he truly consider annihilating them all? Li Xiuqi shook his head, forcing himself to forget the matter, hoping that the few blows dealt tonight would impart a lesson to the Li family, dissuading them from troubling him again. Shortly thereafter, in the first hospital of Chang'an, Li Xiuqi lay bandaged and bruised upon the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying the humiliating events he had just endured, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. They have gone too far. Li Xiuqi has gone too far. Mom, I want to call. I will curse Li Xiuqi to death. Li Buitao raged like a colossal infant, voicing every desire within him, whether rational or not. Hurry, Dad, hire an assassin. Kill him. Hu Feilan, with a pained expression, wiped the sweat from her son's brow. Rest assured, my son, I will avenge you. But let us not resort to hiring killers. Our Li family is a house of virtue, and such deeds are beyond our reach. No. Li Jiaqing interjected, his face darkening as he addressed his wife and son. Do not forget that if Li Xiuqi does not accompany us to the Jin family, they will not spare us either. This is a matter of our family's survival. It is his lack of kindness that has compelled us to act unjustly. I will find someone to force him to agree to go to the Jin family. Li Jiaqing declared fiercely. Li Buitao, lying in the hospital bed, was left dumbfounded, while Hu Feilan looked at her husband in astonishment, instinctively nodding in agreement. It appeared that this was the only path left to them. In another room of the first hospital, Sun Huihuang lay quietly, still in a coma. His brow furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare, his body twitching intermittently. Beside his bed stood Lu Wanshan, the head of the Lu family, accompanied by a robust and upright middle-aged man, his short hair standing rigid like steel needles, exuding an air of unwavering integrity. Lu Wanshan wore a bitter smile as he pointed to Sun Huihuang on the bed. Tian Sheng, the events began with this fellow. According to the information gathered by my subordinates, Sun Huihuang had sought out by Shuxin a couple of nights ago and encountered Li Shouqi, resulting in his current state, with Sun Huihuang's men suffering grave casualties. The robust middle-aged man, originally named Zhao Tiansheng, spoke in a grave tone, nodding as he said, based on your descriptions, that young man is most likely a peak martial artist at the celestial realm, perhaps even transcendent. Lu Wanshan's expression suddenly grew complex. Tiansheng, are you truly intent on seeking retribution against that individual? Your brother Tianming is still lying in the intensive care unit, reduced to a vegetative state. Do not worry about finances. After all, he was nurtured under my guidance. However, with Li Shouqi's formidable strength, I cannot bear to see you in peril. Moreover, he has the backing of Old Master Hu from Tianyuan. Old Master Hu? Zhao Tianxing chuckled softly, his gaze turning ominous. Hu Er is in no position to protect himself. He has meddled with forces beyond his control. The military has dispatched personnel to trouble him this time. Oh, what has he done? Lu Wanshan's interest piqued, eager to inquire further and see if he could seize an opportunity. Yet, Zhao Tiansheng had already shifted the topic, his face darkening. Li Shouqi has been wreaking havoc in Chang'an City. Even my brother has fallen victim to him, rendered a vegetable. If I do not seek vengeance for my brother, am I still human? Lu Wanshan paused, letting out a resigned sigh. What do you intend to do? He has harmed my most cherished person, so I must target his most important individuals. I will ensure he experiences a heart-wrenching pain. Zhao Tiansheng, an orphan raised alongside his brother Zhao Tianming, had left their rural village due to his exceptional martial talent, gaining Lu Wanshan's patronage. However, he had joined the military early on, rapidly advancing in martial prowess while amassing significant power, often becoming a crucial ally for Lu Wanshan. Zhao Tianming, often credited with building a billion-dollar pharmaceutical enterprise from scratch, had only been able to thrive under Zhao Tianxin's protection. Now, Zhao Tianxing was genuinely enraged. As you mentioned, Li Shouqi has severed ties with the Li family. Yet he still has an ex-wife, Qi Yusu. Their bond, though frayed, remains. My brother became a vegetable due to that woman. Then we shall start with Qi Yusu. I will send someone to capture her tomorrow. Coincidentally, my subordinates from the military camp are young and vigorous. They have been confined and trained for months and are eager for action. Humph, this time it will be a boon for them. Zhao Tianxing revealed a cruel and ruthless smile. Chapter 61. Unexpected encounter with Zhong Churen, facing peril. The next day arrived. Li Shouqi was in the laboratory of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, guiding the development director Lu Shang and others in the alchemical process. Although the Yangzhuang blood pill was an ordinary elixir of no great distinction, it was not something that could be produced casually. Every step must be executed flawlessly. Yes, Lu Shang and more than a dozen researchers, who typically do not engage in the alchemical arts, oversee the true laborers on the production line at the pharmaceutical factory. However, Li Shouqi cannot personally impart his skills on the production line. Instead, he must convey these techniques to the researchers, collaborating with them to adapt the Tian'ang Zhuangxue Dan for the production processes of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. As evening approached, Li Shouqi found himself inexplicably anxious, his heart racing with an ominous premonition. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such a feeling, as if a significant event were on the horizon, alerting him through his instincts. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Utilizing his mastery of Qi Min Duanjia, he discreetly calculated the celestial patterns, exhausting considerable mental energy, leaving his face somewhat pale. Yet, he gleaned an unusual insight. Tonight heralded romantic fortune. What could that possibly mean? While Li Shouqi stood in the lounge, lost in contemplation, Bai Shuxin entered unexpectedly, donning a short white dress, her hair cascading gracefully behind her, and her long, fair legs captivatingly visible. She radiated youthful vibrance. Brother, Today marks your first official day at the company. Let me treat you to dinner, she offered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Shouqi scrutinized her, his mind connecting her presence to the auspicious signs he had just perceived. Could this indeed be the romantic fortune he had foreseen? However, he had only known Bai Shuxin for a mere few days. Wasn't he this all rather hasty? He muttered to himself. What are you mumbling about? I merely wish to thank you for your assistance. Bai Shuxin replied, her urgency apparent. Li Shouqi rose, stretching lazily, and remarked, Why are you so flustered? It sounds as though your thoughts have wandered astray. All right, perhaps it is I who is misinterpreting, Bai Shuxin admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident. After all, it was her first time inviting a man to dinner, and she was uncertain about what the evening might hold. Ultimately, Li Shouqi acquiesced to her invitation. While he felt confident about the romantic fortune, he regarded Bai Shuxin merely as a sister, lacking any deeper feelings towards her. What was truly transpiring? His mastery of Qi Manduanjia had reached an impressive level, and since he had divined certain outcomes, they were unlikely to be erroneous. Yet, alongside the premonition of romantic fortune, an unsettling foreboding lingered in his mind. This was the first time since his release that he felt a situation spiraling beyond his control. Upon arriving once again at the Tianfeng Club, Li Shouqi donned a tailored suit, while Bai Shuxin appeared in her elegant white dress. As they stepped out of the car, they noticed a striking red supercar parked nearby. The individual emerging from that vehicle caused Li Shouqi to pause in astonishment. It was Zhong Churen. She still sported a short hairstyle, clad in a fitted top and heavy makeup, revealing her fair skin beneath a short skirt paired with fishnet stockings. Aside from her exquisitely delicate features, she appeared strikingly alluring. From any perspective, it is difficult for Li Shouqi to find any intrigue in this woman, who appears merely as a rebellious young delinquent. Beside Zhong Chuanran stands a young man adorned with earrings and makeup, both of them emerging from a fiery red sports car. Upon seeing Li Shouqi, Zhong Chuanran offers a faint smile. Ah, it's you. The fake diamond you discarded in the trash, I have sold it. How much did it fetch? This car, she boasts, patting the side of her Ferrari. Li Shouqi raises an eyebrow, incredulous that a customized fake diamond could possibly be exchanged for a Ferrari. The young man with the red hair and earrings smirks and says, Chuanran, it was this fellow who taught you to swindle me with that fake diamond. The car is a gift for you, but I certainly have no use for that diamond. Such worthless junk would only tarnish my hands. The leather-clad youth's disdain is palpable. Li Shouqi remains unmoved. Since his relationship with Qi Yusu has concluded, the fake diamond holds no significance for him, nor does he care about others' opinions. However, as the leather-clad youth turns to leave for the club, Zhong Chuanran casts a flirtatious glance at Li Shouqi, intending to follow, when he suddenly calls out to them both. Wait, what do you have in your pants pocket? Huh. The leather-clad youth turns and instinctively reaches for his pocket. He suddenly chuckles and reaches into another pocket. Uncle, it's bubble gum. Would you like some? He produces a Durex, proudly presenting it to Li Shouqi. Zhong Chuanran's brows furrow in sudden disapproval, while Bai Shuxin's face flushes. Diverting her gaze, Li Shouqi shakes his head. I meant the other pocket. What is it to you? The leather-clad youth turns back, attempting to grasp Zhong Chuanran's hand, only to be rebuffed as she pulls away impatiently. Who told you to bring that? I merely agreed to dine with you, not to entertain your advances. Chuanran. Isn't that just a matter of time? The red-haired youth leers at her, his desire evident, just as he prepares to leave the parking lot. Li Shouqi strides over and firmly grips his shoulder. The leather-clad youth's anger flares momentarily, but it quickly diminishes. For Li Shouqi's grasp is powerful enough to nearly crush his shoulder. What the hell do you want? Upon finishing his query, Li Shouqi pulls a packet of powder from the youth's pants pocket. As he opens it, an unusual fragrance wafts through the air. Curious. Zhong Chuanran and Bai Shuxin catch a whiff. Their faces suddenly flushed, feeling slightly dizzy and tingling within. Li Shouqi grins. Indeed, it's an aphrodisiac, and of a rather high purity. You have quite the audacity, unaware that Zhong Chuanran is the daughter of Zhong Dafu? What aphrodisiac? I don't know. The young man clad in leather suddenly felt a surge of panic. He hastily denied the accusations, fearful that Zhong Churen would unveil his deception. As a result, Li Shouqi's words had already incited Zhong Churen's wrath. She furiously pointed at the leather-clad youth. So, you sent me a Ferrari and invited me to dinner, only to prepare this trap for me. Do you think I, Zhong Churen, am just anyone? Churen, it's merely a misunderstanding. This medication is not mine. You pulled it out of your pocket and claim it's not yours? Zhong Churen was on the brink of losing her composure. She merely resisted her father Zhang Dafu's authoritative oversight, enjoying the role of a rebel, but she had not anticipated encountering someone truly ruthless. Had it not been for Li Shouqi, the events of the night would have been all too predictable, and she felt a wave of dread wash over her, causing her to stomp her foot in anger. This medicine was not intended for you. Do you believe me when I say that? The leather-clad youth replied with a hint of resignation. Li Shouqi gripped his collar and turned to Zhong Churen, saying, "As it happens, your father assisted me last night. I shall extend my help to you in return. How do you intend to deal with him?" Zhong Churen paused, shaking her head, and with a sense of helplessness addressed Li Shouqi. "Let it go. This man is a member of the Wang family, a prominent faction in Chang'an. His name is Wang Lei, the heir to the Wang estate. If you intercede on my behalf, it will only bring you trouble." Chapter 62. If you dare, then dare. By Xu Xin gasped in astonishment. The Wang family? That is a top-tier aristocracy. Wang Lei, on the receiving end of Li Shouqi's grip, perceived that the usually audacious Zhong Churen had softened during this confrontation, prompting a smug smile to spread across his face. "You heard that, kid? Your keen instincts may serve you well, but I, Wang Lei, am no pushover. Go ahead, make a move against me. I dare you." Seeing that even Zhong Churen was intimidated by him, Wang Lei's arrogance surged. As an heir of a leading aristocracy and a member of the Chang'an elite, when his entitled temperament flared, no one could restrain him. Zhong Churen's expression grew increasingly complex. With a sigh, she urged Li Shouqi, "Let it rest. I haven't suffered any loss. After all, his car is mine now." "Wang Lei, you scoundrel, just leave." However, Wang Lei sneered. "Zhong Churen, you finally stopped pretending to be foolish, haven't you? But you're still not clever enough. Since you're unwilling to spend the night with me, do you truly believe I would part with $1 million car for a worthless fake diamond? If you can't afford it, just say so." Zhong Churen's anger flared. She had intended to toy with Wang Lei, only to realize he was merely playing with her as well, and now she comprehended that she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Wang Lei attempted to wriggle free from Li Shouqi's grasp. "Damn it, why do you still hold on to me? Knowing my identity, if you dare utter another word, I'll have someone sever your hand." Upon hearing this, Li Shouqi burst into laughter. "So, you're the heir of a top-tier aristocracy, are you? A member of the elite? I've encountered someone who claimed to be the Prince of Chang'an, but he soiled himself in fear last night, and Zhong Dafu was present. His name is Lu Qingqi. Do you know him?" "What?" Wang Lei stared at him in a daze. Lu Qingqi was terrified. What a braggart. He was the young master of the Lu family, the leader of their faction, famously known as the Prince of Chang'an. Who was this boy before him? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Shouqi poured the entire packet of powdered drug into Wang Lei's mouth. This diluted substance could affect hundreds. Yet it was all forced into his single mouth. Wang Lei immediately panicked, wanting to spit it out. However, his jaw was gripped by Li Shouqi, nearly dislocating from the pressure, leaving him utterly unable to escape those iron-like hands. Beside them, Bai Shuxin and Zhong Churen gazed at Li Shouqi in astonishment, their beautiful eyes shimmering with incredulity. "Brother, you're ruthless. With such a large dose of the drug, even gastric lavage would be too late. Its effects are too potent. He might very well perish," Bai Shuxin exclaimed in wonder. Zhong Churen felt her emotions entwined. She cast a deep glance at Li Shouqi, struggling to comprehend. In her mind, Li Shouqi was merely a young master of the Li family, and one who had severed ties at that. His attendance at her birthday banquet seemed just a ploy to ingratiate himself. He clearly had his eyes on the wealth of the Zhong family. Yet, how could Li Shouqi dare to be so ruthless towards Wang Lei for her sake? Was he courting death? "After this, you're finished," Wang Lei retched, pointing at Li Shouqi and cursing vehemently. "I don't care who you are or what background you have. In Chang'an, you dare to bully me, Wang Lei? My grandfather, my father, and my entire family will not spare you. Do you know our Wang family has connections in the Martial Arts Bureau? You're doomed." Li Shouqi approached him, expressionless, extracted a mobile phone from his pocket, and handed it to Wang Lei. "Make a call. Whoever you can summon, bring them here. But I have little time. If your people aren't here by the time I finish my meal, you won't have the chance to seek revenge tonight." "You've got guts. I'll call right now." Wang Lei clutched his throat, retching intermittently as the drug began to take effect, a heat surging through him, an indescribable desire invading his mind. Li Shouqi led Bai Shuxin away from the parking lot, while Zhong Churen hesitated for a few seconds before turning to chase after Li Shouqi's retreating figure. Her curiosity about his true identity had begun to grow. However, before she caught up, she made a phone call. "Dad, I've encountered someone named Li Shouqi. Didn't you want me to meet him? He has caused quite a stir. Just tell me what to do. What happened? Zhang Dafu inquired immediately. After Zhong Churen recounted the events of the night, Zhang Dafu first reacted with anger, then relaxed. I see. You should be grateful to young Master Li. If it weren't for him tonight, you would have been in trouble. As for Wang Lei's retaliation, he'll have to fend for himself. Is Li Shouqi unafraid of Wang Lei? In the entire city of Chang'an, there was no one who could instill fear in him. Zhang Dafu meaningfully hung up the phone. Zhong Churen gazed at the young man walking away, her curiosity intensifying, and cast a glance at Bai Shuxin beside her before hastily following. Wait for me. May I join you for dinner? Bai Shuxin felt helpless but, for the sake of appearances, could only acquiesce, considering the gravity of Zhang Dafu's 50 billion investment. In the parking lot, Wang Lei stood frozen in place, feeling as if he might explode, yet he endured the agony and dialed a number. Once connected, his expression was fraught with turmoil. Hello? Bring me people. Gather as many as you can, all the martial artists. I want to take down a scoundrel. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, his face reddened with rage. After he spoke, he abruptly hung up and rushed towards the Tianfeng Club. Just as he entered the lobby, he encountered the club's owner, Wang Shengmei, who was preparing to leave. Today, she donned a form-fitting red dress, her long waves cascading elegantly, her alluring figure strikingly voluptuous. Particularly the curvature of her waist that accentuated the dress beautifully. Under the influence of an aphrodisiac, Wang Lei swallowed hard. Boss Wang, I need your assistance. Oh, it's young Master Wang. What can I do for you? Wang Xingmei halted, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Earlier, when Li Shouqi entered the club with two women, he had briefed her to assist Wang Lei if he came seeking help, but certainly not in the manner Wang Lei anticipated. Wang Lei leaned in, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, yet he dared not overstep. Wang Xingmei was no ordinary person. Her connections and influence were unfathomable. Even their family patriarch, his father, could not touch her in the slightest. Please help me find a few women. I inadvertently ingested something unclean and require their assistance, Wang Lei stated, somewhat bashfully. Wang Xingmei smiled at him. I'm sorry, young Master Wang, but I was just informed that you might come seeking my help. However, we do not offer that kind of service here. Our dining department does keep a few old sows. Would you like me to arrange something? Chapter 63, The Heavenly Goose Sect's Prison Break. Wang Lei blocks the road. In the finest private room of the Tianfeng Club, Li Shouqi and Bai Shuxin sat together. While Zhang Churen approached them uninvited, she glanced at the two in front of her, feeling a tad shy and apologetically said, Miss Bai, I came to join in the fun tonight, but I'll leave soon. I hope you don't mind. Since you're here, why leave? Let us dine together. Bai Shuxin replied with a straightforward demeanor. Given her relationship with Li Shouqi had not yet reached the level of a date, it was merely an invitation for a meal. And adding another person was of little consequence. Moreover, with the Zhang family investing 50 billion into her company, it was a significant favor. Zhang Churen could request even more extravagant things, and she would not take offense. Zhang Churen was immensely curious about Li Shouqi. Li Xiao, who exactly are you? In recent years, my father has been rather enigmatic, concealing numerous matters from me. Those clandestine activities he has engaged in, they cannot possibly involve you, can they? Just as Zhong Churen tentatively inquired, a piercing scream seemed to resonate from outside the private room. The three exchanged glances. It resembled Wang Lei's voice. Li Shouqi lifted his glass of red wine, feigning indifference to the chilling cry, and explained to Zhong Churen, no wonder you exhibit such rebelliousness. Your father has not even divulged this significant matter to you. His current status is rather extraordinary. Oh, could you enlighten me? Zhang Churen gazed at Li Shouqi earnestly, pressing for answers. Li Shouqi nodded slightly. In fact, your father has now joined an organization called the Dragon Pavilion, serving as the deputy master in Chang'an. The Dragon Pavilion is a force in the martial world, isn't it? Could it be that my father is a hidden master of the martial arts? She pondered. He is responsible for finances, Li Shouqi chuckled, addressing her. Zhong Churen was not particularly surprised. She had long harbored such suspicions, though she had been kept in the dark by Zhang Dafu. However, upon learning that her father merely handled the finances, a wave of disappointment washed over her. And what about you? What is your role? She inquired. I oversee your father, Li Shouqi replied, setting down his glass with a smile. Zhong Churen couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're so young. At best, you're on equal footing with my father. Does the Dragon Pavilion not value experience? Experience ultimately pales in comparison to strength, Li Shouqi remarked, prompting Zhong Churen to roll her eyes skyward. Resigned, she finally said, although your boastfulness is quite suspect. I must thank you. In light of tonight's banquet hosted by President Bai, I toast to you. Subsequently, Zhong Churen posed several inquiries regarding the Dragon Pavilion. Her inherent interest in the martial world almost led her to propose joining the organization. However, after a few rounds of drinks, Li Xiuqi received a message. Master, there has been an incident at the Martial Arts Bureau. Someone is lurking nearby, suspected to be from the Miaozhong Tiangu sect. They have poisoned several personnel from the Bureau, and the Dragon Pavilion has begun to take precautions. The message, sent by Yan Ji, astonished him. As the Miaozhong Tiangu sect had arrived so swiftly, barely a day had passed. Both Miao Kuan and Chun Fenghua had encountered difficulties simultaneously. Their branch in Chang'an had also been compromised. Yet, even with the urgency, it would take considerable time to mobilize from Miaozhong to Chang'an. Receiving the news, organizing, and then arriving in Chang'an would require at least a day, wouldn't it? To strike directly upon arrival. Was that sheer arrogance or unfounded confidence? Li Xiuqi murmured to himself. He recalled the ominous premonition that had lingered in his mind all evening. Realizing that perhaps it was these individuals from the Miaozhong Tiangu sect who had incited such a feeling within him. I must visit the Martial Arts Bureau, he resolved. Seeking to dispel the foreboding sensation. As he prepared to leave, Zhong Churen hurriedly insisted on accompanying him, offering a simple rationale. Didn't you say you oversee my father? I am curious to see if you truly possess such prowess. She grasped Li Xiuqi, preventing his departure. In an inexplicable turn of events, Bai Shuxin insisted. Since Miss Zhong is going with you, I shall accompany you as well. To which he retorted, what purpose do you have in following me? Her response was resolute. I don't care. I simply wish to be by your side. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, Bai Shuxin felt an unbidden sense of urgency. A vague awareness that she was uncertain of her true emotions. Nevertheless, she resolved not to remain a passive observer. Li Xiuqi, exasperated, had no choice but to escort the two away from the banquet hall. As they stepped outside, Wang Xingmei arrived with a contingent of followers. Her expression taut as she stated, Young Master Li, the subordinates of Wang Lei have arrived and are blocking the entrance, demanding to see you. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait before proceeding, lest they confront you. We will handle these individuals at our establishment. Li Xiuqi shook his head. He had urgent business to attend to at the Martial Arts Bureau. The Tiangu sect could strike at any moment, though their methods remained unclear. He suspected that Yan Ji and her associates might struggle against the adept practitioners of poison and gu arts. Even if they emerged victorious, the losses could be substantial. He was determined to expedite the resolution of this matter. They cannot harm me, he reassured himself. As he passed by her, Li Xiuqi led Bai Shuxin and the other individual to the entrance of the club, where a crowd had already gathered. Among them were not only the establishment's guards, but also a throng of curious onlookers. Isn't that the young master of the Wang family? Look at how he fidgets like a restless ant on a hot pan. And to think he dares to cause a ruckus at the Tianfeng Club. This place is not to be trifled with. While the crowd murmured among themselves, outside, Wang Lei, clutching his groin and nearly in tears, spotted Li Xiuqi and suddenly leaped up in agitation. Lin Gongfeng, that is the scoundrel, he exclaimed. An elder in plain robes, standing beside him, placed a hand on Wang Lei's shoulder, channeling a stream of pure energy into him, temporarily alleviating the violent effects of the drug, making him more bearable. Turning back towards Li Xiuqi, the elder admonished, Young man, your actions are excessively tyrannical. Do you think the Wang family is without defenders? With that, Lin Gongfeng strode forward, flanked by a dozen Wang family guards who had hastened to their young master's aid upon hearing of his predicament. Once Wang Lei had regained some composure, he furiously berated Li Xiuqi, You scoundrel! You told me to call for help, and now you shall pay dearly for your insolence. And you, Zhong Churen, you are no better. Tonight, I shall ensure you both are utterly ruined. His deranged state elicited astonishment from the onlookers, who whispered amongst themselves. What has gotten into this young master? He appears to have lost his mind. Those three young men are surely in for trouble now. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Li Xiuqi emerged with a stern countenance, muttering under his breath. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand this evening, I would relish the opportunity to engage with you further. With that, he propelled a powerful punch forward. The seemingly unassuming straight punch unleashed a whirlwind, propelling everyone, including Wang Lei and the Lin patron, into the air. Beside them, Zhong Churen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 64. The Collapse of the Martial Arts Bureau, an Unexpected Rescue. What on earth is happening? With her beautiful eyes wide open, Zhang Churen began to doubt whether she was caught in a dream. While she was aware that Li Xiuqi possessed martial prowess, someone she deeply admired, the events that had just unfolded were beyond her comprehension, transcending her cognitive abilities. Meanwhile, the spectators at the rear were left utterly flabbergasted. All mouths agape. They mirrored Zhang Churen's expression of sheer astonishment. What level of martial artist could this individual possibly be? Incredible. They had never witnessed such power before. Was he bowling with those people? The crowd erupted in exclamations, their shock reaching unparalleled heights. Simultaneously, outside the grand hall of the club, Wang Lei, struggling to rise from the ground, along with the Lin patron and others, were filled with terror. As they glanced back at Li Xiuqi, fear gripped them to the point of near paralysis. At that moment, Wang Lei recalled Li Xiuqi's previous claim of having encountered Lu Qingqi the day before, leaving that leader of the youth faction terrified. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Wang Lei's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees once again. However, the most pressing concern for him now was the disorienting drug coursing through his veins, akin to an engine revving in his mind, causing his blood and energy to converge in a singular area. It felt as if he was about to explode. He even contemplated that, as Wang Meixing had previously suggested. If two Saos were arranged for him, he might indeed lose control. Panic and horror began to spread through him. The Lin patron quickly positioned himself in front of Wang Lei. "Young master, I will protect you." Smack. No sooner had he spoken than Li Xiuqi raised his hand, unleashing an invisible force that sent the Lin patron flying, utterly defenseless. The disparity in their martial realms was evident, rendering any comparison futile. Wang Lei sat limply, kneeling before Li Xiuqi, gazing up at the demonic figure with trepidation. "What do you intend to do? Is this motley crew truly all the help you could muster?" Li Xiuqi looked down upon him. Wang Lei trembled, overwhelmed with fear, and lamented, "I was wrong, big brother. I absolutely will not dare to seek anyone against him again. Just spare my life, and I shall serve you like a beast of burden." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqi chuckled. He kicked Wang Lei several meters away. "Forget it. Even if you were to serve me, you, a societal scum, would be more of a burden than anything else. As for your earlier plea, I hope you can uphold your promise and not trouble me again." "I absolutely will not. I truly dare not." Wang Lei was genuinely terrified. The abilities recently exhibited by Li Xiuqi left him in profound astonishment. He comprehended that even if the entire Wang family were to stake everything, he would still lack the qualification to confront Li Xiuqi. The two sides were simply not on the same echelon. In full view of the crowd, although Wang Lei had not been utterly paralyzed by fear, he had nonetheless lost all semblance of dignity. Li Xiuqi ushered by Xu Xin and himself into the vehicle, setting off for the Martial Arts Bureau. Meanwhile, the injured warriors of the Wang family hurriedly assisted Wang Lei, their faces covered in dirt and shame, as they retreated from the public gaze. Inside the vehicle, Wang Lei was in excruciating pain, clutching his groin. "This is bad, young master. You have squandered too much time. The effects of the drug within you have begun to manifest, and it is becoming uncontrollable." Lin Gongfang observed that even his vital energy could not alleviate Wang Lei's surging blood. Wang Lei's eyes widened, bloodshot. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Lin Gongfang, standing nearby, wore a bitter expression. It appeared that even if he were to awaken, he would be rendered useless. With a sigh, he could only lament that Wang Lei had offended the wrong person, realizing that even their esteemed Wang family could not afford to provoke such individuals, ultimately left to swallow their grievances in silence. Meanwhile, situated 100 zhang away from the Martial Arts Bureau, an elderly man clad in a gray robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the bureau from a third-floor window through a narrow gap. The sky had completely darkened, and the headquarters of the Martial Arts Bureau was shrouded in dim light. Yet, the elderly man's clear eyes sparkled with brilliance, revealing remarkable acuity. Behind him stood 3 young disciples. One of them stepped forward, his expression grave. "Third Elder, the Martial Arts Bureau in Chang'an is replete with elite fighters. It appears as though they have strategically positioned masters here awaiting us. Our losses have been severe, and a direct assault may prove futile." "What nonsense! A mere martial arts bureau in Chang'an is not an ancient martial force. Could they possibly withstand our Tiangu sect?" The elder's tone dripped with suppressed fury. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine, grappling with the unfairness of the situation. While it was a duty for them as members of the martial world to rescue their captured comrades, they also hoped that, should they ever be in a similar predicament, their peers would come to their aid. However, this situation was markedly different. It was the third elder's own daughter and his esteemed senior brother, Miao Kuan, who had been captured. He was willing to exchange the lives of his other disciples for theirs. Having journeyed from Miaojiang without even a moment's respite, they had directly charged into the Martial Arts Bureau, suffering the loss of over a dozen comrades, signifying that the Bureau had prepared thoroughly. Their blitzkrieg had proven utterly ineffective. Yet, the third elder still insisted on compelling them to fight with all their might? It was utterly excessive. Third elder Chen Dongqiao snorted coldly. He discerned the fear reflected in the eyes of his subordinates. Very well, this time I shall take matters into my own hands. Since you lot are incapable of proving your worth, I shall show you that the Martial Arts Bureau is but a trifling matter. After speaking, the elder produced a bamboo tube. The gazes of his young disciples sharpened with anticipation. Elder Chun, this is the destiny seizing Heart Gu. If released, the entire Martial Arts Bureau will likely fall under your control. However, is not the consequence of such an action too severe? Do not worry. Once they are afflicted by the destiny seizing Heart Gu, they will either kneel and beg for mercy or be sent on their way. Those who have captured my Chen Dongqiao's people will naturally pay the price. Chen Dongqiao has evidently taken this matter seriously for Chen Fanghua. Shortly after, within the Martial Arts Bureau, Flame Princess surveyed her surroundings with a grim expression. The vice leader, Yu Shishan, arrived before her, his face ashen. This is bad. We successfully repelled their previous wave of attacks, preventing them from rescuing anyone, but the members of the Gu sect have resorted to ruthless measures, resulting in over 20 people being afflicted by the Gu. Leader, what should we do? Wait. Flame Princess asserted with determination. Yu Shishan paused momentarily. Wait for what? Wait for the leader to arrive. But even if the leader comes, he will have to take personal risks. This mysterious Gu poison is beyond our capacity to handle. Is it not? As Yu Shishan spoke, he unleashed his vital energy, causing a dust-like black goo to be flung away, nearly falling into the trap. Just then, outside the hall, Li Shouqi finally made his entrance. Accompanied by two women, they witnessed numerous individuals within the hall, their faces ashen and collapsed on the ground, terror-stricken. They regretted coming tonight. It's over. These people seem to be on the brink of death. Can Li Shouqi save them? Zhong Charan exclaimed in a panic. Chapter 65. Saving Lives, Seizing Control. With poison against poison, Li Shouqi surveyed the surroundings and uttered 4 words. His plan was simple. Attempting to save each individual afflicted by this mysterious Gu poison would be excessively laborious. His pace of rescue might not even match the rate at which others succumbed to the poison. Forcing the treatment would only tire him out. He promptly penned a prescription and handed it to Yu Shishan. From your Martial Arts Bureau's warehouse, procure these medicinal herbs for me. After boiling them into a decoction, administer it to these individuals to eliminate the Gu poison. But leader, is this not blood-cleansing grass? It is a highly toxic herb. Yu Shishan's face paled slightly, contemplating that Li Shouqi could not possibly intend to poison them all. Blood-cleansing grass can annihilate the Gu parasites residing within your vital energy, though it will simultaneously poison you as well. However, I have prepared an antidote for you, Li Shouqi replied nonchalantly. Yu Shishan clenched his teeth, glancing around. Whether they were members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion or subordinates of the Martial Arts Bureau, all were afflicted by the Gu poison. Given the current situation, their only hope lay in this blood-cleansing grass. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Bureau maintained its own warehouse, stocked with materials required by martial artists, including blood-cleansing grass. Moreover, they had an antidote on hand. He realized this might be the solution. Soon, the decoction began to brew, and it would soon be ready to counteract the poison. Li Shouqi sought out Flame Princess again and whispered instructions in her ear. The eyes of Flame Princess sparkled with determination as she nodded in agreement. I understand. I will send someone to invite him in, she asserted. Li Shouqi instructed her to dispatch several individuals to locate the members of the Heavenly Gu sect, informing them that the Martial Arts Bureau had surrendered and requesting their assistance in administering an antidote. However, unbeknownst to them, the blood transformation herb would soon resolve the affliction caused by the heart seizing Gu within their bodies. Should they genuinely believe the Martial Arts Bureau had succumbed and come to submit, it would be their misfortune. As both sides commenced their respective actions, Bai Shuxin, who had followed Li Shouqi, let out a sigh of relief, realizing that being near him provided a sense of security far greater than she had anticipated. In contrast, Zhong Charan remained apprehensive, her anxiety palpable. These individuals appear to be on the brink of collapse. What shall we do? Li Shouqi, can you truly save them? She inquired. her voice laced with trepidation. Moreover, who could possess such audacity to inflict such brutality upon the martial arts bureau? Zhong Chuan's concerns grew as she observed the unfolding chaos. The realities of the martial world were starkly different from her initial perceptions. The assailants were ruthless marauders, daring enough to besiege even the martial arts bureau, leaving dozens poisoned in their wake. Li Xiuqi chuckled softly, maintaining his composure. "Whether I can resolve this matter, you shall soon witness," he replied, though Zhong Chuan remained skeptical of his assurance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the basement, Chun Fenghua and Miao Kuan exchanged glances from their respective cells across the corridor. The situation above had spiraled into disarray, seemingly due to the heart-seizing goo. "I can detect that familiar scent. It is the ultimate technique of our heavenly goo sect. The culmination of our master's lifelong pursuit of goo arts. It is not something that can be countered by mere transforming goo powder, and even if it could, we cannot procure sufficient quantities in such a short time. It seems we may have a chance at salvation." Miao Kuan's face radiated with self-satisfaction. In contrast, Chun Fenghua appeared frail and dispirited. Though she had only been captured for a day, her spirit had been thoroughly crushed. Unlike Miao Kuan, she was filled with fear. Will Li Xiuqi truly let us off so easily? Even if the Martial Arts Bureau's personnel have been incapacitated, the Dragon Clan will not easily falter. Especially not that Li Xiuqi, she expressed her concern. Miao Kuan shook his head in frustration. "Junior sister, where has your former pride gone? Though the Dragon Clan is formidable, our Heavenly Goo sect is not to be underestimated. Do you truly believe Li Xiuqi can surpass my master, Elder Qin-san?" He found her perspective astonishingly misguided. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the Martial Arts Bureau successfully brewed the blood transformation herb concoction. Many individuals, struggling against their afflictions, consumed the potion, resulting in a torrent of black blood, which rendered the Martial Arts Bureau a scene of chaos, filled with anguished cries. However, as the effects of the blood transformation herb took hold, many managed to ingest the antidote before the situation escalated further. The strategy of using poison to counter poison proved effective, and Flame Princess personally departed the Martial Arts Bureau to meet Elder Qin Dongxiao. An elderly man clad in a gray robe stood in a narrow alley, his expression suddenly transforming into one of immense satisfaction upon seeing Yin Ji, who had come to surrender. "Ha ha ha. It seems the Martial Arts Bureau of Chang'an City is quite astute. I initially thought you would all succumb to poison. Yet here you are, voluntarily stepping forward to surrender. Knowing when to advance and retreat is commendable. I appreciate that." Yin Ji rolled her eyes dramatically in her mind. This old man truly believed he had the situation entirely under control. Once he entered the Martial Arts Bureau, his fate would be sealed. "Elder Qin Dongxiao, we of the Martial Arts Bureau have recognized our mistakes. Your daughter and disciple are in our possession. If you join us at the Bureau and assist in detoxifying our allies, those two will naturally be returned to the Heavenly Goo sect." "Very well. I shall accompany you at once." "Wait." A young disciple stepped forward, his expression grave as he cast a deep glance at Yin Ji. "Third Elder, I fear they may have ulterior motives. What if they resolve the destiny-snatching goo and lead us into a trap?" "Humph." Qin Dongxiao coldly snorted, turning to glare at the young man. "Do you truly believe the destiny-snatching goo can be so easily unraveled? I have traversed the martial world for decades without a single failure. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Do you comprehend the value of my 60-year-long career in the art of goo?" After receiving such a reprimand, the remaining disciples were left with no choice but to flatter him, offering their compliments. As expected of Elder Chan, I spoke out of turn. Reluctantly, the group followed Yin Ji towards the Martial Arts Bureau. Just as they departed, two figures emerged from the shadows of the alley. One was Hu Er, whom Li Xiuqi had encountered the previous night, and beside him stood a tall young man with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding a faint air of arrogance. "Second Master, is this the extent of the abilities of the Li Xiuqi you wish to introduce me to? A mere Heavenly Goo sect has thrown him into disarray, compelling him to send someone to surrender. Is that not rather laughable?" Upon hearing this, Hu Er frowned and shook his head. "Lin Tian, do you genuinely believe matters are so simplistic? Do not underestimate the Shenlong Pavilion, lest you find yourself regretting it later. But the fact that he sent someone to surrender is something we witnessed firsthand, indicating that Li Xiuqi is not particularly formidable. The so-called Shenlong Pavilion remains merely an ordinary force in the martial world," the young man, Lin Tian, replied with disdain. Chapter 66. The bait is set. All in one net. Inside the hall of the Martial Arts Bureau, The warriors who had consumed the blood transformation herb soup and were afflicted by potent poison, yet managed to eliminate the goo pests, now stared at the pools of black blood on the ground, their faces pale. They had not merely danced on the precipice of death. Their strategy of counteracting poison with poison had placed them in a perilous predicament. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, for they had at least recovered. At that moment, Yanji was the first to step into the hall. Upon locating Li Xiuqi, she respectfully reported, "Master, the individuals have been brought over. They have fallen into our trap." Yanji conveyed the entirety of their previous dialogue to Li Xiuqi, who, upon hearing it, revealed a scornful smile. After 60 years of traversing the martial world, such a limited perspective, did he truly believe that his so-called destiny-seizing heart goo was insurmountable? With a derisive chuckle, he strode towards the exit. At that moment, Chen Dongxiao swaggered in, yet he did not advance further, remaining in the vicinity of the hall. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing the black blood upon the ground, and a similar contemptuous smile graced his lips. "Ah, young man, those must be the traces left from your futile attempts to antidote them. Yet, the goo within them cannot be unraveled by mere human effort. It is destiny itself." His gaze swept across the martial artists, furrowing his brow. For some reason, they did not appear to be afflicted by goo. Li Xiuqi remarked indifferently, "You might as well give it a try. See if your goo is still parasitizing within them." "Presumptuous. Do you truly believe you can dispel the goo?" Chen Dongxiao retorted with a cold snort, retrieving a bamboo tube and shaking it gently, producing a rustling sound capable of awakening the goo, inflicting unbearable torment, and sealing their heart meridians. However, what transpired next left him astounded, and his more than a dozen subordinates were left trembling in terror. As the elder shook the tube, the goo poison was expected to take effect, yet a multitude of martial artists, over 100, surrounded them with ashen faces, their expressions grim. Even within the Martial Arts Bureau's courtyard, a significant number had gathered, eager for a command to strike them down. "Kill them all," Yu Shishan bellowed. Suddenly, Chen Dongxiao shouted, "Wait." The elder's complexion paled slightly as he fixed an intense gaze upon Li Xiuqi. "The goo on them was unraveled by you. You do not appear to be from the Martial Arts Bureau. Who are you truly?" Panic began to seep into his demeanor, as he recognized that the crux of the matter lay in this young man before him. To resolve this predicament, he must first deal with him. Li Xiuqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he regarded Chen Dongxiao. "The master of the Dragon Pavilion, Li Xiuqi." "The Dragon Pavilion? Not the Martial Arts Bureau?" Chen Dongxiao staggered slightly. He realized that his arrogant incursion from Miaojiang, launching a blitz as an outsider and employing the destiny-seizing heart goo, had led him to misidentify his adversary. Their opponent was not the Martial Arts Bureau, but rather the Dragon Pavilion. No wonder they proved so formidable. As Chen Dongxiao surveyed his surroundings, despair began to settle in. Yet, his gaze shifted back to Li Xiuqi, and he roared, "Master of the Dragon Pavilion? You are the one manipulating the Martial Arts Bureau, capturing my daughter and my chief disciple, aren't you?" "And if so?" Li Xiuqi replied with a cold smirk, noting that the old man had lost his composure. He relished the opportunity to stoke the flames further, remarking on his 60 years of experience in the martial world, which now appeared as foolish as that of a simpleton. No wonder his daughter was remarkably dim-witted as well. In the depths of the prison, Chen Fanghua and Miao Kuan were dragged forth, whereupon Chen Fanghua overheard Li Xiuqi's assessment of her. Her complexion darkened to a shade of purple, yet she dared not retort. Meanwhile, Miao Kuan suddenly erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. "What is happening? What on earth is going on? The heart-stealing goo has been forcibly resolved? Master, this cannot be right. This is the heart-stealing goo." Miao Kuan struggled and screamed from the rear. At that moment, Yu Shishan let out a cold snort and advanced to deliver a punch to Miao Kuan's face, collapsing his nasal bridge. Miao Kuan immediately fell silent, trembling in fear. Witnessing this scene, Chen Dongxiao's fury surged. It seemed they had reached a dead end today, yet there was still a glimmer of hope. If he could capture the leader of the Shenlong Pavilion, they might extricate themselves from this predicament. His daughter and prized disciple were ensnared, and he himself was surrounded. However, if he could seize Li Xiuqi, his troubles would be alleviated. He held a considerable confidence in his martial prowess. "Get down at once!" Chen Dongxiao bellowed as he charged at Li Xiuqi. Boom! The two grand doors of the Martial Arts Bureau were suddenly shattered to smithereens, accompanied by a figure hurled through the air, skidding over 2 more yards before finally coming to a halt. When he regained his composure, he was covered in wood splinters and wounds. Indeed, it was Chun Dongxiao, obliterated by Li Xiuqi's punch. The ferocity of the kinetic energy was akin to a tempest sweeping through. Outside the doors, two shadowy figures observed in astonishment, their expressions tinged with confusion. Isn't that Chun Dongxiao, who entered to submit? He had cast a curse upon the Martial Arts Bureau, asserting dominance, yet now he has been expelled? Could it be an act of mutual destruction? Lin Tian remarked, his brow furrowing. By mutual destruction, he referred to the Shunlong Pavilion, led by Li Xiuqi, and the Tiangu men engaging in a perilous gamble, sacrificing the lives of those afflicted by the curse to forcibly eliminate Chun Dongxiao was a path fraught with peril. Upon realizing this, Lin Tian's face twisted in disdain. One can only say that these are indeed the ways of the martial world, cruel and ruthless. Merciless to enemies, yet even more so to allies. If he were to act thus within our military, he would have faced immediate disciplinary action. Could he not first resolve the poison afflicting his subordinates, then bait Chun Dongxiao into a trap, easily vanquishing him? Hu Er observed, furrowing his brow at the young man beside him. Lin Tian possesses many commendable qualities, yet his arrogance is overwhelming. In response, Lin Tian chuckled heartily. Should it be as the second master suggests, I shall apologize to you and Li Xiuqi in due time, but I harbor no belief in his capabilities. As the two continued their whispered discourse, the battle within the Martial Arts Bureau reached its climax. With a single punch, Li Xiuqi had obliterated Chun Dongxiao, and his subordinates were apprehended, all sporting bruises from the onslaught. Many within the Bureau bore deep grievances, with several having sustained grave injuries. Ultimately, it was Chun Dongxiao who, in his terror, pleaded for mercy. Spare me, leader of the Shunlong Pavilion, spare me. Li Xiuqi approached him, looking down from a height. Shaking his head as he spoke, you spineless coward, even your daughter possesses more fortitude than you. You are no different from Miao Kuan. Is it true that your 60 years of experience in the martial world is merely a testament to your ability to kneel and beg for mercy? Behind him, Miao Kuan's expression stiffened, a wry smile forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Chun Dongxiao knelt upon the ground, lost in a daze. In the face of Li Xiuqi's humiliation, an expression of profound indignation and sorrow crossed his features. Chapter 67, The Use of Ancient Jade, a heart-stirring revelation. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head in acceptance of his fault. We have ultimately lost. I implore the Lord of the Divine Dragon Pavilion to spare our lives. If compensation is what you seek, as long as you allow me and these disciples to survive, we will agree to anything. Li Xiuqi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him, discerning that Chun Dongxiao was indeed genuinely terrified and willing to surrender. However, the singular question remained, what compelling reason did he have to accept Chun Dongxiao? For a group of such perilous individuals from the martial world, eliminating the threat entirely would likely be the most prudent decision. There was a hint of implication in Li Xiuqi's words. If they could not present sufficiently valuable leverage, they would meet the same fate as Miao Kuan yesterday, death. The members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion and the Martial Arts Bureau harbored the same sentiments. Although Li Xiuqi had saved their lives, the prospect of eradicating these dangerous elements or imprisoning them for a few years of torment seemed the only way to quell their burgeoning hatred. Chun Dongxiao trembled, his complexion growing increasingly pale. At that moment, Miao Kuan hastily interjected, Master, quickly reveal those 3 mysterious ancient jades you possess. The Divine Dragon Pavilion is currently interested in them. You still have the Tongxian Jade? Li Xiuqi's interest was piqued. Chun Dongxiao's gaze shifted, realizing that hope was within reach. This time, he dared not hesitate, resolutely nodding in agreement. I know not what Tongxian Jade is, but I once entrusted Miao Kuan with an ancient jade, instructing him to bring it to Chang'an for research and to gather relevant information. However, it seems he fell into a trap, accumulating an insurmountable gambling debt, resulting in the ancient jade being pawned. Thus, I have only 3 left. If Mr. Li desires them, I can relinquish them. Li Xiuqi nodded slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, 1 ancient jade in exchange for a life from your Tiangu sect. Although you have erred, I am known for my benevolence and magnanimity. Relinquishing the ancient jade will absolve you of your transgressions. In truth, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Could it be that this Tongxian jade was merely a trinket? The 3rd elder of the Tiangu sect possessed a total of 4. He could only attribute this to Chun Dongxiao's extraordinary fortune after 60 years in the martial world. His only notable skill seemed to be his ability to kneel and plead for mercy, yet his luck had proven remarkably favorable. As for Hu Er, He was an entirely different case, an epitome of misfortune. After dedicating decades to the study of Tongxian jade, he had only one in his possession and was unable to decipher the celestial script within, rendering the ancient jade's value utterly untapped. He dispatched his subordinate to retrieve it. If it was indeed the jade I sought, I would spare you all. Li Xiuqi hastily instructed Chen Dongxiao to set off. Chen Dongxiao sighed, knowing well he could not carry all treasures with him while out. However, several ancient jades were indeed nestled within their belongings. He sent a disciple back to their base to fetch the package. Just as the parties were negotiating, Zhong Charan appeared beside Li Xiuqi, her complexion fully restored, brimming with intelligence and enthusiasm. The master of the Divine Dragon Pavilion truly oversees my father. She gazed at Li Xiuqi with admiration, playfully poking him. Brother, what is your martial arts realm? This is astonishing. Bai Shuxin, standing nearby, rolled her eyes silently. This was clearly her brother. Yet, she could not express her feelings openly, merely simmering with frustration. Zhong Charan tugged at Li Xiuqi, bombarding him with questions, to the point of vexation, prompting him to have Bai Shuxin escort her away. Remove her. This is the Martial Arts Bureau, not a marketplace. Very well, I shall escort Miss Zhong away. Bai Shuxin finally found her chance, pulling Zhong Charan away from the bureau, anxious that she might encroach upon her brother. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi scanned the surroundings, noting the martial artists were outwardly indifferent, yet likely harboring some discontent within. After all, exchanging a few ancient jades for the lives of these three was quite the bargain. What then had they just endured a brush with death for? As for the Divine Dragon Pavilion members, Li Xiuqi's imposing presence could deter them, yet the Martial Arts Bureau personnel, while aware of their partnership with the Divine Dragon Pavilion, remained oblivious to Yu Xishan standing within it. Director, though Mr. Li is formidable, have we not been too submissive? Does the Martial Arts Bureau bow to his commands? Facing his subordinates' inquiries, Yu Xishan appeared embarrassed. He was about to explain when Li Xiuqi interjected. None of you are to disclose the news of those ancient jades. Otherwise, it will spell disaster for everyone involved. However, rest assured, while I sought these items from them, the benefits will not elude you. How much can those ancient jades fetch? One from the bureau ventured. Li Xiuqi couldn't help but smirk coldly. Money? Such things, which cannot even be traded for lives, cannot be measured by mere currency. Once the jades arrive, you will realize that tonight, not only will you not incur losses, but rather gain a tremendous opportunity. Whispers circulated among the crowd, skepticism evident in their expressions. In less than 20 minutes, a subordinate dispatched by Chen Dongxiao returned, bearing a package and presenting 3 ancient jades. Among them, 2 bore cloud patterns, and 1 a tiger pattern. Regrettably, there was no new divine pattern transcending jade, yet such treasures are perhaps beyond reach. Li Xiuqi infused his spiritual energy, activating the 3 ancient jades, 8 directions phantom technique, true cloud skill, tiger roar dragon sound, 3 volumes of techniques effortlessly manifested before him, all inscribed in celestial script, incomprehensible to ordinary mortals. Yet, Li Xiuqi harbored no doubt that there existed others in this world who possessed the mastery of celestial writings. Individuals who, through the collection of each piece of the Tongxian jade, acquired the profound techniques within and thereby exchanged them for unimaginable wealth. Those endowed with such capabilities, whether individuals or organizations, must have, through years of accumulation, attained a power and influence that could rival the mightiest of nations. After all, the value of the Tongxian jade was exorbitantly high. Each technique transcended the limits of martial prowess, qualifying as celestial arts. They were, after all, the original texts passed down from ancient times. The martial skills circulating in the world may have emerged through such means, but only those who truly grasped the original celestial texts could be deemed formidable. The other practitioners were merely tasting the essence of these arts. Li Xiuqi mused quietly. He chose not to disseminate all 3 volumes of techniques. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he transcribed the technique of the tiger roar and dragon sound into ordinary script, enabling others to comprehend and contemplate it. Yu Xishan, a martial enthusiast, observed the mere 200 or 300 characters of the technique with his subordinates. After an in-depth study, he exhibited an expression of disbelief. This was a sound wave technique, and by operating true energy as delineated in the text, one could harness the power of the great acupoints to condense true energy into sound waves, launching attacks against enemies akin to the rumbling of thunder, far surpassing typical martial techniques in might. Director, is it truly that formidable? Allow me to test it. Chapter 68. stirring the military. Hu'er plans to flee? Yu Shishan, endowed with remarkable talent and a fervent passion for martial arts, swiftly mastered the foundational techniques of this art, condensing the tiger roar and dragon sound as prescribed. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, he unleashed a ferocious sound wave from within, reminiscent of the roar of a tiger and the legendary cry of a dragon. The sound, though not exceptionally loud, instilled a profound sense of dread in their souls, evoking a shivering terror that resonated from the depths of their bloodlines, leaving them trembling and weak. Those severely injured, such as Chun Dongqiao and Chen Fenghua, spewed blood on the spot, their eyes rolling back as they teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. In an utterly weakened state, Chen Dongqiao lamented his earlier choices. It turned out that the ancient jade contained a record of techniques, and such powerful techniques at that. Utilizing sound waves could enable a master-level practitioner to unleash combat prowess rivaling that of a celestial being. He realized he had been grasping a treasure trove without awareness. Tears nearly welled in Chen Dongqiao's eyes from regret. Moreover, the entry into this technique was remarkably easy, if he could master it. He could wield the tiger roar and dragon sound to establish an ancient martial sect, creating a force far mightier than the Tiangu sect and even a righteous sect. Rather than a mere fringe faction, Li Xiuqi approached him, wearing a mocking expression. Even if you are aware that ancient jade contains cultivation techniques, you remain incapable of unlocking it. Even if it were opened, the methods within would elude you. Only I possess the ability to accomplish this with ease. Chen Dongqiao opened his mouth, rendered speechless. At that moment, Li Xiuqi handed over 2 additional volumes of cultivation techniques to Yan Ji, instructing her to distribute them among the core members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, allowing them to select the techniques most suitable for their training. Perhaps, in the near future, the overall combat prowess of the Divine Dragon Pavilion could ascend to a new echelon. Chen Dongqiao, should you happen upon similar ancient jade, remember to bring it forth for trade with me. At that time, the jade shall be entrusted to me, while the techniques will be bestowed upon you. Should you believe yourselves capable of deciphering it, you may attempt it independently. However, I assure you that success is beyond your reach. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Xiuqi ordered the 3 to depart. While he could not guarantee that they would refrain from seeking revenge upon their return, he was certain that they had been thoroughly drained of any value he desired. Should they retaliate, it would surely result in their demise. Chen Dongqiao forced a bitter smile and nodded, harboring no thoughts of vengeance, as the disparity in strength had plunged them into despair. Just as the 3 were preparing to leave, 2 figures strode boldly through the door. One was Lin Tian, and the other was Hu'er. Lin Tian wore a tense expression, slightly awkward, while Hu'er beamed with pride. I told you so. Chen Dongqiao is utterly incapable of confronting the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Tonight, you have witnessed its prowess. Thus bringing you to meet young Master Li was undoubtedly a wise decision. Let us hope so, Lin Tian murmured, brow furrowed. Hu'er led him past Chen Dongqiao and the others, reaching Li Xiuqi, who regarded them with a puzzled expression, prompting Hu'er to explain. Young Master Li, there has been a development. We need to find a place to discuss this matter. Very well. Li Xiuqi understood he was there regarding the Divine Pattern Transcendence Jade. Once seated in the reception room, Hu'er's demeanor was graver than ever, his face darkening as he spoke. Since yesterday, I have been investigating the Divine Pattern Transcendence Jade, and the first lead I received came from this esteemed Commander Lin Tian by my side. Although he is merely 28 years old this year, he has already ascended to the position of Commander of the Chang'an military, exhibiting commendable capabilities in leadership and personal combat prowess, having achieved the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As Hu'er spoke, a hint of pride surfaced on his face. Despite Lin Tian now being his equal, he had once been an orphan he took under his wing due to his exceptional martial talent, subsequently cultivating him. He quickly joined the Chang'an military, his strength advancing at an impressive rate. So what? Yet Li Xiuqi found little interest in this matter. Whether it was the rank of commander or the fact that he had reached the perfected state of the celestial realm, it held no significance for him. His focus lay solely on the Divine Pattern Transcendence Jade. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiuqi, his brow furrowed. Although he acknowledged his own arrogance, he soon realized that Li Xiuqi was the one who truly embodied pride. As a 28-year-old commander of the military, overseeing tens of thousands of troops, what an illustrious position that was. Yet, he remained unfazed, claiming to be a sect leader. He was merely the head of a force in the underworld. What was so remarkable about that? Lin Tian shook his head and remarked nonchalantly, earlier, I jested with the second master, predicting that you would surely be defeated by Chen Dongxiao. I did not anticipate that you would actually surpass him, regardless of the means. I must concede that you possess some skill. Your performance has left a significant impression on me. Quite commendable. Lin Tian continued to express his thoughts, oblivious to the bemused expression on Li Xiuqi's face. Hu'er, have you overeaten dinner and come to me for amusement? Should I assist you in digesting? He cracked his knuckles, having lost patience. Hu'er hastily waved his hand and awkwardly replied, the situation is this. Yesterday, I inquired about the godly pattern celestial jade through Lin Tian's connections, which inadvertently alerted a significant figure in the military of Chang'an. Lin Tian has come today specifically to deliver the message that I should leave Chang'an to seek refuge. Oh, which influential figure in the military is involved with the celestial jade? Li Xiuqi's interest was piqued. Seeking refuge? That is Hu'er's affair, but I have certainly grasped a lead that cannot be overlooked. Lin Tian frowned at Li Xiuqi, observing his excitement, and then turned to Hu'er, saying, while you may pursue the celestial jade, why specifically the godly pattern celestial jade? That is said to exist only in legends. Have you truly found it? Absolutely not. Hu'er retained some reservations about Lin Tian and dared not divulge the information regarding Li Xiuqi possessing the godly pattern jade. If that were to leak, it could plunge all of Chang'an into chaos. Lin Tian shook his head and solemnly addressed Li Xiuqi. It is precisely because I do not know who issued the order or which prominent figure is involved that I advise the second master to lay low. With my authority as the commander, I do not even have the right to inquire about who issued the directive. You understand the gravity of the situation, do you not? Li Xiuqi chuckled nonchalantly. So, Hu'er has become the target of the military. Indeed, the second master is also implicated due to you. What transaction have you two engaged in? Lin Tian persistently urged Hu'er to cease his endeavors, advising him to escape and avoid danger rather than risking his life for the legendary godly pattern jade. However, Hu'er refused to acquiesce, insisting on meeting Li Xiuqi first. He tentatively inquired, young Master Li, since the military has been alerted, how do you suggest we proceed? Use your channels to disseminate the information. I instructed you to investigate that jade, prompting them to send people to capture me. Li Xiuqi replied with a smile, legs crossed. Lin Tian was incensed. How audacious. Do you understand what you are doing? If a prominent figure in the military has issued the order, your actions are tantamount to provoking the military. Do you seek total ruin? Chapter 69. The abduction of Qi Yusu. The situation escalates. While Li Xiuqi and Lin Tian were engaged in conversation, attempting to divert the attention of those monitoring the divine pattern jade towards themselves and unearth the mastermind behind it. Qi Yusu had just left the Tiansu Pharmaceutical Group's office after a late night at work, as she and her assistant Zhao Yin arrived at the parking lot. They had yet to enter their vehicle when several unmarked black sedans surged towards them from all directions. A total of 4 cars, from which approximately 10 men emerged. At the forefront was a burly man with a scarred face. Upon spotting Qi Yusu, his eyes gleamed with predatory delight. This is quite an honor, boss. We've been tasked with capturing a woman of such caliber. Ordinarily, we wouldn't even be able to touch someone of her status. Qin Xiao felt a surge of lustful anticipation. He exchanged a glance with his companions and rushed forward to seize her. They had been sent by Zhao Tianxing to avenge Zhao Tianming, specifically targeting Qi Yusu, who had ties to Li Xiuqi. The conflict had initially arisen because of Qi Yusu, which had ultimately left Zhao Tianming in a comatose state. Qi Yusu, is it? We are from the Chang'an Military Department. We suspect you are involved in a case of drug smuggling and the leakage of military secrets. You are required to accompany us immediately, Qin Xiao ordered, his demeanor menacing. Qi Yusu's expression shifted as she scrutinized the men before her. Chang'an Military Department? Where are your credentials? I have never engaged in any business with the Chang'an Military Department. How could I possibly know their military secrets? This is our identification. As for whether you have leaked any secrets, that will depend upon the results of the forthcoming investigation, Qin Xiao replied with a sinister grin, his lewd intentions unmistakable. Take her away. I can hardly contain my excitement. Yes, the subordinates, invigorated by the prospect, were eager to comply, especially since Zhao Tianxing had explicitly stated that they were to share in the spoils of this operation. Panic surged within Qi Yusu as she struggled and called for help. Zhao Yan, call someone. Who should I call? Zhao Yan, frozen in fear, turned pale. Qi Yusu hesitated for a moment. The ones attempting to abduct her were not ordinary thugs, but agents of the Chang'an Military Department. She recognized their identification. What could contacting the Public Security Bureau or the Martial Arts Bureau achieve? These two institutions combined would still be no match for the Chang'an military department. In her struggle, Qi Yusu seemed to make a resolute decision. She urgently instructed Zhao Yan, "Call Li Xiuqi and have him reach out to the city lord's mansion to see if they can assist us." Ultimately, there was no other option. At this juncture, despite her distrust of Li Xiuqi and her desire to distance herself from him, she had no choice but to seek his help. Zhao Yan trembled at the thought. Call Li Xiuqi? She instinctively pulled out her phone. Meanwhile, as they prepared to leave, Chen Xiao maintained his grin and turned to Zhao Yan. "Let us heed her advice and make the call. After all, our purpose this time is precisely to confront Li Xiuqi. The accounts with Zhao Tianming must be settled. If he wishes to save someone, he must come to the military's 3 major camps. My brothers will be awaiting him. Remember, if he fails to appear, then this woman." Haha. Chen Zhao's face twisted into a sinister grin. He pulled open the car door, and several black vehicles sped away. Zhao Yan stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down her brow, and ultimately, with trembling hands, she dialed a number. Meanwhile, within the Martial Arts Bureau, the incident with the Tiangu sect had been resolved. Yu Shishan was leading his subordinates as they practiced the newly acquired technique, Tiger Roar and Dragon Sound, emitting invisible sound waves that sent his followers tumbling. Yet, despite this chaos, the group was exceedingly exhilarated. They held Yu Shishan in the highest esteem. For though they had learned the same technique, they could not grasp it as effortlessly as he did. However, their greatest admiration was reserved for Li Xiuqi. This supreme martial art had been imparted to them so readily, granting each of them a chance to alter their fates dramatically. At that moment, Li Xiuqi found himself being berated by Lin Tian. "I have never encountered someone so audacious as you, daring to provoke the military of Chang'an City. Do you truly believe that my position as the Grand Commander grants you the freedom to act with such impunity? When did I ever claim to need your assistance?" Li Xiuqi replied, perplexed. Lin Tian smirked darkly, his expression grim. "I elevated you to the position of Grand Commander at the military, and by involving him in this matter, you aim to coerce me into resolving it for you, do you not?" Hu'er opened his mouth, realizing Lin Tian might be misconstruing the situation. Li Xiuqi chuckled, rising to meet Lin Tian's indifferent gaze. "This matter does not require your intervention. My dealings with Hu'er are solely between us. Given the current tension, Hu'er may prefer to remain in the shadows to prevent dragging you into this. That is why I requested the release of my information. Is such a simple matter beyond your comprehension?" Yet Lin Tian remained incredulous. He returned to his seat, glancing towards Hu'er. "Second Master, is this man mad? How dare he oppose the military of Chang'an City? Alas, the Divine Dragon Pavilion possesses formidable strength. The military of Chang'an is hardly a concern, provided it does not involve the entire military of the Dragon Kingdom," Hu'er interjected dismissively. Lin Tian curled his lips in disbelief. Having grown up amidst the military of Chang'an, he understood that this institution represented the pinnacle of power in the city. No matter how powerful the Divine Dragon Pavilion might be, it could not surpass the military. It was merely a force within the realm of martial arts. This was utterly astonishing. Was Li Xiuqi truly not manipulating us? Given his assertions, he must be resolved to shoulder the burden himself, perhaps even relishing the prospect of escalating matters to draw forth all parties connected to the ancient jade. Hu'er had grasped Li Xiuqi's intentions. Yet even he felt that such audacity was perilously reckless. What if they inadvertently provoked a force far more terrifying than the military? What then? At that moment, Li Xiuqi answered an unfamiliar number and heard Zhao Yan's tearful voice. It took him several minutes to comprehend her message. "So, Qi Yusu has been captured by military personnel?" Li Xiuqi was taken aback, instinctively assuming that it was due to the matter of the ancient jade, resulting in those around him being implicated. However, Zhao Yan clarified his misunderstanding. It appeared that Zhao Tianming had sent those individuals to exact vengeance. They had seized Qi Zong and taken him to one of the military's 3 camps. Li Xiuqi hung up the phone, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. A surge of chilling murderous intent swelling within him. Revenge, yet not directed at me, but instead aimed at Qi Yusu. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Tianming had the backing of military power. Lu Wanshan had also failed to inform him, likely intending to conceal this from him, biding his time for the military to retaliate against him. However, the military was now embroiled in this affair. The matter of the divine pattern jade required an opportunity to erupt, allowing him to unearth the hidden forces behind the scenes. Thus, a visit to the military was imperative. Li Xiuqi intended to escalate the situation. Hu'er and Lin Tian quickly stood up. "This cannot be allowed to escalate, absolutely not." Chapter 70. Breaking through the door. through the faint sounds. The two of them caught the astonishing content relayed by Zhao Yin over the phone, leaving them incredulous. The military had actually apprehended Li Shouqi's ex-wife. Even if they sought to trouble him, why target someone else's former spouse? Yet, the situation had unfolded this way. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "The three camps. Is it? There is a commander there named Zhao Tiansheng. Have you perhaps offended him? I know Zhao Tiansheng as well. I will contact him immediately and ensure that he does not harm your people. However, you must not let this become a larger issue. We are in a tumultuous season. Then I must trouble you to call Zhao Tiansheng and have him look after the situation. Once I arrive at the three camps, I shall grant him a dignified end." Li Shouqi left those final words before his figure vanished silently. As he departed, throughout the Martial Arts Bureau, including Yin Ji and Yu Shishan, they heard Li Shouqi's orders. Gather personnel and head to the Chang'an military. Yes, everyone from the Divine Dragon Pavilion faced no hindrance or delay. The leader's command was a mission to them. The personnel of the Martial Arts Bureau were left dumbfounded, but it was none of their concern. Lin Tian and Hu Er also rushed out of the Martial Arts Bureau, the figure having already disappeared at the end of the street, hastening towards the three camps with utmost speed. Lin Tian wore a grave expression as he glanced at Hu Er beside him. "Second Master, you should sever ties with him quickly. Collaborating with such a person is akin to courting death." "No." Hu Er suddenly shook his head, his gaze calm as he spoke. "If one lacks sufficient backing, who would dare to be so arrogant as to claim they would encircle the Chang'an military? He may very well be a madman." "Impossible." Hu Er did not inform Lin Tian about Li Shouqi's possession of the divine pattern communicating immortal jade, nor did he mention Li's ability to effortlessly decipher celestial scripts. Even if he had conveyed this information, Lin Tian would not have believed that the Shenlong Pavilion could contend with the Chang'an military department. However, Hu Er felt compelled to take a risk. "I shall wager that Li can resolve these troubles. You must call Zhao Tiansheng and instruct him to cease his actions. Otherwise, the severity of the situation will exceed everyone's expectations." Lin Tian was taken aback and nodded, retrieving his phone. Shortly thereafter, in a lavish villa within the encampment on the outskirts of Chang'an, Zhao Tiansheng sat on a sofa in the living room, surrounded by a dozen loyal subordinates. Before them, Qi Yusu trembled in fear. With her abilities, she was utterly powerless to resist the circumstances before her. Upon answering the phone, Zhao Tiansheng heard Lin Tian's command. "Commander Zhao, I, in the name of the 10,000-man commander of the military, order you to release that woman immediately." Lin Tian's voice resonated with authority over the line. Zhao Tiansheng paused, glancing at the bound Qi Yusu, and replied in astonishment, "The woman you speak of cannot possibly be Qi Yusu, can it?" "Indeed, it is her. If anything were to happen to her, you will face dire consequences." Lin Tian warned him over the phone. His tone caused Zhao Tiansheng's expression to become peculiar. Although both were part of the Chang'an military department, and he was a commander of 1,000 men, it was unusual for Lin Tian to exert influence over him. He had his own responsibilities. Yet, this time, Lin Tian's stance was remarkably assertive, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Commander Lin, what exactly do you mean by this?" "What I mean is that the woman's background is unfathomable. You cannot harm her." "I have said all that I can. Do you understand?" Lin Tian could not directly inform Zhao Tiansheng that Li Shouqi had already arrived at the encampment, intending to eliminate Zhao. Instead, he relied on his own status and the potential background of Qi Yusu to intimidate Zhao into compliance. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Tiansheng burst into laughter. "Commander Lin, you truly have a knack for humor. I have already investigated this woman's background, and it is completely blank. She has a father who encountered trouble in the capital a few years ago, reportedly committing some grave offense, and is currently imprisoned in a dungeon there. As for any forces backing her, they simply do not exist." Lin Tian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Zhao Tiansheng's thorough investigation. Realizing that his status could not command Zhao, nor could Qi Yusu's identity intimidate him, he shifted his approach. "Regardless of your reasons for involving Qi Yusu, you must wait for me for half an hour. I will arrive immediately, and until then, please ensure that the woman remains unharmed." "Very well. I can certainly grant you this courtesy." Zhao Tiansheng smiled with confidence as he spoke, adding, "However, I hope you are not calling merely for Li Shouqi. Otherwise, even for Lin Dezongling's sake, I will not grant you any favor. Li Shouqi is my sworn enemy. Before I take his life, I intend to make him suffer immensely." After uttering these words, Zhao Tiansheng abruptly hung up the phone. His subordinate, the scar-faced Qin Shao, could no longer contain himself. He leaned closer to Qi Yusu. sniffing the air in a rather unsettling manner. Boss, when shall we feast? I am ravenous. Zhao Tianxin's expression darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. Wait half an hour. Whether Lin Tian or Li Xiuqi comes, the outcome will remain unchanged. He had already ascertained that Qi Yusu lacked any formidable background. Even if he were to harm her, no one would retaliate. As for Li Xiuqi, he would ensure that he met a gruesome end. Before his demise, he would inflict severe torment upon him. On the opposite side, Qi Yusu was in a state of panic, her mouth seemingly sealed, as if she wished to speak, but Zhao Tianxing offered her no opportunity. After all, they were in a military camp, and allowing her to shout would not bode well for his reputation. He still valued his dignity. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi rushed to the entrance of the three major camps with utmost urgency, spotting numerous soldiers patrolling the vicinity, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. Yin Ji appeared beside him. Her brow furrowed. Lord, is it truly worth our while to act for that woman in the heart of the Chang'an military district? She had always looked down upon Qi Yusu, deeming her nothing more than a gold-digging harlot. Li Xiuqi pondered for a moment. You shall remain outside and act according to the situation. This endeavor is not solely for Qi Yusu. It is also to leverage Zhao Tianxin's connections to draw out the individuals behind the divine pattern jade. This is currently our only lead. While Lin Tian and others believed that Li Xiuqi should avoid confrontation, for him, the pursuit of truth lay behind that very confrontation, and given his formidable prowess, what reason had he to refrain from investigation? Yin Ji nodded. Knowing that the thousands of elite members of the Shenlong Pavilion had already assembled and were lying in wait outside the military headquarters, at the gates. As some guards noticed Li Xiuqi approaching alone, two sentinels clad in black armor raised their hands to halt him. Halt! This is a military stronghold. You cannot. A thunderous roar erupted as Li Xiuqi, expressionless, advanced forward. Several guards were sent flying 2 yards away, and the gates of the three major camps shattered in an instant. Chapter 71. The Shenlong Pavilion tramples the military headquarters. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having contacted and entered the three major camps through military channels, led his trusted soldiers to the villa where Zhao Tianxing resided. Upon arrival, they beheld a dozen burly men surrounding a woman, none other than Qi Yusu. Zhao Tianxing, what do you intend to do? Lin Tian entered the villa, casting a cold glare at the middle-aged man across from him. Zhao Tianxing responded with a dismissive smile. Commander Lin, I hold you in high esteem, which is why I have granted you half an hour. However, should your visit merely serve to inquire about my intentions, I would prefer you refrain from doing so. My brother currently lies in the intensive care unit of the hospital. As Zhao Tianxing spoke, his fury was palpable. Lin Tian sighed, expressing his helplessness as he replied. I have already inquired into the matter. Your brother has erred and cannot blame others. Are you seeking death, Lin Tian? Qin Xiao, one of Zhao Tianxin's subordinates, suddenly interjected, his demeanor brimming with defiance. Do not presume that your status as commander makes you formidable. It merely suggests you possess slightly better martial talent. Yet, this is the third camp, our leader's stronghold. Zhao Tianxing stepped forward, restraining the audacious Qin Xiao. With his anger subdued, he maintained a stoic expression and stated, Commander Lin, ultimately, you have no authority over me. Regardless of your relationship with this woman, you have no right to interfere in this matter. I am not here to meddle, but rather to counsel you, Lin Tian replied, his own ire simmering beneath the surface. His brow furrowed deeply as he continued. There are those who wish to escalate this situation, and their intentions do not revolve around you, Zhao Tianxing, nor this woman, but rather the higher echelons of the military. Regardless of the outcome, you, as the catalyst, may find the repercussions beyond your capacity to bear. I do not wish for this matter to spiral out of control. Release her. Lin Tian could not disclose the matter of the Tongxian Jade, yet he had surmised the reckless behavior of Li Xiuqi. Realizing this man sought to incite chaos within the military, thereby exposing those who suppressed information regarding the Tongxian Jade. Li Xiuqi cared little for anonymity. Rather, he desired to reveal himself entirely, drawing out the final player. Lin Tian deemed Li Xiuqi mad. He feared that he and whoever might also become entangled in this web. Thus, he needed to regain control of the situation. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhao Tianxing appeared contemplative, a sudden smile breaking across his face as he questioned, the individual you speak of, wishing to amplify this situation, could it be Li Xiuqi? Indeed. His background is more intricate than you might anticipate. Have you ever heard of the Divine Dragon Pavilion? Merely a faction of the underworld, of no consequence. Zhao Tianxing scoffed derisively, surveying his surroundings. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he concluded that Commander Lin had no further arguments to present, believing that a mere underworld faction could intimidate him. If Commander Lin is interested, you may remain for a meal. This woman possesses a beauty that is truly captivating. Zhao Tiansheng, with a twisted and sinister expression, approached Qi Yusu. Despite her attempts to resist, Zhao Tiansheng coldly grasped her throat. Do not rush. You shall soon have cause for concern. Just as Li Xiuqi has treated my brother, so shall I torment him. In due time, this fated pair of lovers. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion echoed from outside, akin to a forceful breach of energy, followed by several wails of despair. Bang! The villa's door was forcefully shattered. The two massive iron gates were violently hurled open, and a figure collided with a military vehicle parked in front of the villa, denting the door with an astonishing force. The commotion inside the villa roused the crowd, and they rushed out, including Lin Tian, only to be met with a horrifying sight. There lay a person, limbs grotesquely twisted and bleeding profusely, embedded in the door of the military vehicle, contorted in an almost unnatural manner. Clinging to the last vestiges of life, the sturdy military vehicle buckled under the immense power, its door warped and nearly overturned. The architect of this chaos entered, hoisting another soldier clad in black armor, while Zhao Tianxing's imposing figure appeared diminutive in comparison. The soldier curled in Li Xiuqi's grasp, pale and trembling. Li Xiuqi lowered the man, patting him on the shoulder with a grin directed at the furious Zhao Tianxing standing at the entrance. Your subordinate is quite loyal. It took the lives of 8 before this 9th would guide me. Rest assured, since you've shown me the way, I won't harm you. In despair, the man collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter at the man's plight. He stepped into the dilapidated villa. Zhao Tianxing is hardly in a position to threaten me. How could he possibly harm you? Zhao Tianxing descended from his high ground, leading a dozen subordinates, his eyes blazing with fury. You dare to come to the military headquarters and kill? Do you not fear my 1,000 elite soldiers, each ready to turn you into mincemeat? Behind them, Qin Shao and others looked on with predatory intent, their previous lewd thoughts now extinguished, replaced by pure rage. It was outrageous to storm into the military headquarters. Slaughtering from the entrance to this core area, such audacity was unfathomable. This was not merely a provocation against Zhao Tianxing, but a challenge to the military authority of Chang'an. Lin Tian hurried over, his expression dark, confronting Li Xiuqi. Have you lost your mind? This is the military headquarters. It has been stated that this matter is no longer your concern. Go hide with whoever. I will not involve you. Li Xiuqi waved him off impatiently. Lin Tian attempted to voice further objections, but upon meeting Li Xiuqi's gaze, he inhaled deeply, realizing his pleas were futile. Suddenly, Zhao Tianxing sneered. Lin, what connection do you have with this person? If you intend to defend him, you may find today does not end well for you. This has nothing to do with me. Do not slander me. I do not know him. Lin Tian swiftly dodged aside. He had no intention of getting embroiled in this chaos. He merely feared that whoever might be exploited by Li Xiuqi, compelling him to become involved. However, given Li Xiuqi's current demeanor, whoever, provided he wasn't completely deranged, would likely not align himself with him. Indeed, this man was undoubtedly a madman. At the window of the villa, the bound Qi Yusu caught sight of Li Xiuqi at the entrance, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. How foolish of him to risk his life to rescue me, venturing alone into the military headquarters, and even taking lives there. Qi Yusu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, tears streaming down her face. Although Li Xiuqi's presence here today was not solely for her, it did not diminish her belief in that notion. At that moment, Zhao Tianxing observed that Lin Tian had withdrawn, and a cruel smile spread across his face as he darkly proclaimed, since that is the case, it is time for us to take action. Gather everyone and encircle him. This man has committed treason and is inciting chaos within the military headquarters. The accusation was severe beyond measure. If found guilty, a fate worse than being flayed alive awaited him. Yet, Li Xiuqi merely chuckled heartily. You, Zhao Tianxing, truly know how to wave a flag to gather support. I am curious to see what qualifications you possess to condemn me. As his words resonated, a throng of armored soldiers surged toward the villa, with over 300 arriving first. However, opposing them was a formidable contingent of elite warriors from the Dragon Sect. Although they were a disorganized group of martial artists, their individual combat prowess evidently surpassed that of the military personnel. When combat ensued, the overall strength of both sides was nearly indistinguishable, the only differentiating factor being their numbers. Zhao Tianxing, momentarily taken aback, recalled Lin Tian's prior explanation about Li Xiuqi's origins in an organization known as the Dragon Sect. His gaze shifted, and his smile became increasingly sinister. I cannot condemn you? Have you not revealed your own hand? How dare you lead the forces of the martial world to assault the military headquarters? That is unequivocally treason. He hastily issued orders to Qin Shao and others beside him. What are you all staring at? Instruct your subordinates to summon every elite we have and surround them. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly stiffened, and he lowered his voice, saying, Boss, our 3 camps claim to have 1,000 men, but in reality, 500 of those positions are merely empty. The Dragon Sect outnumbers us, and we are the ones being encircled now. Outside the villa, the gathering of martial artists was growing, each one exuding a predatory demeanor, as if they intended to trample the 3 camps underfoot. Zhao Tianxing's expression hardened. Damn it! You can't notify the other camps to inform them that a martial force is rebelling here and request reinforcements? Yes. Qin Shao nodded immediately, realizing the gravity of the situation. They could only stake everything they had on this. Otherwise, should the 3 camps be trampled by a martial faction today, they would be forever branded on the pillar of shame. Furthermore, the matter of capturing Qi Yusu would not withstand scrutiny, since the situation had escalated. They could only suppress it swiftly, under the pretext of quelling a rebellion. Outside the Grand Gate, hundreds of soldiers clad in black armor from the 3 major camps bore expressions of taut anxiety. Opposite them, the Flame Princess, adorned in a flowing red gown, strolled forward, her visage obscured by the shadows of the distant western mountains. She still held on to her identity as the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Further behind, 1,000 elite warriors from the Divine Dragon Pavilion surged forth, radiating an overwhelming aura. The voice of Li Xiuqi reached the Flame Princess's ear, instructing the soldiers of the 3 camps that those willing to retreat could live, but should anyone remain steadfastly loyal to Zhao Tianxing, he would raise this military encampment to the ground. With a swift nod, the Flame Princess relayed her orders, and a multitude of martial artists erupted from the shadows, initiating a direct assault without room for negotiation. Lin Tian observed from the sidelines, his scalp prickling with apprehension. He understood Li Xiuqi's intention to escalate the situation. However, eliminating Zhao Tianxing alone was sufficient to incite chaos throughout Chang'an. Did Li Xiuqi truly intend to obliterate the 3 camps? Fortunately, the black-armored soldiers stationed there, though initially formidable in appearance, quickly fell into disarray and scattered, with hundreds retreating in panic. No one was willing to engage in a futile battle to the death. A handful of Zhao Tianxing's personal guards had already been slain upon Li Xiuqi's arrival, while the remaining few were trampled in the ensuing turmoil. At the entrance of the villa, Zhao Tianxing stood agape, astonished. You dare to strike? He exclaimed. I summoned so many people. Are we merely to perform a play? Li Xiuqi cast a scornful glance over his shoulder, his tone dripping with disdain. It is unfortunate that your subordinates are utterly inept. They boast of being 1,000 strong, yet they are reduced to fleeing before a horde of martial artists. Zhao Tianxing fell silent, his eyes flickering as he sensed that this matter was far from over. After all, Li Xiuqi had stirred such a commotion that it would inevitably draw the attention of the higher echelons of the military. Although he could not subdue Li Xiuqi, could this young man truly expect to remain unscathed? No matter how formidable he was, he could not contend with the military of Chang'an. Suddenly, Zhao Tianxing's expression hardened. You wretch, it seems I have underestimated you. He felt a pang of regret. Had he known Li Xiuqi was this formidable, he would never have captured Qi Yusu, but would have sought other means of retribution. Yet today he still intended to have him killed. He signaled to his dazed subordinates, urging them to join him in surrounding Li Xiuqi. Capture the leader to subdue the rebellion. A dozen men, howling like a tempest from various directions, charged toward Li Xiuqi, with Zhao Tianxing leading the charge, determined to eliminate Li Xiuqi under the pretext of quelling a rebellion. As for how to mitigate the aftermath, he would rely on his connections. Nonetheless, this incident would surely impact his future. Haunted by regret, he knew he had no choice but to proceed with this course of action. Only by eliminating Li Xiuqi could he hope for any remedy. The condition remained. He must succeed in killing Li Xiuqi. Lin Tian watched the imminent clash unfold, sighing deeply as he shook his head at Li Xiuqi. The consequences of one's own misdeeds are inescapable, yet one insists on escalating matters. How could a single individual hope to contend with the multitude under Zhao Tianxing? Even the formidable Dragon Pavilion cannot stand against the military. Li Xiuqi is doomed, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Suddenly, as several rushed forward, A resonant hum seemed to echo in their ears. Each of their minds experienced a jolt. By the time they regained their senses, their internal energy had completely stagnated, and a dozen individuals collapsed to the ground as if they were drones disrupted by an electromagnetic interference. Zhao Tianxing's body suddenly went rigid, struggling to rise. He recalled what had transpired moments ago. Instinctively, he wiped his face, only to find his palms smeared with blood and brain matter seemingly oozing from his nostrils, mingling with the crimson, dripping onto the floor. His gaze trembled with disbelief. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with a scene drenched in blood. His subordinates, including Qin Xiao, lay lifeless on the ground, their minds seemingly scrambled by the recent surge of energy, all of them staring blankly into the void, their orifices bleeding, with brain matter spilling from their mouths and noses. What sorcery is this? Zhao Tianxing unleashed a final, desperate roar. This is impossible. What realm of martial arts is this? The sight before him was overwhelmingly shocking. His worldview had crumbled. His spirit shattered in an instant. Madness. Li Xiuqi stepped forward, placing his foot upon Zhao Tianxing's mouth, grinding it down repeatedly. Dare you utter a sound? Zhao Tianxing lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Though he still drew breath, his consciousness was clouded. Realizing that death was inescapable, had he not possessed a higher realm than his companions, he too would have met a swift demise. Meanwhile, not far off, Lin Tian trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he had presumed Li Xiuqi was merely a consummate warrior at the pinnacle of the celestial stage, formidable yet not overwhelmingly so. But now it was evident that the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Chapter 73. The Dragon City Inspector, Qi Yusu's Deceptive Marriage? Lin Tian, drenched in cold sweat, staggered back, too frightened to utter a word. As for Zhao Tianxing, his despair was palpable. At the villa's window, Qi Yusu witnessed the unfolding spectacle, utterly astonished. In her mind, Li Xiuqi had never exhibited any martial prowess. Although she had seen him act at the city lord's mansion, he had spared Miao Kuan, not exerting his full strength. Yet this time, the shock was far greater. How could he be so powerful? Qi Yusu's emotions were in turmoil once more. At that moment, outside the military headquarters, a formidable aura surged forth. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the three major camps? Do they not regard me, the deputy minister of the military, with any respect? Help? Minister Li. Zhao Tianxing had nearly relinquished all hope, believing himself to be done for. Yet, in the final moments of his life, a figure surged forth from the distance, instilling a flicker of hope within him. It was a middle-aged man clad in civilian attire, his silver hair standing erect, and his countenance exuding unwavering integrity. He landed heavily in the villa's courtyard. When his piercing gaze fell upon Li Xiuqi, it ignited a sensation akin to being scorched. Lin Tian, what on earth is happening here? Reporting to Deputy Minister Li. The situation here was instigated by Zhao Tianxing, who kidnapped an innocent woman. Subsequently, Li Xiuqi led a rescue operation. Lin Tian's explanation only darkened Li Hui's expression further. With a cold glare directed at Lin Tian, he furrowed his brow and spoke. Did I not issue a command for you to investigate Hu Er within the city? You are familiar with him. Why have you appeared here? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Li Hui's words. That order had been issued by Minister Li? In reality, he had merely received directives and hurried to the city to send a warning, not even taking the time to ascertain the origin of the command. However, the authority to command such a high-ranking leader must have come from the upper echelons of the military, and to his surprise, it was Li Hui standing before him. At that moment, Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter. Ha ha. As expected, you have appeared. Minister Li, I am Li Xiuqi. Your investigation of Hu Er has been misguided. The person you seek is none other than me. Li Hui was momentarily stunned. His gaze lingered on Li Xiuqi's face, then shifted to Lin Tian. Filled with a questioning intensity, Lin Tian found himself at a loss for a plausible explanation. Should he claim he went to tip off Hu Er, leading to Zhao Tianxing alarming Li Xiuqi and causing the situation to escalate? He intended to clarify that he had encountered this individual while investigating Hu Er. But Li Xiuqi boldly interjected. This matter concerns no one else but me. I bribed Hu Er to investigate that piece of jade. Lin Tian discovered me through Hu Er. All blame lies solely with me, Li Xiuqi. Upon finishing, he advanced to within 10 paces of Minister Li. Thus, Minister Li, could you enlighten me as to why the military is so fixated on the divine pattern jade, even going so far as to investigate a prominent family like Hu Er's in Tianyuan at any cost? What is your purpose in probing into the divine pattern jade? Li Hui sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Although Li Xiuqi appeared remarkably candid, there was an air of obscurity surrounding his intentions. I demand all information related to the divine pattern jade from the military, along with a list of all personnel who possess such information. Are you mad? Li Hui scoffed suddenly, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Li Xiuqi. You stormed into the 3 major camps today, leaving a trail of bloodshed unresolved. And now you entangle yourself in the divine pattern jade affair. It seems you shall never escape the military. With that, he summoned his internal energy, his gaze turning fierce as he prepared to strike. Beside them, Lin Tian wore a tense expression, hastily retreating. He no longer dared to utter a word of persuasion. Both Li Xiuqi's strength and that of Minister Li were beyond his capacity to withstand. You young man, so full of arrogance. I shall teach you a lesson to instill in you the rules of the military. Minister Li Hui snorted coldly. A crimson aura enveloped him, forming a barrier that pulsated with blood-red waves. Li Xiuqi yawned, nonchalantly remarking, had I known you would be so reluctant to hand over the information, I would have to subdue you first. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden halt in his energy sensed the arrival of a true powerhouse, heightening his vigilance. He turned to the entrance. A young man clad in a white suit strode in, his countenance dark and fierce, accompanied by a dozen subordinates who disregarded Li Xiuqi, Li Hui, and even the corpses strewn across the ground. Find her, ascertain her condition, and bring her back to the family. The entire group surged forward. Li Xiuqi narrowed his eyes, feeling a profound shock. The strength of the young man's subordinates was on par with that of Li Hui. It was imperative to note that Li Hui was the deputy minister of the military. While Li Xiuqi could dismiss this man, it was undeniable that warriors who transcended the realm of harmony between heaven and man, reaching the extraordinary realm, were exceedingly rare, each beyond the reach of mere mortals. Even Hu'er had only attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Yet this young man's subordinates all appeared to have reached the extraordinary realm. What force did this man hail from? As Li Xiuqi traced their figures, he noticed Qi Yusu's expression subtly shift upon their arrival. Her gaze reflected not fear nor joy, but profound despair, as if she recognized them. Who are you? Li Hui asked, equally astonished. The young man in the white suit stood amidst the corpses in the courtyard, his gaze sweeping around until it lingered on Li Hui. You are Li Hui, deputy minister of the Chang'an military? Indeed, but who are you? Li Hui replied, his head throbbing. Today seemed to be a relentless barrage of troublesome spirits. The young man gestured, and one of his subordinates stepped forward, producing a golden token and carelessly tossing it at Li Hui's feet. Pick it up and examine it closely. All eyes fell upon the token at Li Hui's feet. The first to react was Li Hui himself. Upon seeing the token, he knelt immediately. Subordinate pays respects to the Dragon City Inspector. Lin Tian's pupils dilated in shock as he murmured to himself, it is the Dragon City token. With this token in hand, one automatically becomes the inspector of Dragon City, wielding power equal to that of the head of the military headquarters of the Dragon Nation. Yet this token was tossed to the ground as if it were mere refuse. Li Hui knelt on the ground, reverently holding the Dragon City order above his head. Perplexed by the presence of the Dragon City Inspector at the Chang'an military headquarters and the directives he might issue, there was no need for excessive inquiries. He ought to cherish the remaining time he had. The Chang'an military had committed grave errors, and he counted himself fortunate, for their minister, due to mismanagement and the indulgence of his subordinates in unlawful conduct, had been slain by my hand just 5 minutes prior. Li Hui trembled, and the fabric of his trousers became instantly soaked. At that moment, in the villa, Qi Yusu was freed from her bindings, the cloth gag removed from her mouth. Surrounded by a throng of men in black suits, she was escorted into the villa courtyard. Let me go? I will not return with you, she protested. Little sister, the 5-year agreement has expired. You can no longer act willfully. The young man in the white suit spoke with a grave expression directed at Qi Yusu. Li Xiuqi cast a glance at the odorous Li Hui beside him, repulsed, and stepped aside, overhearing the young man's words. Was that Qi Yusu's brother? Li Xiuqi was taken aback, suspecting that he had been deceived into marriage 5 years prior, as she had never mentioned a brother or a family. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Ancestry, Seeking an Explanation. Qi Yusu instinctively glanced in the direction of Li Xiuqi, her expression growing complex. For her, many matters had long since passed, and if possible, she wished never to evoke them again. However, the appearance of these individuals today had undeniably altered much. With no other recourse, Chi Yusu could only shake her head in resignation. It is impossible. I will not return with you. Little sister, do you not even heed my words? The tone of the young man in white suddenly turned urgent, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance and dominance, now clearly at a loss with Chi Yusu. For him, the paramount objective of appearing here today was to rescue the troubled Chi Yusu, having chanced upon news of her predicament on his way, which incited his wrath to come to her aid. His secondary motive was to bring Chi Yusu back to the Chi family. I have already stated that I will not return with you. I have severed ties with my father, your uncle, and thus we have no further connection to the Chi family. It seemed that Chi Yusu, despite her noble lineage, vehemently resisted the notion of returning to her family. Li Xiuqi, having overheard their conversation, appeared contemplative. He recalled Chi Yusu mentioning her troubled relationship with her family during their courtship, initially believing her to belong to an ordinary family, only to discover her ties to such a prestigious lineage. Yet, he remained in the dark about the true nature of the Chi family. After all, even the Dragon City Order of the military was casually discarded, and threats of having slain the minister of the Chang'an military were brazenly proclaimed. The power they wielded was evident. Noticing Chi Yusu's resolute stance, seemingly unwilling to return home at any cost, the countenance of the young man in white darkened gradually. His gaze shifted abruptly to Li Xiuqi. So, you still refuse to come back with me? Is it for the sake of this worthless individual? If that is the case, I shall take his life and sever your desires. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiuqi was taken aback. What did this have to do with him? He had already divorced Chi Yusu. Lin Tian, standing beside him, was struck with terror as the murderous intent was directed towards Li Xiuqi. He quickly distanced himself, fearing any association with him. Chi Yusu, hearing this, became agitated. Qi Xingzuan, what do you truly wish to accomplish? I will not return with you. This matter involves no one else. Why must you drag an innocent person into this? Oh, so you are indeed divorced from Li Xiuqi, and there exists no connection between you? The young man, known as Qi Xingzuan, shifted his gaze to Li Xiuqi, his eyes still harboring malevolence. Their exchange only left Li Xiuqi perplexed. He had never interacted with Chi Yusu's family before, yet it appeared they were quite familiar with him and fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the marriage. Chi Yusu cast a complex glance at him. Had it not been for Li Xiuqi's rescue, she might have fallen victim to a heinous fate. Even if the Chi family was domineering, they could not harm her savior. Could they? Qi Xingzuan paused, then slightly nodded. He glanced at Li Xiuqi with disdain and remarked, very well, this lad truly knows nothing. However, since you are divorced, he is of no concern to you. Behind him stands the Shunlong Pavilion, merely a faction of the underworld. Involving him will only lead to his demise. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qi Xingzuan continued, in that case, you should come with me. In this city of Chang'an, you have no ties left. What purpose does it serve to remain here? He sought to forcibly take Chi Yusu away. According to their initial agreement, within 5 years, she was to either amass a fortune of 1,000 billion for the family or rectify the errors of her past. Since she had failed in both, she was to return to the Chi family. Had she forgotten this obligation? The mention of past transgressions caused Chi Yusu to murmur, her complexion draining of color, as if she had become utterly weak, finally ceasing her resistance. Qi Xingzuan smirked in triumph and waved his hand again. Just as his subordinates were about to forcibly take Chi Yusu away, Li Xiuqi stepped forward. He was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. Wait, you cannot leave yet. Oh, are you intending to stand up for my cousin? However, she is bound by a family agreement, and we share blood ties. What right do you have to impede her? Qi Xingzuan looked at Li Xiuqi with derision. Do not forget, you have already been rejected by my sister. Li Xiuqi's gaze fell upon Chi Yusu. Taking a deep breath before stating grimly, you owe me an explanation, so no one is leaving until we clarify this matter. Chi Yusu gazed at him in astonishment, hastily advising, the Chi family is not akin to the Tiangu sect or the military. They are a venerable family with a history spanning a millennium. Please do not offend them on my behalf. My sister speaks wisely. The Chi family has been a prominent clan for 1,000 years. Whether in Chang'an or across the realm, our influence is extensive. Your mere Shunlong Pavilion is but an insignificant insect. Should I desire it, I could easily crush you. Qi Xingzuan maintained his haughty demeanor. Li Xiuqi shook his head, expressing a wistful lament. If only I possessed the confidence that you two siblings have. Alas, my motivations do not revolve around you, Chi Yusu, nor do I care for your illustrious family lineage. I merely seek an explanation. Chi Yusu, who exactly are you? Despite being married for 5 years, 3 of which he spent imprisoned, Li Xiuqi found it outrageous that Qi Yusu had concealed such a significant matter. Qi Yusu opened her mouth, struggling to explain, "My father made a mistake and was punished by the family, confined in the capital. This is the truth. After reaching adulthood, I severed ties with the family and have had no association with them since." What then is this 5-year pact he referred to? My father erred, but I cannot divulge too much, as it would endanger you. Qi Yusu's expression grew desolate. For 5 long years, she had tirelessly established Tiansu Pharmaceuticals, striving to rectify past mistakes, a burden she had kept hidden even from Li Xiuqi. In her view, this was for his own good. Anyone associated with the Qi family would pay a price. However, upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Li Xiuqi. He shook his head and coldly replied, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. It is of no concern to me." Though still perplexed, he felt deeply let down. As a married couple, she had concealed such a crucial truth. Had he not been imprisoned and learned from the elder, what would have become of her today? Would he have simply watched her taken away? They should have shared both hardships and joys. Yet Qi Yusu had gone to great lengths to hide the truth. My cousin is correct. Knowing too much can indeed be detrimental. Given your standing, you are not entitled to such knowledge, Qi Xingzuan scoffed, preparing to depart. Yet, as he prepared to leave, a sudden surge of energy emanated from Li Xiuqi, his inner spiritual energy transforming into a dragon's aura, sweeping toward the young man known as Qi Xingzuan. "If I am not connected to her, then I shall act against you without hesitation. Who gave you the audacity to show off before me?" Boom. Qi Xingzuan's inner energy erupted, but he felt as though his limbs were on the verge of shattering. His entire body racked with excruciating pain, as if utterly crushed. Your strength. His eyes turned blood red, staring in disbelief at Li Xiuqi. Chapter 75. A Sweep, Kneeling in Surrender. Before Qi Xingzuan's arrival, he meticulously prepared everything, including the mission at hand and an investigation into the various factions, ensuring he would not encounter any adversary stronger than himself. However, during his investigation, he completely overlooked Li Xiuqi, dismissing him entirely. Information regarding Li Xiuqi had been presented at their family's conference table many years ago. And according to Qi Xingzuan's recollection, 3 years prior, Li Xiuqi was merely an ordinary individual. The notion that he could evolve into a top-tier master in just 3 years seemed utterly implausible. Although, prior to this visit, he had discovered, for reasons unknown, that Li Xiuqi had joined an organization called the Dragon Pavilion. He considered it merely a sect of the common folk, inconsequential compared to their esteemed clan. Thus, he paid no heed to Li Xiuqi whatsoever. On the contrary, Qi Xingzuan felt a sense of disgrace due to Qi Yusu, his family's eldest daughter, having severed ties with the family and subsequently marrying Li Xiuqi. This only deepened his disdain for Li Xiuqi. Were it not for the latter's audacious rescue of Qi Yusu from the military with the aid of the Dragon Pavilion, Qi Xingzuan would have felt justified in eliminating Li Xiuqi on a whim. Yet, what he found utterly astonishing was Li Xiuqi's audacity to strike at him. Moreover, the ferocity displayed in battle was overwhelming. An invisible pressure descended upon him, akin to a mountain crashing down. Boom! A resounding roar echoed in everyone's ears. As an ethereal dragon aura suppressed Qi Xingzuan, he found himself prostrated on the ground, no different from the surrounding Li Hui and the barely breathing Zhao Tianqing. In the face of absolute power, he could only submit. Do not go too far. Qi Xingzuan lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and glaring at Li Xiuqi. He clenched his jaw, attempting to rise, but excruciating pain coursed through his body. He had sustained internal injuries. Ultimately, he lacked the strength to break free. Standing casually with his hands behind his back, Li Xiuqi gazed down at the prostrate Qi Xingzuan, his smile dripping with contempt. It appeared that those purportedly from noble families were not so formidable after all. He had expected a top master, but this was all they had to offer? Qi Xingzuan felt profoundly humiliated by the scornful words. Nearby, others, including the kneeling Li Hui and Lin Tian, stared wide-eyed, their expressions betraying anxiety and rapid breaths. The scene before them delivered a tremendous shock, particularly to Lin Tian, who, due to his martial prowess and position as the commander of the military in Chang'an, had always been quite arrogant. However, upon witnessing Li Xiuqi's displayed abilities, he realized he had no right to be proud. Li Xiuqi represented an entirely different realm of existence. Terrifying. Qi Yusu was taken aback. She discovered that Li Xiuqi's combat prowess continually challenged her perceptions. However, a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, Qi Xingzuan held a unique status as the heir of the Qi family. Should anything happen to him, the prestigious Qi clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance with fervor. At that moment, the group of impeccably dressed bodyguards finally reacted. Logically, given their young master's capabilities, traversing Chang'an City with ease should pose no issue. Although ambushed by Li Xiuqi, they initially hoped Qi Xingzuan could extricate himself and subsequently mount a counterattack. Yet, they soon realized that if they did not intervene, Qi Zuanxing might very well fall victim to a single strike from Li Xiuqi. Or perhaps, that man had not even struck. He merely stirred some vital energy. Who on earth is this person? Regardless of the details, we must save him. Everyone advance. Boom. The instant they moved, the air around them seemed to solidify. Li Xiuqi darted among the dozen top-tier experts, who were dispatched like mere sandbags, each one sent flying without the slightest chance to retaliate. Pathetically weak. Once Li Xiuqi halted, he finally released Qi Xingzuan. He approached the young heir, towering over him. Indeed, I have no further ties with Qi Yusu. However, as she is of your Qi family, I have, in a sense, saved her today. Yet you show no gratitude, adopting an air of arrogance instead. Do you not recognize your errors? He observed Qi Xingzuan with a mocking gaze. Qi Xingzuan, momentarily stunned, found himself compelled to kneel upon the ground, looking up at Li Xiuqi's imposing figure. A wave of profound humiliation washing over him. He had never experienced such a situation, kneeling before a peer. Typically, it was others who knelt before him, given his status. Do you comprehend your mistakes? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Qi Xingzuan forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, repeatedly apologizing to Li Xiuqi. He feared that Li Xiuqi might just end him with a single punch. The surrounding Qi Yusu and others gazed in disbelief. After all, Qi Zuanxing usually exuded an air of superiority, even toward those within his own clan, considering himself the sole heir. Yet here he was, driven to kneel and plead for mercy? In light of my acquaintance with Qi Yusu, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. However, I must caution you. I hold no regard for noble lineage or prestigious families. Should you seek revenge, rest assured, I will not show mercy next time, and you shall bear the consequences. Li Xiuqi cast a disdainful glance before turning to leave. As he walked away, Qi Xingzuan, still on the ground, clenched the blades of grass beneath him, seething with rage, yet utterly powerless against Li Xiuqi. In the face of absolute strength, his lineage meant nothing. Qi Yusu, you have indeed found yourself a remarkable man. His martial prowess is of an extraordinary caliber. Why did you not inform us sooner? Had I known earlier, I would not be in this predicament now. Qi Yusu murmured to herself, her spirits having plummeted to the depths of despair. It suddenly dawned on her that the only person capable of aiding her seemed to be Li Xiuqi, yet she had pushed him away with her own hands. And not just once. It appeared that the point of no return had been reached. She gazed at Li Xiuqi's cold and resolute silhouette, her emotions in turmoil, unsure of how to remedy the situation. That night, the Divine Dragon Pavilion had completely withdrawn, reverting to a state of concealment. In the opulent hall of the Shanshui Manor, he held a dossier in his hands. Yan Ji stood respectfully by his side, awaiting his command. Master, this contains all the intelligence regarding the Qi family. Though it consists of mere fragments, it suffices to confirm that they are one of the 8 great powers of the world: the wind and cloud, dragon, tiger, bird, and serpent. Furthermore, they are connected to the heavenly patterned immortal jade. Chapter 76, The Origins of the Qi Family, Investigating the Patterned Jade. Li Xiuqi perused the intelligence, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Earlier that day, he had encountered the deputy minister of the military, Li Hui, who had ordered an investigation into Hu Air. This entire situation was ignited by the heavenly patterned immortal jade. He had merely tasked Hu Air with gathering some information, yet it had drawn the attention of these individuals, indicating their heightened sensitivity to the matter. He had intended to interrogate Li Hui to extract ample intelligence, but was unexpectedly confronted by Qi Xingzuan, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. The Qi family's appearance in Chang'an was anything but straightforward. Fortunately, while Yan Ji and her colleagues were suppressing that group of unruly soldiers within the 3 major camps, they unearthed some clues. 23 years prior, the heavenly patterned immortal jade had made an appearance in Chang'an, with the military minister, Yu Lin, overseeing the search under a top-secret order from the Dragon Kingdom's military headquarters. However, no records had surfaced since then. For a long time afterward, any hint regarding the patterned jade within Chang'an would send the entire military into a frenzy. This included the recent incident where Hu Er's inquiry into the jade's whereabouts alerted the military, prompting Yulin and several deputy ministers to dispatch personnel to pursue every lead without fail. Li Xiuqi continued to ponder over the gathered materials. If nothing unforeseen occurred, the military minister Yulin was likely searching for the very jade he possessed. Yet, no one anticipated that this critically significant jade would be concealed within the seemingly unremarkable Li family of Chang'an. Yan Ji's gaze turned profound, realizing the vast implications of this matter. Master, according to the information we have compiled regarding the Qi family, they are one of the families associated with the 8 immortal jades. Qi Xingzuan's presence in Chang'an is undoubtedly linked to the patterned jade, is it not? Li Xiuqi nodded slightly. Inevitably, this news is indeed a stroke of good fortune for me. Originally, my target for investigation was Yulin, with the intention of escalating matters and drawing him out. However, unexpectedly, it was the Qi family that was exposed instead. Regardless, the significance of the divine patterned celestial jade transcends mere lineage. It embodies a force that surpasses the comprehension of any mortal being. Yan Ji suddenly spoke with a hint of bitterness. Today, I discovered that Qi Yusu hails from an ancient martial lineage dating back a millennium. Yet she appears to be merely an ordinary person. I wonder how the Lord plans to address his relationship with her. At the mention of this, Li Xiuqi's emotions grew increasingly complex, even bordering on agitation. Had Qi Yusu initially disclosed her difficulties and implored him for assistance, he would undoubtedly have felt morally obligated to help. Alas, she chose to act independently, concealing all pertinent information and even voluntarily severing their marital ties, which left him profoundly disheartened. I have no further ties to her. It would be best to minimize our interactions henceforth. Noticing the turmoil on his face, Yan Ji sensed that this matter was far from simple. However, she dared not bring up Qi Yusu again, recognizing it as a source of his sorrow. Instead, she shifted the conversation to another pressing issue. The Li family, during the day, conspired with Jin Tianshun and sought various channels to contact assassins. Why would they engage assassins? He inquired. To kidnap you. To have you concoct medicine for the Jin family. Yan Ji replied, her expression tense. Moreover, it's bad enough that they sought assassins. They even managed to reach our dragon pavilion. I dispatched someone from Yushishan to offer them assistance free of charge. They are likely in the hospital deliberating their plans right now. Li Buitao remains hospitalized. His injuries will prevent him from getting out of bed for at least 10 days or even half a month. Thus, the Li family, even if they wish to contact assassins, can only do so from the hospital. Jin Tianshun is also there. He is the one orchestrating this whole affair. The Li family lacks the capacity to engage assassins. I wonder how the Lord intends to handle this situation. Bring Jin Tianshun and the Li couple to me. Understood. Li Xiuqi's countenance darkened considerably. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Chang'an military camp, Qi Zuanxing, limping, took his seat at the head of the table, his face clouded with displeasure. An elderly man in a long gown appeared beside him, respectfully offering tea. Young master, do temper your anger. In the world of martial arts, one cannot always sail smoothly. Occasional setbacks are to be expected. Yet that Li Xiuqi had the audacity to demand that I kneel and beg for mercy. To preserve one's life, a true man must be able to bend and yield. The long-gowned steward smiled gently. Qi Zuanxing remained incensed. However, he felt powerless against Li Xiuqi, whose martial prowess had surpassed his own understanding. With a reluctant exhale, he chose to momentarily set aside his grievances. Later, he addressed the elder, saying, Old Yan, the piece of divine patterned jade that my uncle lost should have ultimately found its way to Chang'an. The military's Yulin has proven utterly incompetent, and our family has endured enough of him over the years. Thus, I was commanded to deal with him. Yet, I fear I may become the next Yulin. Is there truly no trace of that jade? The proud Qi Zuanxing seemed to hold this elder in high regard. Old Yan pondered for a moment before responding calmly. Within the military, apart from Yulin, there is another who possesses some leads. Li Hui, whom you encountered during the day. Shall I bring him here? Bring him in. But what could he possibly know? Qi Zuanxing was taken aback to learn that Li Hui, whom he had dismissed as a mere roadside insect, held crucial information. Once Li Hui was ushered into the tent, he clung to the opportunity as if it were a lifeline. Young Master Qi, you truly seek to uncover the truth about that jade? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I have intelligence, critical intelligence. Speak. Li Xiuqi. Both Qi Zuanxing and Old Yan were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, astonished by Li Hui's revelation. What connection did this have to Li Xiuqi? Qi Zuanxing's primary objective today was to rescue Qi Yusu and simultaneously eliminate Minister Yu Lin to untangle the web of mysteries that had persisted for over 2 decades, thus commencing a thorough investigation. However, he had never considered that Li Xiuqi might be intertwined with the divine patterned jade. Li Hui hastily explained. Li Xiuqi was not attempting to rescue your sister today. He was after the divine patterned jade. He merely flattened the 3 major camps as a means to draw out the high-ranking officials of the military, such as myself. Li Hui shuddered at the thought of Li Xiuqi's terrifying prowess, realizing he had narrowly escaped a deadly confrontation. Qi Zuanxing revealed a slight, cold smirk. I see now. The clue that has surfaced indeed pertains to Li Xiuqi. I hope he is not idly investigating the jade. If he genuinely discovers its whereabouts, my position as heir will be secure. He took a deep breath and turned to Old Yen, saying, inform the family of this new development and have them send skilled individuals over. My grievances with Li Xiuqi must be settled. Chapter 77. Hiring assassins to kidnap Li Xiuqi. A face-slapping encounter. At the first hospital of Chang'an, Li Buotao had begun to move about, albeit with difficulty due to several broken bones. His body still wrapped in bandages and plaster, limping as he walked. Yet, his face bore an unmistakable expression of exhilaration. Young Master Jin, you have truly been a tremendous help this time. Your ability to carve out time amidst your busy schedule to assist us in contacting someone to seek vengeance on Li Xiuqi is immensely appreciated by the Li family. Across from him, Jin Tianshun sat comfortably in a suit, his legs crossed on the sofa. Beside him was a burly man exuding the aura of a master-level martial artist, his face marred by a menacing scar, presenting an intimidating presence. Jin Tianshun wore a smug and self-satisfied smile. Upon learning of the Li family's plan to hire an assassin to abduct Li Xiuqi, he recognized this as an opportunity for himself. There was no other recourse. Reasonable and lawful means had proven ineffective against Li Xiuqi. After all, he had indeed provided us with the formula for Tianyang Zhuangshu ointment, which we were incapable of mass-producing on our own. A shadow of gloom suddenly crossed Jin Tianshun's brow. Although it might take several years, they could potentially strive for mass production. However, given the fierce competition he faced within the family, investing 50 billion would still require years before the product could be released. While future profits seemed promising, he could not endure such a lengthy wait. Even within the realm of noble families, one must constantly strive against the current. Stagnation equates to regression, and the greater the stakes, the fiercer the competition. Since Li Xiuqi had chosen to disregard reason, he felt compelled to enlist Brother Wang's assistance to ensure Li Xiuqi complied and diligently crafted the potion for them. Jin Tianshun murmured to himself. Brother Wang across from him chuckled deeply. Behind his seemingly innocent gaze lurked a hint of treachery. As a key member of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, his status was second only to a few leaders. He had no need to act as an assassin, yet upon hearing that the target was Li Xiuqi, he eagerly obliged. This was to deliver a surprise to Jin Tianshun and the Li family. Li Buotao, brimming with excitement, approached Wang Chao and scrutinized him from head to toe. Brother Wang, Li Xiuqi is no ordinary person. Just look at what he did to me. Are you truly confident in subduing him? Rest assured, I will handle everything. Wang Chao replied with a simple nod, his demeanor unassuming. Meanwhile, Hu Feilan had peeled an apple by the bedside, eagerly presenting it to Jin Tianshun. Mr. Jin, would you like some apple? Jin Tianshun grimaced at her plump hands and chose not to respond. With a sheepish laugh, Hu Feilan passed the apple to her son, Li Buotao, and added anxiously, Mr. Wang, since you insist on managing everything, and seeing as the hour grows late, why not take action under the cover of night? Wang Chao glanced at the time. I am still awaiting a message. What message? Jin Tianshun inquired, somewhat taken aback. Wang Chao, perplexed after checking the time, noted that the message had been reported to the leader some time ago. Had no orders been issued yet? Just then, Wang Chao's phone buzzed, revealing a message from Yin Ji, instructing him to capture all of them. Upon reading the message, Wang Chao's face lit up with delight. Capture them all. Excellent. I have long found these fellows displeasing. He murmured to himself, rising to retrieve a dagger. He surveyed the 4 in the infirmary and announced, Gentlemen, I must ask you to accompany me. My boss wishes to see you. Jin Tianshun sensed the aura of a martial artist as well as the blade's deadly glint, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine as he gazed at Wang Chao in horror. Your boss wants to meet us? What does this mean? Li Jiaqing hurriedly rushed over. Who is your boss? My boss is Li Shouqi, sharing the same name as the person you are attempting to capture. Isn't that a curious coincidence? Wang Chao observed the group with a smirk. The individuals in the hospital room lacked any martial prowess, leaving him entirely unconcerned about their potential resistance. Given their capabilities, defiance was futile, and they would inevitably submit to retribution. Li Jiaqing was left speechless, while Li Buitao, who was eating an apple, stood frozen in place, his mouth agape as the fruit tumbled from his grasp. Is there really another Li Shouqi within Chang'an City? Wang Chao's sinister smile swept across his face as he surveyed the group. You may speculate whether there exists another individual named Li Shouqi, but before that, you must accompany me. He pressed a dagger against Jin Tianxuan's neck. All right, we will go with you. Jin Tianxuan, drenched in cold sweat, nodded repeatedly. That night, within the opulent Shanshui manor, Li Shouqi encountered those who had conspired to abduct him, including the 3 members of the Li family and Jin Tianxuan. In the grand hall, Li Buitao, still recovering from his injuries, lay trembling on the floor. Jin Tianxuan, equally dumbfounded, collapsed to his knees upon seeing Li Shouqi. Li Shouqi, it truly is you. Who are you? Why are you Wang Chao's boss? Jin Tianxuan was utterly bewildered. He had unwittingly sought the services of Li Shouqi as subordinate. Despite Wang Chao's peculiar behavior, claiming to assist them for free due to a personal vendetta against Li Shouqi, it was all a trap. Once Li Shouqi learned of the scheme, misfortune would befall them. The 2 young men had already collapsed, while Hu Feilan and Li Jiaqing also found themselves weakened. Kneeling before Li Shouqi, seated on the sofa, Li Shouqi crossed his legs, coldly observing them. Hey, you both kneel before me. I cannot bear this, after all. They are my foster parents who raised me for many years. Rising, he approached Hu Feilan and the others. Hu Feilan's eyes lit up as she eagerly exclaimed, Indeed. Our Li family has nurtured you for many years, and Buitao is your brother. This is merely a misunderstanding. Shouqi, please consider your mother's feelings. She squeezed out a few crocodile tears, her face a picture of grievance. Li Shouqi's expression darkened ominously. You must be jesting. How could you take this seriously? Since the day of our severed ties, I have had no connection with the Li family. How dare you still call yourself my mother? Hu Feilan's face contorted in anguish as she fell silent, while Li Jiaqing, at a loss for words, could only stare in disbelief. They had plotted to poison Li Shouqi and, through an ancient jade left by the elder, had exchanged it for 20% of the Li family's shares. In theory, one should indeed sever all ties with Li Shouqi. Unfortunately, in their quest for the blood tonic, they have found themselves in this predicament. The Li family felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that this time, Li Shouqi had every reason to not spare their family of 3. After all, even a ruthless bandit like Wang Chao is under his command. Chapter 78. Departing with nothing, the Li family is finished. Li Shouqi, do not act recklessly. I warn you against such folly. Jin Tianxuan suddenly summoned his courage, though his face was pale. He spoke in a frantic tone. I am the young master of the Jin family. What does it matter if Wang Chao is your subordinate? Our Jin family is a prominent power in Chang'an. I am the heir, and if anything happens to me, you will not escape unscathed. Jin Tianxuan issued a stern warning to Li Shouqi. Upon hearing this, Li Shouqi erupted into laughter. Young Master Jin, I did not summon you to kill you, but rather to demand an explanation from the Jin family. I wonder, as the heir, how would the revelation of your involvement in hiring a hitman affect your claim to that position? Jin Tianxuan's expression turned to one of utter frustration. Though his heart burned with rage, he found himself powerless against Li Shouqi. After all, if the truth about the hired kidnapping were to surface, not only would his position as heir be jeopardized, but the reputation of the Jin family would also be tarnished, obliterating years of hard-earned prestige. It would be an immense humiliation. Jin Tianxuan opened his mouth, rendered speechless. At that moment, Li Shouqi tossed a mobile phone in front of him. Make the call. Inform your father and grandfather to come to my Shanshui manor. I summoned you to demand accountability from the Jin family, and do remember to bring that prescription. Since this matter arose from the blood tonic, it should conclude with it, and the Jin family does not deserve that prescription. Jin Tianxuan's face turned ashen as he realized that Li Shouqi intended to reclaim the rights to the prescription. The 50 billion they had spent would not be returned, equating to a loss of over 40 billion for his family. Moreover, the 500 million from the Li family would be for naught. Trembling, he picked up the phone from the floor, stood up, and retreated to a corner to dial a number. Wang Chao, with a dark expression, furrowed his brows and scolded. Who told you to run so far to make a call? Are you plotting something? Li Xiuqi intervened. It matters not. I wish for him to summon reinforcements. The louder the Jin family protests, the greater the price they will ultimately pay. I shall ensure their defeat is both comprehensive and undeniable. Wang Chao's expression shifted, astonished by the audacity. The esteemed leader is formidable. At that moment, Li Xiuqi turned his gaze towards Hu Feilan and the others. Your situation is rather uncomplicated. Given that you cannot even find a hired killer, it seems you lack the ability to contend with me, Li Xiuqi. Therefore, I have prepared an escape route for you. Xiuqi, what exactly do you intend to do with us? Li Jiaqing asked, his face pale with terror. Suddenly, Li Buotao crawled over from the ground and clutched Li Xiuqi's leg. Brother, I acknowledge my previous faults. I implore you to spare us. After all, I am your younger sibling, and you shall be my lifelong elder brother. Leave. With a swift kick, Li Xiuqi cast him aside. At that moment, Yan Ji hastened over, presenting a contract. The Li family's remaining assets consist of several real estate projects, valued at approximately 3.5 billion. This is all that remains of the Li family's fortune. By signing this contract, the three of you will depart with nothing, and the Li family in Chang'an will henceforth belong to me, Li Xiuqi, severing all ties with you three. Instantly, the three were struck as if by lightning. Li Jiaqing gazed at the contract, his vision clouded with gold stars. To demand that they leave with nothing, surrendering all family assets to Li Xiuqi, left them in a state of shock. How would they, as a family of three, manage to survive? Surely, they could not resort to menial labor. Labor was simply not an option. Furthermore, Li Buotao's illness remained unresolved, and the special ward at the first hospital incurred exorbitant daily medical expenses. This was untenable. Suddenly, Hu Feilan leapt to her feet, her face a mask of desperation as she lunged at Li Xiuqi in a fit of rage. You ungrateful wretch. You intend to drive our family to ruin. Return to where you came from. Li Xiuqi admonished coldly. An invisible wave of force reverberated through Hu Feilan, causing her insides to quiver, and she collapsed back to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, Li Xiuqi's indifferent voice echoed in their ears. Since we have severed our familial ties, let us speak as merchants. You have repeatedly troubled me, even attempting to hire someone to abduct me. Were it not for the respect I hold for Grandfather Li, I would not have shown you this mercy. He turned and sank back into the sofa, a mocking smile gracing his lips. One must learn gratitude in life. I, Li Xiuqi, have repaid what I owed you. The formula for the Tianyang Zhuangxue pill can be utilized effectively. Once Li Buotao assumes control of the Li family, you will effortlessly amass a fortune of billions. It is indeed a simple feat to sustain wealth across 3 generations. Alas, the insatiable nature of men leads only to hardship. Your understanding is deserving of the trials you face. Yan Ji slammed the contract onto the coffee table. So, will you sign? Or do you truly believe we of the Shunlong Pavilion fear to take a life? Under her icy reprimand, Wang Chao brandished a dagger once more, threatening to sever Li Buotao's hand. The three, resigned to their fate, had no choice but to sign the agreement, relinquishing all 3.5 billion in assets to Li Xiuqi. Ultimately, they bore the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, in the corner, Jin Tianchun spoke quietly on the phone, having meticulously informed his family of the recent events. Although he had previously disclosed the matter of the medicinal formula to the Li family, enabling the easy transfer of the medical research center and substantial cash assets, he refrained from mentioning the inability to mass-produce the item. Originally, he intended to delay as much as possible, hoping that Li Xiuqi would agree to cooperate, or at the very least, to devise an explanation for his family when it became impossible to conceal the truth. However, the time for delay had ultimately run out. After Jin Tianchun elaborated on the situation, a furious voice from the other end echoed, "You scoundrel. Our Jin family is comprised of legitimate businessmen. We have never engaged in unlawful activities. How has it come to this under your watch? Grandfather, I truly have no choice. Please hurry and bring people to rescue me. Remember to bring all the family's martial practitioners. There is a grandmaster here, and Li Xiuqi should also possess martial skills. They may have other allies as well." Jin Tianchun urgently reminded his grandfather, Jin Yilin. "I understand." The old man grunted angrily before abruptly hanging up the phone. Jin Tianchun felt utterly helpless, silently reflecting that it would have been better if he had sought the family's martial practitioners from the beginning instead of Wang Chao. Unfortunately, he lacked the authority to mobilize the family's esteemed warriors. Only his grandfather, Jin Yilin, had that privilege. He feared that the inability to mass-produce would be exposed. which is why he sought Wang Chao, resulting in this grave error. Returning to Li Xiuqi, a sinister expression crossed Jin Tianxuan's face. Young Master Li, it was you who urged me to notify the Li family. My grandfather will bring the prescription and will provide you with an explanation. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the last two words. The Jin family's explanation? Naturally, it would be to retaliate with violence. He knew that his grandfather would not let this matter rest. If the family's martial practitioners intervened, they would surely teach Li Xiuqi a harsh lesson. Chapter 79. The Jin family strikes back. Innate martial artists. Jin Tianxuan appeared to be trembling with fear, yet his performance was decidedly poor. Li Xiuqi had recognized from the outset that the Jin family would not let this matter go lightly. However, this was the effect he desired. The greater the commotion the Jin family stirred, the more devastating their defeat would ultimately be. Not only did he intend for them to suffer significant losses, but he also aimed for them to be thoroughly convinced, ensuring they would never dare to trouble him and Danshin medical technology again. Li Xiuqi smiled at Jin Tianxuan, awaiting him to fall into his own trap. Meanwhile, within the Jin family, chaos reigned. Upon learning that his own grandson had hired a hitman only to be killed in return, the old man Jin Yilin, in his helplessness, had to seek out a family practitioner. Accompanied by 3 grandmaster-level martial artists and an innate-level warrior, under normal circumstances, such a configuration could easily dominate Chang'an City. As long as they did not provoke the 4 great clans or military factions, even the city lord's manor would struggle to contend with the Jin family. With a grim expression, Jin Yilin set out, boarding a vehicle bound for the Shanshui manor. Seated beside him was a pharmacist, Wan Fong, Jin Tianxuan's trusted subordinate. The middle-aged pharmacist briefed the elder on the specifics of the situation, sighing as he remarked, "This prescription is worth a fortune. Yet it is regrettable that the young master's impatience has led him into such a predicament. Li Xiuqi specifically asked us to deliver the prescription. I surmise he intends to reclaim the rights to its use." Wan Fong cast a cautious glance at the irate elder. Jin Yilin inhaled deeply, his aged visage suffused with indignation. Tianxuan, being rather inexperienced, has been manipulated as if merely a pawn. This prescription is indeed invaluable, should he reclaim its rights. Our Jin family cannot acquiesce, unless what? The apothecary Wan Fong observed the elder with utmost caution. Jin Yilin closed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Unless he can surpass my subordinates, the revered guardians of the 4 great Jin families ought not to falter." Wan Fong instinctively nodded in agreement. However, Jin Yilin suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a derisive smile, he said, "Yet this prescription, in its current state, serves merely as a facade for the Jin family. Tianxuan is overly eager for immediate gains, inadvertently causing more harm than good." "Old master, what does facade imply?" Wan Fong inquired. "Our Jin family has already discovered the genuine formula for the pure yang blood-strengthening pill. Though the elixir may not be of the highest grade in mass production, it could yield us trillions in profit." The apothecary Wan Fong's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he gazed at Jin Yilin. "Old master, how could the formula for the pure yang blood-strengthening pill be in our Jin family's possession? Hasn't it been lost for many years? You need not know too much. Remember, this matter is classified. Yes, I shall not divulge a word to outsiders." Wan Fong's expression was taut, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Soon after, a group of individuals arrived at the Shanshui manor, marching boldly with martial artists in tow. The elite guards of the Shunlong Pavilion did not obstruct them, allowing their entrance unimpeded. Jin Yilin hurried through the expansive estate under the cover of night, finding it peculiar that none dared to impede his path. Has he perhaps overestimated Li Xiuqi? Before long, he encountered the main party within the villa. "Grandfather, head of the Jin family." Jin Tianxuan exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing him. The 3 members of the Li family seemed to share in this newfound hope. "Grandfather, Jin Tianxuan began. But Hu Feilan, in a fit of desperation, interrupted him, urgently beseeching Jin Yilin, "Head of the Jin family, you must stand up for us. Our family's assets worth billions have been monopolized by that scheming Li Xiuqi. He aims to bring ruin upon us all." Jin Yilin regarded the 3 members of the Li family in silence. This was his first meeting with them. Previous dealings had been solely conducted through Jin Tianxuan, and he had little inclination to engage with them. At that moment, a seasoned warrior stepped forward. "You lot, do not obstruct our elder's path. Are you seeking death?" With his deep voice admonishing them, the 3 members of the Li family had no choice but to step aside. Upon seeing Chang Gong, Jin Tianshuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. He whispered, "Grandfather, this time you have put forth all our family's resources. We must defeat Li Xiuqi. Changong, it now hinges upon your prowess." Jin Yilin hardly exchanged a word with Li Xiuqi. With his hands clasped behind his back and an impassive expression, he observed the young man lounging on the sofa. Anticipating the situation, Li Xiuqi snapped his fingers. Wang Chao noticed Changong and a few others at the master level beside him, their expressions taut with tension. He resolved to step forward and demonstrate his loyalty to Li Xiuqi. However, facing adversaries of such caliber clearly necessitated the intervention of Yanji. Although her prowess had been elevated to the innate realm by Li Xiuqi with relative ease, she was far from being a mere decorative figure. "Allow me to handle this," Yanji announced, stepping forward with an expressionless demeanor. A dagger materialized in her hand as she confronted Changong and his companions. "You may all attack together. But let me remind you, serving the Jin family for their coin comes with its own perils. You expect us four to take you on together?" Changong laughed upon seeing Yanji, his gaze shifting to Li Xiuqi on the sofa, his tone laced with mockery. "I wonder where you found these people. Hiding behind a woman. You should be ashamed." He dismissed her as nothing more than a lapdog, yet he underestimated her, failing to recognize that she was a venomous serpent. "Not a mere girl." Li Xiuqi shook his head, retorting with scorn. Changong's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with his companions. They promptly resolved to take action. Meanwhile, Jin Tianshun and the three members of the Li family held their breath, knowing that a battle determining their family's fate was about to commence. Jin Yilin also slowly clenched his fists. For him, the scene before him was indeed quite challenging. Nonetheless, he had faith that the innate warriors nurtured by their family with considerable resources would not easily succumb. With a thunderous roar, Changong summoned his inner energy. "Little girl, I practice the horizontal strength Vajra technique. My protective energy renders me impervious to blades and spears. Since you wish to defend that boy, I shall grant you 3 moves." He remained oblivious to the implications of Yanji's earlier warning. Bolstered by his companions and his own martial arts, he exuded confidence. Observing his arrogance, Yanji smirked slightly. "Still pretending, are we?" With her words barely leaving her lips, the glint of cold steel flashed as her dagger pierced through Changong's protective energy, leaving a bloody hole in his abdomen. Before he could react, she sent him flying with a swift kick. In a single, astonishing maneuver, Yanji demonstrated her prowess, effortlessly incapacitating a fellow warrior of the same innate level. As Changong landed on the ground, he convulsed in shock. The remaining 3 masters, stunned by the spectacle, barely had time to react before Yanji struck again, her figure weaving through them like a specter. In an instant, they too were sent hurtling through the air. The steadfast Changong finally convulsed, regaining his senses as he clutched his abdomen, emitting a heart-wrenching cry for help. "Master of the house, save me. I am on the brink of death." Jin Yilin, seething with rage, nearly spat blood, trembling as he pointed at Changong, rendered speechless. Had the scene not been drenched in blood, he might have believed that Changong was merely engaging in a comedic duet with Yanji. For the defeat was astonishingly swift. Each of them had unleashed but a single strike. The innate martial artists, cultivated at great expense by the Jin family, had fallen so effortlessly. Jin Yilin was utterly beside himself with fury. "You worthless fools! Our family has invested a fortune in your training, and yet you prove utterly useless?" Jin Yilin was on the verge of collapse. Beside him, Jin Tianshun turned his gaze toward Li Xiuqi, discovering that this young master was leisurely swirling a wine glass. Observing him with an amused expression, remaining as unperturbed as ever, Jin Tianshun felt completely defeated, his eyes filled with despair. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family cowered in the corner. What a useless bunch the Jin family is. They strutted around, believing themselves to be formidable, only to reveal themselves as mere ineptitude. Hu Feilin whispered softly. Li Jiqing sighed with a bitter smile. "Let us focus on our own predicament for now. It seems our funds are unrecoverable, and we shall have to resort to working in a factory." "Work in a factory?" Upon hearing this, Li Buotao rolled his eyes in disbelief, nearly fainting on the spot. After being the young master of the Li family for over 20 years, "You expect me to toil in a factory? That would be tantamount to a death sentence." He too had succumbed to utter hopelessness. At that moment, Li Xiuqi finally rose, setting down his wine glass as he approached Jin Yilin. "Master Jin, it appears this is the extent of your family's prestige as a first-rate aristocracy. Yet I find it rather unimpressive. What do you intend to convey?" Jin Yilin glared coldly at the arrogant Li Shouqi. I have savored all the wealth and glory life has to offer. I am of an age where I fear not death. If you possess the courage, then in my life. However, he added with a note of caution, but allow me to remind you, we reside in a society governed by law. You are committing a crime. Upon hearing this, Li Shouqi burst into laughter. He reached down and seized Jin Tianshun from the ground. If we're discussing crimes, I am indeed guilty of possessing both the goods and the perpetrator. This must be your dear grandson, correct? Should you wish to see him disgraced and imprisoned, feel free to continue your bravado with me. Li Shouqi regarded him with disdain. Jin Yilin, who claimed to have relished a lifetime of opulence, may not fear death. But could he truly remain unperturbed regarding his grandson's fate? Grandfather, save me. I implore you. You must rescue me. Jin Tianshun pleaded with a mournful face. With a sigh of resignation, Jin Yilin found himself at an impasse. Speak. What is it that you truly desire? Effective immediately. The prescription for the blood tonic is no longer within the Jin family's purview. Consider it a lesson I impart to you, Li Shouqi declared, tearing the prescription asunder. If I forego the use of this prescription, will you spare the Jin family? In addition, your esteemed Jin family ought to extend an apology to me. Merely uttering such words would be far too lenient on your part. Are you attempting to extort me? Jin Yilin seethed with anger once more, yet remained powerless. In the face of absolute strength, for the sake of preserving the heir and safeguarding the family, he could only bow his head and acquiesce. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and spoke darkly. The Jin family possesses 2 pharmaceutical factories, which are complementary to the medical research center sold to you, collectively worth over $1 billion. Consider it a gesture of apology. Young Masterly, the Jin family has already suffered significant losses. I implore you to spare us. Jin Yilin finally relented. Uttering words of supplication, Li Shouqi nodded in satisfaction. The 2 pharmaceutical factories were indeed a fine concession, rendering his time spent with the Jin family this evening worthwhile. Half an hour later, as the contract was signed and the members of the Jin and Li families departed from the picturesque estate, all turned to glance back. Under the night veil, the estate resembled a den of iniquity nestled within the corners of Chang'an. The fact that they returned alive was a stroke of fortune. Yet they had paid a grievous price. The prescription acquired for $5 billion had its usage rights revoked. And they had also forfeited 2 factories valued at a minimum of $5 billion. The losses were devastating. Old Master Jin. Our Li family has suffered total financial ruin due to young Master Jin's blunder. I wonder if the Jin family can recuperate any losses. Get out. All of you. Get out. You bunch of fools. It is because of your incompetence that our Jin family has been ensnared in this predicament. Depart at once. Jin Yilin erupted in fury. Under his vehement reprimand, the 3 members of the Li family wore expressions of embarrassment. Upon reaching the parking lot, as they intended to enter their vehicle, a formidable guardian from the Shenlong Pavilion obstructed their path, raising a hand to halt them. Esteemed guests, this vehicle has been registered as an asset of our Shenlong Pavilion. You are not authorized to use it. How dare you bully us? Hu Feilan cried out in exasperation. I will return to confront Li Shouqi. I must inquire whether he intends to drive our family to despair. The robust guard displayed a mocking smile. Esteemed guests, our leader is not someone whom just anyone can meet. Typically, without a fortune of at least 10 to 18 billion, one would lack even the qualification to speak with him. This infuriated Hu Feilan to tears. She grasped her husband's hand, her voice hoarse. Jiaqing, what shall we do from here on? Perhaps we should return and apologize to Shouqi. He might show us mercy. Li Jiaqing and Li Buotao exchanged glances. Apologize? They feared there would be no opportunity for that. Their family had been stripped bare. All was lost. I still have some change. Let us take a taxi. Find a place to stay. Buotao's hospital room is no longer feasible, as it costs several tens of thousands a day. It is simply too extravagant. Li Jiaqing led his wife and child away. On the other side, Jin Yilin sat in the car, while the dejected Jin Tianshun sat beside him. Stealing a glance at the elder's countenance, he noted that the old man was not as furious as he had anticipated. Grandfather, this matter is indeed my fault, and I shall find a way to make amends. It is good that you recognize your mistakes, Jin Yilin scoffed, but he quickly added, however, do not dwell too heavily on it. Our Jin family is on the verge of soaring to greatness, destined to join the ranks of the 4 prominent families within a few short years. When that time comes, we must ensure that Li Shouqi compensates us with both principal and interest. Jin Tianxuan's eyes widened in bewilderment. Grandfather, what do you mean by our Jin family soaring to greatness? In Chapter 81, A New Dispute, The Theft of the Dan Formula, Jin Yilin proceeded to inform Jin Tianshan about the Zhuangxue Dan, asserting that the complete version had been lost for many years and possessed remarkable efficacy for martial practitioners. He confidently stated that should it be mass-produced and sold, the Jin family could easily command a price of 100,000 per piece. This was nothing short of exorbitant profit, and given the rarity of this long-lost formula, the Jin family could monopolize it without fear of competitors, thus ensuring their rise to prominence. Jin Yilin's enthusiasm was palpable. Jin Tianshan, utterly astonished, recalled the days he had toiled, resulting in a loss of 60 billion for their family, nearly 1/10 of their total assets. And now, his grandfather had unearthed a formula that had been lost for ages? If they could truly secure this, the Jin family could transform into an ancient martial family, with wealth becoming merely a number, enabling them to cultivate their own martial force. The family's influence would surely extend beyond the confines of Chang'an, reaching throughout the entirety of Longhua. Grandfather, where is that formula? Please let me see it at once. Jin Tianshan exclaimed excitedly, glancing towards Wan Fang. The apothecary shook his head, indicating that he had no knowledge of the formula. Deep down, he too harbored doubts. Could the old man have fallen victim to a scam? How could a formula, lost for so many years, suddenly resurface? Rest assured, we shall acquire the formula by tomorrow morning. The individual collaborating with our Jin family is a high-ranking steward from the Chang'an dance sect, a figure of considerable authority within the sect. If he has expressed willingness to share the formula with us, would he dare deceive us? Jin Yilin asserted with unwavering confidence. As night fell and the dawn of the next day arrived, Li Xiuqi picked up by Shuxin and hurried to Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Her steps were brisk, her expression tense, and her eyes betrayed an unspoken fury. Upon arriving at the research laboratory, Director Lu Shang was already awaiting them, drenched in sweat. Furthermore, a total of 18 individuals had gathered, both inside and outside the laboratory. Within the lab, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat sat trembling on the floor, his face contorted in fear. As Bai Shuxin burst in, the man suddenly began to weep. President Bai, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. Another chance? How dare you divulge our precious formula? Do you comprehend the immense value of the blood-strengthening pills prescription? Bai Shuxin was seething with anger. Early this morning, Director Lu Shang had called her, urging her to come to the company at once, revealing that hidden surveillance had uncovered a traitor within their ranks. Last night, the apothecary Zhang Rui had stealthily entered the laboratory and pilfered the formula from the safe. To their astonishment, he had arrived at work this morning as if nothing had occurred. Fortunately, the concealed cameras had captured the incident. Without them, they would have been oblivious to the theft, and the breach of the safe's code was a failure on my part as director, my fault as well. Lu Shang wore an expression of profound shame beside her. Zhang Rui trembled on the floor, having never witnessed Bai Shuxin so enraged. Everyone understood that the repercussions of this incident would be severe. At this moment, Li Xiuqi inquired with curiosity, to whom did you sell the formula? Given Zhang Rui's capabilities, even if he had stolen the formula, he would be unable to replicate it. Moreover, if any powerful factions possessed the ability to concoct the blood-strengthening pill, they would have no need to steal the formula, as they would surely have superior products. Could it be the Jin family? A sense of suspicion arose within Li Xiuqi. If it were indeed the Jin family, it would indicate that they had truly overstepped their bounds. With Li Xiuqi stationed here, did they dare to commit such an act? Realizing he had been caught on camera, Zhang Rui, drenched in cold sweat, muttered, "It was Zhong Qianhang from the Chang'an alchemy sect. We have known each other for many years, and he casually mentioned our possession of a lost formula. He encouraged me to seize the opportunity before the product went into mass production, offering me a handsome sum in return." Upon hearing this, Bai Shuxin couldn't help but scoff. Casually mentioned? Encouraged you as if you were some innocent soul? I have repeatedly emphasized the need for confidentiality regarding the formula, and you deliberately sought to collaborate with him to profit from it, didn't you? Zhang Rui could only lower his head, utterly defenseless. Li Xiuqi was taken aback to learn it was the Chang'an alchemy sect, which could barely be considered a third-rate ancient martial arts faction. He had even met one of their elders, the elder known as when he was a second-rank alchemist. With his discerning eye, he would certainly not regard the Tianyang blood-strengthening pill with any esteem. Ultimately, it was still his subordinates who had committed the misdeed. Go inform that Zhang Qianhang that the formula he seeks is a counterfeit. We have discovered the genuine one. Arrange a meeting with him, Li Xiuqi instructed Zhang Rui. Now that they understood who was behind the scheme, the matter had become straightforward. Zhang Rui lifted his head, his voice strained. Zhang Qianhang is the chief steward of the Chang'an alchemy sect. You don't intend to take action against him, do you? Still babbling? Lu Shang surged forward, grabbing him by the collar, his eyes aflame with fury. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, our Danshin medical technology will face fierce competition from the alchemy sect. Do you wish to witness the company's ruin? Not only must he contend with the competition from the Dan sect, but there is also the looming possibility that they might retaliate, accusing Danshin pharmaceutical technology of stealing their formulas. Left with no other choice, Zhang Rui reluctantly became a double agent. Fortunately, Cheng Qianhang seemed to regard Danshin pharmaceutical technology with indifference, displaying no vigilance whatsoever, and promptly agreed to meet at noon. As the clock struck noon, in a CAF not far from Danshin pharmaceutical technology, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, his hair impeccably styled, wore a faint smile that betrayed his self-satisfaction. Was there truly an issue with this formula? To my eyes, it was flawless in every regard, save for its complexity. Once successfully replicated, it would yield the authentic Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan. Cheng Qianhang shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts. After all, another formula was set to arrive, and with both to experiment upon, a substantial profit awaited. Though he held the position of chief steward at the Chang'an Dan sect, he was not a Dan master, and thus, no Dan master would collaborate with him in pilfering another's formula. Therefore, he turned to the Jin family, resolving to sell the formula to them and establish a joint venture. He had already begun to envision a future where his wealth multiplied tenfold, 100-fold. However, in the next moment, a group from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, led by Li Xiuqi, approached with predatory intent, casting their gaze in his direction through the CAF's glass window. Zhang Rui, resembling a frightened rabbit, cowered beside Li Xiuqi, his complexion drained of color. Could it be that I have been betrayed? Cheng Qianhang's expression shifted dramatically as he stood abruptly. Chapter 82, caught red-handed, yet still with a backing? Bang! The CAF door swung open. A dozen individuals from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology stormed in to apprehend the thief. Li Xiuqi thrust Zhang Rui towards Cheng Qianhang. Beside him, Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their target. Is that the formula I pinned? Li Xiuqi inquired, a knowing glint in his eyes. You have been caught red-handed. It seems you can no longer feign innocence. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Cheng Qianhang with amusement. The chief steward of the Dan sect fixed his gaze upon Zhang Rui, who, ensnared, averted his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Cheng Qianhang reclaimed the formula, sneering with disdain. What audacity you possess, Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. What play are you attempting to enact? What play are we enacting? Bai Shuxin stepped forward, indignantly rebuking. As the chief steward of the Dan sect, how dare you steal the formula of our fledgling enterprise? It is utterly shameless. Cheng Qianhang, however, calmly resumed his seat, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. No, this formula for the Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan was unearthed by our Chang'an Dan sect from ancient texts. When did it become the property of your Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology? Upon hearing this, the company's personnel were immediately incensed. This was clearly an attempt to manipulate the situation. Li Xiuqi merely smiled. Although the ancient formula suggests that whoever discovers it may utilize it for alchemy, it has indeed undergone my modifications. I am currently planning to register the patent rights, yet you are audaciously attempting to seize what rightfully belongs to me, Li Xiuqi. Nonsense. This is clearly my enhancement. Zheng Qianhang is determined to stand firm. This matter cannot be acknowledged. To do so would lead to disgrace and ruin. However, when weighed against the astronomical value of the Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan, which reaches into the billions or even trillions, he believes it is essential to take a gamble. Bai Shuxin scoffed coldly and stepped forward to reprimand Zhang Rui. Do you not still possess the recording? Present it, and it shall serve as evidence in court. Zhang Rui was momentarily taken aback. He had no recording. Their discussions were private, and he had even been searched. However, Bai Shuxin's words elicited a fierce reaction from Zhang Qianhang, who seized Zhang Rui by the collar. Damn it! You've been searched, and yet you somehow have a recording? Have you hidden it somewhere? Zhang Rui's countenance darkened as he forcefully pushed him away. Even if I had a recording and solid evidence, your attempt to snatch President Bai's formula is nothing but a foolish dream. Zhang Rui was resolved. Given the current tumult, Zheng Qianhang would certainly not compensate him. And with Bai Shuxin seemingly intent on calling the authorities, he understood the necessity of his actions. He must earn Bai Shuxin's forgiveness. Zheng Qianhang's gaze shifted. Although a recording could not serve as courtroom evidence, its existence outside the court would still be exceedingly detrimental to him. Should this matter escalate and the recording disseminate, his despicable nature would be laid bare, ultimately tarnishing the reputation of the dance sect, leading to catastrophic losses. He could only muster a begrudging smile. President Bai, let us consider this. I can concede 1/3 ownership of the formula to you, another third to the Jin family, while I represent the dance sect in claiming the final third. Together, we can establish a company and profit jointly. Does that not sound agreeable? Initially, Zhang Qianhang had intended to split the formula evenly with the Jin family, but now that the situation had escalated and Bai Shuxin possessed evidence against him, he had no choice but to reluctantly relinquish part of his stake. Bai Shuxin, upon hearing this, felt incredulous. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. This formula belongs to our company, yet you audaciously demand 2/3. And what is the Jin family's involvement in this? Li Xiuqi also realized the implications. Consider this a warning. Do not exacerbate the situation, for with my standing in the Dan sect, I can bring your company to ruin at any moment. Moreover, the Jin family is not an ordinary force. They are the foremost medicinal family in Chang'an. Frustrated, Zhang Qianhang resorted to threats and enticements. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yan Ji, instructing her to notify Jin Yilin and Elder Wanhe of the Dan sect to come promptly and resolve the situation at hand. Since the forces behind the scenes have revealed themselves, you, the one in charge, must now brace for the consequences. I am quite eager to witness whether your influence within the Jin family and the Dan sect is indeed as formidable as you claim. Li Xiuqi's act of sending out messages caused Zhang Qianhang to furrow his brow. Are you intending to summon those two families? Let me tell you. This entire endeavor is utterly futile. Given my status, do you truly believe they would side with me rather than with Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology? Even if both families were to arrive and my plans were exposed, there would be little to fret about. The worst that could happen is that I suffer some losses. The Jin family and the Dan sect would still monopolize this precious recipe, for its value is simply too high. Why would they relinquish such an opportunity for the sake of Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology? You have escalated this situation yourselves, and once they arrive, they will assert that the recipe belongs to them as well. Do you still dare to confront those two families? Thus, this predicament is solely your doing. You cannot safeguard this recipe. Zhang Qianhang resolutely assumed the role of a stubborn debtor, remaining immobile in his chair while he awaited the arrival of the Jin family and representatives from the Dan sect. At worst, he would relinquish ownership of the recipe, allowing the benefits to be shared equally between the two families, leaving Bai Shuxin with not a penny. However, Li Xiuqi would not indulge him. He approached and lifted him, retrieving the recipe and returning it to Bai Shuxin. The recipe has not yet been copied, has it? You do not intend to resort to violence, do you? Bang! Li Xiuqi delivered a punch that sent blood gushing from Zhang Qianhang's nose. In an instant, Zhang Qianhang was howling for mercy. He exclaimed desperately, "The recipe has not been copied. It is far too complex to finish in one night. Please stop. Did you not summon the Jin family and the Dan sect? If they arrive and see me in this state, they will certainly hold you accountable. Then let us see." Li Xiuqi afforded him no opportunity to maintain his bravado and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Zhang Qianhang battered and crumpled in the corner, a pitiful sight. Subsequently, Bai Shuxin and Lu Shang restrained Li Xiuqi. "Brother, you truly summoned those two families? This matter has escalated. I fear they might also shamelessly claim that the recipe belongs to them. What if they resort to forceful theft? Do not worry. They would not dare do such a thing." Li Xiuqi was exceedingly confident in this regard, whether it be the Jin family or the Dan sect. If they had a conflict of interest with him under normal circumstances, he would not doubt their attempts to struggle. However, this time they were in the wrong, and there was nothing they could do to Li Xiuqi. The situation escalating would only tarnish their reputations. The most probable outcome was that they would sacrifice Zhang Qianhang, expelling him from the Dan sect and ensuring his total industry banishment. Chapter 83. The Fury of the Wanhe, punishing Zhang Qianhang. In the CAF, the battered Zhang Qianhang bore the marks of his beating, while those around him wore expressions of complex emotions. Zhang Rui stood trembling beside Bai Shuxin. General Bai, I have exerted every effort to cooperate with you. Can you perhaps show me some mercy?" Bai Shuxin remained silent, not yet having contemplated how to deal with Zhang Rui. At this juncture, the most pressing concern was how to confront the Jin family and the Chang'an Dan sect. Beside her, Lu Shang wore a tense expression, visibly anxious. He glanced at the composed Li Xiuqi in the distance. "General Bai, We have witnessed Mr. Li's capabilities. I believe he should possess the means to address the Jin family and the Dan sect, correct? The Jin family might be manageable, but the Chang'an Dan sect is far from an ordinary force. Bai Shuxin's countenance was equally grave. Lu Shang, upon hearing this, let out a sigh. Indeed, the Chang'an Dan sect is an ancient martial power, although it ranks merely as a third-tier entity in the grand scheme of the martial world. It has nonetheless established its presence. Their Tianyang Zhuangxue Dan is a substandard elixir. Truth be told, he doubted the Chang'an Dan sect would even regard this formula with any significance. However, the issue lies in the fact that even if the formula holds little value for them, they might still conspire with Zhang Qianxing to suppress Danshin medical technology in order to preserve their reputation. For these martial artists, wealth is merely a figure. What truly matters is the tangible power and influence wielded by their authority. As Lu Shang had anticipated, upon learning that the Dan sect steward, Zhang Qianxing, had pilfered a formula from a small company and was caught red-handed yet dared to deny his wrongdoing, he was incensed. At that moment, within the medical hall of Tianhua Tang, Wan Tianqing looked at him with an awkward expression. Elder Wan, how do you propose we handle this matter? Who delivered this news? Which company could apprehend Zhang Qianxing, our esteemed steward? Wan Yi's expression darkened. He had resolved that this matter must be contained. Otherwise, the Dan sect would suffer irreparable disgrace. The information had been relayed from the Shenlong Pavilion. The woman named Yin Ji informed us that their leader, Li Shouqi, is employed at Danshin Medical Technology. With a sudden slip, Wan He fell from the couch, staring in disbelief at Wan Tianqing. Is it truly the same Li Shouqi who can concoct third-tier spiritual elixirs and vanquish the Tiangu sect? Indeed, it is he. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to pay him a visit. Wan He was gripped by fear. The last time, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Tiangu sect. Had it not been for Li Shouqi's intervention, he would have been but a fleeting memory. Hearing that Zhang Qianxing had offended Li Shouqi, Wan Yi's mind began racing through the events of his life, burdened with trepidation as he made his way to the CAF. Meanwhile, Jin Yilin found himself face-to-face with the personally arrived Yin Ji. He stared in horror at the woman in the red dress. Did not the pharmaceutical company already compensate you? Why have you come here again today? Jin Yilin was filled with anxiety. Several martial artists from the family are currently bedridden in the hospital, and it is estimated that they will not recover in a few months. Even if they do, their martial prowess will be irreparably diminished. Yin Ji cast a scornful glance at him after recounting the events. Jin Yilin nearly toppled from his chair, ultimately wearing a grim expression as he accompanied Yin Ji to the CAF. I must remind you, this matter has nothing to do with our Jin family. Had we known that the alchemical formula belonged to young Master Li, we wouldn't have dared to seize it. Even if emboldened by the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, Jin Yilin spoke with a bitter tone. Shortly thereafter, including himself and Wan He, they all arrived at the CAF, where they encountered the anxious personnel from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, who awaited them. As a fledgling company, the members of Danshin displayed palpable nervousness upon the arrival of the two prominent figures, including Bai Shuxin. Meanwhile, Zhang Qianxing suddenly sprang up from the ground. He rushed to Wan He, clutching his leg and weeping inconsolably. Elder Wan, it's truly you. Save me. That scoundrel has disregarded the dignity of our Dan sect. He has reduced me to this state. You must avenge me. Wan He glanced down at the weeping Zhang Qianxing, then turned his gaze towards Li Shouqi, who sat nonchalantly on the couch, not far away. Once again, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Qianxing sprawling. You disgraceful wretch, you have brought shame upon our Dan sect. From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Chang'an Dan sect. I am giving you one last chance. Immediately bow to young Master Li and apologize. Huh. Zhang Qianxing lay on the ground, dumbfounded as he stared up at Elder Wan He. Do you not comprehend my words? If you do not humbly apologize, having committed such a grievous error, I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. There was a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Although the Dan sect is part of the medical industry, it is also considered a force within the realm of ancient martial arts. They have not shied away from lethal actions in the past. If the situation escalated, Zhang Qianxing had no doubt he could meet a dire end. However, he could not fathom why, given Wan He's stature, he would be so apprehensive of a mere entity like Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, merely due to Li Shouqi. Desperately, he implored, Elder Wan, I am willing to acknowledge my mistakes. But could you please elucidate what precisely is happening? I was acting for the benefit of the Dan sect, which is why I attempted to seize the formula. That recipe has been lost for many years. We cannot ascertain where Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology procured it. Perhaps it was stolen from us. As he spoke, Chong Qianxing instinctively began to twist the narrative. One, he was seething with rage, while Jin Yilin shot cold, disdainful glances at Chong Qianxing. Having mentally cursed his ancestors multiple times over, Li Xiao, I can attest that the formula was indeed stolen by him from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology. Previously, he claimed to have a method to acquire a prescription, but I had no inkling it would be through such means. In the future, should any cooperation be required for the investigation, our Jin family shall exert every effort. Jin Yilin, how could you betray me as well? Chong Qianhang seethed with rage, pointing at him and unleashing a torrent of curses. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Shouqi rose and approached Elder Wanhe, calmly stating, Elder Wanhe, there is no need for verbal apologies. This is a matter pertaining to your Dan sect, and it would be prudent for you to handle it internally. However, I do hope the Dan sect can demonstrate some sincerity. What sort of sincerity? Wanhe inquired. I desire the Dan sect to extend their unwavering support to Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology in the future, as a means of compensating for today's events. Wanhe's gaze flickered. Since Li Shouqi was affiliated with Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, a partnership with this pharmaceutical company would indeed benefit their Dan sect. With a forced smile, he replied, rest assured, Li Xiao, Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology shall receive the full backing of the Chang'an Dan sect. As for Chong Qianhang, he has made a grave error, and I shall ensure he learns a lesson he will never forget. At that moment, Chong Qianhang was left in utter despair. The others present, astonished, turned their gaze towards Li Shouqi, rendered speechless by the sheer power of his name that could induce such humility from the Dan sect. Even Bai Shuxin, who had previously witnessed Li Shouqi's prowess at the city lord's mansion, was left completely astounded. She began to realize just how formidable Li Shouqi's martial abilities and alchemical expertise were in the true world of martial arts. Her admiration for him grew exponentially. Soon, amidst the stunned expressions of others, Chong Qianhang was denied even the opportunity to apologize, as Wanhe summoned guards to escort him away. As he left, he wept profusely, repeatedly expressing his regrets, but it was all in vain. Before departing, however, Wanhe addressed another matter. He pulled Li Shouqi aside into a corner. Li Xiao, since you are to collaborate with Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, there is an important matter I must discuss with you. This is a significant occurrence in the medical community of Chang'an. What matter? Li Shouqi inquired with curiosity. Wanhe suddenly broke into a smug smile and whispered, the last time we clashed with the Tiangu sect, I nearly lost my life, which demonstrates just how formidable they truly are. Li Shouqi nearly rolled his eyes at this. His near demise was merely due to his own incompetence and did not serve as evidence of the Tiangu sect's strength. Wanhe continued, moreover, the force that has recently emerged in Chang'an is far more powerful than 100 or even 1,000 Tiangu sects. It is one of the young masters from one of the 8 ancient clans. Upon hearing this, Li Shouqi felt a wave of realization wash over him. He seemed to know precisely whom Wanhe was referring to. So, this young master of the ancient clan is Qi Xingzuan? Li Shouqi remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the elder. Wanhe paused for a moment, then raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, indeed, you are quite the informed one. Li Xiao, it seems you are already aware of this matter. I must confess that our alchemical skills at Danzong pale in comparison to yours. However, there are several factions vying for the limelight, and I believe that if you are willing to take action, you would undoubtedly earn the favor of the ancient clan. After all, he is the young master of one of the 8 ancient clans. Wanhe spoke of Qi Xingzuan with immense reverence. Li Shouqi, however, nonchalantly replied, if you are so well informed, then do you also know that the injury of that young master from the ancient clan was inflicted by me? No one else can heal him. You did? Wanhe was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, slapping Li Shouqi on the shoulder. Li Xiao, it seems we have become acquainted through our conflicts. I must admit, I know so little about you. I never expected you to be such a jokester. Li Shouqi smiled back at him. Well, is that young master from the ancient clan residing in the military department? If he requires treatment, I would like to meet him as well. After giving Qi Xingzuan a lesson yesterday, upon returning to the Shanshui Manor, the information from the Shenlong Pavilion was laid out on my desk, making me realize that the Qi family is indeed after the divine pattern jade this time. I regret leaving too early yesterday. This opportunity to meet Qi Xingzuan again is just right. I need to inquire about the origins of that divine pattern jade. Wanhe took his words lightly, merely considering them as an unamusing jest, together with Wan Tianqing and other subordinates. He brought Li Xiuqi and headed straight to the military department in Chang'an. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxin and the others returned with the alchemical formulas for further study. At this moment, within the military department of Chang'an, the former minister, Yu Lin, had constructed a luxurious villa resembling a grand estate, which was both easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the estate had since changed ownership. As the inspection envoy of Longcheng, Qi Xingzuan, whose status was equivalent to that of the head of the military headquarters of Longhua, was currently in the study of the villa, surrounded by a plethora of suspected clues regarding the divine pattern jade. At that moment, the old steward, Yan Xing, entered with a group. Young master, several of the top medical clinics and alchemical forces around Chang'an have sent representatives who may assist you in resolving the peculiar energy within you. Let us hope so. Qi Xingzuan replied, setting down a document. He rubbed his chest, his gaze deep and contemplative. The family's experts have yet to arrive, otherwise, I would truly wish to flay Li Xiuqi alive. That scoundrel was ruthless, leaving me with aftereffects. A unique energy had emerged within him, gradually eroding his martial foundation. It appeared as though the two energies were merging, yet in truth, this energy was overwhelmingly dominant, threatening to completely consume his original true qi. He found himself powerless to resist and could only invoke the name of his family to seek aid from nearby top medical and alchemical forces, hoping they might possess a solution. Afterward, the old steward, Yan Xing, continued to speak. The young lady expressed her desire to depart from the military camp, claiming she wished to meet with Li Xiuqi. After contemplating the matter throughout the night, she resolved to disclose the entire situation to him, for she had concealed the truth from him for several years and felt it was time to provide an explanation. Bang! Qi Xingzuan, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and exclaiming in frustration, "My dear cousin is indeed meticulous." Fearing that Li Xiuqi might misinterpret her intentions, she disregards the fact that he nearly assaulted me and rushes to clarify things with him. What am I to her? Am I merely meant to endure such abuse? His anger was so overwhelming that he felt lightheaded and had to sit back down. Yan Xing let out a sigh, perceiving that Qi Xingzuan possessed all the qualities befitting a family heir, particularly his exceptional martial prowess, as he had already attained the status of a blood king at such a tender age. However, there was a significant flaw: his excessively arrogant disposition. He failed to regard others as equals. This incident with Li Xiuqi had taught him a harsh lesson, yet he seemed oblivious to his own faults, which could lead to even graver consequences in the future. Yan Xing could only muster the courage to offer some counsel. Meanwhile, within the military camp, the exterior of the manor was bustling with over 100 physicians and alchemists from various factions, all gathered to attend to Qi Xingzuan's injuries. For them, this consultation was worth its weight in gold, even if it required them to cover their own expenses, as long as they could gain favor with the ancient clan, which promised immense wealth and opportunity. After Li Xiuqi and the alchemists disembarked from their vehicle and entered the manor, he appeared visibly excited. "Young Master Li, this is the place. When you meet that young master from the ancient clan, please remember to humble yourself, for he is no ordinary person." In his view, since Li Xiuqi had agreed to accompany him, it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Aware of their own limitations, the alchemists had willingly stepped back. But if they could align themselves with Li Xiuqi and cultivate a relationship with the ancient clan, it would be a significant boon. Li Xiuqi maintained a stoic expression as he proceeded forward. At that moment, two individuals rushed towards the manor, Qi Yusu and Zhao Yan. The latter was urging her companion, saying, "General Qi, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from this. I perceive that Qi Deshao has a rather volatile temper, and if you confront him, he may very well erupt in anger again." Fuming, Qi Yusu was determined to confront Qi Xingzuan, but her fury dissipated upon encountering Li Xiuqi, replaced instead with a gentle smile. "Are you here to see me? I happen to have something important to discuss with you. I didn't manage to clarify everything yesterday." Chapter 85. The Reasons for Divorce. Qi Yusu's Confession. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Li Xiuqi inquired, knitting his brows as he regarded Qi Yusu. Her expression bore a hint of sorrow, and she could only explain, "There are too many eyes here. There is a lounge inside where I can provide a detailed explanation." As Li Xiuqi pondered and prepared to nod in agreement, he, visibly agitated, stepped forward. "Qi Yusu, regarding the previous account of the living spirit grass sold at the Lord's Manor, I shall refrain from holding you accountable this time. Considering you are the former wife of Li Xiao, and I am willing to extend a courtesy to him, However, this time it concerns our dance sect. Even if your intentions are to profit or to curry favor with the ancient clan, it is unacceptable for you to snatch Li Xiao away from us. Your conduct is rather unbecoming. One, he is already on the verge of losing his temper. He is intent on clinging to Li Xiuqi's leg. Seeking proximity to the ancient clan, with aspirations of leading the Dan sect to ascend as a premier force in the martial world. Yet, Qi Yusu has inexplicably approached Li Xiuqi again. Is she not vying for opportunities against them? Qi Yusu was left embarrassed by his reprimand. Beside them, Zhao Yan glared, stepping forward to point an accusatory finger at Wan He, spitting words of admonition. You old dog, we have chosen not to settle the previous score with you. But do you truly understand who our Qi Zong is? Zhao Yan had been summoned by Qi Yusu the night before. Although she could not leave the military camp, she was permitted to bring others inside. Thus, she was already aware of Qi Yusu's true identity, the legitimate daughter of the Qi family, one of the 8 ancient clans. Her father was once the heir of the family. Was she not the esteemed Qi Zong of Tiansu medicine? Wan Tianqing stepped forward with a cold smirk, remarking, you ought to realize that Tiansu medicine is merely a small enterprise. If it were not for the previous order of living spirit grass from the Lord's manor, your company's financial chain would have collapsed, and yet you dare to speak to Elder Wan in such a manner. This time, I doubt Li Xiao will come to your aid. While speaking, Wan Tianqing cast a glance at Li Xiuqi, revealing a measure of apprehension. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. You fools, what is Li Xiuqi to us? While I concede, he possesses great strength and prowess. He pales in comparison to the 8 ancient clans. Our Qi Zong, however, is the legitimate daughter of the Qi family, one of the 8 ancient clans. And the Qi Xiao you seek is her cousin. As for the 2 of you from the Wan family, just wait and see. Zhao Yan wore a smug expression. Leaving Wan He and his companion utterly bewildered, they hurriedly leaned closer to Li Xiuqi, their expressions tense, lamenting, Li Xiao, surely what that wretched woman said cannot be true. Li Xiuqi nodded, looking at the 2 with sympathy. She was indeed correct. Qi Yusu was the legitimate daughter of the ancient Qi family. Yet, how absurd it was that after years of marriage, he had never known of this aspect of her identity. Qi Yusu opened her mouth, feeling as though her heart was obstructed by something and could only clench her fists. Zhao Yan refrained from unnecessary words. I am not the legitimate daughter of the Qi family. I merely wish to sever ties with them. After reproaching Zhao Yan, she turned to Li Xiuqi with a resigned expression. Come with me. I need to explain everything to you in detail. Having said that, she proceeded into the villa at the front of the estate. Ultimately, Li Xiuqi followed her, desiring a formal explanation from Qi Yusu regarding her background, serving as a conclusion to their relationship. Upon entering a luxurious VIP lounge, Zhao Yan was left outside. After Qi Yusu took her seat, she regarded Li Xiuqi with a complex expression. With a sigh, she addressed him directly. Xiuqi, I truly did not intend to conceal the past from you. My origins are rather convoluted, yet I have never deceived you. 5 years ago, I withdrew from the Qi family to establish my own enterprise in Chang'an, aiming to leverage my abilities to amass a fortune and rectify my father's past transgressions. What fortune? What transgressions? My father, shortly after my birth, lost a family heirloom that had been sought after for years, leading to his punishment by my grandfather, who cast him into a prison in the capital where he remains under strict supervision. Upon learning of this as I matured, I resolved to reclaim that lost item for my father. Yet, I am acutely aware of the impossibility of this endeavor, as such artifacts are coveted by ancient clans. When I departed from my family, I had a conversation with my grandfather. He stipulated that if I could generate 1,000 billion in 5 years to demonstrate my capabilities, he would trust me to restore the family's fortunes, allowing me to chart my own path. He even suggested that if I were to secure more resources for the family in the future, they would consider releasing my father. As Qi Yusu recounted her story, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. However, today, 5 years later, I have not even amassed 1 billion, with the entire Tiansu pharmaceutical valued at less than 50 billion. Even if I were to hand over the company, I would remain bound to my family. My grandfather has sent Qi Xingzuan to bring me back. Perhaps I shall never see you again. Li Xiuqi, seated opposite her, observed the anguish etched on Qi Yusu's face and furrowed his brow. Then why did you choose to divorce me? Was it not because you felt I was a hindrance? He inquired. If I were to be taken back to the Qi family, our relationship would not be acknowledged. They would eliminate you. This was the true explanation Qi Yusu wished to convey. A contemplative expression crossed Li Xiuqi's face. Thus, Chi Yusu was not merely a woman enamored with wealth. She sought to prove her worth, to take control of her life, and ultimately to rescue her father, all while ensuring he was not implicated. She did not disdain him for being a convict. Li Xiuqi's countenance grew intricate. He found himself at a loss in navigating their relationship. He shifted the conversation. Let us discuss another matter. The jade your father lost, could it be known as divine pattern jade? Indeed. How did you come to know this? Chi Yusu exclaimed, her surprise evident. To this, Li Xiuqi felt no need to conceal the truth. Inform your cousin that if he has come to Chang'an in search of the divine pattern jade, I possess it. He may come to find me. What? Chi Yusu's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting her tears. She hurriedly rose, her complexion paling. No, he must not learn of this, should he discover it. The family will undoubtedly dispatch skilled individuals to seize your divine pattern jade and silence you. Many have perished over the years for that jade. Li Xiuqi furrowed his brow. However, this piece of jade pertains to my origins, an entangled thread that cannot be severed. It is the sole clue to my lineage. If I do not seek out Qi Xingzuan, how shall I acquire further insights? Chi Yusu stared at him in a daze and instinctively replied, I shall return to my family and assist you in investigating the events of the past, for my father was imprisoned because of it. I too yearn to uncover what transpired. I will help you elucidate your heritage. Chapter 86, New Complications, Provocation from the Apothecary Sect. Upon hearing Chi Yusu's words, Li Xiuqi's emotions grew increasingly intricate. With the previous misunderstandings now resolved, the matter of how to navigate their feelings for one another had become a pressing dilemma. Just as they were reconciling their misunderstandings, the hall outside was already bustling with people. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. There stood an elderly man in a white lab coat, proudly positioned before a purple-gold alchemical furnace, exuding an air of immense satisfaction. His expression was one of haughty superiority, and those around him gazed upon him with envy. This was a 6th-grade alchemical furnace, priceless and exceedingly rare. To their astonishment, the apothecary sect had unveiled their treasured artifact. Moreover, they had dispatched their only 6th-grade alchemist, aiming to cure young Master Chi's ailment and establish a collaborative relationship with the ancient clan. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The elderly man in the white coat remained smug, his gaze shifting to the 2 representatives of the Chang'an alchemy sect. For the apothecary sect had been in fierce competition with them for years, their relationship fraught with enmity. Thus, he directed his challenge towards Wan. Old Wan, he began. Though he was still unaware of young Master Chi's specific condition, our apothecary sect intends to refine a 6th-grade restoration pill, which can be said to cure all ailments. What plans do you have, alchemy sect? His expression bore an unmistakable taunt. Sensing his intentions, Wan let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond. It seemed he deemed the comment unworthy of a reply, yet he had already succumbed to the loss of prestige. After all, they had not successfully refined a 6th-grade spiritual elixir in several years, and a restoration pill of such caliber was of immeasurable worth. It was needless to say that the apothecary sect had even brought forth their treasured artifact. The Chang'an alchemy sect would naturally refrain from engaging in direct confrontation. A single defeat was inconsequential. However, Wan Tianqing was still young and could not suppress his indignation at the elder's pretentiousness. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, What is so remarkable about it? You cannot even ascertain the patient's condition and yet claim you will refine a 6th-grade elixir. Are you merely here to showcase your skills? We of the apothecary sect possess the skills to demonstrate. Can you not bear the loss? The elder, whose real name was Lin Xinghua, replied with a sense of pride. Wan Tianqing, refusing to back down, retorted with a cold smile. If you truly manage to refine a 6th-grade elixir, it would indeed be commendable. However, we are not without our preparations. This time, we have invited an elder from the Immortal Physician sect to assist young Master Qi. They had previously sought the esteemed healer Yu Chang to inquire about Li Xiuqi's background. With the reputation of the Immortal Physician sect, could their high-ranking elder possibly be overshadowed by a mere 6th-grade spirit pill? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Wan Tianqing. The Immortal Physician sect, this was the preeminent force in the realm of medicine, the sacred sanctuary for all healers. Each elder of the sect was a legendary figure. If the pill sect had indeed summoned such a distinguished individual, where might this elder currently be? In the adjacent VIP room. The throng promptly shifted their gaze toward the chamber. Lin Xinghua emitted a cold snort, derisively remarking, What elder of the Immortal Physician sect? I have never heard of such a prominent personage gracing Chang'an. Perhaps they are merely a charlatan. He leaned in to whisper to those nearby, inquiring about the two individuals from the Pill sect and the company they had brought. Those around him had already been observing this rival from the Chang'an Pill sect. It was a young man, seemingly unremarkable save for his handsome visage. So it was true, they were indeed boasting. Lin Xinghua's smile grew ever more pronounced. At that moment, the door to the VIP room swung open. Ultimately, Li Xiuqi declined Qi Yusu's assistance, not out of reluctance to owe her anything, but because their relationship had reached a point where many matters need not be overly segmented. However, he did not wish for Qi Yusu to return to the Qi family. He decided to investigate his origins personally, beginning with Qi Xingzuan and tracing the lineage of the Qi family. He was certain he could uncover the truth of what transpired 23 years ago. There was no need to put Qi Yusu at risk by having her return. Qi Zong. The situation here is rather peculiar. Those individuals from the Pill sect are boasting that Li Xiuqi is an elder of the Immortal Physician sect. And now everyone is watching us. Zhao Yin, stationed at the entrance, approached Qi Yusu with a pale countenance, speaking in hushed tones. Qi Yusu looked up to find that over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed upon them. What astonished her even more was Li Xiuqi's identity. You are indeed an elder of the Immortal Physician sect? It seemed that Yu Chang had leaked the information. Li Xiuqi shook his head. Few were privy to his affiliation with the Immortal Physician sect. Aside from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology and the City Lord's mansion, only Yu Chang was aware. The individuals from the Pill sect had likely obtained their information through him. He now wished to meet Qi Xingzuan swiftly to inquire about the events of the past. Should Qi Xingzuan be willing to cooperate, he would consider retracting the true dragon's spiritual energy within him to spare him from being overwhelmed by such power, which could jeopardize his martial foundation. However, if Qi Xingzuan proved uncooperative, Li Xiuqi had more than one method at his disposal. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he intended to escort Qi Yusu away. Ha! Ha! The alchemist Lin Xinghua from the Medicine King sect suddenly burst into laughter, mockingly stating, "Those from the Pill sect boast without a shred of hesitation. Do you really believe that young man is a senior elder of the Immortal Physician sect? Wan Tianqing, have you lost your mind in a fever?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Li Xiuqi's back. For the young man seemed far from resembling a high-ranking elder of the Immortal Physician sect. However, they failed to notice that there were others behind him. The individual mentioned by the Pill sect must indeed be him. Amidst the crowd's puzzled expressions, Li Xiuqi prepared to depart. He glared at Wan Tianqing, exclaiming in anger, "You foolish brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Is Li Xinqing's identity something you can carelessly disclose?" I spoke out of turn. Yu Chang had specifically reminded them that they should keep Li Xiuqi's identity to themselves and avoid revealing it, as their revered ancestor preferred to remain low-key. Yet, Wan Tianqing, incensed by the Medicine King sect, let it slip. Watching Li Xiuqi's indifferent departure, he exchanged glances with Wan He, both realizing they had landed themselves in trouble and were preparing to intervene. Lin Xinghua, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Not a word to say," and already turning to leave. "Could it be that you fear the truth of your imposter status being exposed?" His intent was not merely to target Li Xiuqi, but rather to undermine the Pill sect, delivering a stinging blow to their pride after years of rivalry. This time, they had achieved a significant victory. Li Xiuqi paused momentarily. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon the resplendent purple-gold alchemical furnace that was encircled by them. Intriguing, a 6th-grade alchemical furnace of immense value. Likely the only one of its kind in the entire city of Chang'an. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. Tianqing misspoke and inadvertently revealed your identity. We are all aware of your preference for discretion and your aversion to trouble. On behalf of the Pill sect, I extend our apologies." He hurried over, repeatedly expressing his contrition, fearful of offending Li Xiuqi. Wan Tianqing, too, awkwardly sought forgiveness. However, Li Xiuqi merely stretched languidly. "Well, although I prefer to operate under the radar, I suppose I could make a statement on occasion. That furnace is quite remarkable. What does Mr. Li mean? It will soon be mine." Li Xiuqi strode towards the members of the Medicine King sect. Wan He and Wan Tianqing exchanged a glance, both becoming exhilarated as they realized Li Xiuqi's intent. He planned to strike a blow against the Medicine King sect. Yet, this was undoubtedly not for their sake, but rather for that exquisite furnace. Meanwhile, Qi Yusu displayed a look of confusion. "I know Xiuqi possesses exceptional medical skills, but when did he become an elder of the Immortal Physician sect? This is truly perplexing." Beside her, Zhao Yin found it hard to believe. "Qi, he must be fabricating this. Do not be deceived by him." Besides, you two are divorced. Why do you still refer to him as Xiuqi, as if you were close? Qi Yusu wore a helpless expression. After the two had laid their cards on the table, she could no longer maintain the confrontational stance she had previously adopted. In fact, she began to entertain the thought that if Li Xiuqi could truly rescue her from the torment of the Qi family, a reconciliation between them would not be out of the question, provided that Li Xiuqi could still accept her. She also realized how naive her earlier thoughts had been. Her understanding of Xiuqi was far too superficial. She was unaware that his lineage was intrinsically linked to that object, inevitably intertwining him with the Qi family. Her worry that he might be annihilated by the Qi clan felt like mere paranoia. Qi Yusu sighed heavily. Her lack of insight into Li Xiuqi had led to the deterioration of their relationship, and she felt a profound sense of regret, wishing to amend it. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi had approached Lin Xinghua, seemingly absorbed in his own world. With a smile, he said, "Old man, do you dare to call me a fraud and a charlatan? What is the matter? Do you honestly believe that a legendary figure like the elder of the Immortal Physician sect would consort with the likes of the Alchemy sect?" Lin Xinghua looked down his nose at him, arrogantly adding, "Besides, you haven't even grown a proper beard. How can you claim to be a senior elder of the Immortal Physician sect? Why don't we place a wager?" Li Xiuqi, with an amused expression, responded, "What shall we bet on? That I am indeed an elder of the Immortal Physician sect? And I have heard you intend to refine a 6th-grade healing pill. I shall use this cauldron to concoct a 7th-grade healing pill. If I succeed, this cauldron will belong to me." The crowd around them, including Lin Xinghua and Wan He, gaped in astonishment at Li Xiuqi's bold claim. "A 7th-grade pill? Mr. Li, you must be jesting." Wan Tianqing's eyes twitched in disbelief as he regarded Li Xiuqi's retreating figure. Lin Xinghua, however, erupted into laughter. "Did everyone hear that? This boy is not just a fraud. He is a remarkably incompetent one. To utter such words demonstrates his utter ignorance of the significance of a 7th-grade spirit pill. Let me enlighten you. No one in the entire city of Chang'an can refine a 7th-grade spirit pill. Such elixirs are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals," Lin Xinghua warned, casting a cold glare at Li Xiuqi. Yet, Li Xiuqi remained unfazed, casually retorting, "Do not make excuses. I see you are simply afraid to wager with me, fearing the loss of your alchemy sect's cauldron. You are indeed audacious. But if you lose, what will you offer me?" Li Xiuqi replied with a nonchalant air. "If I lose, the alchemy sect will merge with your Immortal Physician sect." "What?" Wan He exclaimed, panic rising in his voice as he stepped forward to grasp Li Xiuqi. "Are you really betting the entire alchemy sect?" Although the 6th-grade cauldron was indeed of considerable value, they could not afford to take such a risk. Lin Xinghua, seizing the moment before others could react, scrutinized Li Xiuqi, questioning whether the young man had lost his senses to make such a wager regarding the alchemy sect. However, he had never contemplated the idea of assimilating the alchemy sect. The two factions are evenly matched, which has allowed them to confront each other for many years. However, if the opportunity arises to win this wager in the presence of Wan He and Wan Tianqing, then for the next decade or two, this event could be recounted as a jest, allowing us to mercilessly bully the Dan sect, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads in the presence of the Medicine King sect. I assure you, young one, remember this. If you cannot concoct the 7th-grade resurrection pill, the Chang'an Dan sect shall be absorbed by our Medicine King sect. Very well, should you lose, that alchemical furnace will belong to me." Li Xiuqi immediately instructed them to deliver the materials, as he intended to refine the 7th-grade spiritual pill using the resources prepared by the Medicine King sect. The young assistant approached Lin Xinghua. "Elder Lin, we have prepared 2 sets of materials, should he waste one. The remaining may not suffice to successfully produce a 6th-grade spiritual pill." Lin Xinghua raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from further words. "Do not worry. I am confident in my success. Even if I fail, the Chang'an Dan sect is destined to remain under our thumb with no chance of resurgence." His words reached the ears of Wan He and his companions, causing the 2 representatives of the Chang'an Dan sect to turn pale, their hands and feet trembling, as they realized the gravity of their predicament. "It's over, Elder Wan. We are finished." Although the Dan sect could not be consumed by mere words, with so many peers from the medical community present, should our sect falter, our reputation would be utterly tarnished. No one truly believed that the Dan sect would be annexed. Just as no one genuinely thought that if Li Xiuqi won, the Medicine King sect would surrender the sect's alchemical furnace. Only one individual took the matter with absolute seriousness, and that was the eager Li Xiuqi. even though it was merely a verbal wager. With so many witnesses, they would likely not retract their words, right? A faint smile graced Li Shouqi's lips. Seated before the alchemical furnace with the materials already prepared, he unleashed a thunderous roar as the ferocious true dragon spirit flame erupted from his palm. This demonstrated that his martial arts realm had surpassed the comprehension of everyone present. Unlike the minor skirmish at the City Lord's manor, this time he aimed to refine a 7th-grade spiritual pill, which prompted Li Shouqi to adopt a more serious demeanor. As he gazed upon his composed and handsome visage, a trace of admiration flickered in Qi Yusu's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin, witnessing this scene, could not help but lament. It's over. This time it's truly over. President Qi is indeed still infatuated. Yet, she is now the eldest daughter of the ancient Qi clan, returning home. She will be the young lady of a prestigious family. How can she still linger over someone like Li Shouqi? While Li Shouqi's martial prowess and medical skills are formidable, his background ultimately renders him unworthy of Qi Yusu. As Zhao Yin sighed, the entire assembly was immersed in Li Shouqi's transcendent alchemical techniques, oblivious to the world around them. Even Lin Xinghua nodded instinctively in approval. It appears he is not devoid of intellect. Indeed, this alchemical elixir is quite remarkable, marking him as at least a mid-tier alchemist. The young assistant beside him turned pale. Elder Lin, have you perhaps forgotten something? Since he is not entirely ignorant of the alchemical arts, his challenge to us might be earnest. He genuinely wishes to claim our treasured artifact. Chapter 88. The pill is refined, stunning the audience. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xinghua's eyes widened in alarm as he fixated on Li Shouqi, who was engrossed in the alchemical process. Realizing that the apothecary sect might indeed be in grave peril this time. Yet, could he truly refine a 7th-tier spirit pill? However, if he cannot produce such a pill, why would he stake a wager with us? Clearly, we have underestimated him, and he is, without a doubt, a legitimate alchemist. Lin Xinghua then turned his gaze towards Wan He's direction, noticing that they too appeared equally anxious, seemingly lacking certainty, which made him doubt further. Could this lad possibly be an elder from the Celestial Physician sect? What could his true intentions be? A 7th-tier spirit pill is no trivial matter to concoct. He is far too young for such feats, or so it should be. He murmured to himself, still incredulous. Meanwhile, the eruption of spiritual flames in the hall attracted the attention of Qi Xingzuan in his study, who continued perusing a document in his hands, showing no urgency to meet with the physicians. After all, in his eyes, none in Chang'an were worthy of his attention, and he would not deign to entertain mere medical practitioners. His own ailment was not pressing, he merely sought some relief. However, upon sensing the surge of spiritual flames, the trace of true dragon energy within him stirred once again. What is happening? Could it be that Li Shouqi has returned? Qi Xingzuan hastily rose and dashed out of the study. The old steward, Yin Xing, approached him and immediately spoke. Young master, that Li Shouqi has indeed returned and is currently refining pills in the hall. What kind of pill is he attempting to create? It is said to be a 7th-tier healing pill, seemingly intended to address your internal injuries. Nonsense. Qi Xingzuan was taken aback. His injuries had been inflicted by Li Shouqi himself. If he sought to heal him, why would he bother with alchemy? With his capabilities, he could effortlessly restore that trace of true energy. He must have ulterior motives. With a peculiar mix of emotions, he made his way to the hall, where he was met by the sight of his cousin, Qi Yusu, gazing at Li Shouqi with unabashed admiration. Her expression was hardly that of someone who had been married for 5 years and subsequently divorced. It was as if she were still in the throes of infatuation. This incited a great discontent within Qi Xingzuan. His cousin was utterly disobedient, failing to uphold her commitments. Her 5-year agreement with the family had been utterly disregarded. She would have to return to the family and accept her grandfather's decisions, yet she still wished to entangle herself with outsiders. Upon Qi Xingzuan's arrival, the crowd parted instinctively. He did not seek trouble with Qi Yusu, but instead approached Li Shouqi, who was standing before a purple-gold alchemical furnace, refining various medicinal liquids with a familiar yet foreign essence of true energy. Li Shouqi, what exactly do you intend to do? Qi Xingzuan's voice brimmed with barely concealed anger. The surrounding crowd expressed surprise upon hearing him speak. Could it be that young Master Qi was acquainted with him previously? Wan Tianqing murmured to himself. Li Shouqi, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "This matter does not concern you. I will discuss our affairs later. For now, I must concentrate on alchemy. So please refrain from disturbing me." The 7th-grade spiritual elixir posed a considerable challenge for him, and he wished to avoid any distractions caused by Qi Xingzuan. Yet, Qi Xingzuan found the situation perplexing and gritted his teeth, declaring, "This is not a place for you. You should not be here refining pills. Leave the military camp at once." Upon learning that Li Shouqi was secretly investigating the divine pattern Jade and combining that with Li Shouqi's formidable and unparalleled combat prowess, he realized the gravity of the situation and had summoned family experts for support. Once they arrived, they would be able to subdue Li Shouqi. Yet, he was now attempting to concoct pills within the military camp. Was this reasonable? In his eyes, Li Shouqi stood as the first obstacle in his path to becoming the heir of the ancient clan. Only by overcoming this hurdle could he qualify as the true successor of the Qi family. "I've already said to stop talking nonsense. I will find you later." "Are you inviting a beating?" Li Shouqi muttered in response while melting the medicinal liquid, not even bothering to lift his head. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They gazed at Li Shouqi in disbelief. Did he just claim he would strike young Master Qi? After all, he was the heir of one of the 8 ancient clans. Even if he were indeed an elder of the Immortal Physician sect, he surely lacked the standing to make such a statement. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Wan He and Wan Tianqing exchanged glances, suddenly recalling a rather unamusing joke Li Shouqi had made when they had previously invited him. Could it be that young Master Qi's injuries were indeed inflicted by him? Wan Tianqing began to tremble uncontrollably when he glanced back at Qi Xingzuan. He found his face flushed with rage, his fist clenched tightly, clearly on the verge of violent action. It was evident he had lost his composure. However, he did not act. Beside him, the old steward Yin Xing regarded Li Shouqi with apprehension, quietly advising his young master, "Do not act impulsively. We are no match for him. Patience will bring calm." "Fine, I will endure." Qi Xingzuan gritted his teeth in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Wan He and the others were assured that Qi Xingzuan indeed feared Li Shouqi. Incredible. Mr. Li's strength and background have been woefully underestimated. Such a remarkable and extraordinary figure has emerged from Chang'an City. Wan He murmured to himself, as others speculated about the relationship between Li Shouqi and Qi Xingzuan. The fiery blaze erupted once more, releasing an intoxicating aroma that permeated the air. By the time they regained their composure, a precious elixir had been successfully concocted, in the span of merely a fragrant stick of incense. Despite Li Shouqi pouring nearly all of his focus and pushing his control over true energy to its utmost limits. This marked his first genuine exertion of energy since his release from prison. Yet, to onlookers, it seemed as though only a brief moment had passed. Before them lay a 7th-grade elixir, a treasure capable of mending even the most grievous injuries. The ease with which it was produced was astounding. Li Shouqi had indeed managed to create a 7th-grade elixir. Qi Xingzuan, although not overly impressed by the elixir's value, acknowledged the extraordinary talent and extensive experience required to craft such a potion. Only a supreme genius, a paragon of both medicinal and alchemical arts, could achieve this feat at such a young age. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into exclamations of astonishment. It appeared that he truly was an elder of the Immortal Physician sect. With the creation of the 7th-grade elixir, it signified the defeat of the Medicine King sect. Their prized possession had been so easily relinquished. Chapter 89. The Dust Settles. Fulfillment of the Bet. Was this the true power of a senior elder from the Immortal Physician sect? An ever-growing throng of onlookers had gathered, filling the area to capacity, their voices a cacophony of discussion. Initially, they had come to flatter Qi Xingzuan, hoping to forge connections with the ancient clan, but instead, they had witnessed the birth of a high-grade elixir. In the vast expanse of Chang'an City, numerous factions thrived, including many experts in the medicinal and alchemical fields. Yet none could boast the ability to refine a 7th-grade elixir. After all, such masterful alchemists were regarded as esteemed guests even among the ancient clans. It was unlikely they would appear before them casually. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Li Shouqi approached the astounded elder of the Medicine King sect, Lin Xinghua, and placed the 7th-grade elixir into his hands. Although the wager stipulated that the final elixir would be returned to them, it was crafted using their materials. "So let it be considered a gift from me to you." Gasps of disbelief resonated through the crowd. The elixir was being freely offered? Lin Xinghua, equally taken aback, struggled to articulate his thoughts, murmuring, "Your skills are truly remarkable. To produce a 7th-grade elixir from a 6th-grade furnace is a feat our Medicine King sect cannot hope to match. It seems you are indeed an elder of the Immortal Physician sect. I apologize for my previous disrespect towards elderly. There is no need for concern. It is but a trifling matter." Before Lin could fully express his gratitude, Li Xiuqi beckoned to Wan He and his companion, instructing, "You too. Assist me in relocating this purple gold cauldron to the Shanshui Manor, my abode." Are we truly moving it? The surroundings had fallen silent, and both Wan He and Wan Tianqing bore expressions of tension. It was likely that the Yao Wang sect would not acquiesce easily. Li Xiuqi raised an eyebrow, turning to gaze at the dazed Lin Xinghua. "Since you have lost the bet, the Zijin Dan furnace now rightfully belongs to me. Surely, you have no objections?" "Absolutely not." Lin Xinghua suddenly came to his senses, his demeanor transforming into one of fervor. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, "That was merely a verbal agreement. A jest that cannot be taken seriously. This is a treasured artifact of our Yao Wang sect. How could I possibly relinquish it to you?" In response to his inquiry, Li Xiuqi's expression darkened. He replied coolly, "It seems you have forgotten an important detail. This furnace was not bestowed upon me by you, but rather, I want it fair and square. Should you wish to breach our agreement, you must be prepared to face the consequences." Furious, Lin Xinghua's anger flared, and he was on the verge of hurling insults. However, recalling Li Xiuqi's affiliation with the Immortal Physician sect, he dared not speak further. Yet he thought, that wager should not hold any weight, right? If it were not binding, why would I have gone to such lengths to concoct a 7th grade spirit pill, which you now possess? I can simply return the spirit pill to you. Lin Xinghua hastily pushed the spirit pill back. Upon receiving the 7th grade pill, Li Xiuqi felt a sense of bewilderment and remarked casually, "Very well, since you refuse the gift of a 7th grade spirit pill, so be it. However, I shall still be taking the Zijin furnace." With a grand gesture, he instructed Wan He and Wan Tianqing to proceed. They exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, knowing that this time they represented the Chang'an Dan sect in a resounding victory. Henceforth, they could indeed do as Lin Xinghua had once envisioned, asserting their dominance over the Yao Wang sect. Yet, the thought of actually removing the furnace weighed heavily on them. The dynamics between both factions would likely extend beyond mere competition. Should matters escalate to a deadly confrontation, one he felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. Seeing them truly daring to take action, Lin Xinghua bellowed, "I dare you to lay a hand on it. The Yao Wang sect is not to be trifled with. If you wish to take the Zijin furnace, you must first step over my dead body." Li Xiuqi paused mid-stride, and the crowd fell into a hush. Aware that the situation had escalated, the Yao Wang sect would undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. However, this elderly from the Immortal Physician sect was likely not of a gentle temperament either. After all, even the esteemed young master of the Qi family seemed unable to sway him. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. Qi Yusu, brow furrowed, addressed Lin Xinghua. "Elder Lin, this situation arose from your own missteps. Initially, you misunderstood Xiuqi's identity, and you willingly agreed to the wager afterward. How can you refuse to acknowledge it simply because you lost? And who are you? What business is this of yours?" Lin Xinghua retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at Qi Yusu. She cast a glance at Li Xiuqi and explained to Lin Xinghua, "I am his ex-wife, and we still maintain contact. However, I am concerned with the matter at hand rather than the individual involved. You lost the bet, yet you still refuse to take responsibility." "Ex-wife? Huh, how amusing." Lin Xinghua suddenly erupted in laughter, fueled by anger. "Since you are merely the ex-wife, this matter is of no concern to you. Do not seek trouble, or else our Medicine King sect will not spare you." Just as Qi Yusu was about to express her indignation, Qi Xingzuan, standing nearby, unexpectedly delivered a kick to Lin Xinghua. "How dare you speak to my sister in such a manner?" Lin Xinghua fell to the ground, and the surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by the intricate relationships among Li Xiuqi, Qi Yusu, and Qi Xingzuan. With a somber expression, Qi Xingzuan disregarded the curious gazes of the crowd and calmly declared, "This matter ends here. Since young Master Li has won the wager, the cauldron rightfully belongs to you. Should the Medicine King sect have any objections, they may direct them towards me. The rest of you may vacate this place." With a grim demeanor, Qi Xingzuan swept away, his sleeves billowing behind him. His insistence on retrieving the cauldron was not out of support for Li Xiuqi or Qi Yusu, but rather a recognition of Li Xiuqi's formidable strength. Any confrontation here would be uncontrollable, even for him, and he preferred to resolve the dispute himself rather than allow Li Xiuqi to take action. Lin Xinghua, filled with despair, was helped to his feet by his subordinates as he watched Qi Xingzuan depart, fully aware that the Medicine King sect had suffered a tremendous loss. Everything was irretrievable, and his expression was one of profound agony. "Elder Lin, our Medicine King sect is finished." Silence, We shall discuss this upon our return. Lin Xinghua dared not defy Qi Xingzuan and, out of sheer helplessness, could only leave the premises. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals buzzed with chatter as they exited the military encampment. Qi Yusu approached Li Xiuqi, her tone laced with concern. Are you truly intent on confronting Qi Xingzuan? The Qi family places great importance on that jade. It may bring you grave peril. I can handle it, Li Xiuqi replied, observing Qi Xingzuan as he returned to his study. He promptly followed him inside. Zhao Yin, puzzled by the mention of jade, grasped the implication of mortal danger and whispered to Qi Yusu, President Qi, what is the enmity between Li Xiuqi and the Qi family? Surely, he cannot meet his end at their hands? While others dared not speak, it was evident that Qi Xingzuan posed no threat to him, alleviating some concerns. However, if the Qi family dispatched others, Qi Yusu's anxiety intensified as she also made her way towards the study. Li Xiuqi stood at the threshold, observing Qi Xingzuan, who had left the door ajar. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood before the bookshelf, his expression darkening as he inquired, Li Xiuqi, what is your true purpose for visiting tonight? I have come to discuss the matter of the Divine Pattern Jade. You are indeed investigating the Divine Pattern Jade. Qi Xingzuan replied, having already acquired pertinent information. He realized that this time, Li Xiuqi had likely come with a specific purpose in mind. However, the family experts he had summoned had yet to arrive, and he feared he would be unable to contend with Li Xiuqi alone. Thus, this was the reason he was reluctant to confront Li Xiuqi directly. Just as Qi Xingzuan was contemplating feigning ignorance, a shocking proclamation reached his ears. If you desire the Divine Pattern Jade, I can hand it over to you. Hasn't your Qi family been secretly pursuing this jade for the past 23 years? At the entrance, Li Xiuqi produced the Divine Pattern Jade. And with a flicker of spiritual light from his palm, an invisible pressure emanated from the jade. In the study, Qi Xingzuan abruptly turned in astonishment. He gazed incredulously at Li Xiuqi, his voice growing sharp with disbelief as he exclaimed, How can this jade be in your possession? So you were not searching for it? He had assumed that Li Xiuqi was also investigating the whereabouts of this jade, for the techniques contained within it were among the most exalted in the world. If mastered, it would undoubtedly elevate the Qi family to the pinnacle of power, surpassing the other 7 families and establishing them as a top-tier force at the apex of the hierarchy. To his shock, the jade had appeared in Li Xiuqi's hands. Qi Yusu approached as well, and upon witnessing the scene, she sighed, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond recovery. Had Li Xiuqi not revealed the jade, perhaps the Qi family would not have acted against him. However, since he had displayed it, they would undoubtedly seize it by any means necessary. It remained to be seen whether Qi Xingzuan was aware of the truth behind the past, as understanding his origins was crucial for resolving the matter. After his initial astonishment, Qi Xingzuan's gaze became intensely fervent. He recognized that his opportunity had finally arrived. Li Xiuqi remarked casually, I understand you are purported to be the Qi family's heir, and since you are out on a trial, you must have a mission at hand. This jade holds considerable significance for you, does it not? Isn't that obvious? If I can obtain this jade and return it to my family, my position as heir will be secure. Li Xiuqi smiled at him. In that case, you must tell me what transpired 23 years ago, why I was abandoned at birth, and how I came to possess this jade. Oh, so this is the nature of your origins? Qi Xingzuan was once again taken aback. They had previously investigated Li Xiuqi's background, given that he was the man favored by their family's legitimate daughter. However, while they knew he was not a biological member of the Li family, they had merely regarded him as an ordinary abandoned child. Little did they know he possessed such a lineage. At this moment, Qi Xingzuan pondered before stating, If I reveal the truth, will you genuinely hand over the jade to me? Of course. I would be willing, for it is merely a broken piece of jade, Li Xiuqi replied with an air of nonchalance. Qi Xingzuan cast a deep glance at him, realizing that Li Xiuqi appeared genuinely oblivious to everything. A mocking expression suddenly emerged on his face. So this young man possesses a treasure mountain, yet remains unaware of it. The techniques contained within that jade are said to be legendary celestial arts, and the value of the Divine Pattern Jade is incalculable. He shook his head, concluding that although Li Xiuqi exhibited considerable talent and a commendable realm, he ultimately suffered from the lack of family heritage. Had he possessed such a lineage, he would surely recognize the worth of the Divine Pattern Jade. Yet, he merely regarded this piece of jade as an ordinary token. A triumphant smile blossomed on Qi Xingzuan's face. He invited Li Xiuqi to sit on the sofa, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to send Qi Yusu away. instead opting to explain matters to the two of them. 23 years ago, although I was still quite young, I later learned certain things from the elders. It was a midnight drenched in torrential rain. Qi Xingzuan began to narrate. After a long while, Li Shouqi began to piece together the answer in his mind. According to Qi Xingzuan's account, his father was likely a man named Li Tianxin, who once roamed the capital and was a top-tier powerhouse that instilled fear across the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, my uncle, Qi Qingdu, was defeated by Li Tianxin and failed to seize the divine pattern jade, resulting in his punishment and years of confinement in the capital. Once Qi Xingzuan finished speaking, his gaze swept over the faces of Li Shouqi and Qi Yusu, revealing a sense of nostalgia. It was said that his uncle had a good relationship with Li Tianxin, being longtime friends. What truly transpired back then remains a mystery even to the family. He merely returned to report his defeat by Li Tianxin. However, the divine pattern jade was incredibly vital to the Qi family at that time. As the leaders of the Yunwen lineage, we originally had the opportunity to leverage the divine pattern jade to ascend to the pinnacle among the 8 ancient clans. Alas, such an opportunity was squandered. As Qi Xingzuan reflected on this, his sentiment grew increasingly poignant. Who would have thought that his cousin would ultimately end up with a descendant of Li Tianxin? Yet, Li Shouqi, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know I am a descendant of Li Tianxin?" His wife, Xiao Nianchu, was already pregnant for 10 months. You must be the one. Qi Xingzuan felt the likelihood was nearly a certainty. If Li Tianxin seized the divine pattern jade, then why did I become an abandoned infant? Why did they not utilize the jade for cultivation? Many questions still lingered unanswered. Faced with Li Shouqi's inquiries, Qi Xingzuan's expression grew grave. The struggle for the divine pattern jade involved not only Li Tianxin and our Qi family. These two families merely grasped the information early and seized the opportunity. The other 7 ancient clans, as well as several other ancient martial factions, also sought to claim the divine pattern jade. Following that incident, Li Tianxin and his wife completely vanished. Some legends suggest they perished, while others claim they hid away with the jade, waiting for their skills to reach fruition before emerging to sweep through the martial world. It seems, in retrospect, that the former theory bears more weight. After he finished speaking, he cast a sympathetic glance at Li Shouqi. Given that the son born after 10 months of gestation had transformed into an abandoned infant and had not appeared for many years, the likelihood of the demise of Li Tianxin and his spouse was significantly high. Li Shouqi's expression became somewhat stiff, following a series of probing questions. Qi Xingzuan revealed that he knew little more, and thus, he casually tossed the spirit patterned jade towards him. Since you have disclosed so much information, this jade now belongs to you. Upon receiving the spirit patterned jade, Qi Xingzuan activated it with the spiritual energy coursing through his body and immediately began to investigate, his face reflecting a morbid fervor. Qi Yusu's expression was equally complex. It turned out that her father had been defeated by Li Shouqi's father, which led to his imprisonment for so many years. She glanced at the jade. You actually relinquished the spirit patterned jade so easily? Chapter 91. Qi Xingzuan was elated. It must be celestial magic. In response to her inquiry, Li Shouqi shook his head slightly. In truth, he had erased the techniques contained within the spirit patterned jade. The celestial level Wanchuando Jing was a unique and unparalleled treasure in the world, and if Li Tianxin and his spouse were indeed his parents, then it would be the precious legacy they left him. How could he possibly part with such a foundational gift from his progenitors? Thus, he had altered the celestial inscriptions within, rendering them seemingly profound and obscure, yet they were merely fragmented and distorted techniques that, if someone attempted to cultivate from them, would inevitably fail. However, he could not guarantee that the ancient clan would not see through his deception, for they possessed formidable heritage as well. Nevertheless, this was not outright deceit. He merely stated that he was giving them the spirit-patterned jade without specifying that he would provide the techniques. And they could not even ascertain whether the contents had been tampered with. Li Shouqi felt no moral burden in deceiving Qi Xingzuan. After handing over the spirit-patterned jade, he rose to depart and casually remarked to Qi Xingzuan, "Now that you have retrieved the spirit-patterned jade, does this not also compensate for the transgressions of Qi Yusu's father?" Compensated. Completely compensated, Qi Xingzuan exclaimed with exuberance. He was simply thrilled to have found the spirit-patterned jade in such a fortuitous manner, solidifying his position as heir. In that case, you should inform the Qi family to release her father, and it would be best to invite him to Chang'an City as well. I wish to inquire about Li Tianxin and his spouse. Well, that will depend on the family's arrangements, Qi Xingzuan replied cautiously, unable to make such a promise. After all, matters of this magnitude were beyond his authority. Qi Yusu also realized that with Li Xiuqi yielding the spirit-patterned jade, her father might truly regain his freedom. Her expression transformed with excitement as she gazed gratefully at Li Xiuqi. Not only her father, but she herself could also attain freedom if her father were released. She would find protection and no longer fear the coercion of others in her family to engage in unwelcome endeavors. Even as she departed the military camp alongside Li Xiuqi, Qi Xingzuan had completely forgotten to impede their progress. In the carriage, Qi Yusu appeared somewhat perplexed, just as she was about to inquire further. Li Xiuqi divulged his actions regarding the alteration of the divine pattern jade. Upon hearing his methods, Qi Yusu was left utterly astonished. However, should the Qi family discover this, they would undoubtedly not take it lightly. Li Xiuqi's gaze shifted. When they eventually realize it, you can convey a message to them. If they wish to obtain the treasured technique within, they must grant your father his freedom and allow him to meet me in Chang'an. Qi Yusu was initially taken aback, but then a wave of joy washed over her. If that were the case, they would have no choice but to comply, for the divine pattern jade was not the most significant aspect. The true treasure lay within the technique, which was invaluable. Yet, I fear they might resort to force against you. This, however, need not be a concern, as I have already cultivated that technique. Moreover, should the situation become dire, surrendering the technique would not be an issue. For I suspect that aside from my master and myself, no one else in this world can cultivate it. Li Xiuqi's tone grew somewhat complex. It is crucial to understand that the function of the Wanjin Dao Jing is to continually amplify the existing thread of spiritual energy within one's body. But this is contingent upon the presence of such energy. Spiritual energy can be acquired from the external environment, yet it cannot remain within the body. It is either absorbed or released through other means. The ability to retain it within as a foundation for martial arts, transforming it into true qi, is perhaps a feat achievable only by my master, the heavenly dragon Taoist, and myself. Even my senior sister, Baisida, cannot refine that thread of spiritual energy, which is why she practices a different technique. According to my master, every human possesses innate spiritual essence, the very essence that distinguishes humans as the spirit of all beings. However, the quantity of innate spiritual essence varies from person to person. As for me, Li Xiuqi, being an innate Dao body, my innate spiritual essence is 1,000,000 times greater than that of an ordinary person, which enables me to refine that thread of spiritual energy and embark on a uniquely different path of martial or celestial cultivation. Thus, even if others were to obtain the Wanjin Dao Jing, their inability to cultivate it is not my fault. They can only blame their own inadequacy. Just as Li Xiuqi and Qi Yusu were secretly plotting, in the study, a euphoric Qi Xingzuan erupted into a sharp, maniacal laughter, resembling a deranged villain. Old Yan, we have succeeded. This time, we have triumphed. I, Qi Xingzuan, have achieved greatness, and our Qi family will rise. With this divine pattern jade in hand, no one could contest my claim to the position of family heir, and our Qi family could potentially ascend within the ancient clans. Unifying them is not beyond the realm of possibility. The emergence of any divine pattern jade will incite a storm of bloodshed. The conflict from 23 years ago was far more complex than previously described, sending ripples throughout the martial world. Any slight clue could provoke several fervent factions to clash violently, resulting in the deaths and injuries of countless warriors. The Qi family's involvement would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Even they could not ascertain the truth. Ultimately, the couple, Li Tianxian, who seized the divine pattern jade, left many to speculate over the years about their fate, with some even doubting whether they were still alive. The true master of the divine pattern jade remains unknown to the world. At the moment when Qi Xingzuan was in a state of ecstatic joy, Yin Lao, who had been concealed in the adjoining study, approached. His gaze was complex as he glanced at the jubilant Qi Xingzuan and spoke in a somber tone. Young master, are you certain that what lies within is indeed celestial magic? I possess knowledge of celestial script, yet the techniques contained within elude my understanding. If this is not celestial magic, then what is? Qi Xingzuan responded with unwavering conviction. If it were merely ordinary martial arts techniques, I could decipher them at a glance and master them within days. However, this particular technique is utterly inscrutable. It must undoubtedly be celestial magic. Yin Xing displayed a look of resignation. Young master, it would be prudent not to celebrate too prematurely. The true significance lies not in the jade itself, but in the techniques it contains. We must ascertain the content of these techniques before proceeding. It appears that, in addition to summoning the family experts, we will also need to invite an elder proficient in celestial script to examine this jade. Moreover, Li Xiuqi proposed a condition. He hoped the family would release the elder, though the matter was rather intricate and not solely dependent on the divine pattern jade. Under his persuasion, Qi Xingzuan reluctantly calmed himself and nodded. The elder's situation was indeed complicated, yet if the divine pattern jade proved authentic, securing his freedom should not pose a problem. A sudden fierceness crossed his face. However, if Li Xiuqi had led me to false hopes, I would undoubtedly confront him with dire consequences. Yet, I trust he would not dare to deceive me, unless he wished to court his own demise. Chapter 92. The Relatives of the Zhong Family, A Mysterious Origin. After Li Xiuqi returned Qi Yusu to Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, he received an unexpected message. Someone had brought a piece of transcendent jade to Chang'an City, intending to seek refuge in the Divine Dragon Pavilion. The news originated from Zhong Dafu, catching him off guard. After all, Zhong Dafu dealt primarily with commercial affairs, leaving the investigation of transcendent jade to the likes of Yin Ji and Yu Shishan, and sometimes even requiring his personal intervention. It was surprising that Zhong Dafu was the first to break the ice. However, Li Xiuqi had already conducted thorough research on the past of the divine pattern jade. Regarding other transcendent jades, apart from an interest in the techniques within, he had little else to contemplate. His foremost objective now was to await the Qi family's release of Qi Yusu's elderly father, who had once been his father-in-law and potentially a close friend of his father, Li Tianxian. Although their relationship might have been strained due to the divine pattern jade, it was only Qi Qingdu who could provide insight into the events of that year. He hoped the Qi family would release Qi Qingdu, ideally allowing him to visit Chang'an City. Only then could he fully uncover the truths of the past and ascertain the fate of his parents. However, he was constrained by Zhong Dafu's urgent tone and his keen interest in the techniques within the transcendent jade. Li Xiuqi ultimately decided to visit the Zhong family consortium. Within the towering office building of the consortium, Zhong Dafu and his daughter, Zhong Churen, were engaged in hushed conversation outside the reception room on the top floor. "Father, what on earth is wrong with our cousin?" She resorted to violence over a minor disagreement, despite being a distant relative of ours. "My arm was nearly broken," Zhong Churen exclaimed, revealing a distinct handprint on her fair, delicate arm. Zhong Dafu looked at her, exasperated. "I told you not to run about. You ought to keep quiet regarding matters related to the Shenlong Pavilion. Since you are aware of it, you must refrain from discussing it indiscriminately. Have you no sense of decorum?" Hearing this, Zhong Churen could only sigh in response. She had learned the previous day about her father's identity as a renowned member of the martial arts world, specifically as the deputy leader of the Chang'an branch of the Shenlong Pavilion. Feeling a swell of pride, she unexpectedly encountered a distant cousin purportedly visiting from the countryside. Yet shrouded in mystery, she had been tasked by Zhong Dafu to entertain this relative. Inadvertently, she had boasted about the affairs of the Shenlong Pavilion. To her astonishment, this distant cousin expressed her fervent desire to join the Shenlong Pavilion, even offering a mysterious ancient jade known as the Tongxian Jade in exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dafu promptly informed Li Xiuqi. While dealing with her cousin Zhongyu, Zhong Churen mentioned Li Xiuqi's prowess, particularly recounting her experiences at the Martial Arts Bureau the previous day, which elicited a fervent response from her cousin. In an instant, Zhongyu had gripped her arm, insisting that Li Xiuqi must meet her or provide an address for her to pursue him. Zhong Churen gazed down at her arm, pondering the inexplicable chill emanating from the handprint, a bone-deep coldness wafting from it. Could I be poisoned? Does Zhongyu harbor intentions to harm me? She murmured to herself. As the two were growing increasingly anxious outside the reception room, the elevator doors opened, and Li Xiuqi entered alone. Zhong Dafu immediately approached him. "Boss, that cousin of mine in the reception room claims to have come from the countryside, but we haven't been in contact for over a decade. I truly have no idea about her background. Does she really possess the Tongxian Jade?" Li Xiuqi was unconcerned about her origins. After all, could anyone's background surpass that of an ancient clan? However, this jade appeared distinct from what he had previously showcased. Yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to a piece he had acquired from the Tiangu sect, not a mere imitation, but steeped in antiquity. In that case, there should be no issue, he concluded, focusing solely on the Tongxian Jade. Upon entering the reception room, he cast a glance at Zhong Churen and noted a faint aura of malevolence surrounding her. His gaze shifted to her pristine arm, and his brow furrowed slightly. Who inflicted this handprint upon you? Are you concerned for me, wishing to seek retribution? Zhong Churen replied with a suggestive look. Li Xiuqi shook his head and sighed, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is the essence of primordial extreme yin energy. Only those endowed with a primordial extreme yin physique can possess such an aura. Could it be that I am indeed one of those uniquely gifted individuals?" Zhong Churen, lost in self-admiration, mused. No, it is someone with such a physique, who can also harness this extreme yin energy that has left this mark. Given your constitution, if this strand of extreme yin energy continues to exert its influence within you, it won't be long before you fall gravely ill. Zhong Churen's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She realized her cousin truly harbored malicious intent. Oh no, Zhong Yu genuinely intends to harm me. Zhong Churen's face paled further as she glanced at her father and then at Li Xiuqi. Father, and you too, big brother Li. You must save me. Let us first investigate, Li Xiuqi replied, intrigued by the woman named Zhong Yu and her intentions. He pondered whether she had come to join the Divine Dragon sect or to stir trouble, having brought the Tongxian Jade along. Upon entering the reception room, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing black gown and exquisitely crafted silver high heels. She was statuesque, with her hair elegantly twisted atop her head. Yet her entire being radiated an unsettling pallor, reminiscent of albinism. Her eyes, a deep shade of white, appeared almost as if they belonged to a blind person afflicted with a disease. Li Xiuqi tilted his head slightly and remarked, "Indeed, a primordial extreme yin physique is rare. And it is astonishing that someone of your caliber claims to wish to join our Divine Dragon sect, particularly with the Tongxian Jade in hand." He settled onto the sofa. The tall woman, seemingly in her early 20s, wore a confident smile. "Please do not misunderstand, sect leader Li. I truly do not intend to cause you any trouble. On the contrary, I genuinely wish to leverage the Tongxian Jade as an opportunity to join your esteemed Divine Dragon sect," Zhong Yu stated earnestly. "Moreover, if you would allow me to join with the Tongxian Jade, I possess further treasures that I can offer to the Divine Dragon sect, provided that the sect is willing to assist me wholeheartedly." She held up a piece of cloud-patterned ancient jade. Li Xiuqi's curiosity was piqued regarding the techniques within the jade, as well as the true background of Zhong Yu. He mused that if not for his return from Longtan prison to Chang'an, even the status of Zhong Dafu as a branch leader in Chang'an may not have sufficed to contend with her. How did you manage to find such a remarkable distant relative? What a contrast to how you ended up. Li Xiuqi turned to glance at Zhong Dafu standing nearby, expressing his astonishment. Zhong Dafu, visibly embarrassed, whispered, "Boss, please spare me some dignity in front of my daughter. Let us not dredge up the past." He reflected on how much suffering Zhong Churen had endured during his misfortune a few years prior, having sent her back to their rural hometown for a time, after which she had become quite rebellious, leaving him with a sense of regret. Zhong Churen questioned Zhong Yu. "Zhong Yu, why do you wish to harm me? This extreme yin energy in my possession could very well cost me my life." Chapter 93. Encountering Deception. What is the intent? I heard what Master Li said earlier. In truth, I never intended to harm Churen. Rather, I sought to test the strength of the Shenlong Pavilion. After all, Churen is the daughter of your branch leader. If you cannot protect her, it would indicate that the Shenlong Pavilion is not worthy of my allegiance. Li Xiuqi immediately grasped her meaning. A subtle, cold smile crept across his face as he shook his head and replied, "I have yet to agree to your joining the Shenlong Pavilion, yet you dare to test us? Do you not understand that once you enter the Shenlong Pavilion, I, Li Xiuqi, become your sky? Those who defy me may find themselves facing consequences once or twice. But should you resort to underhanded tactics, I shall ensure your demise." Zhong Yu's pale pupils involuntarily constricted, sensing the sharp aura emanating from Li Xiuqi. She quickly composed herself and said politely, "Master Li, please do not be angered. We have yet to join the Shenlong Pavilion, after all. As long as you can assure my safety, both I and the Tongxian Jade shall henceforth belong to you." Zhong Yu was quite clear in her intentions. Li Xiuqi remained curious about her past, yet he understood that he had two choices: to force her to speak through intimidation or to win her over with genuine persuasion. Noticing Zhong Churen's complexion also growing pale, Li Xiuqi grasped her arm, channeling a warm stream of true dragon energy into her meridians, effortlessly dispelling the extreme yin energy without the need for medical techniques. Zhong Churen felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, becoming somewhat entranced, while Zhong Yu's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of true energy is this? It can directly eliminate extreme yin energy. Such a phenomenon is unheard of. If you believe I cannot contend with extreme yin energy, how then do you dare to harm Zhong Churen? Do you truly wish for her demise? No, even if this extreme yin energy remains, it would merely result in her suffering a severe illness. And should Master Li find himself incapable, I would personally heal Churen, for she is my cousin, is she not? Zhong Yu regained her composure, but her expression turned serious. However, I estimate that even if the Shinlong Pavilion wishes to resolve this extreme yin energy, it would require some extraordinary means. I did not expect you to resolve it directly with true energy. It seems I have underestimated the depth of your capabilities. Therefore, may I inquire about your origins and the provenance of this Tongxian jade? Li Xiuqi asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhong Yu nodded, holding the Tongxian jade with a complex expression. Due to my innate extreme yin physique, by a stroke of fortune, I was accepted as a disciple by a transcendent master who nurtured me. Through a unique technique that harmonized with my internal extreme yin energy, I became a martial artist and officially stepped into the world of the Jianghu. 3 months prior, my master entrusted me with this jade, claiming it to be a transcendent gem containing a supreme cultivation method, perfectly suited for my extremely yin constitution. Regrettably, during the tumultuous acquisition of this jade, my master sustained grave injuries and subsequently vanished without a trace, leaving me entangled in the aftermath. As a mysterious faction now pursues my life. After elucidating the situation, Zhong Yu gazed earnestly at Li Xiuqi, imploring, I am willing to offer this jade to the Divine Dragon Pavilion. I beseech the Pavilion Master to grant me refuge. What faction pursues you? Li Xiuqi inquired, his vigilance fixed upon the woman. Should it be an ancient clan, the risks would far outweigh any potential rewards. Even a slightly formidable faction would pose a disproportionate threat. After all, it was merely a transcendent jade. Even with Zhong Yu's presence, its worth hardly justified conflict with a powerful sect. I do not know their identity, she confessed. But my master mentioned there are additional jades, including the legendary Divine Pattern Jade. If the Divine Dragon Pavilion is willing to protect me, perhaps we could recover my master and encounter the Divine Pattern Jade. Zhong Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Xiuqi's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he scrutinized the pallid woman before him. The father-daughter duo, Zhong Dafu and his daughter, remained nonchalant, yet internally, he was seething. Did this woman truly consider him a fool? Her origins were shrouded in mystery. She offered no details about her master, nor the provenance of the jade, and failed to disclose the faction she had offended. How audacious to suggest they could locate the Divine Pattern Jade. Did she presume I was merely familiar with its name? Unaware that each appearance of the Divine Pattern Jade incites a torrent of bloodshed within the martial world? Though his exterior remained composed, his suspicion of Zhong Yu intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and commanded, Bring me the jade. I must assess its value. Should the cultivation method within prove exceptionally valuable, I may risk offending a powerful faction to shelter you under the Divine Dragon Pavilion. However, if it is merely an ordinary technique, then we shall part ways. Zhong Yu hesitated, yet ultimately relinquished the ancient jade. Tentatively, she inquired, Does the Pavilion Master possess knowledge of how to unlock this ancient jade? We, at the Divine Dragon Pavilion, possess myriad means, Li Xiuqi declared with pride. However, the cultivation method inscribed within is said to be the legendary celestial script. I only grasp a fraction of its essence. Only my master could discern its true intricacies. I wonder how much you, Pavilion Master Li, can comprehend? Somewhat, Li Xiuqi replied, exhibiting a rare moment of humility. Zhong Yu, albeit reluctantly, found solace in his response. Just somewhat? Then I am reassured, she murmured inwardly. As Li Xiuqi infused spiritual energy into the jade, Zhong Yu's expression tightened slightly, yet she maintained her enigmatic demeanor. After 2 minutes, as the superficially knowledgeable Li Xiuqi perused the jade's contents, a twitching grin betrayed his astonishment. Intriguingly, I had just employed a counterfeit Divine Pattern Jade to deceive Qi Xingzuan, and now another dares to use a fake Cloud Pattern Jade to mislead me, Li Xiuqi. He contemplated this internally. After placing the jade down, he cast a glance at Zhong Yu across the table. The technique was too profound for my comprehension. In truth, that technique was merely a haphazard assembly of celestial script, devoid of logic, even more nonsensical than what he had previously shown to Qi Xingzuan. If Qi Xingzuan were to examine this cloud-patterned jade, he would swiftly discern its flaws. Li Xiuqi refrained from revealing his thoughts, wishing to probe Zhong Yu's foundations without alarming her, for he discerned that with her capabilities, She could not possibly alter the celestial script within. The master she mentioned, who had purportedly gone missing, perhaps had not vanished at all. This must be her master's handiwork. And there were secrets she still concealed from me. Li Shouqi's interest was piqued. He genuinely wished to uncover what Zhong Yu was concealing. Chapter 94, The Revelation, Surround Them. Upon hearing Li Shouqi candidly admit his inability to comprehend the contents, Zhong Yu's initially tense expression softened considerably, replaced by an even more confident smile. This was entirely reasonable. After all, it was celestial script, and my master is a figure of exceptional skill, known in the martial world as the Heavenly Dragon Taoist. Even he would hesitate to claim complete understanding of celestial script, requiring at least 2 to 3 years of collaborative effort and gradual study for interpretation. Did you say your master is called the Heavenly Dragon Taoist? Li Shouqi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Could there truly be another Heavenly Dragon Taoist in this martial world? Zhong Yu's demeanor shifted to one of heightened tension as she tentatively inquired, "Have you perhaps encountered my master?" "In truth, I have never met him," Li Shouqi chuckled. If all goes as expected, her master, the Heavenly Dragon Taoist, had not taken Zhong Yu as a disciple. And he had no sister or junior by the name of Zhong Yu. The Celestial Jade was not only fake, but her claims of apprenticeship were also fabricated. It seemed this matter was growing ever more intriguing. Li Shouqi mused silently. He rose and addressed Zhong Yu with a casual demeanor. "Since there exists celestial script, I can reasonably conclude that this Celestial Jade is genuine. I can accept you into the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Come with me to complete the necessary formalities." "Is there paperwork to join the Divine Dragon Pavilion?" Zhong Yu asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Dafu, too, was somewhat perplexed, yet being an old hand in the world, he concealed his confusion and instead supplemented Li Shouqi's statement. "Naturally, there are formalities to complete, along with your identification, which will need to be temporarily customized. Moreover, being personally recruited by our pavilion master to join the Divine Dragon Pavilion is indeed exceptional." Zhong Yu nodded vigorously, feeling the significance the Divine Dragon Pavilion placed upon her. She exhibited a newfound pride, for a counterfeit Celestial Jade had procured her the protection of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, allowing her to cultivate in Chang'an City for a time with peace of mind. As she departed the Zhong Corporation with Li Shouqi, Zhong Dafu's gaze flickered, while a voice of confusion from his daughter echoed in his ears. "Father, has our distant cousin truly joined the Dragon Sect? When might I be allowed to enter?" "You are overthinking. Her identity and intentions are questionable, and she is likely to face hardships ahead. Why not simply apprehend her then?" Zhong Charan remained preoccupied with the injury on her arm, unable to shake her worries. Zhong Dafu shook his head, saying, "Perhaps they wish to draw out the individuals behind her. In any case, this matter is no longer our concern. It seems that chaos is about to descend upon Chang'an. You should refrain from wandering about." Understood. Zhong Charan had learned her lesson well, realizing that Chang'an was not as tranquil as she had imagined. The earlier conflict with the Wang family and her recent encounter with Zhong Yu had left her shaken, simultaneously deepening her admiration for Li Shouqi. On their way out, Li Shouqi engaged in casual conversation with Zhong Yu. She mentioned having come from Miaojiang, prompting Li Shouqi to inquire about the Tiangu sect. The members of the Tiangu sect, including Chun Dongqiao, were currently under surveillance by the Dragon sect and had yet to leave Chang'an. However, Li Shouqi had no intention of letting them go easily, although the 3 immortal jade pieces were of immense value. The influence of the Tiangu sect in Miaojiang was formidable. If he could gain control over the sect through the 3rd elder, Chen Dongqiao, it would serve to expand the Dragon sect's operations in Miaojiang. Thus, he continued to keep a discreet watch on them. Zhong Yu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "The Tiangu sect is of little consequence. As long as we can utilize the immortal jade and thoroughly investigate the techniques contained within, they are not to be taken seriously." "You make a valid point." Li Shouqi led her away from the Zhong Corporation, and as they entered the vehicle, his gaze shifted to the mouth of a nearby alley, where a shadow flitted past. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Has the truth finally come to light? The moment Zhong Yu appeared on the 1st floor, he sensed a hidden gaze nearby, and now it had finally revealed itself. In that case, he need not worry about alarming the snake in the grass. He could deal with Zhong Yu first. The Tiangu sect may indeed be inconsequential, but the force behind you appears less formidable than I had anticipated, revealing itself sooner than expected. Li Shouqi turned to glance at Zhong Yu, who suddenly froze, her expression subtly shifting. What could Li's sect master mean by that? "Surely, you do not believe I genuinely intend to bring you into the Dragon sect?" Zhong Yu's lips trembled slightly, her throat feeling dry. Li Sect Master cannot be jesting with me, can he? I have already offered you an immortal jade, containing invaluable techniques that you have confirmed are legitimate. Who said the techniques were legitimate? A jumble of incomprehensible celestial characters, and you think to deceive me, Li Xiuqi? What a jest! As these words fell, Zhong Yu realized their plan had been uncovered. She hurriedly dashed towards the alley on her left, fearing that Li Xiuqi would intercept her. However, after running a short distance, she realized that Li Xiuqi had not pursued her. A hint of confusion crossed her face. At that moment, Yin Ji, accompanied by a group of individuals, stealthily approached from the shadows of the Zhong family consortium building, drawing closer to the alley. In the darkness lurked an elderly man clad in black cloth, appearing as if he were merely passing by, yet his face was drenched in cold sweat. Merely revealing half of his figure had already alerted him, and Zhong Yu had also been seen through. The foolish child had jeopardized their situation. If Zhong Yu had not run towards them, perhaps they could have fled separately, but now, if she approached, both would become trapped like cornered beasts. Zhong Yu rushed into the alley, her voice urgent and her face glistening with sweat. Master, we have been exposed. Li Xiuqi can see that the Tongxian jade is suspicious. He seems to be deliberately waiting for your appearance. Enough. We must flee separately, the old man sighed. Just as he intended to escape, a multitude of martial artists, led by Yin Ji, suddenly emerged from all directions, effectively encircling the alley. There was no need for Li Xiuqi to personally pursue Zhong Yu. With his hands clasped behind his back, he swaggered into the alley. Observing the elderly man and the young girl surrounded, he spoke with a peculiar expression. Old man, are you the legendary Tianlong Taoist? You know of the Tianlong Taoist? Then you must have heard of my renown. With my dual mastery of medicine and martial arts, and my command of the authentic art of Qimeng Duanjia, should you dare to confront me, you shall bear the consequences. The elderly man gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter. What a claim of dual mastery and authentic Qimeng Duanjia. If only I possessed your confidence. How about we exchange a few moves? Let me witness the prowess of this Tianlong Taoist of yours. Chapter 95. Defiance leads to a beating. Undoubtedly, this Tianlong Taoist before him was a mere impostor. Li Xiuqi regarded him with disdain. After all, should his master intervene, even Li Xiuqi would not stand a chance. This so-called Tianlong Taoist was, in reality, of mere celestial level. Although he might have grasped some esoteric arts, Li Xiuqi wielded true celestial methods and possessed genuine Qimeng Duanjia. How could he possibly regard this old man with any seriousness? In the encirclement, the old man's expression grew tense, and Zhong Yu beside him was even more flustered. After being exposed, she was engulfed in panic. Glancing around, they found themselves trapped. Fleeing separately? It would be a miracle if they were not cut down before they could even attempt that. Master, what should we do? What is there to fear? With my strength as the Tianlong Taoist, am I to fear this band of ruffians? The elderly man, lost in character, remained oblivious to his true identity, still maintaining an air of arrogance before Li Xiuqi. Youngster, I, the Heavenly Dragon Master, have never favored the strong oppressing the weak. Observing your youth, I advise you to refrain from courting trouble and jeopardizing your future. It would be wise to withdraw before the situation escalates beyond redemption. Feigning grandeur, Li Xiuqi's countenance darkened, and he glared fiercely at the elder before him, speaking in a low, resonant tone. With the mere incantations you have displayed, do you presume to impersonate my master? Even my own mastery of the celestial arts far exceeds yours. Should you persist in this charade, you shall face a far graver consequence. Your master? The elder, masquerading as the Heavenly Dragon Master, suddenly froze, taken aback. He scrutinized Li Xiuqi intently before bursting into laughter, shaking his head as he said, Young man, you are quite the performer. I suspect you are merely testing my credentials. Though I have heard tales of the Heavenly Dragon Master having several disciples. They are all female and remarkably gifted, with no male disciples in sight. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqi merely chuckled coldly. Your knowledge is commendable, indeed. I do have a few senior sisters, yet they are elusive and rarely seen. As for myself, I am the Master's closed-door disciple. You lie? Such a thing is utterly impossible. The elder in the dark robe suddenly appeared flustered. Li Xiuqi, however, asserted confidently, Shall we continue this performance? The elder's unease was palpable. Observing Li Xiuqi's demeanor, which exhibited no signs of pretense, he realized that regardless of his own acting prowess, He could not compare to Li Xiuqi's calm and collected composure. He recognized that he might truly be in trouble this time. Disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Master, you say? Even if you were indeed genuine, you remain far too young. Even if you have acquired some martial arts and esoteric knowledge, how could you possibly contend with me? He had no intention of prolonging the charade any further, since the other party was not merely testing him, but had confidently deduced his identity was false. There was no alternative but to take action. Disciple, stay close. I shall carve a bloody path for us. The Northming lineage has never been inferior to others. Master, can we truly fight our way out? The number of martial artists gathering around had grown increasingly daunting, surpassing 100. This indicated that the elite from the Divine Dragon Pavilion had already arrived. They could not guarantee that in the ensuing battle, the two of them could indeed carve a path to safety or if they would instead be slaughtered. Under the weight of fear, Zhongyu felt her legs weaken. Yet her master, remembering his disciple's potential, gritted his teeth and grasped her arm firmly. Fool, unleash your extreme Yin energy. These people cannot approach us easily. If they are caught off guard, we will have our chance to break free. But master, that person possesses a unique true energy that can directly neutralize extreme Yin energy. Then we shall overwhelm him with numbers. You are a natural extreme Yin body. I understand. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, preparing to act with all his might. The elderly figure clad in black beside him had heightened his vigilance, fixating intently on Li Xiuqi, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Yet, Li Xiuqi maintained an air of nonchalance. He scoffed, remarking, "If this is all you have, then I shall have no choice but to subdue you with my martial prowess. I had thought you possessed some mastery of the art of Qimeng Duanjia, yet it appears you lack any formidable means." He was eager to ascertain whether these individuals truly wielded any mastery of the mystical arts, but soon realized he had overestimated their capabilities. Did the old man truly intend to fight his way out? With disdain, Li Xiuqi regarded the elder and resolved to take action. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from within Zhongyu. The others from the Shenlong Pavilion nearby felt a wave of disorientation wash over them, accompanied by a noticeable drop in their body temperature as a chilling aura spread through their veins. Their expressions shifted dramatically, just as they prepared to charge forward. They sensed another force that not only dispelled the malevolent energy within them, but also sent Zhongyu flying. The cloaked elder had no time to react. He charged directly at Li Xiuqi. In the next instant, the force struck him, toppling him and shattering a wall. As he emerged from the debris, his eyes widened in disbelief. How can your strength be so formidable? He was utterly astonished by Li Xiuqi's overwhelming power. According to their assessment of the Shenlong Pavilion, this place was merely a branch in Chang'an and should not possess such might. Even their leader, present here, was merely a figure of the martial world. How strong could they truly be? At that moment, he comprehended the terror of Li Xiuqi. To confront a celestial martial artist of his caliber, it seemed that merely standing still, exerting his own true energy, could inflict grave injury upon him. Meanwhile, Zhongyu, not far away, felt the oppressive Yin energy within her being sealed, suppressed by another force. Although she found this newfound state somewhat relieving, sparing her from the torment of the malevolent energy coursing through her, she realized that it was Li Xiuqi who had sealed her power. On the other side, the cloaked elder's face flushed red as he growled, "I never imagined that I, Baiming Daoist, would fall to the hands of a young man. Since it has come to this, I shall demonstrate what true Qimeng techniques entail. Even if you are indeed a disciple of the Tianlong Daoist, you shall not be my match." As he spoke, he produced a black talisman. Even Li Xiuqi felt a surge of unease. Chapter 96. Interrogation, the Unveiling of Truth. The black talisman exuded a terrifying aura. With just a glance, Li Xiuqi discerned that it was a spell talisman, imbued with a formidable curse. However, he could assure that the talisman was not crafted by the so-called North Underworld Daoist, an elderly man who lacked such capability. Given his cultivation level, attempting to create this talisman would cost him half his life. It was evident that he had merely procured a cursed talisman from elsewhere. Yet, to think that this talisman could vanquish me, ha! Li Xiuqi let out a cold laugh. He waved his hand, and the talisman, which had yet to manifest its power, floated effortlessly into his grasp. Upon witnessing this, the old man was instantly consumed by frustration. "Li Xiuqi, return that talisman to me. You truly are inhumane. This is my trump card, stored for 20 years. Return it to you, so you can cast a curse upon me?" Li Xiuqi tucked the black talisman away. He cast a glance at the North Underworld Taoist, who was crawling out from the ruins, and signaled to Yin Ji beside him, saying indifferently, "Go and kill his disciple. Let us see if this old man possesses any true fortitude." "No, we surrender. We surrender." The North Underworld Taoist was not merely lacking in backbone. He was, in fact, a weakling. Upon hearing that Li Xiuqi intended to slay his disciple, he promptly knelt, no longer daring to struggle, adopting the most respectful posture in hopes of gaining Li Xiuqi's forgiveness. His face turned pale, taut with anxiety as he gazed at Li Xiuqi. "What do you want from us?" Not far away, Zhong Yu had indeed not been slain. She was dragged before Li Xiuqi, kneeling alongside the North Underworld Taoist. Li Xiuqi regarded them with interest, speaking calmly, "So you are the North Underworld Taoist? Why do you impersonate my master?" With a sigh, the North Underworld Taoist hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth, when the frail Zhong Yu spoke up. "Master, let us disclose the entire truth. After all, we have no genuine reason to be at odds with the Divine Dragon Pavilion. We merely sought to utilize them, but were discovered, causing no real harm." Zhong Yu's expression was bitter. Though her injuries were not severe, she understood that her life lay in Li Xiuqi's hands. He could easily reap it at any moment. The North Underworld Taoist clenched his teeth and lowered his head. "I once received guidance from the Heavenly Dragon Taoist and implored him to take me as a disciple. However, due to my inadequate aptitude, he rejected me. Thus, I harbored some resentment and, while wandering the world, acted under his name to commit unsavory deeds." Bang! Li Xiuqi instantly kicked out in disdain. "My master once guided you, and yet you failed to cherish that opportunity. Because of your lack of talent, you were not accepted as a disciple, and you sought to take revenge on my master? I have realized my mistakes," the North Underworld Taoist awkwardly replied. Li Xiuqi chose not to linger on the matter. A beating would suffice, trusting that his master would not take their lives over such trivialities. "Then, what do you mean by utilizing the Divine Dragon Pavilion?" The scattered cultivators of the martial arts community have discovered a few pieces of the celestial jade, which, unfortunately, originate from one of the ancient clans, the Long family. They are currently unaware of the existence of our community, but have set their sights on our master-disciple duo. The mention of the Long family caused Yin Ji's expression to stiffen. She approached and solemnly explained, "Master, during our investigation into the Qi family, we also inquired about the Long family. Aside from the four prominent clans of Heaven, Earth, Wind, and Cloud, the Long family stands as the foremost among the remaining clans of Dragon, Tiger, Bird, and Serpent. Their strength is formidable." Li Xiuqi's gaze deepened. According to the intelligence they possessed, the Qi family belonged to the Yunwen lineage of the four prominent clans, and the Long family's capabilities were not far behind those of the Qi family. The 8 major families were virtually of the same caliber. "Ah, I see. You are being hunted by the Long family, and the martial arts community remains concealed. Hence, you wish to divert their attention to our Divine Dragon Pavilion, allowing you and your disciple to escape with ease? That was indeed our initial plan," they admitted. "However, upon witnessing the immense power and magnanimity of the Pavilion Master, I have reconsidered. I implore you to spare our lives." Having surrendered, they naturally adopted a posture of utmost sincerity. However, Li Xiuqi could not help but feel a surge of anger. Bang! He delivered another kick. The nearly lifeless Bei Ming Taoist lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he pleaded for mercy. "Divine Dragon Pavilion Master, please spare us. We truly recognize our mistakes. Spare us, Master." Beside him, Zhong Yu repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Li Xiuqi frowned at them, speaking darkly, "If my Divine Dragon Pavilion were truly to be manipulated by you, and the Long family were to send individuals seeking the Celestial Jade, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath, with the casualties falling solely upon my people. Who knows how many lives would be lost at their hands." Li Xiuqi's words left Bei Ming Taoist and his disciple feeling awkward. They could not refute his claims. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon in the martial world. They did not perceive their actions as erroneous. Had the Divine Dragon Pavilion failed to discern their false identities and accepted them into the organization, only to be retaliated against by the Long family, no one could be blamed. After all, they had initially been welcomed for the sake of the Celestial Jade. Suddenly, Li Xiuqi shifted his gaze and probed. "How many pieces of Celestial Jade do you possess that have compelled the Long family to pursue you so aggressively?" Bei Ming Taoist and Zhong Yu exchanged glances. Before they could concoct a response, Li Xiuqi had already signaled for Yin Ji to apprehend them, separating them for interrogation. adding a crucial stipulation. If the numbers you provide differ, I shall execute both of you. With no choice, the two were taken away for questioning. Soon, a truthful answer emerged. The two of them dared not speak falsehoods. They possessed 5 pieces of the Transcendence Jade. However, the Divine Pattern Jade was a fabrication of her imagination, and she seemed oblivious to its true worth. Previously, when Zhongyu mentioned the Divine Pattern Jade, Li Xiuqi saw through her deception at once, and it was now evident that her understanding of this jade was quite limited. She mistakenly believed it to be akin to ordinary Transcendence Jade. In reality, while the various Transcendence Jades, including those adorned with different patterns like the Celestial Wind and Cloud, contained many ancient martial arts and techniques recorded in celestial script, they were fundamentally distinct from the Divine Pattern Jade. The latter contained authentic celestial techniques, whereas the former were at best earthly-level martial arts, lacking incomparable value. Li Xiuqi hesitated, pondering whether it would be worth incurring the wrath of the Long family for these few pieces of Transcendence Jade. Although he could potentially obscure his identity through the Scattered Cultivators Martial Arts Association, such a course of action still bore its risks. Chapter 97. Breaking into the Martial Arts Association. Yin Ji murmured, according to their claims, among the 5 pieces of Transcendence Jade, 2 are Celestial Pattern Jades, invaluable treasures. Where have they hidden these items? Li Xiuqi resolved to assess the difficulty of the situation. Yin Ji continued in a hushed tone. The Scattered Cultivators Martial Arts Association also has a foothold within Chang'an City. It is a rather loose organization composed of various rogues and miscreants, vast in scale. Perhaps we could leverage their strength or even assimilate them. This was the first time Li Xiuqi recognized the extent of Yin Ji's ambition. She even contemplated swallowing the Scattered Cultivators Martial Arts Association. However, their next target was the Tiangu sect, a far larger and more formidable force, which seemed best avoided for now. He pondered deeply, deciding to visit that outpost personally. Meanwhile, Zhongyu and her master, the North Ming Daoist, who had been reassigned to a secluded spot, exchanged glances in a dead-end alley, devoid of any other presence. As the Divine Dragon Pavilion had cleared the area, they looked at each other with expressions of profound distress. Zhongyu, her face etched with concern, said, "Master, what should we do now? They wouldn't resort to silencing us, would they?" Regret began to gnaw at her. Had she known back in the countryside, she would not have followed her master. Though her age had brought about an increasingly frequent manifestation of her extreme yin body, her condition had worsened. Yet, the brutality of these rogues was beyond comprehension. She felt her life was in peril, and fear had taken root within her. Beside her, the North Ming Daoist, though grievously injured by Li Xiuqi, with several bones seemingly fractured, shook his head. "Do not worry, the situation is not so complex." He lowered his voice and added, "They appear to still be interested in the Transcendence Jade. They will likely head to our outpost next. But that place is guarded by formidable warriors. Master, are you referring to Elder Wang Wei of the True Blood Realm?" Indeed, attaining the True Blood Realm signifies a transcendent level of martial prowess. Within ancient clans, such individuals often command a certain social standing, potentially serving as pivotal members of their core elite. Should their innate talents be commendable, they may further ascend in rank. In the hierarchy of the Elder Council, becoming a regional military commander is a mere formality, with the possibility of even rising to the position of Minister of the Military. The Baiming Daoist, who embodies the unity of heaven and man, holds the practitioners of the True Blood Realm in high regard. He believes that if the disciples of the Divine Dragon sect were to confront their esteemed Elder Wang Wei, they would stand no chance. To them, that particular stronghold resembles a den of ferocity. As Li Xiuqi approached, he overheard the conversation between Baiming and his disciple, wherein the true strength of that stronghold was inadvertently revealed, leaving him somewhat astonished. "You claim the leader of that stronghold is merely a True Blood Realm warrior? What do you mean by merely? Although the master of the Divine Dragon sect possesses formidable power, he too would likely find it challenging to contend with a practitioner of the True Blood Realm," Baiming remarked, his tone reflecting his belief in the prowess of such practitioners. Yet, Li Xiuqi regarded the matter with a perplexed expression, realizing he had significantly overestimated the capabilities of the Loose Cultivator Martial Association. He furrowed his brow and queried, "You dare to vie with the ancient clans for resources, relying solely on a True Blood Realm warrior, particularly for the coveted Tungsten Jade?" Upon hearing this, Baiming's countenance revealed a hint of frustration. Nevertheless, he retorted through gritted teeth, "Yet we have successfully seized 5 pieces of Tongxian Jade, which only underscores our strength. while Li Shouqi remained unaware of the methods by which they had pilfered from the ancient clan, managing to conceal their identities in the process. The news that the stronghold was solely manned by a true Blood Realm warrior brought him a sense of assurance. How intriguing, he mused. A mere true Blood Realm warrior dares to orchestrate such a commotion and even exploit our Divine Dragon sect. It seems a visit to this loose cultivator martial association stronghold is unavoidable. For the sake of those few pieces of Tongxian jade, I shall make the journey. As for the Long family, it would be ideal to keep my identity concealed, for I have no desire to provoke another ancient clan. However, should my identity be revealed, I would not cower before them. I find myself in a position burdened with debts. Yet I can still extract some value from the Qi family due to the divine pattern jade, provided they do not discern its flaws too swiftly. You truly intend to visit our stronghold? I can guide you, but I must caution you that Elder Wang Wei's temperament is rather volatile. Should you pursue the Tongxian jade, he will not let you off easily. You ought to be more concerned about your own safety, Baiming warned. Li Shouqi regarded him with a look of disdain. Perceiving the elder's naivety, as he led the pair away, he lamented, Zhong Yu is indeed in a precarious position by your side. With her extreme, physique, finding a suitable cultivation method would enable her to transcend the true blood realm with ease, or even reach greater heights. You are truly squandering her potential. The Taoist of Baiming cast a furtive glance at his disciple. Fortunately, Zhong Yu did not heed Li Shouqi's words, for she was the one truly inexperienced in the world. Was I not also motivated by the pursuit of martial arts, which led me to join the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association, hoping to harness the techniques within the Tongxian Jade to cultivate my disciple's potential? Li Shouqi said little more. In his mind, he had already formulated a plan. The Tongxian Jade was worth seizing, and Zhong Yu could be retained, for in terms of martial arts, with her extreme physique, what need had she for the Tongxian Jade? He possessed suitable celestial tier techniques that could guide Zhong Yu onto the path of true strength. However, prior to that, he hoped Zhong Yu would align herself with the Dragon God Pavilion. Meanwhile, in an old residence at the northwest corner of Chang'an City, a gray-clad elder appeared to be a rugged old farmer, yet he emanated an aura of formidable authority, gazing at the young disciple before him. He spoke darkly, "Have you confirmed that trouble has indeed arisen in Baiming?" Uncertain, the disciple replied. "But we can observe that many elite members of the Dragon God Pavilion are hastening towards Baiming and Zhong Yu's location. They may already be surrounded." Still no news? The elder's expression darkened. It seems they have failed to break through. Truly, two inept fools, unable to succeed in such a simple task. Wang Wei exhibited a look of disappointment. The young disciple respectfully suggested, "Elder, our elite members of the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association are dispersed across the realm, and we can find refuge wherever we go. Perhaps we should take the Tongxian Jade and seek a place to conceal ourselves for a while. Without needing the Dragon God Pavilion's protection, the Long family might not even locate us." Upon hearing his disciple's proposal, Wang Wei sighed and shook his head. Originally, he intended to let the Dragon God Pavilion take the blame merely to redirect attention, but he had not anticipated incurring further trouble. He immediately rose and declared, "Summon all personnel. We must evacuate Chang'an City to prevent the newly joined old and young from betraying our martial association." Just as they prepared to withdraw, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. A figure burst through the doors, crashing into the room. One of their elite members who had been lying in ambush outside. Yinji lowered her foot from where she had kicked and respectfully invited Li Shouqi inside. Striding confidently into the courtyard, he surveyed the surroundings until his gaze landed on the elder known as Wang Wei. "Is it you who wishes to ensnare our Dragon God Pavilion?" Chapter 98. Sweeping the Strongholds. The Ancient Jade Falls. They have arrived already? Wang Wei had begun to waver in his resolve. His subordinates had sensed that the duo of master and disciple had fallen into the hands of the Dragon God Pavilion. And given their brief tenure in the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association, it was presumed they might betray the organization. Thus, he had planned to withdraw from this location. Yet unexpectedly, just as he issued the order, this group had already arrived. Wang Wei regarded the Taoist of Baiming with disdain. "You two are utterly useless. It is one thing to fail the mission, but how dare you betray the organization? Who taught you to act in such a manner?" The North Abyss Taoist stammered, remaining silent with an expression of guilt. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu mumbled to himself. They had only recently joined, and the Martial Arts Association had tasked them with this mission to deceive the Divine Dragon Pavilion in order to test their loyalty. In reality, the difficulty of this task far exceeded their expectations. The trouble was insurmountable, yet they found themselves powerless. In pursuit of the techniques contained within the Celestial Jade, they had no choice but to work for the scattered cultivators of the Martial Arts Association. If we do not betray the Martial Arts Association, my master and I will surely perish. Zheng Yu felt no remorse for his actions. At such a critical juncture, survival was of utmost importance. Moreover, they held no genuine loyalty to the Martial Arts Association. The North Abyss Taoist glanced at Wang Wei across the room and then at the young man beside him. His expression tinged with bitterness. Elder Wang was already furious. Perhaps it would be wise for Master Li to negotiate with him. A cooperative approach might yield better results. However, should they confront him head-on, the consequences would be dire. Before Li Xiuqi could respond, Wang Wei erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Cooperate? Nonsense! What does the mere Divine Dragon Pavilion have to be arrogant about? It is but a trifling organization in the martial world." Li Xiuqi was at a loss for words. He looked at the gray-clad elder opposite him and frowned, saying, "Are you not merely another faction in the martial world? What gives you the right to be so arrogant?" The scattered cultivators of the Martial Arts Association span the entire realm. Countless martial artists, both overtly and covertly, are aligned with us. Our total membership has surpassed 100,000. How does your Divine Dragon Pavilion even begin to compare? At this, Yin Ji stepped forward. While their numbers may not match, she asserted the Divine Dragon Pavilion was not afraid of any opponent when it came to strength. However, she did not have the chance to voice her thoughts before Li Xiuqi interrupted the conversation. "Enough. Speaking further is futile. What I seek are the few celestial jades in your possession. According to the North Abyss Taoist, you possess 10 celestial jades, each corresponding to a supreme technique. Hand them over promptly." 10? Are you jesting? There are clearly only 5. Wang Wei glared fiercely at the North Abyss Taoist. This fellow had already betrayed the organization and now sought to embellish the truth. Was he not jeopardizing their safety? The North Abyss Taoist was taken aback. Glancing at Li Xiuqi, realizing he was merely testing Wang Wei, his expression grew more pained as Wang Wei unwittingly revealed information. "Elder Wang, I told him 5 as well. This brat is trying to deceive us. So that is how it is." Wang Wei suddenly smirked, shaking his head. "However, none of this is significant anymore. What truly matters is that you must be silenced today. The Divine Dragon Pavilion, if it hadn't provoked us, could have avoided this conflict. But now that you have, do you believe there is any way for you to survive?" This time, Li Xiuqi did not bring many people with him. Apart from Yin Ji and a few mid to high-level individuals, the rest had quietly concealed themselves. At this moment, Li Xiuqi was accompanied by merely a dozen or so companions. Unbeknownst to him, however, over 100 elite practitioners from the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association had gathered nearby, which served as the foundation of Wang Wei's confidence. Aside from his own martial prowess, the presence of these subordinates was paramount. With them at his side, he could disregard the pressure posed by Li Xiuqi. Bai Ming Daoist was also troubled by this situation. Having betrayed his own organization, he faced considerable peril should Wang Wei emerge victorious. Although the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association was a rather loose organization, the consequences of betrayal were not something he could bear. The master and disciple exchanged glances and surveyed the multitude of warriors surrounding them, their hearts heavy with despair. It was all the fault of that reckless youth. How could he dare to come here with just a handful of people? When they had previously besieged the 2 of them, he had summoned so many formidable fighters. Bai Ming Daoist muttered to himself. Beside him, Yin Ji looked at him with disdain. "It was merely due to a lack of understanding of your background. Now that we are aware you hail from the Loose Cultivators Martial Arts Association, there is nothing to fear. Dealing with you will be a trivial task. Arrogance. You are utterly insufferable." Wang Wei, standing opposite, was seething with rage. He noted that Li Xiuqi had not retreated despite their numerical superiority, and his anger boiled within him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to delay matters here a bit longer. "Very well, what is a little time wasted in extinguishing your Dragon Pavilion? Although it may hinder our subsequent plans for concealment, eliminating you poses no challenge." With that, he waved his hand, and hundreds of warriors surged forth from all directions. Bai Ming Daoist and his disciple fell to their knees, collapsing onto the ground, their faces turning pale as despair washed over them. It appeared that their betrayal would lead to their demise. Wang Wei's visage twisted into a snarl. "The trouble is of your own making. Perish." Li Xiuqi felt utterly bewildered. He surveyed the surroundings and calmly remarked, "How can you claim we sought trouble when it was you who approached the Dragon Pavilion first?" Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, Martial artists came hurtling in from various directions, crashing to the ground, many of them grievously injured upon impact. As they struggled to rise, confusion etched across their faces. What just transpired? Unbeknownst to them, over 30 individuals had already been harmed by an unseen force, each one sent reeling backward. Standing firmly with his hands clasped behind his back, Li Xiuqi regarded Wang Wei with a look of contempt. A mere true blood realm practitioner daring to flaunt his might in Chang'an City. You truly are oblivious to your own limitations. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Wei's gaze shifted in astonishment. Could it be that you have attained the pinnacle of the true blood realm? Only those who have reached the pinnacle of the true blood realm can unleash such formidable power, leaving him utterly astounded and even instilling a sense of dread within him. In a mere few breaths, half of the more than 100 individuals rushing over had already been grievously injured and collapsed to the ground. The remaining ones, their faces shifting in color, hastily turned to flee. They had encountered a master. With his subordinates attempting to escape, Wang Wei naturally intended to make his own retreat. Yet, just as he turned, before he could take a single step, a young man appeared before him as if by teleportation. Li Xiuqi, hand over what I desire. Chapter 99. The ancient clan of the Long family emerges. Wang Wei's countenance turned ashen in an instant. He realized they had stumbled into a grave predicament. The might of the divine dragon pavilion was indeed terrifying. His expression tensed, he gritted his teeth and attempted to change direction once more. Unaware of your own limitations, came Li Xiuqi's indifferent voice from behind him. The remaining individuals nearby were disregarded by Li Xiuqi. They were not his targets. However, Wang Wei, the elder at the forefront, was not so fortunate. In the moment he turned, an overwhelming force struck him to the ground, akin to a tsunami crashing down upon him. An invisible tsunami, no less. In an instant, Wang Wei felt as if his very organs had been crushed by Li Xiuqi's overwhelming strength, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. Li Xiuqi approached him, towering over him. Both of us may be weaklings, but I wonder if you, as an elder of the Loose Cultivator Martial Association, possess any fortitude? Hand over the Tongxian Jade. Li Xiuqi's voice was devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the life or death of any individual, a demeanor befitting one of unparalleled strength. Despair washed over Wang Wei. And amidst his agony, he cried out, I have informed another elder. His name is Qian Rusen. The item is with him, and he is well versed in celestial script. So, the counterfeit Tongxian Jade I obtained was indeed forged by Qian Rusen? Those capable of crafting such fakes are rarely ordinary individuals. When I previously encountered the Beiming Taoist, I discovered that the old man's peculiar abilities were quite limited. Typically, such individuals are incapable of producing a genuine Tongxian Jade. Ordinary martial artists certainly cannot. Perhaps Qian Rusen could be a remarkable figure. Wang Wei lay prostrate on the ground, his gaze flickering. He was an elder of the Loose Cultivator Martial Association, while Qian Rusen held the position of elder in the Literary Academy. However, the literary elders do not imply a lack of strength. On the contrary, their exposure to various martial artist secrets, coupled with mastery of legendary skills such as celestial script, renders their power even more formidable. Having reached the peak of the true blood realm, if Qian Rusen arrives, there may still be a glimmer of hope for them. For in Wang Wei's perspective, Li Xiuqi had indeed overstepped. He had allowed all his subordinates to escape, and they would undoubtedly alert Qian Rusen. Yet, Li Xiuqi harbored no intentions of subterfuge. He first instructed Wang Wei to disclose the whereabouts of Qian Rusen, dispatching members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion to surround the area. He then urged Wang Wei to make a direct call, summoning Elder Qian to come forth. He conveyed that should Qian willingly bring the Celestial Communication Jade, he would be granted a share of the accompanying techniques. However, if he intended to abscond with the Jade, he would meet his demise before departing from Chang'an. Li Xiuqi lifted Wang Wei from the ground, patting the elder's shoulder with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Wang Wei felt a chill seep into his heart. Realizing that Li Xiuqi was indeed not to be trifled with, his countenance grew grave and tense. Elder Qian will certainly come, you need not worry. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and dialed the number. Meanwhile, the Beiming Taoist was left dumbfounded. Previously, he had believed that Li Xiuqi would undoubtedly be unable to overcome Wang Wei, considering the latter was also a formidable figure of the true blood realm. To his astonishment, Li Xiuqi had achieved victory without lifting a finger. At such a young age, reaching the true blood realm was remarkable, and not merely at a standard level. He must be a prodigy of an ancient clan, a true heir of exceptional caliber to possess such talent. He appeared even younger than those of his kind. The Beiming Taoist's eyes glimmered with shock. Suddenly, he turned to Zhong Yu with excitement. "You error, I have conceived a new idea." From what he previously mentioned, he seems to have an interest in your extreme physique. If you are willing to join the Divine Dragon Pavilion, perhaps you could acquire techniques suited to you. Zhong Yu appeared puzzled, as her lack of worldly experience left her unaware of the implications of joining the Divine Dragon Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, her expression turned somewhat bitter. "Master, I believe these matters are beyond our reach. I have no interest in fighting and killing. It would be better to return to the countryside and cultivate the land, where I could care for you in your old age." "You foolish child." The Beiming Taoist nearly coughed up blood in frustration. She possessed exceptional talent but lacked a powerful legacy and, most importantly, even ambition. This left the Beiming Taoist incensed at her lack of drive. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi observed the change in their attitudes, under the overwhelming pressure of his strength. The Beiming Taoist had capitulated. As for Zhong Yu, it was evident that she was not yet qualified to join the Divine Dragon Pavilion, primarily due to her lack of awareness. Perhaps it would be wise to entrust her to Yin Ji for guidance. With her talent, she could swiftly surpass Yin Ji and even attain the prodigious status spoken of among the ancient clans. Li Xiuqi contemplated nurturing Zhong Yu's potential. On the other side, Wang Wei concluded the call, his complexion pale as he spoke in a low tone. "Elder Qian is on his way. He was already en route. So you need not worry and should refrain from further hostility. Rest assured, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. Though you rogue cultivators may wish to exploit the Divine Dragon Pavilion, you are all deserving of disdain. However, I am quite magnanimous," he chuckled, casting a glance around the surroundings. Dozens of despondent subordinates, severely injured, likely rendered incapable of martial arts, clung to life, yet it felt little different from death. This weighed heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, news from Flame Princess indicated that Qian Rusen had indeed arrived ahead of schedule, leaving their dispatched personnel empty-handed. Li Xiuqi chose to remain silent, preferring to wait in tranquility. However, neither he nor Wang Wei anticipated that, not far down the street, a black sedan was gliding slowly. Occupied by an elder clad in a black robe, his face lined with a menacing scowl, accompanied by a gaunt elder. "So, this is the Scattered Cultivators Martial Arts Gathering? You truly possess audacity, daring to intercept even our Long family's goods, thinking we cannot track you down?" The menacing elder turned his glare toward Qian Rusen, who trembled like a frail chick, drenched in sweat, quaking in the car, his expression filled with bitterness. In truth, before Wang Wei was apprehended, he had already been captured. But in a bid for survival, he had falsely claimed that the Tongxian Jade was in Wang Wei's possession, when in reality, that item had been well hidden. Just as Wang Wei hoped for his salvation, he too yearned for Wang Wei to rescue him. However, the current predicament was dire. Wang Wei had stumbled at the Shenlong Pavilion, and from the very beginning, they had been targeted by the Long family. What could he possibly do? Just as panic gripped Qian Rusen, the car arrived at their stronghold. Bang! He was unceremoniously kicked into the compound. Li Xiuqi turned to see over a dozen black-robed martial artists, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura, striding into the courtyard. "Shenlong Pavilion, you seek the Tongxian Jade as well?" The menacing elder had witnessed Qian Rusen taking the call and had ensured he promised to meet Wang Wei, merely to surprise this group from Shenlong Pavilion. Chapter 100, The Ancient Jade, Enigmatic and Elusive. "Who are you?" Li Xiuqi glanced at the battered Qian Rusen, and his heart began to form an answer. Wang Wei and the others were equally bewildered. "Long Kuei, he is the elder of the Long family. Long Kuei? Humph. Wang Wei, I have heard the Tongxian Jade is in your possession?" "Nonsense. The item is clearly with Qian Rusen." Wang Wei's face paled in shock as he hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Qian Rusen crawled to his side and whispered, "The Tongxian Jade cannot be surrendered, otherwise we will surely be silenced. Only by retaining the Tongxian Jade do we have a chance of survival." Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. Yet Long Kuei burst into laughter, mocking them for daring to play tricks at such a juncture, exclaiming how bold they were. After his laughter subsided, he cast a contemptuous gaze at Li Xiuqi, stating, "You have heard. I am Long Kuei, elder of the ancient Long clan. I have come here to reclaim the Tongxian Jade lost by our family. The role of the Shenlong Pavilion in this matter is now clear to us. It is, in fact, unrelated to you. Your interest in the Tongxian Jade does not provoke my ire, thus you may depart." Li Xiuqi glanced at Wang Wei and Qian Rusen beside him, then turned his gaze to the arrogant Long Kuei, silently nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Elder Long Kuei is a man of integrity. This matter does not concern us, and the Shenlong Pavilion has no intention of contending for the Tongxian Jade. We shall take our leave. After speaking, he gestured to the puzzled Yin Ji and the others, guiding Baiming Daoren and Zhong Yu out of this makeshift stronghold of the wandering cultivators. Upon exiting, Baiming Daoren exchanged glances with his disciple. It appeared that the Long family had already traced their steps, even capturing Elder Qian, indicating that the two elders of the wandering cultivators were utterly incapable of resisting the ancient clans. Utilizing the Shenlong Pavilion would yield no benefits, fortunately. The two of them had managed to escape. Baiming Daoren regarded Li Xiuqi with deep gratitude. Just as he was about to speak, Yanji interjected quietly, "Master, are we truly relinquishing the Tongxian Jade?" Although the ordinary grade of Tongxian Jade holds little value for a warrior of Li Xiuqi's caliber, it is nonetheless incomparable to the divine pattern Jade. Many within the pavilion, having experienced the might of the tiger roar and dragon sound at the Martial Arts Bureau, had developed a keen interest in these ancient martial arts. Perhaps one day, they too could evolve into a powerful ancient martial force rather than a mere martial sect. Therefore, the Tongxian Jade is of paramount importance. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiuqi replied softly, "Those jades have been hidden away by Qian Rusen, so there is no need to hastily confront the Long family. We have ample opportunities ahead. We can feign departure while I eavesdrop on their interrogations. Once they reveal the location, we shall strike first." Yin Ji's expression brightened immediately, and she nodded. "Very well. I shall hasten to gather our forces, prepared to act at any moment." Li Xiuqi shook his head, reflecting on Elder Long Kuei, who, upon realizing their interest in the Tongxian Jade, had graciously allowed them to leave. This evoked a sense of bittersweet reflection within him, pondering his own character. In the realm of martial arts, one often finds oneself ensnared by circumstance. For the future of the Shenlong Pavilion's brethren, he was willing to endure a slight indignity, engaging in some underhanded dealings, which hardly constituted a grave betrayal of the Long family. At most, he could offer them some compensation in the future. Just as he was about to depart, a cloaked figure beside Long Kuei whispered, "Elder Long Kuei, are we truly letting the Shenlong Pavilion members go? They are now aware of the Tongxian Jade, and I fear they may leak information." Long Kuei snorted dismissively. Hearing the engines of cars revving outside, he replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with them. First, we must locate the Jades. Once we have them, we shall eliminate anyone from the Shenlong Pavilion to prevent them from spreading rumors. The ancient clan's prestige cannot be tarnished by having a piece of flesh taken by wandering cultivators. Even if we recover the items, it would still bring shame upon us. The matter concerning the Celestial Jade has always been of paramount importance. Should any information be leaked, it could easily lead to complications. Truly, Elder Long Kuei demonstrates remarkable foresight. Thus, let us first interrogate these two individuals." The figure in the black robe beside him gave a thumbs up in approval. However, Elder Long Kuei did not anticipate that Li Xiuqi was even more cunning than he had imagined. Though it appeared he had driven away, in reality, he lingered nearby, discreetly observing the happenings within the courtyard. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he overheard the conversation between the two. "So it is. I had thought the Long family differed from the Qi family, possessing at least a semblance of humanity, yet they are even more treacherous than I had assumed." Li Xiuqi felt a pang of shame. After all, he remained there in the shadows, contemplating how to compensate the heavily burdened Long family once he acquired the Celestial Jade. Yet, who would have thought they were plotting murder to silence witnesses? Such inhumanity. Li Xiuqi silently cursed. He suddenly felt unburdened, quietly eavesdropping from the side. Soon, anguished cries echoed through the courtyard. However, the Long family was indeed unfortunate. The individuals Li Xiuqi had encountered, Baiming Daoist and Wang Wei, were spineless, confessing without the need for torture. Surprisingly, Qian Rusen managed to withstand half an hour of interrogation. Yet, after that duration, he appeared utterly pallid. He finally revealed the truth. "The item is concealed in the Heavenly Garden. I am acquainted with Hu heir of Chang'an City, under the pretense of visiting the Heavenly Garden. I hid the item there. Hu heir is a hidden master in Chang'an City, possessing the strength of a perfected celestial being. I believed it to be the safest place." "Where exactly is it hidden?" Long Kuei exclaimed with delight. He cared little for the Heavenly Garden or the Earthly Garden. As long as he could ascertain the location of the item, anyone who had come into contact with the Celestial Jade would be silenced. "It's concealed deep within the artificial hill in the middle of a pond." Qian Rusen, now barely recognizable, elucidated the entire truth. Li Xiuqi, standing outside the side wall, took out his phone and sent a message to Hu Er, instructing him to retrieve the celestial jade according to the provided address. With that, matters became significantly simpler. Li Xiuqi promptly turned to leave. However, the wandering cultivators attending the martial arts assembly were destined to endure further torment. Within the heavenly garden, upon receiving the message, Hu Er stealthily approached the pond, retrieving a cloth bag containing 5 authentic pieces of celestial jade. Overwhelmed with joy, he thought to himself, Qian Rusen has truly gifted me a splendid bounty. He was already aware of the situation unfolding elsewhere. Immediately, he took the celestial jade from the heavenly garden and handed it over to the members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, ensuring that the 5 pieces vanished without a trace. Hu Er feigned ignorance. Not long after, Elder Long Kue arrived with his men at the heavenly garden. After a thorough search, he was infuriated to mention Qian Rusen. Still hiding? I see you have quite the resilience. I have never encountered such a tough nut. Continue the interrogation. Have mercy. I truly concealed the items in this heavenly garden. They must have been taken by someone else. Qian Rusen wailed. Chapter 101. Suspects arrest Li Xiuqi. Upon sensing the commotion, Hu Er rushed out with his subordinates from the inner courtyard. At the pond's edge, a group surrounded Qian Rusen, led by Elder Long Kue of the Long family, who appeared ready to consume him alive. Hu Er could not suppress his cold laughter. Although he was somewhat acquainted with Qian Rusen, the latter was notoriously arrogant. Their loose sect, despite its considerable size, wielded limited combat prowess yet held significant influence within the vast martial world. His heavenly garden merely occupied a corner of Chang'an City. Moreover, Qian Rusen was a true blood realm warrior, while Hu Er had long remained in the celestial realm, naturally placing him at a disadvantage. For years, Qian Rusen had offered him little more than disdain. Witnessing Qian Rusen's misfortune, Hu Er reveled in his predicament, though he feigned astonishment. Elder Qian, what on earth is happening? And what about you all? What is the meaning of this? Hu Er approached, brimming with feigned fury. Long Kue's piercing gaze shifted from Qian Rusen's face to Hu Er's, laden with inquiry. The items are in your possession? What items? Hu Er continued to play the fool, his act notably convincing. Suddenly, Qian Rusen, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, Hu Er, stop your charade. After years of collecting the Tongxian jade, the items I concealed in the heavenly garden pond must have been stolen by you. Qian Rusen, Hu Er bellowed, pointing at the prostrate figure of Qian Rusen with scorn. Are you attempting to slander me? Although I have gathered the Tongxian jade, it has merely been a hobby. My true business is in antiquities. Do not speak such nonsense. Feigning realization, Hu Er then addressed Long Kue. While I am unaware of your origins, I, Hu Er, hold significant esteem in Chang'an City. Whatever you claim I have stolen is simply untrue. I did not steal it. Qian Rusen thought to himself that the items were indeed in the heavenly garden, a place accessible only to a select few. If Hu Er had not taken them, who else could have? His fury boiled over, rendering him nearly speechless, compounded by the agony of his injuries. Long Kue, surveying the two men, darkly declared, since the items were lost here, your heavenly garden must share the responsibility. If those 5 pieces of Tongxian jade are not recovered, I foresee great upheaval in Chang'an City. Hu Er's gaze sharpened. Although he feigned ignorance regarding their identities, he had gleaned from his previous conversation with Li Xiuqi that Long Kue was an elder from the ancient Long clan, a figure beyond Hu Er's capacity to confront. With indignation etched across his face, he glared at Qian Rusen. You wretched fool. You have drawn such calamity upon me. Yet I, Hu Er, am not one to be trifled with. Gentlemen, from which forces do you hail? I, Hu Er, possess a modicum of influence in Chang'an. Should you truly seek to trouble me, know that I am not easily intimidated. He assumed the imposing demeanor of a backer from the heavenly garden, prepared to confront them. However, Long Kue merely scoffed, exuding an air of indifference as he remarked, I hail from the ancient clan of the Long family. If you possess any genuine power, you ought to have heard of the ancient clan. What? The ancient clan? Hu Er feigned a display of deep trepidation, his voice trembling as he implored, so, you are indeed from the ancient clan. Yet, regarding the Tongxian jade, I truly know not who has taken it. I beseech you, spare my elderly master. I am but an ordinary man. Qian Rusen silently cursed in his heart. Having known Hu Er for many years, he discerned that the latter's acting was far from flawless, and he was convinced that Hu Er had indeed pilfered the Tongxian jade. The current charade was merely a fade. The location where Hu'er had concealed it was seldom trodden upon, nestled within the heart of a pond's artificial hill. Yet how had Hu'er come to discover it? Just as he contemplated speaking, a group entered from outside. Oh, what a coincidence, Elder Long, we meet again. Li Xiuqi played the fool, feigning ignorance. Upon entering the heavenly garden, his gaze met Long Kuei's. The elder of the ancient clan furrowed his brow at Li Xiuqi, darkly inquiring, Master of the Divine Dragon Pavilion? What brings you here again? Are you following us? Why would I follow you? This matter is of no concern to me anymore. For how could I possibly offend the ancient clan? Then what is your purpose for being here? Long Kuei pressed further. Li Xiuqi shrugged and replied, I am an old acquaintance of Hu'er. We have previously delved into the mysteries of the Tongxian Jade together. I merely came to discuss matters with him and share some tales from the martial world. I did not expect to find you all here in the heavenly garden. However, it seems you are not here to exchange gossip. Naturally, Li Xiuqi would not admit to possessing the Tongxian Jade. The Long family were no paragons of virtue. Since they sought to silence the Divine Dragon Pavilion, he had no qualms about letting them flounder like headless flies. Long Kuei's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized Li Xiuqi, pondering the uncanny timing. At that moment, someone beside him suddenly answered a phone call. Seconds later, the call ended, and the person's face turned ashen. Elder. The young master inquired whether we have resolved the matter. He was furious on the phone and is quite anxious. Who could remain calm? After all, there are 5 pieces of the Tongxian Jade, Long Kuei murmured to himself. His expression taut, he scanned the surroundings. Ultimately, he made a decision that would haunt him for a lifetime. No matter, all these individuals are suspects, and even Qian Rusen is untrustworthy. We shall apprehend them all. After interrogation, we shall surely uncover who has stolen the Tongxian Jade. With no alternative, he resorted to this broad net approach, intending to detain all relevant parties and interrogate them separately, hoping to glean some clues. Li Xiuqi raised an eyebrow. Truly, the ancient clans are indeed formidable. His presence here was predicated on the understanding that Hu'er would find himself outmatched. After all, Hu'er was merely a martial artist of the heavenly realm, who had held his ground in Chang'an for decades. The secular aristocracy might regard the heavenly garden with some measure of respect, yet to these ancient martial forces, the heavenly garden was insignificant. Hence, he had made the journey specifically to assist Hu'er. Little did he anticipate that he would become ensnared himself. However, would Li Xiuqi simply surrender? With a smile, he remarked, in that case, I shall take my leave. As this matter does not pertain to me, you may continue. Upon finishing his statement, he attempted to turn away. Yet, as he did so, Long Kuei let out a cold snort. Masterly, I do not recall granting you permission to depart, do I? If I wish to leave, can you truly stop me? Li Xiuqi regarded him with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Long Kuei suddenly burst into laughter. You do not think that I feared you when I let you go last time, do you? What a trivial force this Divine Dragon Pavilion is. Merely a small faction in the rivers and lakes. I had intended to first resolve the matter of the wandering cultivators before dealing with your Divine Dragon Pavilion and silencing you all. Yet here you are, walking straight into my domain. I demand that you stay, and you shall comply. Should you insist on leaving, I will break your legs first. His eyes glinted with immense authority, exerting pressure on Li Xiuqi. Hu'er's expression tightened. He had not anticipated that the ancient clan of the Long family would refuse to reason, treating them all as suspects and detaining them. His anxiety began to mount as he approached Li Xiuqi, his gaze filled with concern. What shall we do? Though Hu'er did not vocalize his thoughts, his eyes conveyed his unease. Before Li Xiuqi could respond, Qian Rusen interjected with fervor, I understand now. It must be that Hu'er and Li Xiuqi conspired to steal the Tongxian Jade. There is no way he could coincidentally appear here. This entire scenario has been orchestrated by him. The Tongxian Jade must be in their possession. Elder Long quickly restrained this individual. Qian Rusen hastily attempted to shift the blame, fully aware that should he fail to do so, the Long family could easily dispose of him, leaving him oblivious to the manner of his demise. Long Kuei scoffed disdainfully, stating, I do not require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs. However, I can assure you that unless I, Long Kuei, grant permission, not a soul shall enter or exit this heavenly garden today. As he spoke, several of his subordinates surged toward the entrance, sealing off the vicinity. Their vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings. As the Long family commenced their actions, Long Kuei regarded Li Xiuqi with a composed demeanor. Masterly, opportunities must be seized. I can assure you that if you can clear your name, I shall allow your departure. But should you choose to resist, I will ensure your incapacitation. But did you not just declare your intent to silence us? Li Xiuqi regarded him with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Long Kuei's expression froze, and he shook his head, stating, "It was merely a jest. Why must you take it so seriously? Furthermore, even if you are to be silenced later, if you surrender willingly, you may buy yourself a few more days of life. Does that not count as a gain?" Upon hearing these words, Qian Rusen and the others grew increasingly anxious. Yet, Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter, striding towards Long Kuei. "What are you? To consider me a suspect is one thing, but to threaten me with silence? If you wish to extend your days, perhaps you should reflect upon your own position. How audacious!" Long Kuei, witnessing not only the defiance but also the intent to strike back, felt a deep provocation from Li Xiuqi's actions, especially as an elder from an ancient clan. He could hardly tolerate such insolence. With a cold snort, he charged towards Li Xiuqi. "My dragon fist technique is beyond your capabilities." Long Kuei resolved to make his move, intending to exert his dominance over Li Xiuqi. Once subdued, the onlookers would likely become more compliant. The situation had escalated into a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Hu Er and his companions were filled with trepidation. The conflict was indeed unfolding. The Dragon Clan's members were unyielding. Yet Li Xiao appeared even more formidable than those from the ancient lineage. Hu Er realized that the situation had grown more complicated than they had anticipated. Initially, they believed that stealing the items would be inconsequential since the Dragon Clan had no evidence against them. However, they had underestimated the extent of the Dragon Clan's ruthlessness, which now aimed to capture them all. At this juncture, they could only rely on Li Xiuqi. Just as they braced for an impending clash, Li Xiuqi raised his hand, grasping the fist that Long Kuei had thrust towards him. His motion seemed effortless, yet Long Kuei had exerted 90% of his strength, and the might of his dragon fist was indeed remarkable. When their fists collided, the very ground beneath them shattered. However, the true terror lay in Li Xiuqi's prowess. He held Long Kuei's fist firmly, and they stood locked in a stalemate. The Dragon Clan members watched in astonishment. The dragon fist, characterized by its ferocity and dominance, failed to budge Li Xiuqi. Perhaps he had already sustained a fatal injury. It was conceivable that his internal organs lay in ruins. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. But only Long Kuei comprehended the gravity of the situation. Feeling the immense force applied to his fist, he attempted to withdraw it, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Enraged, Long Kuei sought to deliver another blow. Yet in the next moment, a cry of anguish escaped his lips. Li Xiuqi exerted a slight pressure with his palm, effortlessly shattering one of Long Kuei's fists, reducing the bones to a multitude of fragments, the stark white remnants piercing through his skin. Long Kuei emitted a cry of agony, collapsing to his knees in despair. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Xiuqi regarded him with disdain before delivering a swift kick to Long Kuei's face, sending the old man sprawling over a distance of more than 10 feet. Clutching his mangled hand, he howled in excruciating pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Huffing and panting, Long Kuei gasped for breath as those around him looked on in shock, rushing to his side. "Elder Long Kuei, are you all right?" they inquired. "Do I look fine to you?" he retorted, his frustration boiling over. "What are you all standing there for? This man is a formidable opponent. Seize him and eliminate him." However, the members of the Long family exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. Long Kuei had attained the pinnacle of the true blood realm, a level far beyond that of ordinary warriors. They knew collectively they could not match his prowess, and witnessing Long Kuei's swift defeat at the hands of Li Xiuqi only intensified their trepidation. Would they dare to confront Li Xiuqi? It would be tantamount to courting death. With a taut expression, Long Kuei bellowed in frustration, "Incompetence! You are all a bunch of worthless fools." Just as he spoke, Li Xiuqi approached, towering over him, and placed a foot upon his face. "Did you truly believe that your status as an elder of an ancient clan would allow you to act with impunity?" he scoffed. "To be frank, the affairs of Chang'an City are now dictated by the Divine Dragon Pavilion. I have already stated that I do not possess your Tongxian Jade. Why do you persist in troubling me? Look where that has led you." He reveled in the humiliation he inflicted upon Long Kuei. The latter, filled with resentment, found himself powerless to retaliate. Li Xiuqi gestured to the surrounding members of the Long family, commanding, "Hurry and take him away. Return and inform the others that the Tongxian Jade has undoubtedly been relocated by the rogue martial artists. It has nothing to do with me, Li Xiuqi." "Yes, We will return immediately to report that this matter is unrelated to Master Li, they hastily affirmed, eager to appease him. As they assisted the gravely wounded Long Kui away, dragging along Qian Russian, they left the Tianyuan in a state of disarray. A vehicle awaited them at the entrance. A young man in an opulent suit observed the battered Long Kui being assisted from the premises, his brow arching in curiosity. Elder Long Kui, who has done this to you? He inquired. Master, save me. Long Kui suddenly wailed, collapsing beside the vehicle. The humiliation he endured at Tianyuan weighed heavily upon him. He explained the events that had transpired within. The young man in the white suit maintained a calm demeanor, letting out a dismissive chuckle. Interesting. Since when did Chang'an City gain a young master of such remarkable skill? It seems I must pay him a visit. Chapter 103. Master Huang Tianling, appraiser of ancient jades. Young master, this man possesses extraordinary strength. You must exercise caution. Long Kui spoke thus, yet within his heart, he harbored an earnest hope that the young master of the Long family might intercede on his behalf. However, the figure in the white suit within the vehicle shook his head. Now is not the opportune moment. I must make a trip to the military department in Chang'an. It is said that even Master Huang has ventured there, indicating that the chief family may have uncovered clues regarding the divine pattern jade. I must ascertain the situation. Master Huang? Huang Tianling? Long Kui's expression shifted dramatically. This was no ordinary individual. Among the 8 ancient clans, while they appeared to be united, they were in fact embroiled in rivalry. Yet, some transcendent figures could simultaneously be esteemed guests among them. Huang Tianling was one such individual. His prominence stemmed from his profound comprehension and mastery of celestial scripts, which had reached an extraordinary level. It was even suggested that, had there been a genuine path to immortality available, his innate understanding would have allowed him to pursue a radically different trajectory, transcending martial levels to become a preeminent powerhouse beyond worldly concerns. The mere mention of Huang Tianling commanded the attention of the 8 ancient clans. Long Kui watched as the vehicle departed, then turned to glance at the gates of the Tianyuan, his gaze revealing a simmering resentment. Damn it! The divine jade has been lost, and my hand has been injured. The divine dragon pavilion truly has audacity. I shall not let this go unpunished. In his heart, he had already deemed the divine dragon pavilion a formidable adversary. Once they had all dispersed, the figure of Yin Ji quietly appeared beside Li Shouqi and shared the intelligence she had just gathered. Huang Tianling? I have not heard of that name, Li Shouqi remarked, glancing at Hu'er, who merely offered an awkward smile and replied, at my level of standing, I have yet to engage with the ancient clans. Indeed, Li Shouqi acknowledged. After all, you have spent decades mastering the secrets of the divine jade, and your perspective is somewhat limited. Faced with Li Shouqi's candidness, Hu'er felt both constrained and unable to retort. Nevertheless, he cautiously suggested, since they intend to visit the military department, perhaps I should inquire with Lin Tian? Li Shouqi nodded, and Hu'er promptly set about gathering information. Soon, news arrived from Lin Tian, indicating that not long ago, a contingent of individuals from the ancient clans had entered the military camp, evidently seeking Qi Xingzuan. Their identities were both concealed and esteemed. Even the military commander was not privy to any information. Lin Tian added another detail. Qi Xingzuan had ordered that all personnel in the military department prepare for the imminent lockdown and strict control of the entire Chang'an City. Li Shouqi was taken aback. A lockdown of the entire Chang'an City? Is Qi Xingzuan out of his mind? After concluding the call, Hu'er appeared visibly shaken. Could it be that they intend to besiege Chang'an for the sake of those 5 celestial jade pieces? Although it is possible that among those 5 jades lies a heavenly technique, the major ancient clans surely possess a broader perspective than this, do they not? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Li Shouqi's expression. Noting his intent to probe further, Li Shouqi, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, Do you wish to know why they are acting this way? Of course, I am eager to learn, Hu'er replied. Having devoted decades to the study of celestial jades, his curiosity piqued. However, should you uncover the truth, you may find yourself in perilous circumstances. By associating with me, you have already accepted such risks. Do you wish to delve deeper? I am willing to listen. Throughout his life, Hu'er had enjoyed wealth and power to his satisfaction. But his greatest desire remained to unravel the mysteries of the celestial jades. Unfortunately, due to his status, the avenues available to him were limited, leaving him with little clarity. It was only upon Li Shouqi's arrival that his fate began to transform. Thus, the specter of peril mattered little to him. He had long since tasted the fruits of glory and wealth. recognizing his resolve. Li Xiuqi recounted his previous dealings with Qi Xingzuan and recalled the torrential rain that had engulfed Chang'an 23 years prior. Have you heard of the names Li Tianqian, Xiao Nianshu, and Qi Qingdou? I have not, although I do recall that stormy night. I remember that the entire city was indeed under martial law, with even the black market street where Tianyuan is located being monitored by the military. At least 20 to 30,000 soldiers and martial artists had entered the city. By dawn, blood was everywhere, and I cannot fathom how many perished. As Huer reminisced, he became lost in thought. At that time, Tianyuan was already among the top powers in Chang'an, yet his position had barred him from accessing those clandestine affairs. He sighed, realizing that the celestial jade was indeed connected to the events of that night. Had he followed that lead, he might have uncovered the secrets of the celestial jades in advance, and perhaps his own cultivation would not be as it is now. Li Xiuqi merely chuckled derisively. Had you begun your investigation earlier, you would have met your demise long ago. The Qi family, or rather the 8 ancient clans, hold the celestial jades in far greater esteem than you can imagine. The information revealed by Lin Tian indicates that matters are becoming increasingly dire. Meanwhile, within the military camp in Chang'an, Qi Xingzuan, unable to ascertain the authenticity of the celestial jade, paced anxiously in the hall. His old steward, Yin Xing, wore a tense expression beside him. In the study, an elderly man clad in a long robe, wearing round spectacles and holding a magnifying glass, scrutinized the celestial jade meticulously, accompanied by several high-ranking assistants from the Qi family. Master Huang, have you discerned anything? I have indeed. This celestial jade is authentic. Huang Tianling is among the few who have previously encountered the divine pattern jade. Upon his first glance at this piece of jade, he could ascertain its authenticity. The members of the Qi family erupted in cheers around him. Hearing the commotion from the study, Qi Xingzuan was immediately filled with joy. Excellent. It seems the jade is indeed genuine. However, Huang Tianling suddenly fell into deep contemplation. The surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. They anxiously regarded Huang Tianling, who remained silent, seemingly entrapped in a state of rigidity. At that moment, someone arrived outside to deliver a message. Young master, Long Xiang from the Long family is here to pay a visit. He claims that several pieces of Tongxian jade have been lost in Chang'an and wishes to request assistance from young Master Qi. Tongxian jade has been lost, and they seek my aid? Qi Xingzuan instinctively glanced towards the study. Although Huang Tianling had come discreetly, he could not guarantee that the Long family was unaware of his presence. He suspected that Long Xiang's intentions were not solely to seek his assistance. Perhaps he was also here to inquire about the divine pattern jade. Chapter 104. Does Li Xiuqi have a powerful backer? Tell Long Xiang that I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot meet him. The relationships among the 8 ancient clans are quite delicate. They refrain from conflict unless their core interests are at stake. In the event of trouble, they would naturally extend a helping hand. However, this time, Qi Xingzuan harbored doubts. He suspected that Long Xiang's motives were not as straightforward as they seemed. Perhaps his interest lay not in the lost Tongxian jade, but rather in Huang Tianling and the divine pattern jade. Consequently, his subordinate promptly exited the military camp to relay the message. In the carriage, upon receiving the response, Long Xiang's companion, Long Kuei, was immediately incensed. Qi Xingzuan, in terms of status, is no match for you, young master. Back in the day, he was merely a subordinate trailing behind you. Now that he has become the heir of the Qi family, how dare he evade a meeting? It is utterly audacious. Long Xiang cast a sidelong glance at the irate Long Kuei. A faint smile graced his lips as he shook his head. You are mistaken. Qi Xingzuan is still too inexperienced. The more he avoids me, the more it suggests he harbors secrets. What do you mean, young master? Long Kuei queried, puzzled. Long Xiang spoke with profound significance. Do you know why I previously refrained from taking action and specifically came to this military camp to solicit Qi Xingzuan's help? Was it because Master Huang Tianling is here? No, I merely sought an excuse to gauge Qi Xingzuan's stance. With Master Huang's esteemed presence, should he travel all the way to Chang'an, it may indeed be related to the divine pattern jade. As Long Xiang concluded, his smile grew increasingly self-satisfied. If Qi Xingzuan had engaged in pleasantries with me, I would not have taken it to heart. However, his avoidance reveals his unease, suggesting he may have already located the divine pattern jade. This treasure has been missing for over 20 years. Although rumors of divine pattern jade have occasionally surfaced since then, they have all been debunked. I believe this instance will be no different. Let us wait and see. Long Xiang instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on the military camp in Chang'an. Every movement within the household must be meticulously monitored, particularly any information concerning Huang Tianling. Whether the divine pattern jade has surfaced and whether there lies an opportunity for proximity will depend on the actions of the Qi family and Huang Tianling in the days to come. The more enigmatic their behavior becomes, the more it suggests underlying issues. Long Xiang even issued a notification to the family, urging them to summon skilled individuals from the vicinity. It is rumored that the third elder is also near Chang'an City. It would be prudent to invite him to oversee matters, should the divine pattern jade indeed materialize. Considerations regarding the Qi family's relations will be secondary. Securing the item is paramount. Long Xiang has already formulated his plans. Meanwhile, within the study where Huang Tianling resides, the Qi family members, once exuberant, now wore expressions of profound gloom. After spending half a day on authentication, as night fell, Huang Tianling delivered his verdict. The jade is genuine, however, the celestial script within has been tampered with, although traces of the Tao rhythm remain, indicating it is not merely a haphazard collection of celestial characters. Regrettably, the technique has been obliterated. Our decades of effort have yielded naught. Bang! An elderly man in a gray robe, consumed by rage, shattered a vase. His eyes nearly bloodshot, his aura trembled with fury. How dare they deceive the Qi family? They are courting death. Hearing the commotion, Qi Xingzuan rushed in. Upon witnessing the countenance of those present, his heart sank. Second master, are you saying the technique is false? Indeed, there are issues with the technique. Huang Tianling replied, exasperated. Qi Xingzuan's anger flared instantly, his demeanor darkening as he said, Li Xiaozhi has truly sought his own demise, attempting to fool us with a counterfeit technique. Huang Tianling was suddenly taken aback. Who provided you with this jade? Li Xiaozhi? Indeed. Master Huang, have you heard of him? I have heard whispers. There exists a powerful faction known as the Goddess Pavilion, led by one Li Xiaozhi. They are not to be trifled with, though I had previously paid little heed. However, now that you mention it, Huang Tianling's expression shifted to one of gravity. Li Xiaozhi's identity is certainly not trivial. He must have formidable individuals at his side. What do you mean by that, Master Huang? Despite the fact that the celestial script within this divine pattern jade lacks a coherent system, the remnants of the Tao rhythm indicate that the individual who inscribed the celestial characters into the jade must also be an adept, possessing mastery not inferior to my own. Huang Tianling elucidated. Furthermore, since this divine pattern jade has fallen into the hands of that adept, it is likely they have already cultivated the technique within, rendering their power formidable. Should your Qi family seek retribution against Li Xiaozhi, it would be wise to proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Qi Xingzuan's expression stiffened as he recalled his initial encounter with Li Xiaozhi. Without any suspense, even Li Xiaozhi did not formally take action, yet he effortlessly crushed and dominated a martial artist of the royal blood realm. Perhaps Li Xiaozhi had already mastered that particular technique. At this moment, beside him, Qi Zhouquan, the second master of the Qi family, gritted his teeth and growled, I don't care who stands in his way. Since the Qi family has acquired the divine pattern jade, and he has hidden the technique, he is toying with us. Decades of effort are within reach. If he continues this way, we shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Huang Tianling surveyed his surroundings, removed his reading glasses, and shrugged, saying, Gentlemen, I have already warned you. If the Qi family takes action and fails to deal with him, resulting in any loss, do not blame me for being an inadequate offering. Rest assured, Master Huang, we shall retrieve him at once. Qi Zhouquan replied with unwavering confidence. Qi Xingzuan immediately began to inquire about Li Xiaozhi's whereabouts and issued an order through the military to completely seal off Chang'an City according to their original plan, ensuring that Li Xiaozhi and the other members of the Goddess Pavilion could not escape the city. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Qi Xingzuan declared fiercely. He did not intend to act personally. However, with top experts like Qi Zhouquan at his side, dealing with the young Li Xiaozhi was more than sufficient. If there were any formidable figures backing him, the Qi family would send powerful individuals to escalate the situation, fearing only that they might not obtain the celestial level technique. That night, Li Xiaozhi remained in the Tianyuan, holding a piece of tongskin jade, with several sheets of paper filled with translated techniques beside him. He handed over 5 techniques to Yanji and instructed them to provide a copy to Hu'er. Upon receiving the techniques, Hu'er was ecstatic. Among the 5, 2 were of the heavenly tier, though not comparable to the techniques within the divine pattern jade. They were enough to create a significant upheaval in the martial world. This is a great opportunity. With these 2 techniques, if I, Hu'er, live another 20 or 30 years, and cultivate a few promising talents, could I not establish a renowned ancient martial force in the world? Just as Huer was lost in excitement, he suddenly received a call from the informant Lin Tian. On the phone, Lin Tian's voice was filled with urgency. Master Hu, you must flee. The military has sealed off all of Chang'an City, and the Qi family has led a large force to Tianyuan to seek out Li Xiuqi and demand an explanation. Chapter 105, Citywide Alert, Surrounding Li Xiuqi. Why are they seeking Li Xiuqi for an explanation? Huer instinctively inquired. I have no idea why, but I do know that Li Xiuqi's photograph has already been distributed. We are to report immediately upon discovering him. He must be captured tonight. Lin Tian replied frantically. Tianyuan had now become the vortex of Chang'an City. Thousands of military personnel surrounded the area. Upon hearing this, Huer was left utterly dumbfounded. He reminisced about that rainy night 23 years ago, when the entire city of Chang'an seemed as tumultuous as it was today. On that fateful night, countless lives were lost, according to the accounts of his subordinates. He could only estimate that at least 1,000 perished, predominantly skilled warriors from the underworld. They, fortunate due to their lower status, escaped unscathed. At that moment, he felt a sudden chill run through him. Could it be that this time, our Tianyuan would face annihilation? Huer, clutching the martial arts manual, began to tremble. Li Xiuqi, nearby, also heard the phone ringing. Raising an eyebrow, he exclaimed, truly remarkable is the ancient clan to have discovered it so swiftly. Discovered what? Although Huer had heard of the Qi family previously, the matter still eluded his comprehension. They have realized that the martial arts manual I provided them is a forgery, which is why they come seeking retribution. Unfortunately, you and Tianyuan may soon find yourselves in ruins. What? Huer sprang to his feet, his face clammy with sweat. His hands and feet quivered incessantly. Then why not surrender the manual to them? This question left Li Xiuqi momentarily speechless. After a thoughtful pause, he responded. That manual is indeed formidable, surpassing even the lifetime teachings of my master, the heavenly dragon Taoist. If I were to relinquish it, and they were to truly master it, the consequences would be dire. Since I could keep it to myself, perhaps sharing it only with my master, why should I pass it on to others? Although one may not possess an innate Tao body, which inherently harbors immense spiritual prowess, I cannot dismiss the possibility of another such entity existing in this world. Another capable of rivaling my master. Until I have fully mastered the manual, I cannot share it with anyone else. Li Xiuqi pondered this dilemma in silence. Huer, in a state of agitation, exclaimed with a trembling voice, you neither share the manual nor make an escape. Do you intend to await your demise here? At this, Li Xiuqi erupted into laughter, rising to pat Huer's shoulder. There may be some troubles ahead. Tianyuan might indeed become a wasteland. However, the Qi family does not possess the authority to compel my retreat, and I am confident I can engage them effectively. I still have plans to utilize their encounter with Qi Qingdu. Until then, discussions about the manual are off the table. Li Xiuqi reassured Huer, asserting that even if the Qi family arrived with an army, they could not harm him, and there was no need for concern. If Tianyuan is destroyed, I can rebuild. It merely requires some expenditure. However, if lives are lost, there is no hope left. Are you certain you can handle the Qi family? Absolutely. And what of the army they bring? Li Xiuqi shook his head, scoffing, an army? In the face of overwhelming strength, numerical advantage becomes meaningless. We can eliminate them regardless of their numbers. Moreover, the Chang'an military camp has long been neglected and lacks any real combat capability. Seeing his confidence, Huer suddenly felt a sense of relief. Originally, your prowess transcends mere true blood realm. What realm of martial artist are you, then? The concept of martial realms holds no significance for me. Li Xiuqi remains oblivious to the boundaries of his own potential. To this day, he has yet to encounter an adversary worthy of his full strength. Thus, he is unable to completely awaken the strand of spiritual energy within him and transform it into true dragon spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Wanxian Dao scripture circulates within him day by day, continuously augmenting that strand of spiritual energy, even instilling in him a sense that, were it not for his master intervening, there would be no one in this world capable of challenging him. Meanwhile, the military's significant movements in Chang'an City naturally captured the attention of the dragon family's watchful eyes on the periphery. Young Master Long Xiang's face brightened with delight as he turned to Long Kuei beside him, saying, Did you see? It was indeed wise for us to stand guard here. Compared to the divine pattern jade, what do 5 immortal connecting jewels amount to? This time, the Qi family is making such a tremendous stir. breaking a record that has stood for over 20 years, indicating they must have unearthed something extraordinary. Long Xiang exhibited palpable excitement. Long Kuei, too, was taken aback. A multitude of military vehicles sped past them, racing towards Chang'an City, with thousands of soldiers approaching the city. The entire Chang'an was set ablaze with commotion. Truly, young master, your foresight is remarkable. However, we lack a foundation within Chang'an City, and with the chief family making such grandiose moves, it seems we may not have the opportunity to seize anything. Patience, Long Xiang replied with a self-satisfied smile. The news will take a few more days to simmer. Acquiring the divine pattern jade does not guarantee they can master it or the techniques within. We can certainly gather our forces and look for opportunities near Chang'an City. In stark contrast, the chief family, having been lured by Li Shouqi, soon realized they had bitten into a false bait, and in their fury, they rushed into Chang'an City. As Lin Tian had stated, the entire Heavenly Garden was now sealed off. At the entrance of the Heavenly Garden, Qi Zhouquan disembarked from the carriage. Flanked by Qi Xingzuan and several other high-ranking members of the chief family, their expressions grim as they strode towards the Heavenly Garden. Accompanying them was the former deputy minister, Li Hui, who, drenched in sweat, followed closely. Li Hui, are you certain that Li Shouqi is in the Heavenly Garden? Our eyes are everywhere in the city. We are certain he is within the Heavenly Garden, unless he has dug a tunnel to escape beforehand, Li Hui asserted confidently. Qi Xingzuan snorted coldly. Very well. Then let us settle both old and new grievances with him. Let Li Shouqi truly experience what it feels like to be crushed by an ancient clan. A mere divine dragon pavilion is nothing. With that, Qi Xingzuan led his entourage into the Heavenly Garden, only to find Li Shouqi awaiting them in the outer courtyard. Besides Hu Er, he was accompanied by the recently arrived Yan Ji and others. Even the members of the Divine Dragon Pavilion wore tense expressions. Master, will everything be all right? Do not worry. I will handle this, Li Shouqi replied as he stepped forward. Across from him, Qi Zhouquan's gaze was chilling as he darkly proclaimed, Li Shouqi, you are considered half a member of the chief family. Here lies your opportunity. Reveal the mastermind behind you, and we may grant you a chance at survival. Chapter 106, The Battle of Tianyuan. The mastermind behind me? Instinctively, Li Shouqi turned his head and spotted Hu Er, exclaiming in disbelief, Are you feigning ignorance? Are you some hidden master? I'm certainly not. What are you talking about? Hu Er's scalp prickled. His mere presence here had already sent shivers down his spine. He was no master at all. Turning back, Li Shouqi smiled at Qi Zhouquan and said, There are no masters here. Only I, Li Shouqi, possess a modicum of strength. A modicum of strength? With your abilities, you dare to alter divine runes? Qi Xingzuan gazed at Li Shouqi with disdain. To have a master of celestial scripts of Huang Tianling's caliber acknowledge that someone managed to alter such scripts, that individual must undoubtedly possess prowess comparable to his own. Certainly not Li Shouqi. He was far too young. Even if he had strength, it couldn't be that formidable. Thus, the one who altered the celestial script could not possibly be Li Shouqi. It had to be someone behind him, a fact Li Shouqi was unwilling to admit. He was merely courting his own demise. If you refuse to divulge who is behind you, you shall not escape the Qi family's punishment. How could someone of your capabilities orchestrate such matters? Qi Xingzuan's cold gaze bore into Li Shouqi. The warning in his words had become quite evident. Yet, Li Shouqi remained silent, smiling at him. He understood that the Qi family had exhausted their options. Their only recourse was to resort to force. Before taking action, they sought to compel him into submission, uncertain of his true capabilities. Their arrogance masked their lack of confidence. He glanced at the elder, known as Qi Zhouquan. Old man, you are the strongest among this lot. You should act swiftly. Once you are defeated, disperse the crowd gathered around Tianyuan to avoid collateral damage. Do you fear collateral damage? I do not wish to create unnecessary bloodshed, Li Shouqi replied with a jovial demeanor. At his words, Qi Zhouquan was incensed to the point of laughter. Never have I encountered someone so audacious. You must realize that for warriors of our caliber, the number of ordinary people is utterly inconsequential. Li Shouqi pointedly reminded him, Indeed. But you should be cautious. Qi Zhouquan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, You truly can put on a show. I am almost convinced you are a peerless master. Yet it is merely a facade. Why would I believe you? Die. In a fit of rage, Qi Zhouquan finally made his move. However, the Qi family was not foolish. Since they could not ascertain Li Shouqi's strength, they naturally decided to attack him collectively, eschewing any foolish notions of chivalric codes. As for Li Shouqi, He had long anticipated these events. Seeing them rush towards him, he transformed the spiritual energy within his body into true energy. With a thunderous roar, over 10 individuals charged from all directions, including Qi Xingzuan, all exerting their utmost strength. However, they found themselves unable to breach the true energy barrier that Li Xiuqi had unleashed at the first moment. Could it be that this individual is indeed a hidden master? The strongest among them, Qi Zhouquan of the Qi family, appeared somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, those nearby held their breath for Li Xiuqi, particularly Hu Er and Yin Ji, for despite the formidable nature of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, their influence paled in comparison to that of ancient clan forces. Yin Ji's expression was taut. She was uncertain whether Li Xiuqi could emerge victorious. After all, the Qi family had mobilized their entire strength, imposing a lockdown on the entirety of Chang'an. Surely, the pavilion master would find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. She murmured to herself. Beside her, Hu Er, without the need for further elaboration, suddenly cast his gaze upon a figure stationed at the entrance. It was General Lin Tian, his complexion ashen as he observed the unfolding scene. In his view, although Li Xiuqi's power was formidable, it could not possibly rival the elite of the ancient clans. He shook his head, resigning Li Xiuqi to a fate of death. On another side, from the heights of a tall building, Huang Tianling surveyed the internal landscape of the Tianyuan with a suddenly transformed expression. This should not be, something is amiss. As he witnessed the transformation of Li Xiuqi's spiritual energy into the essence of the true dragon, an expression of profound shock overtook him. For both the method of transformation and the divine dragon technique itself were extraordinarily remarkable. Who exactly is Li Xiuqi? In a state of astonishment, Huang Tianling could no longer remain a mere observer. Realizing that the combined forces of the Qi family would not stand a chance against Li Xiuqi, he immediately leapt from the window, enveloping himself in true energy, and gracefully ascended towards that direction. Further away, isolated from the main forces, a vehicle belonging to the Long family came to a halt once more on a street. Long Xiang sat within, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. With such a substantial military deployment, the entire Chang'an had been stirred, all to besiege a mere Tianyuan. After all, we had just emerged from within the Tianyuan. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Long Kuei ventured a guess, young master. Could it be that the people of the Tianyuan stole our Tongsten jade and also pilfered the Qi family's divine pattern jade? How could that be? I am well aware of Tianyuan's foundations. It is simply a small local power within Chang'an. Do you think I would neglect to investigate? Long Xiang regarded Long Kuei with disdain. While this elder of the Long family was devoted, his temper was volatile, and his intellect somewhat lacking. He believed the Tianyuan could not possibly possess such capabilities. It was more plausible that other experts were involved, with connections to the divine pattern jade. Prompting the Qi family to surround the Tianyuan, Long Xiang felt he had unraveled the truth behind the matter. However, he felt a sense of regret. Even those within the military were unaware of the specific events unfolding. The Long family had not placed any informants within the military ranks. As for the individuals dispatched to gather intelligence, in such a precarious environment, they dared not draw attention to themselves, thus they could only remain passively stationed, quietly awaiting the latest news. As the two conversed, a sudden rumble erupted. A mushroom cloud ascended from the heavens above. As if a formidable bomb had detonated within the celestial garden, sending tremors felt even hundreds of meters away. Long Xiang's expression shifted dramatically as he disembarked from the vehicle, murmuring to himself, this level of assault could not possibly be orchestrated by the Qi family unless Huang Tianling had personally intervened. Yet, if Master Huang did take action, the situation would escalate beyond control. Just as he was grappling with shock, within the celestial garden, as the dust settled, Li Xiuqi remained standing in place, as if he had never engaged in combat. The Qi family members, who had previously besieged him, were now scattered in all directions, each afflicted by a powerful dragon energy coursing through their bodies, threatening to rend their meridians asunder. Their very lives rested in Li Xiuqi's hands. How could this be? Qi Zhouquan was utterly despondent. He realized that Li Xiuqi was not merely boasting. He was indeed an unparalleled master. Chapter 107. From Arrogance to Deference. The formidable Qi Zhouquan found himself in such a state, and the other, weaker members of the Qi family, including Qi Xingzuan, were even more so. Just moments prior, they had combined their efforts, uniting their strengths to unleash the intersex techniques against the protective barrier created by Li Xiuqi. The result was a catastrophic explosion of the barrier, leaving Li Xiuqi unscathed, while they were instead repelled by their own power. All had sustained severe injuries. Qi Xingzuan lay on the ground, struggling to rise as he coughed up blood. Surrounding Li Xiuqi, a radius of 10 zhang had been reduced to ruins, with a significant portion of the celestial garden collapsed. Yet, this mere celestial garden was inconsequential. What truly left them in awe was Li Xiuqi's terrifying strength. Qi Zhouquan clutched his chest, the broken bones piercing his heart and lungs, blood-tinged foam spilling from his lips. Although, given his martial arts prowess, such injuries would heal within days, the impact of Li Xiuqi's might left them feeling a chilling dread. What manner of person is this? Qi Zhouquan was left astounded. Qi Xingzuan hurried to his side, speaking urgently. Second Master, we must not engage any further. This individual is beyond our capacity to contend with. Then what do you propose we do? The divine pattern jade lay right before them. Although they had acquired the jade, the techniques contained within had yet to be obtained. Were they to simply abandon their efforts? Initially, it would be prudent to engage with him diplomatically, considering he is the former husband of my younger sister. Perhaps there still lingers some affection between them, so let us leverage the emotional card. Qi Xingzuan was on the verge of tears. In his youth, he still had the opportunity to ascend as the leader of the Qi clan. To perish at the hands of Li Xiuqi would be nothing short of a disgrace. Although they might lack the necessary skills, should he truly meet his demise, he would feel as though he had succumbed to foolishness. After all, he had previously clashed with Li Xiuqi and recognized his formidable prowess, yet he had not anticipated just how terrifying it could be. Who would have thought that even the second master, Qi Zhouquan, could do nothing against him? Upon hearing Qi Xingzuan's words, Qi Zhouquan pondered deeply, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then turned to glare fiercely at Li Xiuqi. Engage in emotional appeals? What connection could the Qi clan possibly have with him? In the end, he was nothing more than an outsider. Nevertheless, as he spoke, uncertainty flickered in his gaze, and fear began to gnaw at his insides. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, "You go and negotiate with him. See if he might spare us." "Very well, I have long since engaged in disgraceful acts." Qi Xingzuan recalled the scene of his previous supplication, kneeling in desperation, and dared not say more. He hastened to negotiate with Li Xiuqi. In terms of strength, they were indeed no match. Being trampled was a consequence of their own making. However, upon his arrival, Li Xiuqi had already shaken his head. "I comprehend your intentions. You seek the techniques within the divine pattern jade, do you not? Since you have seen through my ruse, I shall be forthright. The techniques are indeed in my possession." He was aware that among them were individuals of considerable skill, capable of discerning the authenticity of the techniques he had feigned. Once exposed, there was no need for further pretense. Qi Xingzuan was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, "What must we do for you to relinquish the techniques to the Qi clan?" "I wish to meet Qi Qingdu. I must understand what transpired that day," Li Xiuqi replied, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Qi Xingzuan. He flexed his limbs, conveying a deeper meaning. "I have already stated my terms. If you desire the divine pattern jade, then provide me with what I seek. I require an equitable exchange. In terms of strength, your Qi clan truly falls short." Qi Xingzuan felt a surge of indignation. This lad was utterly ruthless. The illustrious Qi clan, a venerable ancient lineage, was subjected to such humiliation. Meanwhile, at the rear, Hu Er and the others gaped in astonishment, perceiving Li Xiuqi's silhouette as imposing as a towering mountain. The ancient Qi clan was rendered powerless against him? Although these individuals were not the core of the ancient clan's heritage, they were still among the most formidable in the realm. Given their capabilities, they could not contend with Li Xiuqi. Hu Er had initially believed Li Xiuqi's strength merely surpassed his by a tier, for despite the might of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, its vastness and profound depth, they were ultimately a faction within the martial world. Surely, the master of the pavilion could not eclipse the ancient martial powers? Yet, it appeared that under Li Xiuqi's leadership, the Divine Dragon Pavilion had embarked on an entirely divergent path. Even the ancient martial forces could not compare. Beside the Flame Maiden and others, they gazed at Li Xiuqi with a sense of awe, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. The lord of the pavilion was truly formidable. They exchanged glances, filled with excitement. However, Qi Xingzuan could not easily acquiesce, for neither his own authority nor that of Qi Zhouquan could resolve the matter concerning Qi Qingdu. As he hesitated, Qi Zhouquan gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, we shall bring Qi Qingdu to Chang'an. He is currently suppressed in the capital, and if he truly comes, you must not regret it." "Oh, afraid I might have regrets? Do you know something I do not?" Li Xiuqi replied. All I know is that Qi Qingdu was defeated by Li Tianxian, who is presumably your father, and thus has been suppressed for 23 years. If he were to see you and ascertain that you are Li Tianquan's son, what do you think he would do? Qi Zhouquan wore a look of schadenfreude. Li Xiuqi merely smiled, setting aside the possibility of Qi Qingdu's release. It depended upon him using the divine pattern jade as bait to persuade the Qi family to let him go. To delve deeper, Qi Qingdu was, after all, his former father-in-law. Even though they were divorced, he could not simply disregard this connection, could he? Just as he was about to respond, a figure gracefully descended, and Huang Tianling's brows knitted tightly, an odd expression etched upon his aged face. Master Huang, you have also arrived, Qi Zhouquan exclaimed, suddenly animated. The members of the Qi family quickly gathered behind Huang Tianling. Master Huang, although our ancient clans have promised you that, barring a clan extermination crisis, you need not intervene on our behalf and may simply focus on studying the immortal texts. Our Qi family is indeed in grave trouble. Might you consider making an exception this time? Moreover, this person possesses the techniques contained within the divine pattern jade. He has acknowledged it himself. Upon seeing Huang Tianling appear, Qi Zhouquan sensed a turning tide. When Qi Xingzuan turned his gaze back to Li Xiuqi, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes as he muttered, Master Huang's strength, among the 8 ancient clans, could rival that of the highest elders. If he cannot resolve this matter, then our ancient clan shall retreat from the world and live in seclusion. Amidst the throng of the Qi family, Huang Tianling finally spoke. Young man, what technique did you just employ? The true energy within you seems to differ from others. Chapter 108. The True Transmission of the Heavenly Dragon, shocking Huang Tianling. Is it necessary for me to disclose that? Li Xiuqi tilted his head, having discerned that Master Huang was likely the one who saw through his earlier ruse, which was why the Qi family had appeared here. His desire to meet Qi Qingdu also necessitated the acknowledgement that the Wanxin Dao Jing was indeed in his possession, a matter that could have remained concealed, if not for Huang Tianling's keen insight and profound understanding of the divine pattern jade. The ancient clans would have already summoned Qi Qingdu to Chang'an based solely on that jade. Regrettably, his plans were ultimately thwarted. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for Huang Tianling. You scoundrel! Qi Zhouquan suddenly bellowed, issuing a stern warning to Li Xiuqi. Do not say, I did not forewarn you. Master Huang is no ordinary individual. His prowess could easily subdue you. Li Xiuqi, since Master Huang has arrived, why do you not surrender the martial arts technique? Otherwise, you will be ill-equipped to withstand Master Huang's wrath. Qi Zhouquan's obsequious demeanor was met with disdain by Li Xiuqi, while Qi Xingzuan observed eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Li Xiuqi, just wait. If you truly provoke Master Huang, your troubles will be immense. Why not expedite the handover? What of our previous agreement? Li Xiuqi retorted, hands clasped behind him, his expression impassive as he regarded the group. Qi Zhouquan stiffened momentarily, exchanging glances with Qi Xingzuan. A voice from behind the Qi family emerged, low and resonant. Why engage in trade with this young man? The situation with Qi Qingdu is quite complicated, and we have no assurance of retrieving him. It would be wiser to summon Master Huang to subdue him. With Master Huang's capabilities, it would likely be a trivial task. The Qi family is prepared to pay any price for Master Huang's intervention. The Qi family members buzzed with excitement, eager to witness Huang Tianling's actions against Li Xiuqi. Perceiving their fervor, Huang Tianling's gaze flickered, his deep-set eyes remaining fixed on Li Xiuqi's face. In truth, he was perplexed, despite Li Xiuqi's youth. How had he cultivated such profound mastery, even if he possessed the mysterious martial arts technique from the divine jade? Even earlier, when Li Xiuqi had acted in the open while he remained concealed, he could not discern the true capabilities of this young man. Huang Tianling hesitated, contemplating whether to take the risk of intervening. If successful, he might have the opportunity to retain Li Xiuqi and seize the technique. However, should he fail to detain him, or worse, be defeated, Qi family members, hold your tongues. I do not wish to be burdened by your incompetence, Huang Tianling suddenly admonished. Given the Qi family's demeanor, should he falter, it was entirely possible that Li Xiuqi, in a fit of rage, could eliminate them all. After all, a prodigy of such youth and formidable power might possess a volatile temperament. For him, taking a life could be a mere flick of the wrist. Thus, he remained exceedingly vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Tianling tentatively inquired, Young man, let us set aside the matter of the technique for now. Yet, at your tender age, you cannot have mastered it without guidance. Can you? I wish to know your origins. Origins? Who is your mentor? Huang Tianling posed a crucial question. For Li Xiuqi was shrouded in mystery. The technique pertained to this young man's martial foundation, a secret that indeed should not be divulged. So he refrained from further probing and even cautioned the Qi family against speaking. However, he deemed it essential to clarify the origins of Li Xiuqi before determining whether to take action against him. Upon hearing his inquiry, Li Xiuqi suddenly smiled and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, considering the ancient clan's attitude towards you and their comprehension of your celestial script, you must be a practitioner of some repute. Surely, you have heard of the celestial dragon Taoist. I am his true disciple. The celestial dragon Taoist? Huang Tianling paused momentarily, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. A shiver running down his spine. Impossible. How could you possibly be the true disciple of the celestial dragon Taoist? What is impossible about it? Li Xiuqi replied. Although the celestial dragon Taoist has many disciples, they are merely nominal. He has never accepted a true disciple. If you are indeed his true disciple, Huang Tianling fell silent, engulfed in a profound state of shock. Li Xiuqi continued with a smile. Not only am I his true disciple, but I am also a closed-door disciple. Huang Tianling's mind buzzed. He was utterly dumbfounded. The members of the Qi family exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Qi Xingzuan, puzzled, inquired, who is the celestial dragon Taoist? Although he has a grand name, there must be dozens, if not hundreds, claiming to be the celestial dragon Taoist in the martial world. After all, with so many practitioners in the realm, it was not uncommon for individuals to exploit grand titles for their own gain. However, Huang Tianling turned sharply to glare at him. What do you know? While there may be many who claim the title of celestial dragon Taoist, only one is associated with the divine script Jade, the one who trampled the 4 king houses of the capital 30 years ago, defeating nearly all the formidable masters of the capital. Trampled the 4 king houses of the capital? Qi Xingzuan's mouth fell agape. Although he was unfamiliar with the details, he had certainly heard of the king houses, the very backbone of the elder council of the Dragon Kingdom. The might of the 4 king houses even surpassed that of the 8 ancient clans. To think they were once defeated? Not merely defeated, but utterly crushed, with no chance to retaliate. 30 years ago, the king houses had summoned nearly all the heads of ancient martial factions in the capital in a bid to vanquish the celestial dragon Taoist, yet they were all overwhelmed. Consequently, the various factions concealed the news, and now, 30 years later, few remain who are privy to this event. However, those of an older generation certainly recall it. Huang Tianling turned to Qi Zhouquan, the second master of the Qi family, whose expression mirrored his own astonishment. He hesitantly remarked, If he is indeed the closed-door disciple of the celestial dragon Taoist, then this divine script Jade is likely beyond our reach. The combined strength of the 8 ancient clans barely measures up to the 4 king houses. Yet, the 4 king houses were trampled by Li Xiuqi's master alone, revealing the vast disparity that exists. In terms of background, Li Xiuqi undoubtedly outshines them all. Qi Xingzuan also grasped the implications, his expression bitter as he gazed at Li Xiuqi. Damn it! Why didn't you mention that you have such an illustrious master sooner? Li Xiuqi shrugged and replied. The events he spoke of were unknown to me. I only know him as an old curmudgeon. Who could have anticipated he had accomplished such earth-shattering feats? Qi Xingzuan was left speechless. Huang Tianling suppressed all his animosity, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor as he hurried to Li Xiuqi's side. Mr. Li, you may not know, but my celestial writings originate from the Tianji Martial Academy in the capital. My master is the current head of the academy and has received guidance from the esteemed Tianlong Taoist. In fact, I ought to address you as Shu. Chapter 109. The Obsequious Huang Tianling, The Fall of the Qi Family. Huang Tianling had altered his stance. The prowess and status of Li Xiuqi were beyond his capacity to confront. Rather than engage in a bitter struggle for that elusive and mysterious technique, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Xiuqi, thereby also drawing nearer to the Tianlong Taoist. Who knows? He might even receive some of the Taoist's invaluable insights. Although he referred to Li Xiuqi as Shu, he did not regard him as someone capable of imparting wisdom. After all, he had discerned the fabricated technique that Li Xiuqi had created in merely half a day. Little did he know that Li Xiuqi had only taken 5 minutes to alter the technique after his conversation with Qi Yusu. At that moment, Li Xiuqi regarded the elderly man before him with a bemused expression. Is my master's name truly so effective? He recalled the audacious Beiming Taoist, who had shamelessly impersonated his master's identity, miraculously surviving to this day, an indication of the Beiming Daoist's lowly status among those who may not even recognize the Tianlong Daoist. Huang Tianling's face was taut as he awaited Li Xiuqi's response, having presented his most amiable attitude. Should Li Xiuqi be inclined to reciprocate, then all would be well. However, if he harbored resentment towards the Qi family's actions today, Huang Tianling clenched his teeth, realizing he would have to sever ties with the Qi family. Offending the Tianlong Daoist and his true disciples was an unthinkable act, after all. The combined value of the 8 ancient clans could not compare to that of a single Tianlong Daoist. Witnessing his demeanor, the Qi family members were left in stunned silence. Although Qi Zhouquan had heard tales of the Tianlong Daoist, he had dismissed them as mere legends, indistinguishable from truth or fiction. Yet, observing Huang Tianling's attitude, he recognized the authenticity of the claims. His expression shifted to one of profound shock, anxiety gnawing at his heart. "It's over. Our Qi family may truly be doomed." He murmured in disbelief. "What do we do now?" Qi Xingzuan and the others were equally despondent. At this juncture, Li Xiuqi finally expressed his stance. He glanced at the Qi family members and the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the Tianyuan. "It seems you have come to recognize your errors. We were wrong." Qi Zhouquan hastily nodded in agreement. Huang Tianling was no longer their ally. Rather, he had aligned himself with Li Xiuqi due to the mere mention of the Tianlong Daoist. They dared not provoke him any further. "Once again, I demand that you bring Qi Qingdu to me. Let bygones be bygones. However, if you fail to locate him, rest assured that neither the divine pattern jade technique nor the existence of your Qi family will hold any significance." Capitalizing on the influence of my master and Huang Tianling, Li Xiuqi boldly issued an ultimatum to the Qi family. Through various encounters, he had come to understand the Qi family and his own master. Recognizing the formidable reputation of his master, he felt entitled to adopt a more audacious demeanor. While many often criticized him for his arrogance, he believed it insufficient, far from adequate. It seemed that the renown of my master held considerable sway in the martial world. I had previously underestimated my own worth, striving for goodwill, only to be cornered by your actions. This predicament is entirely of your making, Li Xiuqi mused, casting a cold smirk towards the members of the Qi family. Qi Zhouquan and others were paralyzed with fear under his gaze, their expressions taut as they hastily retreated. Promising to exhaust every means to bring Qi Qingdu from the capital and vowing not to covet the divine pattern jade technique. However, before they could depart, Li Xiuqi called out to them. "Wait, is there anything else? You've turned this heavenly garden into ruins, a renowned historical site in Chang'an, the pinnacle of exquisite landscaping. Do you comprehend the immense cultural value of this place?" Li Xiuqi expressed his dissatisfaction with their lack of awareness. Following his admonition, the Qi family members wore peculiar expressions. Historical and cultural relics? When it comes to heritage, who could rival their ancient clan? No matter the worth of the heavenly garden, it could scarcely be valued at over 2 or 3 billion. Nevertheless, with Li Xiuqi's insistence, they had no choice but to concede. "We will compensate. We are willing to make amends. We kindly request that Master Li and Lord Hu of the Heavenly Garden grant us a few days' grace. In due time, the Qi family will provide a satisfactory recompense." Qi Zhouquan was compelled to concede. Satisfied with this response, Li Xiuqi allowed them to depart. Once the Qi family had left, he gathered Vice Minister Li Hui and other high-ranking military leaders, including Lin Tian, at the entrance. These leaders were oblivious to the events that had unfolded within, unaware of whether the Qi family had achieved their aims. They only knew that a fierce conflict had erupted within the Heavenly Garden, resulting in the Qi family's hasty retreat. Lin Tian, stationed at the entrance, had slightly more information but still only knew that the Qi family had been vanquished. The subsequent developments remained a mystery to him as well. "You all, under no circumstances, are to divulge what transpired here today. Regardless of what you know, silence is imperative. Do you understand?" Qi Zhouquan glared menacingly at the few before him. Including Li Hui, they nodded hastily. In truth, they were unaware of the specifics. But in such a situation, they dared not inquire further. Knowing too much could spell disaster. As Qi Xingzuan shifted his gaze, he added, "You should simply state that a fugitive has appeared here, causing quite a stir throughout the city. However, the individual has already been apprehended by the military of Chang'an. So please refrain from spreading this matter further." "Understood." Lin Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Once the tumultuous forces departed, each wearing expressions of bewilderment, Tranquility returned to the vicinity of Tianyuan. Huang Tianling, noticing that Li Xiuqi had spared even the members of the Qi family, hurriedly adopted a flattering demeanor. Mr. Li, not only is your mastery of celestial script remarkable, but I am also astonished by your magnanimity in sparing those unsophisticated members of the Qi family. Their fortune is truly exceptional. After uttering this, he observed that Li Xiuqi remained unresponsive, prompting him to continue. I envy your comprehension of celestial script. In truth, I could perceive the intricately altered divine patterns within the jade, which also involves an element of luck. Li Xiuqi paused momentarily, perplexed. Intricately altered? I merely spent 5 minutes imprinting the content of several Taoist texts. How is that considered intricate alteration? Huang Tianling was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, 5 minutes? The content of those texts. I have never encountered them before. Moreover, without a complete understanding of the texts, one cannot imprint them into the celestial jade with their spirit. He sensed an inconsistency. Imprinting celestial script in 5 minutes was utterly implausible. At least several months would be required. Furthermore, the celestial script must be fully comprehended to avoid backlash. If Li Xiuqi spoke the truth, his aptitude must be extraordinary. Perhaps even akin to the legendary innate Tao body. Huang Tianling's body shuddered. Mr. Li, could it be that you are the fabled innate Tao body? Which is why the Taoist of the Heavenly Dragon accepted you as a disciple. Chapter 110. New Clues, Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. You possess quite an eye. Li Xiuqi did not deny his uniqueness, acknowledging that the old man had indeed taken him on as a disciple for this very reason. To him, it was merely a commonplace occurrence, for he had grown accustomed to his own talents. Huang Tianling's gaze towards him transformed dramatically, filled with immense shock. After all, the innate Tao body, such a supreme constitution, existed only as a legend within the circles he frequented, never before encountered. Truly, the Taoist of the Heavenly Dragon had accepted an innate Tao body as a disciple. Had this been in ancient times, with Mr. Li's capabilities, he might have forged a path to eternal life. Alas, we now inhabit a different era, where martial arts reign supreme. As Huang Tianling spoke, he wore a wistful expression. Regarding his assertions, Li Xiuqi remained noncommittal. Martial arts is the supreme path? Perhaps for others, this was the case. Yet, having mastered the techniques imparted by the old man, and with the qualifications of an innate Tao body, he had already transcended the mundane. With the newly acquired knowledge of the vast Xian Dao Sutra, it may be possible to transcend the confines of the internal spirit, potentially forging a path distinct from the martial way, even venturing towards the legendary road of immortality. However, for the present, such aspirations remain premature. Li Xiuqi's sole desire at this moment is to unravel the mysteries of his lineage, ascertain the fate of his parents, and inquire about the events that transpired during their absence. Why were he and his plight consigned to the Li family? Although the 3 members of the Li family now find themselves stripped of their possessions and facing punishment, the transgressions they committed and the suppression he endured over the years are indelibly etched into his being and cannot be truly obliterated or forgotten. Observing Li Xiuqi's expression, Huang Tianling discerned his investigation into Li Tianxian and tentatively remarked, in truth, even the ancient clans possess limited knowledge regarding the events of 23 years ago. The only one privy to the details is Qi Qingdu. Before Qi Qingdu was located in Chang'an, there existed another means to uncover the truth of those occurrences. Another means? Li Xiuqi responded, astonished at Huang Tianling's revelation. Noticing his keen interest, Huang Tianling's demeanor brightened. This world of martial arts is far grander than you might imagine. Although the events of the past were shrouded in secrecy, they were not entirely unknown. Besides the involved parties, there exists another location where information may be gleaned. What location? Li Xiuqi inquired. Jinhe Manor. Have you ever heard of this place? Huang Tianling asked. Li Xiuqi was taken aback, having never encountered such a name. However, Hu'er and Yanji beside him were somewhat familiar. Hu'er immediately spoke. Jinhe Manor is a stronghold of the Tiangong Pavilion in Chang'an, shrouded in mystery and entirely cut off from the outside world. The Tiangong Pavilion is a renowned intelligence agency within the martial realm, seemingly with profound connections. They do not engage with the outside world merely because your status has yet to qualify you for their acquaintance, Huang Tianling elaborated. Hu'er chuckled awkwardly. While he was regarded as a local sovereign in Chang'an, his reach did not extend to the hidden forces of the broader martial world. Meanwhile, Yanji whispered to Li Xiuqi, Master, we have had encounters with the people of Tiangong Pavilion, even facing conflict in the past, which has since severed our ties. The person in charge here is known as Zhou Qian, who possesses considerable strength but has a rebellious nature. Huang Tianling, having overheard their dialogue, simply smiled and said, "In reality, the power behind the Tiangong Pavilion is the Tiangong Martial Academy, affiliated with the Elder Council. The Tiangong Pavilion is responsible for monitoring the clandestine forces within the martial realm and seeks to recover long-lost martial arts and ancient texts. It is the most vital institution under the Martial Academy. The Academy's head, my master, has even received guidance from the Celestial Dragon Taoist. Should the Chang'an branch of the Tiangong Pavilion encounter Mr. Li, they would likely prostrate themselves in reverence." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Li Xiuqi chose to overlook the past grievances with the Shenlong Pavilion. However, he was acutely aware that a force like the Tianji Pavilion would not genuinely revere him merely because he was a disciple of the Tianlong Taoist when it came to matters of interest. It was still necessary to rely on the more knowledgeable Huang Tianling for assistance. Their eyes met, and Huang Tianling promptly expressed, "As it happens, I consider myself half a master uncle to you, Mr. Li. If you wish to gather information at the Jinhe Manor, I can accompany you there tomorrow morning." "Excellent. If we manage to uncover any news, I shall remember your contribution." "I am aware of your desires," Li Xiuqi replied, giving Huang Tianling's shoulder a reassuring pat, thereby accepting his flattery. "I cannot offer you the techniques contained within the Divine Pattern Jade, but in the future, should you encounter any uncertainties regarding the immortal scripts, I would be glad to provide you with guidance." Huang Tianling had initially hoped that if the Tianling Taoist could mentor him, it would be even better, as he was eager to explore further. Yet, upon realizing Li Xiuqi's innate talent, which had reached an extraordinary level, he concluded that seeking counsel from Li Xiuqi would be far more beneficial than approaching the Tianlong Taoist. This also presented an opportunity to assess the true prowess of this young man. Consequently, he displayed an expression of gratitude and flattery. "I must thank my master uncle in advance. If guidance is to be offered, why not commence now? After all, there is nothing pressing ahead." Noticing his eagerness, Li Xiuqi nodded in agreement, considering it an advance payment for his guidance. As the two engaged in discussions about the immortal scripts, the members of the Long family outside observed that the previously tense atmosphere had returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. The chief family had withdrawn. Could it be that they had located the Divine Pattern Jade? Long Xiang remained steadfast in his belief that the chief family had made such a significant commotion solely for the purpose of acquiring the jade. He had anticipated that a major incident would unfold that night, one that could result in numerous casualties, potentially even surpassing the upheaval of over 20 years ago. To his surprise, the chief family had hastily concluded their endeavors. Either their actions encountered formidable resistance, forcing them to retreat, or their endeavors were more successful than anticipated. "And their plans have already succeeded," Long Xiang remarked to Long Kuei and others nearby. Long Kuei's expression was grave as he cautiously stated, "The Tianyuan indeed holds some peculiarities. It was here that I was severely injured by members of the Shenlong Pavilion." His hand was nearly incapacitated. Though he had managed to maintain his condition with the aid of medicinal pills, it was unlikely his strength would fully recover. Long Xiang scoffed. "Why still dwell on those few pieces of Tongxian jade? The mere Shenlong Pavilion pales in comparison to the Divine Pattern Jade." Chapter 111. Is Qi Yusu seeking remarriage? Next, we must ascertain precisely what the Long family has done. Once we uncover their gains, dealing with the trivial Shenlong Pavilion will be a matter of ease. Long had long dismissed the significance of the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Li Xiuqi. However, the chief family, who commanded his utmost attention, was now embroiled in a considerable uproar due to Li Xiuqi's actions. Within the military encampment of Chang'an, despite the late hour, an elderly man had arrived hastily. His aged features exuded an air of authority, and he donned a magnificent golden robe, embodying an extraordinary presence. Standing before him were not only Qi Zhouquan but also Qi Xingzuan, and even Qi Yusu had been brought to this gathering. She subtly lifted her gaze to the seated elder, only to find herself locking eyes with his stern, commanding stare, causing her heart to flutter with trepidation. At that moment, Qi Zhouquan cautiously spoke, "Patriarch, the situation is as follows. Li Xiuqi is, in fact, the disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Master. After spending several years in prison, he has acquired such formidable power. As for the Divine Pattern Jade, I fear our Qi family stands little chance." He sighed, reflecting on the irony of their esteemed family. Once a formidable force in the martial world, now facing oppression from an unexpected source. Even Master Huang treated Li Xiuqi with utmost respect. Who would have imagined that one day they would be overshadowed by another's influence? If even Huang Tianling referred to Li Shouqi as Uncle Master, what recourse did the Qi family have? The elderly man, known by his true name Qi Zhong, nodded slightly. Your reasoning is sound. To contend with Li Shouqi and seize the techniques within the divine pattern jade, we must avoid direct confrontation. Nevertheless, our Qi family remains in a favorable position. His gaze shifted to Qi Yusu as he continued. Yusu, according to our agreement, once 5 years have passed, if you have failed to amass a fortune of 1 trillion and prove your ability to assist the family's growth, and if you have not located the divine pattern jade, then your grandfather, but who says I have not found the divine pattern jade? Qi Yusu interjected hastily. Aware that the elder's righteous demeanor indicated he was about to issue a command, she sensed that what he was about to say would not bode well for her. I was the one who discovered Li Shouqi, and I also found the divine pattern jade, which is currently in Qi Xingzuan's possession, is it not? She adopted a defiant tone. Qi Xingzuan smirked slightly, remarking with subtle implication, Sister, do you not fear that grandfather might be angered by your trickery? Qi Yusu lowered her head in silence. The elder pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in her words. After all, their original agreement had indeed been to find the divine pattern jade, and he had not clarified that they sought the techniques contained within it. Moreover, this particular jade had indeed been unearthed through her connections, albeit through a series of fortunate coincidences. You need not be so agitated, in truth. What I desire is for you to reconcile with Li Shouqi and have him become a member of our Qi family. Once he is one of us, the techniques within the divine pattern jade will naturally fall to our family, he proposed. All present, including Qi Yusu, were rendered speechless. Qi Zhongzi spoke to himself. I have heard that Li Shouqi has severed ties with the Li family, leaving him unencumbered. As for his parents, Li Tianxin and his wife, they have been missing for over 20 years. However, he still has a master, the Tianlong Taoist. If he becomes aware of our Qi family's intentions, would he readily acquiesce? Qi Xingzuan appeared somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, Qi Zhong suddenly rose, his expression laden with meaning, and remarked, the Tianlong Taoist has also been missing for several years, and there are occasional rumors in the martial world that he has perished. Upon hearing this, the others were greatly shaken. They exchanged glances, and Qi Zhouquan burst into laughter, exclaiming excitedly, Head of the family, if that is the case, then what does Li Shouqi have to fear? Since the Tianlong Taoist is dead, we can take direct action against him. Fool, I said he might be dead. Who knows if he truly is? If he is alive, not even the Qi family, let alone the 8 ancient clans, could withstand that old monster. Qi Zhong immediately rebuked him. Qi Zhouquan, drenched in sweat, bowed his head repeatedly in apology. Afterward, Qi Zhong turned to the dazed Qi Yusu and said earnestly, I trust you have no reason to refuse the notion I proposed. After all, your grandfather knows you have been thinking of him all these years. The divorce was merely a misguided attempt to believe that our Qi family would take ruthless measures against Li Shouqi, yet your heart has always belonged to him. Qi Yusu began to waver. Her expression was complex as she murmured, but the Qi family intends to use Shouqi. If I were to seek reconciliation, it would seem overly self-serving. If you did not speak of this, I could perhaps consider remarrying him. However, if you harbor such intentions, I cannot draw closer to Shouqi, lest I bring harm to him. What? Qi Zhong was stunned, incredulous as he looked at his granddaughter, astonished at what his son Qi Qing had produced. Do you not wish to consider the family at all? Moreover, if Li Shouqi were to become a member of our Qi family, would that not bring him benefits? Qi Zhong was instantly taken aback and began to lecture Qi Yusu. Ultimately, Qi Yusu expressed her need to ponder for a few more days, asserting that the decision to remarry was not solely hers to make. She needed to speak with Li Shouqi again. This time, she was wiser, deciding to first clarify the Qi family's stance to Li Shouqi and let him decide whether reconciliation was appropriate. That night, after leaving the Tianyuan, Huang Tianling appeared pale, his steps unsteady, and he saw stars dancing before his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. A genius. How can such a genius exist in this world? The 3,000 celestial scripts encompass all supreme techniques and methods directly linking to the ancient realm of immortals. Those capable of mastering the 3,000 celestial scripts are few and far between, and they are typically ancient beings who have dedicated their lives to study. Yet this Li Shouqi, Huang Tianling's expression turned painfully sour. For 60 years, I have devoted myself to the study of celestial scripts. Yet I have barely grasped a mere 1,000 characters. In stark contrast, this youth has already mastered 3,000 complete celestial scripts. Any ancient technique that falls into his hands would be child's play. With a sigh, Huang Tianling departed, burdened by a complex array of emotions. Unbeknownst to him, a figure stealthily followed in his wake, an envoy dispatched by the Longxiang sect, who resolved to utilize Huang Tianling as a conduit to investigate what the Qi family had acquired in Tianyuan. As dawn broke the following day, Li Xiuqi and Huang Tianling had arranged to visit the Jinhe Manor at noon, where an exchange meeting was to be held, an event reserved exclusively for the clandestine powers of the martial world. The topic of discussion would revolve around the recent upheaval in Chang'an City. Rumor had it that a certain Zhou Qian, a minor leader from the Tiangong Pavilion, possessed intelligence concerning the divine pattern jade and intended to trade this information. Before proceeding to Jinhe Manor, Li Xiuqi unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance within the confines of Danshin Medical Technology, where he was engrossed in his study of the 6th grade purple gold cauldron. Suddenly, Bai Shuxin rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. "Brother, trouble is brewing. A group from the Yuwang sect has arrived, and they are here to seize the cauldron." "The Yaowang sect? Are they truly so desperate?" Li Xiuqi scoffed. It was known that Elder Lin Xinghua of the Yaowang sect had willingly surrendered this cauldron to him, publicly accepting the outcome, though this concession had been made under the duress of the ancient clans Qi Xingzun. Yet, they audaciously sought to reclaim the cauldron. Did they truly believe that after losing, they could simply disregard the agreement and, taking advantage of Qi Xingzun's absence, approach only him to retrieve it? Such delusions were utterly preposterous. Had it not been for Qi Xingzun, this matter would have been resolved far more straightforwardly. With this in mind, Li Xiuqi resolved to confront them and bring clarity to the situation. The 6th grade purple gold cauldron held substantial value even for him. Without it, concocting high-grade spiritual pills would be nearly impossible. Moreover, should the personnel of Danshin Medical Technology utilize this cauldron for alchemy, the inherent spiritual energy of the purple gold cauldron would enhance the quality of their products, enabling the creation of specially supplied, high-value items, an essential strategic asset for Danshin Medical Technology. Although it had once belonged to the Yaowang sect, a loss is a loss. Lin Xinghua acknowledged this fact, standing outside the gates of Danshin Medical Technology with a face ashen with fury. Accompanying him were more than 10 individuals, led by their sect master, Lin Wei. Among them stood an elderly man clad in plain robes, his temples bulging, clearly a martial arts expert, his gaze ignited with palpable combat intent. Lin Wei cast a glance at the grim-faced Lin Xinghua. "Your incompetence has led us to this point. This shall be my final attempt to resolve your troubles. Should there be a next time, the Yaowang sect will not tolerate you." "You are right, Sect Master. This entire situation is my fault." Lin Xinghua lowered his head in embarrassment, yet he tentatively spoke. "However, Sect Master, although Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology is merely a small enterprise, Li Xiuqi is no ordinary individual. He is a senior elder of the Immortal Physician sect, and his martial prowess is considerable. Is it truly feasible for us to seize the cauldron in such a manner?" Facing Lin Xinghua's apprehensions, Lin Wei merely scoffed disdainfully. "A senior elder? I have already investigated, and there is no such person in the Immortal Physician sect. While he may possess the ability to concoct 7th-grade spirit pills, that does not authenticate his identity. He is simply using the name of the Immortal Physician sect to engage in nefarious deeds. Such a person does not exist, so his background is fabricated." Lin Xinghua was taken aback, and his expression began to shift to one of bewilderment. However, being able to refine high-grade spirit pills and serving as an elder of the Immortal Physician sect is entirely plausible. After all, alchemists of such caliber can produce longevity elixirs and precious pills required by martial artists with ease. Why then would he impersonate a member of the Immortal Physician sect? At that moment, Lin Wei continued, "Nevertheless, the most crucial factor is that we have invited Master Qiu, a martial artist of the royal blood realm. Dealing with a mere young man should be a trivial task for him." Master Qiu, standing nearby, puffed out his chest and chuckled with satisfaction. He reassured Lin Xinghua. "Elder Lin, you need not dwell on this trivial matter. Your prior agreement with him was merely verbal. Everyone regarded it as a jest. Yet, Li Xiuqi took it seriously. How does this differ from forcibly seizing your medicinal cauldron? In Master Qiu's view, even if there was a verbal agreement, it could not hold weight, especially since it pertained to the treasured cauldron of the Medicinal King sect. That wager could not be considered valid." Sect Master Lin Wei nodded in agreement, snorting coldly. "Since they have taken the Medicinal King's cauldron, it is only right for us to reclaim it. No one can contest that." Lin Xinghua, felt a twinge of unease, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. After all, Li Xiuqi was truly no ordinary individual, yet neither Lin Wei nor Master Qiu had ever encountered him. Thus, they remained oblivious to the true extent of Li Xiuqi's formidable nature. Left with no choice, he maintained his silence. It was not until Li Xiuqi emerged from the Danxin Pharmaceutical Technology Building, accompanied by Bai Shuxin, and stepped into the courtyard that he encountered the dozen or so individuals from the Medicinal King sect. As his gaze swept across them, he spotted a martial artist of the royal blood realm. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of their confidence. After all, even a true blood realm martial artist could secure a position within ancient clans in the martial world. As for those of the royal blood realm, they could even hold the title of elder in ancient clans. Thus, it was understandable that the members of the Medicinal King sect believed that having enlisted a royal blood realm ally would allow them to easily triumph over Li Xiuqi. However, they evidently overlooked one critical detail. Li Xiuqi's martial realm was far beyond that of any mere royal blood realm practitioner. As his figure appeared in the courtyard, the sounds of scorn and derision from the Medicinal King sect echoed in his ears. Li Xiuqi and Bai Shuxin, do you not intend to hurry and surrender the Zijinding? Is your pharmaceutical company planning to cease operations? You two scoundrels dare to seize our precious cauldron. You are courting death, do you understand? The members of the Yaowang sect are like shrews cursing in the streets, their clamorous shouts causing Bai Shuxin's complexion to pale. She anxiously glanced at Li Xiuqi beside her. Although she was not present during the last wager when they won, she was well aware of the Zijinding's immense value and understood that the Yaowang sect would not relent easily. Brother, what should we do? After all, the Yaowang sect is not an ordinary force. Their alchemical creations wield considerable influence in the martial world. Even if Danxin pharmaceutical technology were to develop for another century, it may never rival their prowess. Such a formidable power having reached this level speaks volumes about their strength. Yet, Li Xiuqi merely gestured to her to remain calm. He approached Lin Xinghua and the others, noticing Lin Wei, who wore a face of barely concealed anger. Li Xiuqi, why is it that only you have appeared? Where's the cauldron? The cauldron is mine by right. Why should I return it to you? Li Xiuqi's expression remained impassive as he regarded them. Lin Wei's fury erupted. He turned to Wang Shuejing and said, Master Qiu, it seems the situation is as we feared. Li Xiuqi is brazen and refuses to acknowledge his theft. We must trouble you to intervene and reclaim our treasure. Master Qiu Shui, a master of martial arts, smiled indifferently. His disdainful gaze swept over Li Xiuqi, dismissing him entirely. He knew that once he reclaimed the cauldron, he would obtain hundreds of mid-grade spirit pills from the Yaowang sect, a fortune beyond measure. This venture would yield him great profit. Young man, do not blame me for not forewarning you. My cultivation is of the formidable style, and my fists carry great weight, which you will not withstand. Chapter 113. A crippled Dan Tian, the overthrow of the Yaowang sect. Behind him, Lin Wei displayed a smug and arrogant expression. Though Lin Xinghua felt anxious, the sound of Lin Wei's self-satisfied voice reached her ears. Master Qiu is the most powerful martial artist accessible to our Yaowang sect. With his strength, he will undoubtedly triumph over Li Xiuqi. Although Li Xiuqi possesses exceptional alchemical skills and can concoct 7th-grade spirit pills at such a young age, talents like him are rare in the entire Dragon Country. Nevertheless, this time, the advantage lies with our Yaowang sect. Qiu Shui summoned his vital energy, and in an instant, his physique expanded noticeably, particularly his arm muscles, which bulged to the size of a thigh. Witnessing Li Xiuqi standing unperturbed, arms crossed, with an expression akin to watching a spectacle, incited Qiu Shui's wrath. Young man, unaware of your own insignificance, prepare to feel the might of my dominant fist. Dominant fist? Li Xiuqi nearly burst into laughter. Such a crude martial art, yet it bears such an illustrious name. He shook his head and sighed. Who endowed you with the audacity to be so confident? Death. Qiu Shui suddenly stepped forward, causing the very concrete beneath him to crack. In an instant, his figure appeared before Li Xiuqi, delivering a punch from an elevated position with overwhelming ferocity, intent not merely to seize victory but to take Li Xiuqi's life. Enraged, Qiu Shui unleashed his full power. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi maintained his composure, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. You seek my life? Boom. He raised a finger, targeting the airborne Qiu Shui. Even before he landed, a single finger pierced through his dantian. This true dragon spiritual energy surged through his dantian, wreaking havoc along his meridians. violently assaulting every acupoint within his body like a rampaging dragon. Bang! Upon crashing to the ground, Qiu Shui lay sprawled, his complexion pale. Teeth clenched as a low growl escaped his lips. My Dantian, how has my true energy been completely obliterated? He clutched his abdomen, disbelief saturating his tone. Blood trickled from his mouth. With his meridians destroyed, his martial prowess had utterly vanished. Behind him, the members of the Medicine King sect were equally stunned. Lin Xinghua stumbled back a few steps, his face ashen, as he gravely addressed the sect leader. Lin Wei, sect leader, is this truly the expert you summoned? With but a single finger, he has rendered him incapacitated. It's over. Our Medicine King sect is doomed. The strongest they could enlist was this Qiu Shui. Yet he was effortlessly crippled by Li Xiuqi. Given the current circumstances, should Li Xiuqi choose to obliterate their sect, it would be a mere trifle. Lin Wei's expression shifted. He realized he had entangled himself in a dire predicament, a monumental trouble. He cast a glance at the severely injured Qiu Shui. Master Qiu, are you all right? I have lost all my martial arts. Qiu Shui suddenly bellowed, his eyes reddening. He roared at Lin Wei. You never mentioned that he was such a formidable master. What on earth is happening? How could I know what kind of master Li Xiuqi is? Lin Wei retorted. This Chang'an city is not a thriving bastion of martial arts. Ordinary formidable figures would not easily encounter such challenges. And Li Xiuqi, though young and skilled in alchemy, surely cannot surpass the prowess of the alchemical realm. Can he? Yet he realized too late that he was gravely mistaken. Now, the Medicine King sect appeared to be nothing more than prey waiting to be slaughtered. Qiu Shui understood that words were futile at this juncture. He lay on the ground, an expression of despair etched upon his face. Young man, your methods are excessively ruthless. One ought to leave a sliver of mercy. To cripple my Dantian is an act that will not serve you well in the long run. He gritted his teeth, hurling curses at Li Xiuqi. Li Xiuqi looked down at him with disdain and remarked, that punch you just threw, had my strength been lacking, you would have likely shattered my skull. Allowing you to live is an act of great mercy on my part. My momentary rage was merely a response to your contempt for my dominant fist. Since you cannot control your emotions, I shall cripple your martial arts, teaching you the virtue of kindness towards others. Perhaps then, you may have the opportunity to live a long life. However, should you persist in your former ways, know that while I may spare you today, other formidable opponents may not be so forgiving. As Li Xiuqi approached him, a playful expression graced his face. Considering the circumstances, you ought to be grateful that I am incapacitating you. After all, it is I who is granting you the chance to live for several more decades instead of meeting a tragic end in the streets. Stunned by this line of reasoning, Qiu Shui stood frozen in place, while Li Xiuqi turned his attention to the members of the Medicine King sect. It is now your turn. The matter concerning that cauldron must reach a conclusion today. What explanation does your Medicine King sect intend to provide? Lin Wei trembled slightly. Li Xiuqi smiled, clasping his hands behind his back, and disdainfully replied, I seek nothing further from your Medicine King sect. I merely wish for you to cease troubling me. The simplest solution would be for your sect to disband and perish. How do you find this proposal? Lin Wei's mouth fell agape. Disband and perish? Was this young man truly so ruthlessly ferocious? Yet, he harbored no doubt that Li Xiuqi possessed the capability to execute such threats. Unwilling to bear the weight of such a devastating blow, Lin Wei hastily exclaimed, I can guarantee with my integrity and my life that we will never trouble you again. I am willing to resign from my role as sect leader and find someone trustworthy to manage the Medicine King sect. Li Xiuqi's gaze shifted to Lin Xinghua. If that were the case, he deemed this individual acceptable, not because Lin Xinghua would be loyal to him, but rather because this person appeared to possess at least 20% less intelligence than Lin Wei, making future control more manageable. Contemplating whether to allow the Divine Dragon Pavilion to take residence in the Medicine King sect, Li Xiuqi was interrupted as an elderly wanderer, resembling a Taoist priest, entered the courtyard, holding a box. Elderly, while I acknowledge the Medicine King sect has erred, their transgressions do not warrant death. Sect leader Lin Wei's conditions are reasonable. Let us grant them an opportunity. Who are you? Li Xiuqi inquired, noting the old man's arrival alongside another individual. Yu Chang. This elder is also a member of the Immortal Physicians sect, a distinguished physician once recruited by City Lord Huang Limin, holding considerable weight in the medical community of Chang'an. With a serious expression, Yu Chang hastened to Li Xiuqi's side, quickly introducing, This is our Immortal Physician sect's Grand Elder, Wu Ruzhong. Grand Elder of the Immortal Physician sect? Li Xiuqi was taken aback. Such a status surpassed even his own esteemed rank. I wonder what brings Elder Wu here. My purpose can be discussed later. Let us first deliberate on the disposition of the Medicine King sect. Wu Ruzhong gazed at Li Xiuqi with an impassive expression. Chapter 114. The Contest for the Immortal Physician's Order. Li Xiuqi nodded and sent a message to Yan Ji, instructing her to have the Divine Dragon Pavilion establish a presence at the Medicine King sect to monitor their forthcoming transition of leadership, ensuring that the new sect leader could be controlled and would not trouble him again. As for whether benefits could be gleaned from the Medicine King sect, that would depend on how Yan Ji chose to manage them after the Divine Dragon Pavilion had taken control. As the head of the Chang'an City branch, she certainly possessed this authority. Li Xiuqi regarded the Medicine King sect with little concern. Occasionally, it was necessary to allow his subordinates an opportunity to feast on the spoils. Thank you, Mr. Li, for sparing our Medicine King sect. Lin Wei repeatedly bowed to Li Xiuqi, his face pale, stealing a glance at Wu Ruzhong beside him. He refrained from conversing and quickly led Lin Xinghua and others away from the scene. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Xiao Shui was also dragged away, as they still hoped to explore the possibility of rescuing him. Bai Shuxin approached with an expression of admiration, hurriedly greeting Wu Ruzhong. Greetings, Elder Wu, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Physicians sect. This is my first encounter, and it truly elevates our Danshin medical technology. The elderly man, equally expressionless, returned a nod. When invited to the reception room, Li Xiuqi inquired about the situation from Yu Chang. The moment he arrived, Yu Chang's demeanor seemed off. With a grave expression, he accompanied Li Xiuqi while maintaining a distance from Wu Ruzhong, who was being entertained by Bai Shuxin, and lowered his voice to explain. This Elder Wu was once a renowned master of medicine in the capital, but after being bested by the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch in a discourse on medical arts, he was drawn into the Immortal Physicians sect. And so, Li Xiuqi still did not grasp Wu Ruzhong's intentions. Yu Chang's subsequent words trembled slightly. Recently, rumors have circulated in the martial world that the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch has passed away, prompting this Elder Wu to seek a departure from the Immortal Physicians sect. Should he wish to leave, what concern is it of mine? Li Xiuqi felt no stirrings within upon hearing the news of the old man's potential demise, for he was aware that such a fate was utterly inconceivable. After all, the strand of spiritual energy within the old man, though not capable of further amplification without the Wushu Dao Cannon, had already become 100-fold more potent than it was in Li Xiuqi. Presently, Li Xiuqi's own strength could dominate effortlessly. If he were 100-fold the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch, would he not be capable of sweeping through the martial world? Thus, the old man could not possibly be dead. Li Xiuqi even suspected that he may have ascended to immortality. Yu Chang continued to explain. Elder Wu intends to find the Immortal Physicians Order before departing from the sect. He was the 65th heir to the Immortal Physicians Order. But after his defeat by the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch, the order was lost to him. To take the Immortal Physicians Order? Li Xiuqi suddenly realized, for he indeed possessed a token handed down by his master. In the beginning, he referred to the token as the BNK Immortal Physicians Token. Holding this token signifies the apex of the medical realm, regardless of whether one finds themselves in Chang'an, the capital, or any other locale. Any medical faction encountering this token would react as if they were in the presence of their revered ancestor. Its weight is indeed monumental. Upon entering the reception room, the bewildered Li Xiuqi invited Wu Ruzhong to take a seat, smiling warmly at the elderly figure clad in Taoist robes before him. Old master, you desire the Immortal Physician's Token, do you not? Indeed, it rightfully belongs to me. I was willing to concede to the Heavenly Dragon Elder. Yet now that he has passed, this token must naturally return to its rightful owner. Wu Ruzhong was aware that Li Xiuqi was the sole true disciple of the Heavenly Dragon. Thus, if the Heavenly Dragon had indeed perished, it was plausible that the Immortal Physician's Token had already found its way into Li Xiuqi's possession. How can you be certain that it is in my hands? The Heavenly Dragon spent his life scheming. If he truly met his demise, he would have likely sensed it beforehand and would have appointed a successor before his end. You are his chosen disciple, and over the past few years, he has imparted all his martial and medicinal wisdom to you, has he not? Li Xiuqi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Wu Ruzhong, his previously unwavering conviction beginning to waver. If what Wu Ruzhong asserted was true, if his master had indeed selected him as his final disciple, thus ensuring the transmission of the legacy before his passing, then it was not entirely implausible. Yet, given his master's prowess, who in the world could have slain him? Impossible. My master is not dead. Moreover, even if he were, since the Immortal Physicians sect is under my stewardship, according to tradition, We shall hold a grand medical conference. Should you surpass me, I shall relinquish the token to you. A shadow of doubt clouded Li Xiuqi's mind. Wu Ruzhong opposite him smiled knowingly. A medical conference, you say? In this modern era, such traditions have become antiquated. I no longer have the luxury to compete in the arts of healing with the Heavenly Dragon legacy. I suspect you lack the courage to wager, Li Xiuqi retorted with a sardonic laugh. To which Wu Ruzhong candidly admitted, indeed, I am hesitant to challenge your lineage again. I cannot afford a second defeat, especially to someone so young. What then do you propose to seize the Immortal Physician's token? In this chaotic world of martial arts, where many ancient customs have fallen into disregard, the one who holds the Immortal Physician's sect is deemed the Dragon Kingdom's medical sage, the supreme authority of healing. How do you think I would acquire this token? Li Xiuqi fell silent. Was he contemplating robbery? This old man was indeed audacious and shameless. Paradoxically, individuals like him are often easier to deal with than hypocrites, for when faced with raw strength, they tend to acquiesce. Meanwhile, hypocrites prefer to strike from the shadows. Li Xiuqi merely smiled, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. Beside him, Yu Chang was furious, exclaiming, Old Wu, your conduct is utterly excessive. With the fate of the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch uncertain, you can sever ties with the Immortal Physician's sect, and no one can impede you, given your seniority. Yet, you seek the Immortal Physician's sect without even wishing to arrange a medical conference. Do you truly intend to seize it by force? Is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Wu Ruzhong rose and approached the window, hands clasped behind him, and spoke with a light tone. I do not have many years left to live. I merely wish to reclaim what I have lost before my demise. Furthermore, after I pass, I wish to pass the title of the Dragon Kingdom's medical immortal to my true disciple. At that time, if you, Li Xiuqi, still desire to reclaim the Immortal Physician's order, you may challenge my disciple in the art of medicine. Li Xiuqi understood his implication. So, you believe that competing against me would not be legitimate, regardless of the outcome. You plan to seize the Immortal Physician's order. Take the title of the Dragon Kingdom's medical immortal to your grave, and then have your disciple surpass me, thus salvaging some semblance of dignity for your lineage. After all, losing to my master is not too shameful, but if I were to lose to your disciple, all would truly be in vain. Indeed, so do you, Li Xiuqi, intend to relinquish the Immortal Physician's order now, or shall I take it from you? Observing the elder's profound silhouette, Li Xiuqi discerned that this esteemed elder of the Immortal Physician sect was formidable, significantly more powerful than the previous Qiu Shui. This was merely a rough estimation. He likely surpassed Huang Tianling as well, Li Xiuqi silently speculated. Chapter 115, Wu Ruzhong's Conspiracy. Yet, even if he were stronger than Huang Tianling, what of it? He is not even in the same realm as me. When it comes to the art of medicine, he lacks the courage to compete, and in martial prowess. At his age, I could easily defeat him with a single blow. Li Xiuqi shook his head. He rose and advised Wu Ruzhong, Elder Wu. Having spent decades in the Immortal Physician sect, you have undoubtedly made significant contributions. My master bested you and chose to retain you, indicating that you are not a villain. Why not relinquish these worldly titles and enjoy your retirement? If you feel discontent, simply have your disciple challenge me in medicine. Are you afraid? Wu Ruzhong glared at Li Xiuqi with cold eyes. However, Li Xiuqi chuckled, Elder Wu, you are no match for me. Even all the allies you can gather would not suffice to rival me. Youth, you are too. Wu Ruzhong was speaking when Li Xiuqi suddenly appeared at his side, catching him off guard. In an instant, Li Xiuqi's hand pressed upon Wu Ruzhong's shoulder. The strand of true dragon spiritual energy effortlessly penetrated his protective aura, coursing through his body without resistance, akin to having the power to end Wu Ruzhong's life at any moment, with no hint of doubt. Throughout this entire ordeal, Wu Ruzhong was powerless to resist. His expression turned ashen as he broke free from Li Xiuqi's grasp. I do not intend to seize it by force. It is no great feat for a young man to triumph over an elder. My plans remain unchanged, and if you possess the capability, then strike me down now. Li Xiuqi regarded this obstinate old man, momentarily speechless. He shook his head and waved his hand, saying, You may leave now. You have been a senior figure and have made numerous contributions to the Immortal Physician sect. Would not killing you invite the ire of many? Wu Ruzhong's gaze sharpened as he observed Li Xiuqi, who exhibited not a trace of youthful arrogance. With a cold snort, he swept out of the office. After his departure, Yu Chang instinctively nodded and murmured, Master, it was indeed wise not to strike him. Wu Ruzhong appears to be courting death, He may be deliberately provoking you. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Ruzhong has many true disciples, most of whom have joined the Immortal Physician sect, and among them, his eldest disciple is vying for the position of sect leader. Additionally, you have a senior sister who, although not a true disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Taoist, is also in contention for the leadership. I suspect Wu Ruzhong revealed his entire scheme to provoke you into action, perhaps intending to leverage his reputation. If you were to injure or even kill him, it could create internal strife within the Immortal Physician sect, undermining the Heavenly Dragon lineage. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Xiuqi was struck by the brilliance of Yu Chang's insight, though his astonishment was not at Wu Ruzhong's potential machinations, but rather at Yu Chang's intellect. Though your medical skills may be lacking, as merely an outer disciple of the Immortal Physician sect, your mind is quite sharp. No wonder you have earned Huang Liming's trust. Yu Chang chuckled awkwardly, adding, it is merely speculation, it may not be true. After all, Wu Ruzhong may not genuinely wish to risk his own injury or even life to gamble on his eldest disciple achieving the position of sect leader. However, Li Xiuqi found Yu Chang's theory to be quite plausible. An old fox like Wu Ruzhong likely possesses hidden cards, had I intended to kill him. He certainly had opportunities to escape. Once he fled and returned to the Immortal Physician sect, he could play the victim, potentially tarnishing my reputation with the Heavenly Dragon lineage and causing trouble for my yet unmet senior sister. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to Wu Ruzhong and his ilk. He raised his hand to check the time, intending first to visit the Jina Manor. That young leader of the Tianji Pavilion, Zhou Qian, might possess information regarding the whereabouts of Li Tianxin and his wife. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the fate of his parents, whether they were alive or dead. And what had transpired back then? With the Qi-Qing line already in motion by the Qi family, perhaps unexpected revelations could arise from the Tianji Pavilion as well. After departing from Danshin Pharmaceutical Technology, Wu Ruzhong headed to a villa on the outskirts of the city. A few young individuals awaited his return there. Upon seeing Wu Ruzhong return unscathed, they hurried over, but the expression on his face indicated that the plan had not gone smoothly. Master, your earlier strategy was to provoke that young man into attacking you, then defeat him and bring him back to the Immortal Physician sect, thereby branding him as a traitor to the Heavenly Dragon lineage and assisting our senior brother. It seems the plan has failed. Ultimately, Yu Chang was only partially correct. He could not perceive Wu Ruzhong's true power and was unaware that the old man had intended to directly suppress Li Xiuqi, seize the Immortal Physician token, and return to the Immortal Physician sect to instigate factional strife. However, Li Xiuqi's formidable strength made Wu Ruzhong uncertain of his success. With a grim expression, Wu Ruzhong stepped into the villa. To his surprise, Lin Wei of the Medicine King sect was also present, accompanied by Zhou Shui, whose pallid complexion revealed that he had lost all martial prowess. Old Wu, you instructed us to assess Li Xiuqi's strength, yet we were unprepared for his formidable prowess. Now I find myself stripped of my position as sect leader, and the Divine Dragon Pavilion seeks to consume the Medicine King's sect. Master Qiu has been rendered incapacitated. What course of action should we pursue? Lin Wei is, in fact, an envoy dispatched by Wu Ruzhong. Their intent is to cast a stone to gauge the waters, to ascertain Li Xiuqi's level of power. A pawn of the royal blood realm should suffice, one would think. Even a practitioner of the imperial blood realm must tread carefully when facing a master like Zhou Shui, who excels in both offense and defense. However, Li Xiuqi is evidently an anomaly. Not only has he received the true teachings of the Heavenly Dragon in the art of medicine, but his martial prowess is also remarkably exceptional, making him a challenging adversary to confront. As for you two, Lin Wei may accompany me back to the Immortal Physician sect. But what of me? My Dantian has been shattered. With my abilities, healing you would be a trivial matter, Wu Ruzhong remarked casually. Both Zhou Shui and Lin Wei were instantly elated. Splendid. Thank you, old Wu. The two hastily knelt in gratitude. Wu Ruzhong rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat vexed. A disciple approached him, whispering, Master, rather than attempting to capture Li Xiuqi alive, it would be far less troublesome to eliminate him and seize the Immortal Physician token first. Absolutely not. Wu Ruzhong's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he replied, My struggle with the Heavenly Dragon is ultimately one of reputation and profit. As healers, we must not take lives. The disciple scoffed, observing that his master had increasingly lowered his standards over the years yet still clung to the principle of sparing lives, which seemed entirely unnecessary to them. Wu Ruzhong then retrieved a slip of paper. Make this call and inform them that I am willing to assist him once. provided he comes to Chang'an City to serve me in return. Understood. The disciple was instantly overjoyed. With Wu Ruzhong's stature, countless heroes in the martial world sought his aid. Gathering a few skilled fighters to handle Li Xiuqi would undoubtedly be effortless. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi arrived at the Jina Manor. Today he had come alone, with Huang Tianling reportedly already waiting inside, and the place was teeming with martial artists, including individuals from secretive factions. They all sought clues regarding the divine pattern jade. As he alighted from his vehicle, a thunderous voice rang out. "Halt! You wretched scoundrel! How dare you show your face?" Li Xiuqi felt perplexed. Turning around, he recognized an old acquaintance, Long Kuei. He was accompanied by young Master Long Xiang, and both bore predatory expressions. "You audacious brat! You dare to appear before Lord Long? This time, our young master has arrived as well. You might as well kneel and beg for mercy." Chapter 116. Engage, crush Long Xiang. Long Kuei fawned. "Young master, while defeating the Divine Dragon Pavilion is merely a trifling matter for you, the priority now is to investigate the Divine Pattern Jade. However, those 5 pieces of the Immortal Jade are ultimately family treasures. Perhaps you should take the opportunity to ascertain whether Li Xiuqi has taken anything from our Long family." Long Xiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was acutely aware of Long Kuei's obsession with the 5 pieces of Tongxian jade. This fixation stemmed from his mission to retrieve those jade pieces. Failure would inevitably lead to punishment upon his return, and the prospect of locating the divine pattern jade remained exceedingly bleak. Long Kuei's mind was restless, revealing his selfish desires. Initially, Long Xiang had no intention of assisting him, but fate intervened as he encountered Li Xiuqi, a figure with ties to the Heavenly Garden. He surmised that perhaps he could glean some valuable information from this encounter. Thus, he approached Li Xiuqi with intent. "Young man, I hear you spent yesterday in the Heavenly Garden. Does this concern you?" Li Xiuqi replied impatiently to Long Xiang's inquiry. The motives of the Long family, whether they sought the Tongxian jade for its own sake or for some other reason, were lost on him, and he was indifferent. His singular focus was on hastening his meeting with Huang Tianling and subsequently with Zhou Qian to ascertain any news regarding his parents. He even harbored doubts about whether Li Tianxin and his wife were truly his progenitors. At that moment, Long Kuei erupted in anger. "You insolent brat! How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Are you itching for a fight?" Li Xiuqi let out a cold laugh, his expression laden with meaning as it fell upon Long Kuei's injured hand. That hand had yet to heal, and his power had significantly waned. This was a consequence of Li Xiuqi deliberately sparing them. Should Long Kuei continue to provoke him, he would not hesitate to deliver a far more severe lesson, even to the point of ending his life. Long Xiang found himself both amused and infuriated by Li Xiuqi's demeanor. With that attitude, are you perhaps feeling guilty? It suggests that those 5 pieces of Tongxian jade might indeed be in your possession. In truth, Long Xiang was uncertain whether Li Xiuqi had taken the jade. But according to the accounts of the captured rogue cultivators from the martial arts conference, Li Xiuqi was the primary suspect, a notion shared by Long Kuei as well. Thus, he readily placed the blame squarely on Li Xiuqi. Li Xiuqi, however, remained unperturbed by their accusations. He merely smiled and retorted, "You possess no evidence. The existence of those jade pieces is merely your family's assertion. If you insist that I pilfered your jade, then I suggest you provide the proof." His demeanor exuded a sense of schadenfreude, particularly because the Long family had bungled the situation themselves, previously contemplating silencing the Divine Dragon Pavilion. This was a primary catalyst for Li Xiuqi's troublesome engagement with them. Had they acted with any semblance of rationality, they could have let the matter pass without incident. But evidently, they lacked such wisdom. Instead, they appeared eager to instigate further conflict. Upon hearing this, Long Xiang's expression darkened ominously. He cast a glance at Long Kuei beside him and spoke in a meaningful tone. "I have finally come to understand why you insisted on my assistance. This individual, relying on his modest influence and the backing of the Divine Dragon Pavilion, dares to disregard our ancient clan, the Long family. Indeed, young Master Long, our family has been underestimated by him. We must reclaim our dignity. This scoundrel is utterly arrogant." Long Kuei eagerly chimed in. Long Xiang nodded, gesturing grandly as over a dozen martial artists converged from all directions. With a smirk, Long Xiang addressed them with haughty disdain. "Surely you are aware that my Long family is one of the 8 ancient clans? I am well aware of that. However, should you attempt to act against me without any evidence, it is you who shall ultimately suffer," Li Xiuqi retorted, not one to engage in unreasonable discourse. If they could truly substantiate that he had pilfered the celestial jade, he would simply return it. Yet, their insistence to act without proof merely indicated their humiliation and rage. They were clearly unworthy adversaries. Li Shouqi surveyed his surroundings with a bemused expression. Upon hearing his response, Long Xiang burst into laughter, deriding him. In our Long family, we concern ourselves little with evidence, even if there is a mere possibility that you are the thief of the celestial jade. Your insolent demeanor today guarantees that I will not let you off lightly. As he spoke, he waved his hand once more, and the assembled martial artists closed in, intent on confronting Li Shouqi. Simultaneously, Long Xiang sought to gauge his strength. He was uncertain of Li Shouqi's martial prowess, but he perceived that the intensity of his vital energy was far inferior to his own. Thus, he felt little trepidation. Moreover, the events that transpired in the Heavenly Garden yesterday, which had reverberated throughout Chang'an and the entire martial realm, were certainly beyond Li Shouqi's capability to orchestrate. Otherwise, with his power, he would have long perished at the hands of the Qi family, who were not known for their leniency. Just as Long Xiang prepared to utilize his subordinates to test Li Shouqi's strength before deciding on his course of action, an explosive surge of violent energy erupted from Li Shouqi. The essence of the true dragon overwhelmed everything in its vicinity. The dozen or so attackers were sent flying backward, tumbling a great distance away. Long Xiang, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Long Kuei, who urged him, "Young master, his strength is formidable. You must act swiftly. Only you can subdue this scoundrel." Unease crept into Long Xiang's heart. Although he held immense confidence in his own abilities, he could no longer assure himself of victory over Li Shouqi, for the energy that had just erupted from him was far more potent than he had anticipated. "I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am the young master of the Long family." Long Xiang hesitated to act hastily. His expression taut as he issued a warning to Li Shouqi. "The young master of the Long family? Huh. In my eyes, you are no different from a barking stray dog." With determined strides, Li Shouqi advanced. Long Xiang clenched his teeth and let out a low growl, resolute to confront Li Shouqi head-on. "Damn it, I, Long Xiang, have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you. I refuse to believe you possess such formidable strength." Filled with fury, he unleashed his fist toward Li Shouqi's chest. The clash of their energies reverberated throughout the parking lot, the explosive aftermath even toppling several nearby vehicles. Long Kuei hastily retreated to a safe distance, his eyes alight with excitement. That's right. With the young master's prowess, defeating Li Shouqi is but a trivial matter. Chapter 117. Zhou Qian's attitude as the battle erupted. Within the opulent confines of the Jinhe Manor, Huang Tianling delicately savored a cup of tea. Opposite him sat a man clad in black, a smile gracing his face, his gaze imbued with respect. After all, Huang Tianling was no ordinary individual. Given his standing in the martial world and the esteemed reputation bestowed by the 8 ancient clans, Zhou Qian, as a minor leader of the Tiangong sect in Chang'an, was naturally inclined to show deference. Not to mention, Huang Tianling hailed from the Tiangong Martial Academy, as the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's martial education system. Countless formidable warriors had emerged from its halls, and Huang Tianling was a direct disciple of the academy's president. Thus, his status within the Tiangong sect was relatively unique. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Tianling, Zhou Qian, curious, inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to our Tiangong sect, Mr. Huang?" Huang Tianling engaged in polite conversation, avoiding the crux of the matter, as if harboring an unspoken concern. At this juncture, facing Zhou Qian's curiosity, he replied calmly, "Are you acquainted with someone named Li Shouqi?" At this, Zhou Qian let out a sudden cold laugh. "Of course I know him. Isn't he the head of the Shenlong sect? That reckless Shenlong sect has clashed with us before. If it weren't for the Tiangong sect's long-standing inclination for discretion and a desire to avoid entanglement in the martial world's disputes, I would have long extinguished them." After venting his grievances, Zhou Qian tentatively posed a question to Huang Tianling. "Mr. Huang, has this Li Shouqi offended you in some way?" Huang Tianling adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive as he replied, "No, I have established a cooperative relationship with Li Shouqi. Our shared goal is to investigate the secrets behind the Divine Pattern Jade. This time, I wish to introduce him to you, so that both our factions may ease their relations and you might glean information regarding the Divine Pattern Jade." This statement rendered Zhou Qian's countenance somewhat uncomfortable. Gritting his teeth, he responded, "I see. If he is a friend of yours, then past grievances may be set aside. However, concerning any information about Li Tianxin, I cannot disclose anything. Do you truly possess something of significance?" In truth, Huang Tianling merely came to test his luck. He was already aware of the secrets surrounding Li Xiuqi's origins, recognizing the enigmatic background of this individual. It is highly probable that he is the son of the mysterious powerhouse, Li Tianxin. However, he could not guarantee that his and the Qi family's assessment was accurate. And the relationship between Li Xiuqi and the Celestial Dragon Taoist was shrouded in even greater mystery. No one knew what the Celestial Dragon Taoist was currently engaged in. While I do possess some insider knowledge, I am not one to divulge it lightly. Even if Mr. Huang were to inquire, I would remain reticent. To facilitate this, I organized an auction specifically to sell information regarding the divine pattern jade. Oh, you have created such a commotion. Are you not afraid that the entire martial world will be stirred into chaos? Given the current economic downturn, our Tianji Pavilion in Chang'an has not operated for 2 to 3 years. Since I have now uncovered critical information, it is only natural that I aim to make a significant profit, which would help sustain the operations of Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, I have already sent some of this intelligence back to the Tianji Martial Academy. Huang Tianling's words made it evident that obtaining information for free was now highly improbable. The pressing question remained: how should he confront Li Xiuqi? If it comes to spending money, I do possess some funds. At the upcoming auction, I shall bid on that piece of intelligence for young Master Li, Huang Tianling remarked meaningfully to Shou Qian. Initially, the two shared a special relationship, akin to allies. However, since Shou Qian insisted on keeping matters formal, there was no need for courtesy. Shou Qian's expression turned awkward as he steeled himself and replied, "Then it must be so. However, if there is anything needed in the future, Master Huang, do feel free to reach out." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the outer wall of the VIP room. Both men exchanged bewildered glances, and Huang Tianling chuckled. "Shou Qian, it seems your Tianji Pavilion is not faring well at all. If someone dares to act against you here." Shou Qian's expression shifted, growing increasingly furious. He rushed to the window and beheld a young man, whom he had only seen in photographs, swaggering through the estate's entrance. Beneath the window, another young man clad in ornate attire lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. "Li Xiuqi." Shou Qian erupted with unparalleled rage. He whirled around to face Huang Tianling, gritting his teeth and demanding, "Mr. Huang, is this the friend you invited? The Dragon God Pavilion dares to slap my Shou Qian's face once again. This time, I shall not let the master of the Dragon God Pavilion escape unscathed." Initially, Huang Tianling had found some amusement in the situation, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was unexpected that Li Xiuqi would engage in a brawl here. He intercepted the agitated Shou Qian and said in a low tone, "Allow me to share a piece of information for free. Li Xiuqi's master is the Celestial Dragon Taoist, who once imparted knowledge to our academy's president, making him somewhat of a mentor as well. Li Xiuqi and our president are of the same generation." Shou Qian stood momentarily speechless. This piece of information had eluded his inquiries thus far. His eyes flickered as he spoke in a subdued tone. "If he is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Taoist, I would naturally show him some respect. However, Li Xiuqi's actions are utterly excessive. I witnessed him inflict severe injuries upon the young master of the ancient clan, the Long family. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Taoist has been in seclusion for many years. It is entirely possible that he has already passed away, as rumors of his demise have circulated in the martial world for quite some time. I am now 7/10 convinced of this." Huang Tianling furrowed his brow as she regarded him. The Heavenly Dragon Taoist dead? That is simply inconceivable. The more one understands the strength of the Heavenly Dragon, the less likely one is to believe such rumors. Their perception of this matter determines their standing in the martial community. The firmer one is in the belief that the Heavenly Dragon cannot perish, the broader their horizons become. With a sense of helplessness, Huang Tianling turned to Shou Qian and said, "Do not let your guard down. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Taoist is indeed dead, you are no match for Li Xiuqi. This is our territory, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets." Shou Qian, harboring old grievances, rushed forward. He summoned a large number of guards and martial artists from the estate. As they burst out of the manor, they were met with an embarrassing sight. There stood Li Xiuqi in the corner, mercilessly delivering kicks to the curled-up Long Xiang. Is he the young master of the Long family? Does he have many subordinates? The 8 great ancient clans. Li Xiuqi inquired with each kick, causing Long Xiang to spit blood incessantly while wailing in agony. "Please, no more, Li Xiuqi. You are going too far. I am the young master of the 8 great ancient clans. You cannot truly intend to kill me, can you?" Chapter 118. Brutality Unleashed, Instant Kill. To kill you would be your own doing. Li Xiuqi had developed his own approach to dealing with the 8 great ancient clans. These ancient clan members were proud and arrogant, never valuing the lives of others. If one were to show them kindness, they would only perceive it as a sign of weakness. However, if one displayed strength and reduced them to a state of utter humiliation, they would begrudgingly relent and shed their arrogance. As for whether they submitted in their hearts, that was of no concern to him. He only wished for them to kneel and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Long Kuei watched in despair, standing alongside the other bewildered guards, none daring to step forward to assist. For their young master had suffered a crushing defeat in the previous battle. With his skills, he had been utterly powerless to resist. How could Li Xiuqi possess such formidable strength? He was the undisputed lord of this Chang'an city. Long Kuei wore a mask of hopelessness. Sensing that if this continued and his young master refused to bow in submission, it was entirely possible that Li Xiuqi would indeed kill him. Stop! An enraged Shou Qian charged forward, glaring at Li Xiuqi with fury. This is the territory of our Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Dragon Lord. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you even recognize me? You are Shou Qian, are you not? Did you not send Huang Tianling to negotiate with me? Seeking information regarding the divine pattern jade, Zhou Qian wore an air of cold arrogance. In the corner, Long Xiang, curled up, suddenly grew agitated and exclaimed with anger. Li Xiuqi, how dare you inquire about the whereabouts of the divine pattern jade? Are you not afraid of being shattered to pieces? Li Xiuqi remained silent, placing his foot upon Long Xiang's face. He then turned back to Zhou Qian. Recalling that Yin Ji had once mentioned a prior conflict between the Divine Dragon Pavilion and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, stemming from trivial matters among their subordinates. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion had gained little advantage, yet their profound foundation ensured they suffered no significant loss. However, it seemed Zhou Qian harbored resentment over this affair, as if the Divine Dragon Pavilion had dared to provoke the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and their failure to annihilate the former rendered them the true losers. Li Xiuqi chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Boss Zhou, it appears you have misunderstood. I did not send Huang Tianling to negotiate with you. Do you believe you can procure the intelligence you seek from me without engaging in negotiations with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? Zhou Qian glared at him, a concealed fury in his eyes, and suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. It seems many are now aware of your origins, Li Xiuqi. It is said you are the son of the legendary Li Tianxian, yet were abandoned at a tender age by your own kin. In truth, you are but a bastard, and the Li family has cast you aside. Isn't that right, Master Li? The members of the Long family were all taken aback, as this was the first time they had encountered such detailed intelligence regarding Li Xiuqi. The notion that he might be the son of Li Tianxian was shocking. Long Xiang, collapsing to the ground, could scarcely believe it. He suddenly recalled the events of the previous day, realizing with a jolt that the Qi family had made such a commotion. Perhaps it was aimed at Li Xiuqi. After all, it was widely known that Li Tianxian had once seized the divine pattern jade, and countless individuals were probing for news about him and his wife. According to the information released by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion today, they seem to have gleaned insights into the whereabouts of Li Tianxian and his spouse, hence the auction aimed at reaping substantial profits. Lost in thought, Long Xiang pondered the implications. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqi had also heard Zhou Qian's jarring words. Did Huang Tianling not inform you that my master is the Celestial Dragon Taoist? Yet, the Celestial Dragon Taoist has likely passed away. You do not seriously believe that an old man's name can intimidate me, do you? Zhou Qian had already harbored disdain for Li Xiuqi, and the fact that he had resorted to violence within the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, injuring one of his esteemed guests, exacerbated his agitation. Not only had he humiliated Li Xiuqi, but he had also insulted the Celestial Dragon Taoist. From behind, Huang Tianling rushed forward, eyes ablaze with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? He exclaimed. Mr. Huang, we are all on the same side here. Do not let your elbows stray outward. You too hail from a martial academy, do you not? Zhou Qian said with a weighty tone, emphasizing his seriousness. Long Xiang was momentarily taken aback. What was Huang Tianling doing here? Today, in addition to seeking information about the Jina Manor, he also wished to meet Huang Tianling and inquire about the Qi family's situation. It seemed that Huang Tianling was aligned with Li Xiuqi. Originally, Long Xiang believed he had control over the situation, but now he found himself in a state of confusion. Just as Huang Tianling was about to speak, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly roared past his ears. The howling wind split the air with a thunderous crack. Boom! Huang Tianling was jolted back, staggering away. The figure of Zhou Qian, who had been standing before him, had vanished without a trace. Surrounding them were dozens of guards, all displaying shock and bewilderment as they hurriedly looked around. In the flower bed nearly 10 yards behind them, they spotted Zhou Qian, covered in dirt, struggling to crawl out. He clutched his concave chest, and his mouth, too, had been crushed by the force. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he stood unsteadily. Raising a hand to point at Li Shouqi, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had always assumed that the Divine Dragon Pavilion and his own Tianji Pavilion were of equal standing. Thus, he believed their leader's strength was at most at the level of true blood or royal blood. With his numerical advantage and his own peak royal blood warrior status, he thought subduing Li Shouqi would be a simple task. However, Li Shouqi had merely unleashed a strand of true dragon spirit, which had sent him flying 10 yards and left him grievously injured. Li Shouqi glanced at Long Xiong with a smile and remarked, "You are indeed stronger than him. After just one move, you couldn't withstand it, while you managed to endure at least 20 of my strikes." Long Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this something to take pride in? He could not discern whether Li Shouqi was complimenting or mocking him. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Shouqi's attention had shifted entirely to Zhou Qian as he stepped forward towards him. Along the way, Huang Tianling attempted to intervene, but upon meeting Li Shouqi's profoundly cold gaze, he opted for silence. The guards beside them instinctively moved to obstruct his path. "Get out of the way." The voice, reminiscent of a thunderous roar, stunned all nearby guards, causing blood to trickle from their ears as they scrambled to retreat. In a flash, Li Shouqi appeared before Zhou Qian. If Huang Tianling truly approached to mediate on your behalf, it indicates he genuinely wishes to save you. Fortunately, you possess some valuable information. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse. Li Shouqi seized him by the neck, infusing true dragon spirit into his meridians. The excruciating pain made Zhou Qian scream in agony. "Now, speak. What do you know regarding Li Tianxian?" Chapter 119. The Mysterious Taoist and the Talismans. Li Tianxian is dead. Zhou Qian uttered these words with a hoarse voice, blood spilling from his lips. Although Li Shouqi was uncertain if Li Tianxian was indeed his father, the news stirred a sense of sorrow within him. Had he truly perished? After so many years of absence, it would hardly be surprising if he had. Yet, Zhou Qian added, "This information is recent, corroborated by the Tianxian battle blade, which is why I can assert its authenticity. After all, the Tianxian battle blade is Li Tianxuan's emblem, never leaving his side. And what of Xiao Nianqiu? It is said he has also died, alongside Li Tianxian." Said by whom? Who has spoken of this? Li Shouqi pressed for answers. Just as Zhou Qian was about to respond, a group emerged from the manor behind them. The leader, a young man, furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhou Qian with a meaningful gaze. "Zhou Qian, let us not forget today's auction. Did you not assert that the Tianxian battle blade and the accompanying intelligence could only be acquired through bidding? The Tianji Pavilion must adhere to its principles. We of the Wanli Merchant Alliance have traveled a great distance to Chang'an. You cannot let this young master's journey be in vain." The young man interrupted Zhou Qian, who was eager to disclose further intelligence. Zhou Qian, pale with fear, retorted, "Yang Xing, what nonsense are you spouting? This intelligence was gathered by me. I shall convey it as I wish. Do you not see that I am on the brink of death?" At that moment, Zhou Qian was consumed by regret. He lamented that he should not have offended Li Shouqi. Even if he was reluctant to share the information for free, he should not have provoked this individual. Little did he imagine Li Shouqi possessed such formidable strength. With his own meager abilities, he stood no chance against such ferocity. Thus, his only thought was to swiftly relay what he knew to Li Shouqi in hopes of securing his own survival. However, the young man in the white suit insisted on guarding this information. Observing Zhou Qian's terror, he waved his hand. "Qingyang Xianshi, it is now up to your skills. Rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is resolved. Information concerning Li Tianxian and the divine patterned jade shall not leak a single word." An elderly man clad in a tattered Taoist robe emerged, wielding a worn whisk, a dark talisman materializing in his grasp, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, do not blame me for not warning you. Some matters are best left unasked, lest you jeopardize your own life." Li Shouqi noted the malevolent aura emanating from this individual, and the dark talisman seemed far from a legitimate Taoist charm, sending a chill through his bones. Huang Tianling, witnessing this scene, turned pale. "Qingyang Taoist of Tianya Palace, what brings you here? You wretched heretics." It turns out to be Huang Tianling, who has remained silent beside me for so long that I almost mistook you for air. "What is it?" Do you wish to engage in a contest with me? Huang Tianling's expression tightened. He hurriedly stepped in front of Li Xiuqi, saying, Li Xiao, please. Do not provoke this individual. The Qingyang Daoist hails from Tianya Palace, a notorious organization of nefarious practitioners in the martial world. They are adept in sinister sorcery. And that black talisman is known as the Tianya Heart-Piercing Curse, exceedingly perilous. Any ordinary warrior who encounters it would meet immediate death. Huang Tianling recalled witnessing a warrior of superior strength suffer an agonizing demise after falling victim to the Tianya Heart-Piercing Curse. The agony was so intense that it seemed as though he was killed alive. Such sinister spells are beyond the capacity of ordinary warriors to contend with, contributing to Tianya Palace's infamous reputation in the martial realm. Who would dare to provoke such a power? Even the 8 great ancient clans, renowned for their martial prowess, would tread lightly around this malevolent sect. Li Xiuqi nodded slightly, nonchalantly responding, I appreciate your concern, but unless Zhou Qian divulges everything he knows, I shall not let him go today. Zhou Qian wore a bitter expression, gritting his teeth as he said, if you continue to press, they will strike. Perhaps both of us will perish at the hands of the old Daoist from Tianya Palace. Do not fret, they do not seem inclined to kill you. As for me, Li Xiuqi casually released Zhou Qian and asked Huang Tianling to keep an eye on him, then strode towards the Qingyang Daoist. The Tianya Heart-Piercing Curse, is it? Come, test it on me. I am quite curious to see just how powerful your sorcery is to instill such fear in Huang Tianling. As his words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. The crowd was left in utter shock, including Yang Xing of the Wanli Merchant Alliance and the Qingyang Daoist from Tianya Palace, all staring at him in disbelief. This lad cannot be in his right mind, can he? He actually wishes to endure the Tianya Heart-Piercing Curse? This is the most infamous dark sorcery in the martial world. Insanity, he must be insane. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. More and more people gathered outside the villa, watching Li Xiuqi, believing that this young man, buoyed by his considerable talent and martial prowess, had become oblivious to the dangers around him, essentially courting death. Meanwhile, in the distance, the severely injured Long Xiang, with great difficulty supported by his subordinates, was shaken, contemplating the need to return to his family swiftly. He needed to heal and seek the assistance of powerful family members. Upon hearing Li Xiuqi's audacity, Long Kuei, beside him, whispered, Young master, it appears that this lad will not be our target for retaliation. The Wanli Merchant Alliance has come for that very information. And the people from Tianya Palace are truly formidable. Long Xiang instinctively nodded, his resentful gaze fixated on Li Xiuqi. Clearly, this individual was on the brink of death. At this moment, the Qingyang Daoist burst into hearty laughter. He mockingly pointed at Li Xiuqi and said, Young man, if you are this foolish, I find it unnecessary to waste a Tianya Heart-Piercing charm on you. After all, crafting such a talisman is no trivial matter. It requires not only my mental focus, but also my vital essence. A simpleton like you should, before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiuqi's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before him. Slap. The Qingyang Daoist had no time to react. His vision blurred, and he felt the world spin around him. By the time he hit the ground, he had lost half a row of teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Having resorted to violence and indifferent to the idea of slaughter, Li Xiuqi casually shook his hand and remarked, Let you use the charm, so why waste breath? You old fool. Everyone around was left in stunned silence. What had just transpired?